The realms of gaming and reality have merged, granting humanity extraordinary powers to become professionals. Once a successful class change is achieved, slaying monsters yields experience, enabling level advancement and skill enhancement. Countless dungeons, secret realms, ruins, and abysses teem with both peril and opportunity. Among them, the young Gu Huai awakens as the sole hidden class, the Dragon Master, heralding a singular mythic talent. Dragon Master's power. Effect 1. The number of dragons one can command is doubled. Effect 2. Contracted dragon creatures can never betray their master. Effect 3. Affinity with dragon creatures is increased by 1,000. Effect 4. The comprehension of dragon creatures is enhanced, allowing them to master their skills more adeptly and swiftly. Effect 5. The strength of dragon creatures is augmented, with an enhancement attribute of 50. Effect 6. Acquire 20 of the attributes of contracted dragon creatures. At the outset, loyalty is pledged to the homeland, which regards him as a divine dragon. Years later, Gu Huai is surrounded by countless dragons. Five-clawed golden dragons, ancestral dragons, candle dragons, azure dragons, horn dragons, and responding dragons, among others, have all become his companions. Not only that, but he also befriends mighty dragons from the west. Chapter 001. The World of Class Change. In the year of class transition, 2023, on May 8th, at Jiaolong No. 1 High School, Class 3-1, the elite class. A mature woman clad in professional attire, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, stands at the podium. Students, 12 years of diligent study have led us to this moment. Shortly, individuals will arrive to facilitate your class changes. You will then have 3 hours to prepare and familiarize yourselves with your chosen profession, after which the occupational assessment will commence. The outcome of this assessment is crucial, as it will determine your provincial ranking and the allocation of resources. Those who rank within the top 100 provincially will receive focused cultivation from the provincial capital, gain entry into the elite training camp, and have the opportunity to compete for admission to 2 prestigious academies, thus becoming elite professionals and enjoying the privileges bestowed by the state. The words of Teacher Qin stirred the students' fervor. This is a world where class changes are universal. 3 decades ago, the convergence of gaming and reality endowed humanity with the extraordinary ability to transition into professionals. Upon successful class change, defeating monsters grants experience, facilitating level growth and skill enhancement. Dungeons, secret realms, ruins, and abysses abound, filled with both death and opportunity. Powerful professionals fight on the front lines, possessing the strength to move mountains and shake the earth with a single blow. Everyone aspires to become a formidable professional. Brother Huai, what profession do you wish to pursue? A fair-skinned plump boy inquired, gazing dreamily at the handsome youth beside him. However, before the attractive youth could respond, he continued, I am rather timid and fear pain, although I understand that combat professions are the most esteemed. I still prefer to become a pastry chef or a culinary artist. The striking youth, known as Gu Huai, a transmigrator, smiled in response to the boy's words. Professions hold no distinction of nobility or lowliness as long as one harnesses the unique qualities of their profession. Even a pastry chef can become a revered figure, much like Master Wu Qing, whose creations can permanently enhance attributes, prompting even top-tier elites to regard him as a friend. And what about you, Brother Huai? Me? Gu Huai paused, then chuckled. I too fear pain. Thus, I lean toward a summoner-type profession. A summoner, but Brother Huai, your physical aptitude assessment scored an S rating. Wouldn't becoming a summoner waste your talent? The chubby boy exclaimed in astonishment. Over the course of 30 years, humanity has discerned certain patterns. The stronger one's physical prowess, the greater the probability of successfully becoming a combat-oriented profession, often triggering powerful classes. The same applies to mental capabilities, albeit resulting in professions that rely on mental strength for combat. Thus, 2 decades ago, the state instituted a 12-year compulsory education policy, commencing physical training at the age of 6, honing mental fortitude as well. Of course, there were also the myriad monsters lurking in the wild, necessitating the cultivation of proper perspectives. Hence, cultural studies were incorporated into the curriculum. Only those who pass the assessment can, with the state's assistance, transition into professionals. My mental prowess also received an S rating, you know? Gu Huai said nonchalantly, eliciting envy from the plump boy. Yet, aside from envy, there was little he could do. The assessment criteria were set by the state, with S rating representing the pinnacle of achievement. Within Jiaolong No. 1 High School, Gu Huai was the sole recipient of an S rating, let alone anyone achieving S ratings in both categories. The provincial authorities have a record of Gu Huai, and even the province's top high school has extended an olive branch to him. Someone is coming. Soon, a scarred man, exuding an air of menace, entered the classroom. Greetings, everyone. I am here to facilitate your class changes. Please come to the stage when your name is called. The scarred man did not introduce himself with a casual gesture. A black box materialized before the students. Zhang Ruolin, a short-haired girl, shared the same B rating for mental prowess as the plump boy. Upon hearing her name, Zhang Ruolin nervously approached the stage. 8B rating, while rare, is considered talented, yet within the elite class, it merely represents an average standard. After all, Jiangxing No. 1 High School's elite class is inherently a selection of the best. Across Jiangxing, there are over 8,000 high school seniors. Only one elite class exists among them. Crush this awakening stone. The scarred man produced an awakening stone from the black box. Zhang Ruolin obediently accepted the awakening stone and shattered it. The scarred man recited incantations, and soon a six-pointed star formation illuminated the ground beneath Zhang Ruolin. As the formation manifested, an invisible force surged into Zhang Ruolin's body. Before long, an inexplicable power enveloped Zhang Ruolin. Gu Huai and the others were well aware of the class change process and mechanics. However, witnessing others undergo a class change was a first, and curiosity sparkled in their eyes. Class change successful main combat profession, mage. The scarred man's voice shattered the silence. Just a mage? Disappointment flickered in Zhang Ruolin's eyes, and the understanding of her peers resonated with her dismay. Mages, warriors, assassins, priests, knights, Taoists, and other professions are classified as basic professions. Professions are tiered, primarily categorized by the free points acquired during leveling up. Broadly, they are divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, and top-tier professions. Zhang Ruolin transitioned into a basic profession nonetheless. Becoming a main combat profession is still commendable. Next, class change successful lifestyle profession, baker. Class change successful auxiliary profession, intermediate 7 treasures, Guqin master. One by one, the class changes proceeded, all successfully. Yet, the majority were basic professions, with few intermediate professions emerging, let alone advanced ones. The principal and the director of instruction entered the room, accompanied by a group of individuals. Upon witnessing the disheartening results, even within the elite class, their expressions grew rather grim. Next, Wang Yi. It's my turn, Huai Ge. The chubby boy beside Gu Huai stood up nervously. Good luck. The chubby boy stepped forward. Occupation successfully transitioned. Primary combat profession, advanced melee mage. What? A melee mage? Are you jesting with me? Wang Yi's countenance darkened instantly with his physique. How could he possibly embody a melee mage? He had anticipated awakening a primary combat profession, yet his assessments revealed a grade mental strength coupled with an grade physical constitution. Surely that pointed toward the mage-type vocation. Yet now, well, indeed, it was a mage class, but a melee mage nonetheless, wielding a specialized spear for mages to unleash mental power in close combat. This vocation was undeniably formidable, but the issue remained. The chubby boy was afraid of pain. Chapter 002, Job Change. Celestial Phenomena. Upon receiving the news from the plump fellow, Teacher Qin and the principal could not help but smile. A higher vocational career is commendable. As long as the performance is satisfactory later, there remains a chance to break into the top 100 in the province. However, when they realized it was Wang Yi, they shook their heads in dismay. A melee mage with that physique? Perhaps it would be better to reconsider. Next up, Zhang Wanqing. At the mention of her name, everyone turned their attention. It was the class monitor. Now it was her turn. The monitor had passed the A-level physical fitness assessment in her first year of high school, nearly completing the S-level assessment. They eagerly anticipated what profession she would transition into. Zhang Wanqing was strikingly beautiful, tall, and possessed an enviable figure, universally acknowledged as the school belle. As she took the stage, her gaze fixed on Gu Huai, her eyes brimming with determination. They had been classmates since the first grade. From a young age, she had always been proud, coming from a well-off family with connections, and her exceptional abilities had allowed her to maintain her role as class monitor for 12 years. Yet, she was acutely aware of one fact. Gu Huai had always overshadowed her, never granting her the opportunity to rise. This oppression had persisted for 12 long years. Today marked her singular chance. Gu Huai, I shall not concede defeat to you any longer. Zhang Wanqing clenched her fists, her heart fervently rallying. With a successful job change, she would become the main combat profession, the top-tier moon goddess. The tone of the scarred man shifted, a subtle smile gracing his previously impassive face. A top-tier profession, this was undeniably the most prestigious career known. Only hidden professions had the potential to surpass top-tier ones. However, hidden professions were peculiar. The term hidden suggested a certain uniqueness, yet it did not inherently imply superiority over top-tier professions. Within hidden professions, there existed both underwhelming roles and those that surpassed top-tier ones, the latter being categorized as divine professions. What? The moon goddess, a top-tier profession? Truly befitting of the class monitor, a goddess among goddesses, invincible. Indeed, given the monitor's talent, she was bound to secure a place in the genius training camp this time. The students were abuzz with excitement. A top-tier profession was destined to soar above the clouds from the moment of its inception. Zhang Wanqing, feeling the surge of her newfound power, was enveloped in joy. This time, she was certain she could rise above Gu Huai. Once again, her gaze locked onto him. "Why? Your admirer is watching you," remarked Xiaopeng, a longtime classmate who understood the underlying dynamics between the two. He believed Zhang Wanqing was simply too proud. "Let's not be hasty. We are merely friends," Gu Huai interjected, acknowledging Zhang Wanqing with a congratulatory nod before stepping forward. Following the usual order, he was next. Just as Gu Huai anticipated, the scarred man called out his name. As they brushed past each other, Zhang Wanqing softly encouraged him. "Good luck." As Gu Huai ascended the stage, the atmosphere fell silent. The scarred man's gaze shifted to Gu Huai, pondering. Could this be the prodigy who achieved S-level ratings in physical fitness, mental acuity, and academic performance? His presence at Jiangqing one high school for the awakening process was largely due to Gu Huai, according to the established metrics. Possessing even one S-level rating in physical fitness or mental acuity significantly increased the likelihood of awakening a hidden profession during the job change. This was the very reason for his visit. "This is your awakening stone." The scarred man's tone instinctively softened. The principal and others snapped back from their reverie, their eyes fixed on Gu Huai, holding their breaths. "Gu Huai, you can do it." They all had great fondness for him. He was polite and excelled academically. Gu Huai accepted the awakening stone, which was approximately the size of a duck egg and pleasantly warm to the touch. "Crush it." With a firm grip, Gu Huai shattered the stone into powder. It was a simple task. Any normal male could easily reduce this enigmatic material to dust. "Activate." The scarred man initiated the formation once more, the hexagram enveloping Gu Huai as the powdered awakening stone surged into his body. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A thunderous roar erupted, a sound unfamiliar to the crowd, except for the scarred man. His expression changed instantly. Why did this roar seem eerily familiar? Reminiscent of a dragon's cry? Astonishing. The scarred man felt an irresistible force emanate from Gu Huai, pushing him back without aggression. Soon after, a translucent specter materialized around Gu Huai. What was happening? All the students, trembling as they peered through the floors, could barely discern the silhouette. A dragon. The scarred man swallowed hard, his face reflecting shock. The emergence of such a phenomenon during an awakening was something he had never witnessed firsthand, only heard about in tales. Activate the star formation. The scarred man hastily activated the formation to shield the students. Although the specter posed no harm, the disparity in power levels was vast, making accidental injury a real concern. "Quickly, evacuate all students to the teaching building," the scarred man shouted. The principal and others quickly sprang into action, attempting to disperse the crowd. However, before they could manage the situation, the phenomenon abruptly ceased. Everything reverted to normal as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the shattered floors and disarrayed classroom bore testament to the truth of the recent events. That was merely an accident. I hope I won't be held liable," Gu Huai remarked softly, surveying the chaotic classroom. Although his family was well off, his grandfather among the first batch of transferees, who perished in battle yet was compensated by the state. His parents were also transferees, not frontline warriors, but considered formidable in Jiangqing. However, if he were to be liable for damages, it would likely amount to several million. "No need," the scarred man replied, leaping to stand before Gu Huai, his expression twitching. "You and I need to have a word, as does your principal." The scarred man cast a deep glance at Gu Huai, withholding the details of his job change. "All right." Gu Huai acquiesced. Gu Huai, the scarred man, and the principal proceeded to the principal's office, while the others remained to clean up the aftermath. The scarred man also made a call for someone to take charge of the school affairs. Everyone present would need to sign a confidentiality agreement regarding the day's events. Chapter 003, The Sole Hidden Profession, Dragon Tamer. Gu Huai, the profession you have awakened is the unique hidden profession, Dragon Tamer? The scarred man's tone was gentle, so soft that it sent a shiver down Gu Huai's spine. Indeed, Gu Huai did not conceal any information, as the scarred man was able to perceive all of it. He was in charge of job transitions. Indeed, It was the unique hidden occupation. The scarred man inhaled deeply, while the principal, who had followed him in, narrowed his pupils in realization. He understood well what a unique hidden occupation represented. If hidden occupations varied in strength, the unique hidden occupation was an entirely different matter. The term unique hidden occupation literally signifies that this profession can only manifest once. Once it appears, even if Gu Huai were to perish, it would be impossible for it to re-emerge in the coming centuries, or even millennia. As for the reasons behind such an occurrence, according to the conjectures of certain great figures, it is likely because the unique hidden occupation is exceedingly formidable. One instance is deemed sufficient. Another interpretation of the unique hidden occupation is that it is a divine-level profession. Could you elaborate on the characteristics of your profession? I will compile the information and report it to the authorities to secure greater benefits for you, the scarred man said earnestly. Let me take a look, Gu Huai replied, opening his panel. He only knew the name thus far and had not yet had the opportunity to examine it closely. Name, Gu Huai. Occupation, Dragon Master, unique hidden. Level, LV1. Strength, 10. Mentality, 10. Constitution, 10. Agility, 10. Talent, Dragon Mastery, unique mythical talent. Effect 1. Doubles the number of dragons that can be controlled. Effect 2. Contracted dragon creatures will never betray. Effect 3. Affinity with dragon creatures increases by 1,000. Effect 4. Dragon creatures' comprehension is enhanced, allowing them to master their skills more effectively and swiftly. Effect 5. The strength of dragon creatures will be augmented, with an increase of 50 attributes. Effect 6. Gains the attributes of 20 contracted dragon creatures. Skills, Dragon Mastery, LV1. Bloodline Connection, LV1. Dragon Mastery, LV1 after use, can establish an equal contract with dragon creatures. Currently, the number of contractable dragon creatures is 1, including talent enhancement. The total is 2. Bloodline Connection, LV1 passive. Contracted dragon creatures share the same bloodline, granting an increase of 10 attributes from the dragon creatures. Combat Power Index, 40. How astonishing! Gu Huai exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment upon seeing his talent. A unique mythical talent with 6 distinct effects. Each effect was immensely powerful, each one a top-tier talent in its own right. Talents emerge for every individual upon transitioning to a professional role, their types varying from person to person, typically benefiting their respective professions. What's wrong? The scarred man and the principal both gazed intently at Gu Huai. You may take a look for yourselves, Gu Huai replied, revealing only a portion of the information. His rationale for this was clear. Dragon creatures are exceedingly rare. Given Gu Huai's family background, even if he were to exhaust their wealth, he could likely only acquire a single subdragon species. However, Gu Huai himself harbored great ambitions. Having attained such an extraordinary profession, why should he settle for less? His intention was to inform the authorities, allowing them to arrange matters on his behalf. With 30 years of integration between gaming and reality, the world was persistently conquering new dungeons and unlocking new levels. With this extraordinary talent, Gu Huai was confident that the state would allocate resources to cultivate him. At the very least, he could secure some formidable subdragon species for himself. The avenues to achieve these aspirations naturally lay with the scarred man and the principal before him. Upon witnessing the information Gu Huai had disclosed, both the scarred man and the principal could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This is monstrous. Truly monstrous. After their exclamations, they exchanged glances, both recognizing the inherent flaw in Gu Huai's profession. Everything hinged upon the presence of dragons. Without them, all was for naught. Even against a mere novice profession, Gu Huai would stand no chance, for he possessed no combat skills. I believe you both understand now, Gu Huai said, offering a wry smile. Indeed, I do have a solution. The scarred man pondered for a moment before responding. What solution? This method requires your consent. Would you be willing to join the national team? The national team, essentially a group fostered by the government, is specially designated to explore and challenge new dungeons. They enjoy the finest benefits from the state, yet simultaneously bear immense responsibilities, with a notably high mortality rate. Rest assured, you are merely entering the reserve team for now. You won't be delving into new dungeons just yet. The state will devote itself to nurturing you, providing the best environment and resources to facilitate your swift growth. However, once you have matured, you will also be expected to bear your own responsibilities in pioneering new dungeons and serving the nation. I can grant you time to consider this. If you agree, I will report it immediately. The scarred man spoke with sincerity, and after a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Huai acquiesced. Brother Scar, there is no need for deliberation. Protecting our homeland is our duty. I am willing. Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. The scarred man's eyes glimmered with admiration. I will contact the higher-ups immediately, striving to procure a dragon for you as swiftly as possible to enhance your strength. By the way, my surname is Liu, and my given name is Jun. Liu Jun flashed a grin, his scarred visage lending him a unique charm. Without hesitation, Liu Jun dialed a number, and soon a decision regarding Gu Huai's future was reached. Gu Huai, please inform your parents. This afternoon, I will take you to the Imperial Capital for specialized training. The capital has reported that they have acquired a divine dragon egg for you. However, the second egg will depend on your performance during the training in the capital. Gu Huai nodded in understanding. I comprehend. The state is willing to offer me this opportunity. Yet some minor assessments are unavoidable. Securing the first dragon egg is a satisfactory outcome for me. I will escort you home now. Additionally, you will need to cooperate with my colleagues regarding the affairs at your school. Today's events must remain confidential. The existence of a unique hidden profession, coupled with such a terrifying anomaly, necessitates discretion. This world is not as safe as it appears. Many nations harbor resentment towards the dragon country, and numerous talents have fallen victim to assassins dispatched by them. Chapter 004. We take pride in you. I will await you in the provincial city. Qinheng Community, an upscale neighborhood in Jiaolong City. Gu Huai's parents were both second transition professionals. Although they had only recently entered the second transition, their strength was commendable for a small place like Jiaolong City. Liu Jun dropped Gu Huai off at home, leaving two formidable individuals of over level 50 to guard the area while he returned to prepare. Discussions regarding Gu Huai's situation needed to be held with relevant leaders. In truth, Liu Jun had initially intended to keep Gu Huai in the provincial reserve team. However, due to insufficient resources at the provincial level, he was unable to provide Gu Huai with a purebred young dragon. Wishing to avoid delaying Gu Huai's progress, he reported the matter upwards. Every province maintains a reserve team. Once the members of these reserve teams elevate their ranks, they will transition into full-fledged team members. These official members are primarily responsible for pioneering new secret realms and dungeons that emerge within the province, thereby bolstering the province's strength. Those who demonstrate exceptional performance may be summoned by the nation to become members of the national team. I'm back. Before returning home, Gu Huai had contacted his parents, for at this hour, it would indeed be challenging to see them. Xiao Huai. Upon his arrival, his mother, Lin Wenqing, rushed over, her expression filled with concern. When she received Gu Huai's call, stating that he had urgent matters to discuss, her anxiety nearly consumed her. Fortunately, Gu Huai, aware of his mother's disposition, reassured her by adding it was good news, which eased Lin Wenqing's worries. Xiao Huai. Gu Huai's father, Gu Quan, also approached. Dad, Mom, Gu Huai beamed at his parents. Feeling elated. As their only child, he was dearly cherished by them. Mom, I'll go buy your favorite dishes. No need to trouble yourself. I'm here to update you on my situation. Due to my rather extraordinary awakening class, the individual responsible for transitions has already contacted the nation, and this afternoon, they plan to take me to the capital for training. Gu Huai smiled broadly. To Gu Huai's surprise, his parents did not respond with enthusiasm. If you undergo training, does that mean you will be joining the National Reserve Team? Gu Quan glanced at Lin Wenqing before inquiring. Yes. Gu Quan nudged Lin Wenqing gently, cautioning. You must take care of yourself over there. We are proud of you. He handed Gu Huai a card, saying, this contains the savings your mother and I have set aside for you, though it's not much. Subsequently, Lin Wenqing departed to purchase groceries, preparing a lavish meal. During this time, everyone was cheerful, yet Gu Huai could still sense the underlying concern in his parents' moods. Gu Huai could roughly understand their feelings. With his remarkable talent drawing the nation's attention, he would be heading to the capital for training. Under normal circumstances, this would lead to joining the National Reserve Team and eventually becoming a formal member. The benefits and prospects for formal members were exceptional, a dream for many who sought to transition. Yet, there lay a significant concern. The mortality rate within the national team was alarmingly high. As parents, they naturally wished for their child to succeed, but their foremost desire was for his safety. Nevertheless, they could not deter Gu Huai. Defending one's homeland was a civic duty for every citizen. If neither he nor anyone else stepped forward, the nation would be on the brink of peril. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Huai departed. His parents stood at the doorway, waiting until Gu Huai's figure had completely vanished before retreating back inside. Old Quan, Xiao Huai will be all right, won't he? Lin Wenqing asked, her voice laced with apprehension. Rest assured, Xiao Huai has always been exceptionally clever. He will be fine. Gu Quan reassured her. At Jiangqing No. 1 High School, the assessment results were released. Zhang Wanqing not only excelled at Jiangqing No. 1 but also ranked impressively high in Hang Province, securing the 8th position. The principal was overjoyed. Principal, what about Gu Huai? After learning of her own results, Zhang Wanqing was thrilled, but her thoughts were predominantly occupied with Gu Huai. I'm not entirely sure about Gu Huai's situation, the principal replied, evasively. He was not privy to much information regarding Gu Huai's impending training in the capital, as Liu Jun had insisted on keeping that matter confidential. Not sure? Zhang Wanqing murmured, her expression turning serious. She had heard that some individuals, due to their unique transitional classes, were summoned by the province ahead of time. Given the extraordinary phenomenon Gu Huai had caused during his transition, Zhang Wanqing speculated that his new class must be formidable. Gu Huai, you must have already been inducted into the provincial reserve team, right? I will strive to secure a top 3 finish in this genius training camp, so I can seek you out in the reserve team. Wait for me. Zhang Wanqing believed that Gu Huai had indeed been preemptively enrolled in the provincial reserve team. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. 8 years prior, Jiaolong had produced a prodigy who was similarly recruited into the provincial reserve team from the outset. As for the national level, Zhang Wanqing dared not contemplate, nor could she fathom that realm. Under normal circumstances, individuals participated in assessments on the day of their transition. Those who performed well could join the provincial genius training camp, where they would undergo concentrated training for a month. Outstanding performers would then advance to the provincial reserve team, enhancing their capabilities until they reached a certain level and could join the provincial team. Only those who exhibited exceptional performance within this framework might connect with the nation. Zhang Wanqing had yet to encounter anyone, like Gu Huai, who had been singled out by the national level and transferred from a local city to the capital. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Gu Huai, under Lu Jun's guidance, arrived in the capital, the grandest and most bustling city of Longhua. This world was vast, and the wilderness posed significant dangers. Typically, traveling from one city to another lacked the convenience of high-speed trains or similar transportation. The means of traversing between cities generally boiled down to 2 options. One could either walk across the wilds to reach another city, which carried inherent risks and necessitated the companionship of formidable allies while adhering to a pre-planned route, or one could utilize teleportation arrays to journey to another city, a method devoid of risk but costly. As for traversing the skies, that was not without possibility, yet it came with extreme peril. Attempting to navigate the air without sufficient strength was tantamount to courting death. Lu Jun opted for the teleportation array, unwilling to expose Gu Huai to unnecessary risks. Furthermore, the wild route would consume too much time. While he could afford to wait, Gu Huai could not. Although the teleportation method was expensive, it was subsidized by the state, making it acceptable to Lu Jun. Chapter 005, the sovereign of the 4 sacred beasts. The Azure Dragon egg. Is this really the capital? Stepping out of the Mage Guild, Gu Huai beheld the incessant flow of people, the skies filled with flying vehicles, and towering skyscrapers all around, causing him to exclaim. The fusion of games and reality had led to global urbanization. Coupled with the emergence of various occupational roles, today's metropolises were exceedingly advanced. Lu Jun elaborated alongside him. Indeed, Gu Huai nodded in agreement. Although the amalgamation of games and reality had exponentially expanded the world's dimensions, the territory truly belonging to humanity had paradoxically diminished. Once home to over 200 nations, the world had rapidly consolidated into just 5. The rules of the game now encompassed national and territorial regulations. Only 5 national tokens existed. Only nations possessing these tokens would gain recognition, activating the national level and ranking systems. National levels were determined by the progress made in pioneering new territories. Currently, Longhua's national level stood at level 80, with efforts underway to conquer an 80-level dungeon. Upon successful conquest, the level would rise to 85. The ranking system was divided into the overall National Combat Power Index and individual rankings, with a capacity for 10,000 names. Merely being listed would yield rewards, particularly for those who ranked in the National Combat Power Index, where the rewards were exceptionally generous. Cities, too, require a decree of establishment to be bestowed with the name of a city. A city that lacks the protection of such a decree is akin to the wilderness, where monsters may spawn randomly, posing considerable danger. The decree of establishment also serves to elevate the city's level, which in turn constrains its size, as well as the resources and wild creatures in its vicinity. It is precisely for this reason that most nations have united, forming 5 new countries: the Dragon Kingdom, the United States, the Bear Kingdom, the Empire of the Setting Sun, and the Romantic Kingdom. As for the island nation, during the process of integration, the entire island sank, leaving only a handful of its inhabitants in the world. Come, I shall take you to the job change center. You will be even more astonished there, Lu Jun said mysteriously, leading the way and hailing a flying vehicle, beckoning Gu Huai to board. The imperial capital was truly immense. Gu Huai estimated that had he ventured here alone, he certainly would have gotten lost. The job change center of the imperial capital is situated on a floating island within the city. It is a genuine city suspended in the air, known as the Inner City, where the true dignitaries of the Dragon Kingdom reside. Lu Jun spoke with a tinge of envy in his tone, and Gu Huai was equally astonished. But you needn't envy, my friend. With your talent, it won't be long before you reside in the Inner City, becoming a figure whom even I must look up to. Lu Jun remarked wistfully, to which Gu Huai offered no reply. Thanks to you. I wouldn't have had the privilege to enter the job change center on the floating city otherwise, Lu Jun chuckled. Half an hour later, guided by the flying vehicle, they arrived before the job change center of the floating city. It was a grand structure, soaring over 100 stories high. This is the job change center. Allow me to make a call. Lu Jun, usually brash, adopted a more cautious demeanor upon arriving at this place. Lu Jun, a level 70 powerhouse, was considered a prominent figure in Han province. Yet here in the imperial capital, especially in the inner city, he was merely ordinary. One could likely drop a brick and hit a multitude of level 70 elites. Teacher, I have arrived. Shall we proceed to the first floor? Very well. After hanging up, Lu Jun exhaled. Follow me, but keep a low profile here. The imperial capital is not like Han province. Level 70s are as common as dirt. And there are many who have undergone their third job change. While one can reach level 70, that does not guarantee the ability to undergo a third job change. The materials required to activate the third job change dungeon are not easily gathered, and even if one does manage to activate it, passing through the dungeon is no simple feat. Understood, Gu Huai nodded, obediently trailing behind Lu Jun. The hall of the job change center was expansive. Upon entering, Lu Jun nervously located a room labeled conference room and knocked on the door. Come in. A voice soon called from within. As Gu Huai pushed the door open, he immediately noticed several intense gazes fixed upon him. Teacher, Lu Jun addressed an elder with great respect. Ah, Xiao Jun has arrived. Come, take a seat. This must be your Gu Huai. One of the spirited elders stood up and smiled. Greetings, teacher. I am Gu Huai, he replied, though he did not recognize these individuals. Their presence in this place signified their elevated status. Such a polite young lad. I appreciate that. Although you may have learned much through Xiao Jun, I still need to clarify a few matters. The elder's smile was kind and warm. Speak on. There's not much to discuss. Mainly that we will provide you with the resources you need for growth, but in return, we expect to see hope from you. Coincidentally, in 3 days, there will be a selection competition for the national team's reserve members. Give it a try. Rest assured, we shall provide you with a dragon hatchling. With a wave of the elder's hand, a blue-green egg, the size of a head, appeared before Gu Huai's eyes. This is the dragon egg, the legendary blue dragon egg. See if you can form a contract with it. Blue dragon. Upon hearing those words, Gu Huai's breath quickened. The blue dragon, said to be the foremost among the 4 sacred beasts, is one of the mightiest dragons. Initially, Gu Huai thought that the nation might gift him a lesser dragon, perhaps a river dragon or a western dragon. He truly did not anticipate such generosity from the state, starting off with a blue dragon. The elder was pleased with Gu Huai's reaction. Truth be told, had there been anyone capable of hatching this blue dragon egg, it would not have fallen to Gu Huai. The presentation of the blue dragon egg was also a test to gauge Gu Huai's capability to hatch it. If he could succeed, it would significantly elevate his importance. If not, they would have to provide him with a fire dragon egg instead. Let us see. Gu Huai endeavored to calm himself. His gaze fixed upon the blue dragon egg as he examined its information. Item, blue dragon egg. Quality. Description, the egg of the blue dragon. The foremost among the 4 sacred beasts. The Azure Dragon possesses unparalleled power, attainable only by the fated. The description was succinct, merely a few brief sentences. Taking a deep breath, Gu Huai directed his gaze towards the elder and the other eagerly watchful seniors, softly stating, I shall begin. All eyes were upon Gu Huai, filled with anticipation. As high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, their foremost concern was the nation's benefit. They all hoped for Gu Huai's success. Lu Jun, unable to contain his trembling, silently urged, Gu Huai, you must succeed. Amidst their expectations, Gu Huai activated the dragon summoning technique. Chapter 006, The Terrifying Little Blue Dragon. The Dragon Summoning Technique. Gu Huai gently placed one hand on the blue dragon egg, a surge of vibrant life force radiating outward from its core. A drop of golden blood materialized at Gu Huai's fingertip, slowly dripping onto the surface of the blue dragon egg. Crack. The sound of the eggshell fracturing resonated in the quiet conference room. Had he truly succeeded? Their pupils dilated, tears welling in their eyes. The blue dragon egg had been brought forth as a last resort. It was of utmost importance, a treasure awarded to the national treasury at the founding of their nation. For 30 years, they had employed countless methods and summoned numerous prodigies, yet no one had succeeded in hatching this blue dragon egg. Their generation of elders had despaired. This time, they approached it with a sense of trial, yet they never anticipated that this young man would indeed succeed. They held their breath, refraining from interrupting Gu Huai, for they understood that they had now entered the most crucial phase. Should Gu Huai succeed in forming a contract, once he matured, the Dragon Kingdom would gain an ultimate force of power. Gu Huai, however, was momentarily oblivious to the thoughts of these dignitaries. His entire focus was on the nascent life within the dragon egg. A small, blue-green creature, approximately 20 centimeters long, emerged from its shell, revealing its little head. Its gaze was innocent and pure. Yay! The little blue dragon's first sight was that of the young man before her. She sensed a bond of blood and water, feeling a profound sense of familiarity and comfort, uncertain whether it was due to a shared bloodline or the art of dragon taming. Gu Huai could comprehend the meaning behind the little Azure Dragon's cries. Thus, his expression darkened. "Little one, I am not your mother." "Ya, Mama. Mama." The small Azure Dragon struggled to emerge from its eggshell, its movements clumsy and laborious. "I am not. I am your family." "Ya, Papa." The little dragon's unsteady gait prompted Gu Huai to extend his hand, cradling her gently in his palm. "Little one, I am your companion. As for your parents, I shall assist you in finding them." Gu Huai did not deceive the Azure Dragon. He found himself quite fond of this adorably charming creature. "Ya, no. The little dragon turned her head defiantly, but it was not long before a pitiful expression graced her face. "Ya, Papa. I'm hungry." The Azure Dragon's adorably silly expression stirred Gu Huai's youthful heart. Hungry? Gu Huai's mind raced. He recalled having seen some novels prior to his transmigration that depicted hatching dragons. It seemed they often fed the dragons their eggshells, claiming that it contained immense energy, ideally suited for newborn dragons. With this thought, Gu Huai picked up a shard of the eggshell from the ground and offered it to the little dragon. She sniffed it, her eyes suddenly sparkling, and took a bite, producing a satisfying crunch. "Ya, delicious." The little dragon tilted her head, her eyes narrowing into slits of joy. Unable to resist, Gu Huai ruffled her head, and she displayed a look of pure enjoyment, reveling in her interactions with her papa. "There's plenty more, all for you." Gu Huai felt a surge of happiness. Initially, he had merely thought this profession to be formidable, but now he genuinely cherished it. Along with the delightful little Azure Dragon nestled in his palm, he gathered the remaining eggshells, feeding them to her piece by piece. It was then that Gu Huai noticed the eager gazes of those around him. He chuckled awkwardly, having completely forgotten about the esteemed figures present. "No worries. Take care of the little dragon's emotions first. We can address our matters gradually." The elderly man's smile grew even more benevolent as he contemplated whether to introduce his 12-year-old granddaughter to Gu Huai. Unbeknownst to Gu Huai, the elder's thoughts would have likely left him speechless had he known. All right. With the elder's affirmation, Gu Huai dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the little Azure Dragon. During this time, he casually glanced at the dragon's data, and his heart skipped a beat. The statistics were astonishing. No wonder he felt a surge in strength. Species, little Azure Dragon. Name, none. Level, LV1. Strength, 200. Mentality, 200. Agility, 200. Constitution, 200. Talent. Azure Dragon's power contains the power of the Azure Dragon, dealing an additional 100 final damage upon attack. Skills, Azure Dragon's Claw, LV1. Power of the Green Wood, LV1. Azure Dragon's Breath, LV1. Azure Dragon's Claw, LV1. Active skill. Upon use, it draws power from the surroundings, causing 10 damage. Power of the Green Wood, LV1. Active skill, a restorative type move, upon use. The dragon gathers surrounding wood attribute energy, restoring 10 mental health to the target, increasing the dragon's strength and mentality by 20 for 10 minutes. Azure Dragon's Breath, LV1. Active skill, an area attack. The dragon exhales its breath, dealing damage to monsters within a certain range. With a damage coefficient of 8 for mentality. Combat Power Index, 800. A level 1 Azure Dragon possessed such terrifying strength. An index of 800 compelled Gu Huai to exclaim the legendary status of the 4 holy beasts. Moreover, each of these skills was more formidable than the last. Single target attack, area attack, and restorative buff all encompassed. The damage coefficients were absurdly high. A mere level 1 could unleash tenfold the strength. Particularly outrageous was the talent named Azure Dragon's Power, which inflicted an additional 100 final damage. Gu Huai surmised that even a top-tier level 10 profession might struggle against the Azure Dragon's Breath. Based on estimates, the growth attributes of top-tier professions were approximately 30 free points per level, culminating in only 300 combat power by level 10. Coupled with level 10 epic equipment, they might just be able to withstand a confrontation with the little Azure Dragon. Equipment varied in quality, ranging from white, ordinary, and green, excellent, to blue, rare, purple, uncommon, orange, epic, red, heavenly, and gold, legendary. Truly extravagant. However, this also meant that his own attributes had significantly risen. Gu Huai cast a glance at his own panel. Strength, 70. Mentality, 70. Agility, 70. Constitution, 70. Combat Power Index, 280. This combat power index could only be described as extravagant. The combination of the Dragon Tamer's power and their bloodline connection allowed him to inherit 30 attributes from the little dragon, which was truly extraordinary. The little Azure Dragon's experience has reached its limit. Due to insufficient Dragon Tamer level, the level cannot be increased. Please elevate your own level promptly. As the little dragon consumed the eggshell, Gu Huai received this notification. Eating eggshells can lead to leveling up? Perhaps I should try it myself? Instinctively, Gu Huai picked up a piece of the eggshell and took a bite. It was hard, indeed, remarkably hard. Thankfully, he was clever, otherwise he might have chipped a tooth. Chapter 007, The Nation's Welfare. An unlimited black gold credit card. Gu Huai gazed down at the little Azure Dragon, who munched on the eggshell as if it were a potato chip, marveling inwardly at her impressive biting ability. Under the intense scrutiny of such esteemed individuals, Gu Huai felt somewhat restrained from playing with the little dragon. Their stares were simply too fervent. After devouring half the eggshell, the little dragon let out a satisfied burp. Yeah, full, time to sleep. Full and ready for sleep? The little dragon nodded, prompting Gu Huai to swiftly activate the Dragon Tamer's art, causing the little dragon's form to vanish from the sight of the onlookers, returning to the dragon taming space. The dragon taming space was born after Gu Huai formed a pact with the little Azure Dragon, accessible only to dragon-like creatures that had contracted with him. Once the little dragon was inside, the esteemed figures eagerly inquired, Gu Huai, how formidable is that little Azure Dragon? Although they possessed the ability to probe the dragon's attributes, they refrained from invading Gu Huai's privacy or disturbing the little dragon. You may see for yourselves. Gu Huai remained silent, instead projecting the little dragon's panel for their perusal. Upon viewing the panel he presented, the esteemed figures could not help but murmur in disbelief. Truly monstrous. No wonder the Azure Dragon is regarded as the leader of the four holy beasts. Its initial attributes and skills are indeed extraordinary. I see no need to contract any other dragons. Simply this Azure Dragon alone could become an ultimate powerhouse. Their gazes towards Gu Huai grew increasingly fervent. Gu Huai, do you have any specific requirements for the next dragon? The elder inquired, aware that Gu Huai could contract two dragon-like beings. Requirements? Nothing too demanding. Something comparable to the little Azure Dragon would suffice. The words of Gu Huai elicited a disdainful glance from the elderly man. It is impossible to surpass the little Azure Dragon. Why not mention an attribute? I shall contemplate ways to assist you in acquiring it. Well then, let us be casual. I have a penchant for the more forceful types. Gu Huai's knowledge of dragons is rather limited, primarily encompassing the likes of the Ancestral Dragon, the Candle Dragon, and the Yinglong Dragon, entities that stand on par with the little Azure Dragon, or perhaps even exceed it. Gu Huai surmised that obtaining them would be beyond reach. He was already quite content to have secured the little Azure Dragon. Something more forceful, you say? I do have something in mind. The old man chuckled, stroking his beard. If you can secure first place in this selection competition, I shall prepare a delightful surprise for you. Additionally, within this package is sustenance for the little Azure Dragon, along with a black gold credit card. You may use this credit card for transactions throughout the Dragon Kingdom, with no limit on expenditure. The state will reimburse you up to 100 million a year. Thank you, teacher, Gu Huai exclaimed, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. A credit card with no spending cap, backed by state reimbursement of 100 million annually, is indeed a monumental boon. Lu Jun, standing nearby, felt his eyes welling with envy. A limitless credit card, with the state footing the bill for 100 million, was sheer ecstasy. For someone like him, despite earning an annual salary, it barely reached 2 million. While that amount sufficed for daily expenses, acquiring a full set of level 70 divine gear or a luxurious car remained a distant dream. Not to mention the newly introduced equipment enhancement feature for level 80 gear, which was utterly unaffordable. Every Dungeon-esque strategy has a certain impact on the nation, especially those concerning levels 60 and 80. When the requirement for second and third transitions arises at level 10, major version updates occur. The 60-level version introduced the Battle Pet feature, allowing those who reach level 50 to contract a Battle Pet, thus significantly enhancing their power and reducing the difficulty of the second transition at level 50. Similarly, the 80-level version unveiled the equipment enhancement feature, usable only upon reaching level 70, which could substantially boost equipment attributes and ease the challenges of the third transition. By the way, how should I address you teachers? Gu Huai, still unaware of their names, inquired. I am surnamed Li. I am surnamed Zhao. I am surnamed Qian. I am surnamed Wenren. The group greeted Gu Huai with remarkable warmth, each revealing their surname. Should outsiders learn of their affectionate demeanor towards a junior, they would surely be astounded, for these individuals stood at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom, each a formidable presence listed among the world's elite. All were level 80 titans, adorned in terrifyingly enhanced divine gear. Young lad, you have just turned 18 this year, correct? Indeed, teacher Li. Could you do me a favor? The elderly man, who initially wore a kind smile, now appeared earnest. What is it? Would you be so kind as to fetch my granddaughter from the first primary school in the imperial capital? Oldly, you are being too unreasonable. Before Gu Huai could object, the others chimed in, their expressions filled with indignation. Gu Huai looked bewildered. What was the matter with these individuals? Do not heed Old Li's words, Gu Huai. My granddaughter is also 18 this year. You might find her quite lovely. How shameless of you. Are you picking on me for not having a granddaughter? But young Huai, my grandson bears a striking resemblance to a girl, if you are interested. As Gu Huai observed the grandmasters wrestling with one another, his reverence for them shattered like glass upon impact with the ground. Lu Jun struggled to stifle his laughter, his face turning crimson. Eventually, Gu Huai found himself in possession of a photograph, a strikingly beautiful girl, perhaps even surpassing Zhang Wanqing in allure. Wenren Xue? What a melodious name. Gu Huai mused, shaking his head as he contemplated discarding the picture. However, he reconsidered, fearing that tossing it away might provoke old Wenren to lecture him further. With no other choice, Gu Huai tucked the photograph into his backpack to ponder later. That evening, Gu Huai found himself residing in the opulent presidential suite of the transfer center, courtesy of teacher Li's arrangements, allowing him to indulge in its luxuries. The bed was truly vast. One could sleep in any position. Gu Huai rolled around a couple of times, then called his parents, sharing reassuring tidbits for about half an hour before hanging up. He was ready to wash up and retire for the night. The day's events had been quite stimulating, and he needed time to process it all. Moreover, as per Old Li's words, the next 3 days would require diligent effort to level up, with hopes of completing his first transition before the National Reserve Team selection competition. Just as Gu Huai was halfway through his wash, the little Azure Dragon awakened, soaring out of the beast taming space with an adorable call. Aya, Daddy, I'm hungry. Chapter 008. The Little Azure Dragon, Champion of Cuteness. The moment the little Azure Dragon emerged, it exuded cuteness, leaving Gu Huai to question whether this truly was the Azure Dragon, the foremost of the 4 sacred beasts. It resembled a charming little dragon more than anything. Gu Huai mused, if such an adorable dragon existed in reality, it would surely be a sensation. Aya. The little Azure Dragon tilted its head, observing Gu Huai, who appeared somewhat different from the daytime, a hint of confusion in its eyes. Nevertheless, it sensed a bloodline connection and affectionately nudged its small head against Gu Huai. Water from the shower cascaded over the little Azure Dragon, which erupted in joyous giggles. Clearly delighted. Do you enjoy bathing, little Azure Dragon? Aya. The little creature likely did not comprehend the concept of bathing, yet it nodded in agreement to Gu Huai's question. Then I shall prepare a basin of water for you. This presidential suite was equipped with a bathtub, which Gu Huai had yet to utilize. The little Azure Dragon, unaware of Gu Huai's intentions, remained a well-behaved child, trusting that whatever Daddy decided would be just fine. The little Azure Dragon nestled comfortably against Gu Huai's arm, finding solace in his presence. Gu Huai filled the tub with water and inquired, How is this temperature for you, little Azure Dragon? Upon hearing this, the little Azure Dragon performed a spectacular 360-degree dive, splashing into the bathtub with a resounding plop. It flipped over in the water, poking its head above the surface. Perhaps due to the warmth, its cheeks flushed a shade of pink. Gu Huai watched in bewilderment. Why the rosy cheeks? Is the water too hot? The little Azure Dragon nodded shyly, burying its head beneath the water. For the little dragon, breathing underwater felt just as natural as on land. Gu Huai could not help but marvel at the dragon race's extraordinary capabilities, able to traverse heaven and earth, excelling in aerial, terrestrial, and aquatic battles. Aya. It's fine. The little Azure Dragon's voice emerged from the water, producing a few delightful bubbles, undeniably cute. As long as it's acceptable. However, do not scamper off just yet. Allow me to apply some fragrant body wash upon you. The little Azure Dragon remained obediently still, though she buried her head beneath the water, too timid to gaze upon Gu Huai. Unperturbed, Gu Huai squeezed a dollop of body wash and spread it across the Azure Dragon's body. Initially, her temperature was quite frigid, yet as she soaked in the warm water, her warmth began to rise, rendering her touch pleasantly comforting. The little dragon's form was initially rigid, but soon she relaxed, languidly resting upon Gu Huai's hand. A visage of pure bliss. Observing the little dragon's contentment, Gu Huai felt a swell of pride. Since you enjoy bathing so much, I shall indulge you frequently, he declared. Yeah, I love it, Daddy. The little dragon joyfully took flight, nuzzling her soapy head against Gu Huai's face. He had no time to evade, and thus his visage was soon covered in a frothy lather. Little dragon, do not flit about recklessly. Yeah. No. Bathing the little Azure Dragon proved rather exhausting, primarily because she was so playful. Aside from her initial compliance, she soon began frolicking in the bathroom with Gu Huai, thoroughly enjoying herself. Approximately half an hour later, the little dragon, looking thoroughly fatigued, leaned against Gu Huai's shoulder and pointed to her belly. Hungry again? Gu Huai inquired, to which the little dragon nodded. You should eat. Then, he retrieved a dragon crystal from his backpack. Every class changer receives a spatial backpack upon successful transition, though the initial one is modest, merely 1 cubic meter in size. However, Oldly bestowed upon Gu Huai a spatial ring of 30 cubic meters, containing a multitude of items. He produced a verdant dragon crystal belonging to the wood element. The Azure Dragon, being of the wood element, would likely find this crystal particularly enticing. As Gu Huai had anticipated, the moment she beheld the green dragon crystal, drool began to form, and she promptly leapt from his shoulder. Fearful of her injury, Gu Huai instinctively caught her, momentarily forgetting that she could fly. No rush, this is specially prepared for you. Yeah, Daddy is the best. The little dragon cradled the crystal and began to nibble on it, her face alight with satisfaction. Watching her relish her treat, a smile of contentment graced Gu Huai's features. This little Azure Dragon was simply too adorable. Unable to resist, he gently ruffled her head, to which she responded with a soft sound, continuing to savor the dragon crystal. At present, her level was quite low, merely at level 1, and her appetite was still modest. After consuming 3 pieces, she displayed a look of satisfaction and let out a contented burp. Full now? Then it's time for you to rest. Yeah. The little dragon obediently returned to the dragon space, leaving Gu Huai to gaze at the now solitary room, feeling a twinge of melancholy. However, he was accustomed to it. He leapt onto the grand bed, staring at the ceiling while reflecting on the events that had transpired. Yeah, I want to sleep with Daddy. Just then, a ripple of spatial energy manifested, and the little dragon emerged once more from the dragon space. She glanced at Gu Huai's position and, without hesitation, burrowed into his embrace. Cool and comforting, she nestled against him. You little rascal. Gu Huai sighed resignedly, his gaze softening, observing the little dragon drifting off to sleep. Drooling slightly as if dreaming of delectable treats, he instinctively murmured, having you is truly wonderful. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Gu Huai was roused from slumber. The little dragon had somehow managed to snake her way onto his face, nudging her tiny head against his cheek. Such a spirited little creature she was. Gu Huai opened his eyes groggily, and upon seeing the little Azure Dragon before him, a smile unconsciously spread across his face. What's the matter, little dragon? Yeah, hungry. Gu Huai was momentarily speechless. Could this little one truly be as voracious as a dragon? Nevertheless, he retrieved a wood element dragon crystal from his backpack and offered it to her, allowing her to feast to her heart's content. After all, how could he resist such a charming creature? Watching her devour the dragon crystal was a delight in itself. It was barely past 5. Perhaps he could indulge in a bit more slumber. Gu Huai yawned, realizing that rising so early left him with little to occupy his time. Unlike other professions, which required honing skills and combat techniques, he merely needed to observe as the little dragon engaged in battle. Battle. An important thought struck him. Would the little dragon be prepared for combat? He pondered whether she might end up like a character from an anime, possessing great strength, yet paralyzed by fear due to an opponent's fearsome appearance, unable to fight at all. No, he must ensure that he cultivates her combat awareness and instincts. Otherwise, it would be quite the farce. Chapter 009. Deceiving the Little Dragon. It seems only half successful. Before that, he needed to effectively guide the little dragon, establishing a proper worldview within her, rather than simply indulging her playful nature. It was crucial to instill the right beliefs from a young age. For sharpening the saw does not delay the work of cutting wood. With this thought, Gu Huai became resolute. Little dragon, the Azure Dragon, still happily gnawing on her dragon crystal, paused her actions and turned her pure, innocent gaze towards Gu Huai, making him feel somewhat bashful about his intentions. But remembering that this was for her benefit, he steeled his heart. Early education is indeed vital. Gu Huai was uncertain how to train the little dragon, or the subsequent hatchlings he would acquire, but he understood one thing. Whether it be young children or hatchlings, foundational education is of utmost importance. If a correct worldview could be established early on, it would make future interactions with them far more manageable, sparing him from needing to constantly rectify their mistakes. Furthermore, it was essential to cultivate within the little dragon a desire to grow stronger. Yeah, the little dragon tilted her head adorably upon hearing Gu Huai's words. He organized his thoughts. Is this dragon crystal delicious? The little dragon nodded vigorously, drool cascading from her mouth. And if someone were to attempt to snatch your dragon crystal, what would you do? Yeah, I'll beat them up. The little dragon's reaction was particularly animated, adopting a fierce expression. She stuffed the remaining half of her dragon crystal into her embrace, clearly indicating that anyone daring to steal her treasure would face her wrath. Gu Huai chuckled inwardly, sensing he had discovered the little one's soft spot. Little glutton. But what if you are unable to defeat them? He continued to guide her. The little dragon did not hesitate. Yeah, Daddy, beat them up. What if he began. If I am also unable to win. Gu Huai nearly divulged too much. The little dragon froze, her mind racing. Daddy can't win either? Confusion clouded her innocent eyes as she struggled to comprehend the implications. If we cannot defeat our opponent, we shall strive to enhance our own strength, thus enabling us to triumph over them. Yay! Father, how clever! The little Azure Dragon's eyes immediately sparkled with admiration, much to Gu Huai's delight. So, how shall we become stronger? Gu Huai continued to guide her. The little Azure Dragon pondered for 2 seconds and proudly replied, Yay! Effort! Upon hearing this response, a vein throbbed on Gu Huai's forehead. And how should we exert this effort? Yea, Father, let us strive together. Observing the little Azure Dragon's innocent demeanor, Gu Huai sighed. Realizing a different approach to enlightenment was necessary. With a quick turn of thought, he devised a new method. Little Azure Dragon, let me tell you a story. The little Azure Dragon nodded joyfully, although she was uncertain of what a story was, or if it was edible. However, as Father had mentioned it, her happiness was assured. After all, what ill intentions could a father possibly harbor? The little Azure Dragon was exceedingly naive. Long, long ago, within a grand castle, resided a little Azure Dragon who possessed an abundance of dragon crystals. The little Azure Dragon could not help but drool at the thought. She was now utterly immersed in the vivid imagery painted by Gu Huai. One day, a formidable black dragon appeared from outside. Upon seeing the little Azure Dragon's myriad of dragon crystals, the black dragon seized them by force. The little Azure Dragon was no match for the black dragon, and all her dragon crystals were taken from her, leaving her battered and bruised. Wah! As she listened, the little Azure Dragon began to cry, seemingly identifying with the plight of the beaten dragon. Gu Huai was unsure whether her tears stemmed from empathy or the loss of the precious dragon crystals. Deprived of her dragon crystals, the little Azure Dragon was consumed by fury. She yearned to vanquish the black dragon, but was at a loss as to how. Just then, a young man, as handsome as myself, appeared and imparted upon her the method to grow stronger, to diligently slay monsters, and elevate her own level. Before long, through her relentless efforts, the little Azure Dragon ascended in levels and successfully defeated the black dragon, reclaiming the remaining dragon crystals. As Gu Huai recounted this tale, he noticed that the little Azure Dragon, who had been silently weeping moments before, now radiated with newfound determination, her eyes gleaming as if ignited by an indomitable spirit. Gu Huai was quite pleased with her transformation and nodded, inquiring, So, little Azure Dragon, do you now understand how to strive? The little Azure Dragon displayed a look of comprehension and chirped enthusiastically, Yay yay. Effort to slay monsters, seize others' dragon crystals. Gu Huai was momentarily at a loss for words. While the notion of slaying monsters was indeed correct, what was this about seizing others' dragon crystals? Ahem, little Azure Dragon, it is wrong to take what belongs to others. Such behavior is characteristic of a wicked dragon. Just like in the story, if you witnessed the black dragon stealing the little Azure Dragon's dragon crystals, how would you feel? Yay, I would also want to seize. The little Azure Dragon smiled widely, and Gu Huai's expression darkened considerably. It appeared that this session of enlightenment had only succeeded halfway. At 8 o'clock, old Li's call came through, instructing Gu Huai to await at door 5 on the first floor of the Job Change Center by 8:30. The individuals he was to meet were students from the Imperial Capital University, members of the Li family. Gu Huai was not entirely clear on the specifics. He merely knew someone would be calling him at 8:30. Little Azure Dragon, you should hide in my sleeve for now and behave. After more than 2 hours of enlightening education, Gu Huai finally managed to persuade the little Azure Dragon, instilling in her the understanding that taking others' possessions was wrong. Such thoughts should not reside in her mind. However, if someone were to bully her, she must not relent. In essence, it was the principle of if others do not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if they do offend me, I shall certainly retaliate. The little Azure Dragon listened, somewhat perplexed, and Gu Huai was uncertain how much she truly grasped. Let us descend at 8:20. Soon enough, the clock struck 8:20. Gu Huai did not retract the little Azure Dragon back into the dragon space. Instead, she nestled in his sleeve, peeking out occasionally. The surrounding crowd paid her no mind, as the breed of little Azure Dragons had never been seen before, and thus no one connected the dots. Even at just past 8, the Job Change Center was bustling with activity. The center served as a comprehensive platform for task distribution, sustenance, accommodation, and trade, specifically catering to those undergoing job changes. It possessed considerable authority, also overseeing the accountability of job changers. Should anyone violate the laws of the Dragon Nation, the center would issue relevant tasks for apprehension or extermination. Naturally, there were specialized departments within the center to address such matters. Chapter 010, a whole building of instances. Gu Huai arrived at door 5 2 minutes early. The job change center was particularly vast, boasting 9 grand entrances. After standing at the entrance for a brief moment, precisely at 30 minutes past the hour, his phone rang. Gu Huai instinctively answered the call. Soon, he noticed a gaze fixed upon him. It belonged to a young girl clad in casual wear. Appearing to be around 20 years old. With short hair, she exuded a clean and strikingly beautiful aura. Hello, you must be the dashing young man my grandfather mentioned? The girl lowered her phone and approached him naturally, curiosity etched on her face. She found it perplexing that her grandfather would suddenly assign her such a task, to accompany a newcomer for leveling up while ensuring the confidentiality of his existence. This was truly intriguing to her, as her grandfather had never bestowed upon her a task of this nature before. Driven by curiosity, she decided to come. Hello, my name is Gu Huai. Gu Huai maintained a composed demeanor while inwardly cursing. Old Li was indeed unreliable. Yesterday he had insisted that Gu Huai pick up his granddaughter from elementary school. And today he had introduced yet another granddaughter, Li Muyu. Their hands briefly touched before parting. Li Muyu then stated, last night, grandfather mentioned that you are only at level 1, correct? Yes. All right then, I shall take you to the instance area. Once we arrive, stay close to me and do not wander off. Although Li Muyu was curious about Gu Huai, she was not foolish enough to bombard him with questions upon their first meeting. Her grandfather had allotted her 3 days for this task, so there was ample time. I gather you are not from the imperial capital? Li Muyu casually inquired, as she sensed that Gu Huai seemed unfamiliar with his surroundings. Yes, I'm from Hang Province. Hang Province? That place is quite nice. I once visited there with companions. As they exchanged pleasantries, Gu Huai gleaned a portion of the imperial capital's situation. The location Li Muyu was escorting him to was a building known as the Instance Tower. According to Li Muyu, this edifice housed entrances to countless instances, totaling over 3,000, with more than 20,000 entrance points, making it the place with the largest number of instances in the world. Over 3,000? That's truly astonishing. Gu Huai was taken aback. Although he had yet to enter the instance at Jiaolong No. 1 High School, having spent 3 years there, he was aware that it contained a few instances. Merely 3 entrances to dungeons. Moreover, they are all tailored for level 110. There isn't a single one for those exceeding that by even 10 levels. It is said that the number of dungeons in Jiaolong is quite limited, with most levels featuring only 1 or 2 dungeons, a stark contrast when compared to the grand edifice in the imperial capital that boasts an astounding number of dungeon entries. Gu Huai found it difficult to fathom just how vast this building, housing over 3,000 dungeon entrances, could possibly be. Upon arriving at this dungeon skyscraper, Gu Huai was once again left in awe. Is this entire structure comprised of dungeons? As he gazed upon the edifice, which soared at least 100 stories high with an extensive footprint, Gu Huai could not help but inquire. Indeed, however, due to the nature of the dungeons, this building merely appears to be lofty. In reality, the number of floors is not as great, Li Muyu elucidated. Gu Huai nodded, recalling that Jiaolong No. 1 High School also featured a dungeon hall, which indeed possessed considerable space. Inside, there were only 30 floors, each housing approximately 100 halls, with the size of each hall primarily dictated by the popularity of the corresponding dungeon and the number of entrances available. Dungeons and their entrances are distinct entities. A dungeon resembles a room, while a dungeon entrance serves as the door to that room. Generally, more popular dungeons tend to have a greater number of entrances, while some obscure dungeons may only possess a single entrance. Typically, a dungeon entrance can accommodate 3 teams simultaneously. Should a 4th team wish to enter, they must wait for a member of the current teams to exit. Furthermore, the number of times one can enter a dungeon each day is also limited, preventing unrestricted access and ensuring the judicious use of resources. Consequently, the state has imposed strict limitations on the number of times individuals can enter and exit dungeons to prevent the squandering of valuable resources. At present, your level is 1, and you qualify for 7 dungeons, the one yielding the most experience being the Thunderous Ruins. However, this dungeon presents a considerable challenge, as it is designed for players of level 18, so we can temporarily disregard it for now. Li Muyu began filtering the dungeons suitable for Gu Huai. Wait, did you mention the Thunderous Ruins? Gu Huai immediately probed upon hearing those 4 words. What are the Thunderous Ruins? Li Muyu inquired, somewhat puzzled. Are there goblins, cat demons, and perhaps minotaurs within? Gu Huai further questioned. Not quite. The Thunderous Ruins is situated on a plateau littered with debris, devoid of effective cover, making it easy to attract large hordes of monsters, rendering it quite perilous. The old gentleman instructed me to guide you through a dungeon. But should we enter such a dungeon, my level would also be restricted to that of the lowest in the party, which is 1, Li Muyu added, her words trailing off. Yet Gu Huai understood the implication. This exemplifies the prowess of the game rules. The regulations are designed to prevent high-level players from rapidly elevating others' levels. which necessitates the implementation of certain restrictions. For instance, the level cap for the Thunderous Ruins is 18. If all 5 members of a party fall within this range, then there are no issues or restrictions. However, if anyone exceeds the limit by being over level 8, they may still join the party, albeit their strength will be curtailed. Firstly, their level will be adjusted to match that of the lowest member of the party. The effectiveness of their equipment will also be diminished to align with the corresponding level. Additionally, the number of skills they can wield will be limited to what is permissible at that level. The only advantage remains in battle experience and skill proficiency, which the rules cannot constrain. There's no harm in choosing this dungeon, Gu Huai remarked with a grin upon hearing Li Mu Yu's suggestion. Attracting a horde of monsters is perfectly suited for the little Azure Dragon to engage in combat. Once all the monsters are drawn together, the little Azure Dragon can unleash a breath of fire to swiftly eliminate them all. What's not to like? With the formidable presence of the little Azure Dragon, Gu Huai detests dungeons where monsters are dispersed. His only concern now is whether the little Azure Dragon can swiftly acclimatize to combat, as that is of utmost importance. Chapter 011. Enjoying the privilege of skipping the queue. Is this the dungeon you've chosen? Li Mu Yu was taken aback, and though she initially wished to object, she suddenly recalled the old gentleman's instructions and held her tongue. She had always been obedient to his wishes. Since he suggested this, he must have his reasons. Moreover, entering this dungeon does not necessarily require one to clear it to exit. Considering her own capabilities, at level 1, she truly does not possess formidable strength. Fortunately, as a top-tier profession, she can select 3 skills to bring along. She planned to focus on survival skills. In such a low-level dungeon, the monsters are relatively simple-minded, allowing ample opportunity to escape. There are indeed distinctions among professions of varying quality. For primary professions, the initial number of skills is 1, and every 10 levels. They gain 1 skill slot for learning new skills. Prior to their first promotion, each level up grants 10 free points for allocation. Intermediate professions begin with 1 skill, automatically gaining a professional skill and a learning slot every 10 levels, along with 15 free points upon leveling up. Advanced professions start with 2 skills, acquiring a professional skill and a learning slot every 10 levels, receiving 20 free points upon level up. Top-tier professions enjoy an initial skill count of 3, gaining a professional skill and 2 learning slots every 10 levels, alongside 30 free points upon leveling up. These stipulations pertain to pre-promotion. Subsequent changes may arise post-promotion. As for hidden professions, Li Mu Yu is uncertain of the specifics, as their characteristics can vary greatly. Some may even be inferior to primary professions, while others may surpass top-tier professions, resembling deities in their might. It suffices to say that the disparity in professional quality is significant. High-quality professions inherently possess considerable advantages. However, this is not to imply that lower-quality professions are devoid of opportunities. The path merely proves to be more arduous. In the national team, there exists a primary profession mage whose attributes are indeed somewhat lower than others, yet he has triumphed over many formidable opponents, successfully securing a spot in the team. If you wish to enter and experience the environment, then by all means, do so. However, remember not to overreach, Li Mu Yu cautioned earnestly, concerned that Gu Huai might recklessly wander, which could lead to complications. As for the little Azure Dragon, Li Mu Yu sensed little of its presence. Initially, it excitedly peeked around, but soon lost interest, coiling around Gu Huai's arm and drifting off to sleep. With Li Mu Yu's strength, she was unable to perceive the little Azure Dragon. All right, Gu Huai replied lazily, confident that all would become clear once inside. Then follow me. The Thunderous Ruins is not a highly sought-after dungeon, so there won't be many people there. I possess the privilege to skip the queue when someone exits. We shall be able to enter. Li Mu Yu's words brought Gu Huai great satisfaction. He relished the notion of having privileges. Naturally, this comes with the caveat that he holds privilege over others, rather than the other way around. After all, no one enjoys being overshadowed by others' privileges. Yet the sensation of possessing such privileges is undeniably exhilarating. In room 64 on the 23rd floor, the instances are primarily arranged according to their popularity. Prior to the installation of the instance, careful consideration is given to its appeal and conditions, followed by an appropriate ranking. We ascended in the elevator. Good. Gu Huai obediently followed behind Li Mu Yu, feeling quite unfamiliar with this place and thus needing a guide. Otherwise, one might easily fall into pitfalls. Moreover, he lacked the privilege to skip the queue. Each floor indeed towers high, which is evident from the speed of the elevator. Soon, we arrived at the 23rd floor. The first thing that caught the eye was an exceptionally long and high corridor, flanked by the names of various instances. Li Mu Yu, familiar with the area, casually glanced and said, "This way, follow me." After 5 minutes of navigating through a couple of turns, we reached the hall of the Thunder Ruins. Outside, A sign meticulously detailed the corresponding levels of the Thunder Ruins, the number of monsters within, and various monster weaknesses, all very comprehensive. There were 2 instance entrances, indicating that the Thunder Ruins were indeed not particularly popular. However, the hall was filled with individuals. Entering this hall, which was 7 or 8 meters high and could accommodate hundreds, Gu Huai murmured. 2 instance entrances already had 6 teams that had entered, while approximately 7 or 8 teams waited outside. You all just successfully changed professions yesterday, so it's quite normal for there to be more of you. I'll swipe my card, you wait for me here, Li Muyu remarked, walking directly towards a machine to swipe her vocation card. Beep, card swiped successfully. Identity confirmed, student of the Imperial Capital Academy, possessing the privilege to challenge instances with priority. The voice was loud enough for many to hear. Instead of showing anger, envy gleamed in their eyes. This beauty is actually a top student from the Imperial Capital University. How enviable. This time, I must strive harder. As long as I can get into the Imperial Capital Academy, I too can become someone extraordinary. The Imperial Capital Academy is the dream of countless individuals who have just changed professions. They yearn to be admitted, for to them, entry signifies ascendance, granting them numerous privileges. These privileges are not viewed as undeserved, as they understand that their predecessors fought valiantly for them. Next up is us. Be attentive when we enter. Li Muyu was accustomed to the words of these individuals and paid them no mind. All right, Gu Huai nodded, also drawing attention due to Li Muyu. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes, a rookie team emerged, brushing past Gu Huai. Simultaneously, Li Muyu initiated a team invitation, to which Gu Huai accepted. As they approached the instance entrance, a blue virtual screen appeared before them. Instance, Thunder Ruins. Level requirement, level 18. Selectable difficulty, easy, normal, hard, hell, nightmare. Instance introduction. A millennium ago, this was a small town. However, due to a battle between 2 powerful beings, the wrath of heaven was stirred, transforming it into ruins under the bombardment of heavenly tribulations, scattered with remnants of lightning. Here, one must be wary of not just tangible enemies. Shall we opt for the easy difficulty instance? Li Muyu inquired, though her mind was already set on it. All right. Gu Huai glanced at Li Muyu, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. It would be better to let actions speak louder than words. Arguing was futile at this point. As for showing Li Muyu the attributes of the little Azure Dragon, Gu Huai was not foolish enough to do so. Sharing his panel with those prominent figures yesterday was solely due to their status. Let us set off. Li Muyu, as the team leader, confirmed the selection. Immediately, the previously sealed door swung open, and Li Muyu beckoned for Gu Huai to enter. Upon stepping through the instance's entrance, Gu Huai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Once the sensation faded, he found himself in a new world, a realm of ruins, where the ground occasionally flickered with electric sparks. How remarkably vivid. Gu Huai's gaze swept across the surroundings, extending into an indistinct horizon, resembling a true wasteland. Isn't it incredibly realistic? Li Muyu chuckled at Gu Huai's words. When I first entered an instance world, I was even more astonished than you. It was not one filled with ruins, but one teeming with NPCs, where everything mirrored the reality we know. Her tone was laden with nostalgia, especially in subsequent narrative-driven instances. You must immerse yourself in their perspectives, think as they do, and fight alongside them. The experience becomes profoundly authentic, so real that it almost creates an illusion, making them appear as living beings. Upon hearing Li Muyu's words, Gu Huai recalled the textbooks that emphasized not to be deceived by the worlds within instances, as everything therein is fictitious. When he first read that, he felt indifferent. But observing Li Muyu's demeanor and the realism of the Thunder Ruins made Gu Huai realize he needed to adjust his mindset. All right, monsters are approaching ahead. Do you see those large yellow rats? They are the primary monsters in this instance. They may appear quite adorable, but their aggression is formidable. Do not be misled by their appearance. As she spoke, a radiant glow enveloped Li Muyu, completing a magnificent transformation, clad in splendid golden armor. Her hair turned golden as well. Wielding a yellow spear, she instantly became the Valkyrie of gold. Gu Huai's eyes nearly dazzled from the brilliance. Li Muyu's face flushed. Her appearance was indeed extravagant, yet what could she do? My vocation is Valkyrie of gold, and I possess a powerful passive ability. I know. The passive called Golden Goddess Transformation, right? As long as I maintain this embarrassing state, it boosts all attributes by 20. It is precisely due to this skill that the Valkyrie of Gold ranks among the top-tier professions. Gu Huai had a solid impression of this vocation, as he had discussed it with Xiao Pang, who mentioned that the Valkyrie of Gold was one of the most expensive and dazzling professions. Of course, the most extravagant vocation remained the Diamond Bachelor, a hidden class that could turn anything it touched into diamonds and could also transform itself into diamond form. Li Muyu did not respond to Gu Huai, as 2 electric rats had already launched their attacks. Gu Huai observed these electric rats, which bore a resemblance to Pikachu, and felt a sense of incongruity. However, he also took the opportunity to examine the electric rats panel. Monster, electric rat. Quality, white normal. Level, LV5. Combat power index, 87. Skills, electric discharge, charge. The combat power index was quite low, merely 87 points. Certainly, this low level is only relevant to Gu Huai. For the majority of individuals at level 1, their combat power index hovers around the low 20s, with the more formidable among them possibly reaching the 30s. It is relatively rare for someone like Gu Huai to possess an attribute of 40 right from the outset. If one has a talent that enhances their combat power index, it may be somewhat higher. For instance, certain individuals can amplify their strength by 12-fold. There are even more impressive talents that enhance all attributes, albeit the increment is modest. Coupled with a level 1 orange epic equipment, one might just manage to hold their ground against an electric rat. After all, even she, clad in 6 pieces of the Red Divine set, has a total combat power index of merely 144 points, with a base attribute of 34 points at level 1, and the 6 pieces of the Red Divine set contributing 71 points. The remainder comes from the Golden Goddess transformation and her innate talents. The Golden Pear Blossom Spear. Li Muyu lightly tapped the spear in her hand, unleashing countless spear shadows upon the electric rat, effortlessly achieving a swift kill. The captain has activated experience sharing. You have gained 25 experience points. In a team setting, there are 2 methods of experience distribution. The first is based on contribution, where those who contribute more receive greater experience. The second is equal distribution, where experience is shared equally regardless of individual contributions. According to the textbooks, one requires 10,000 experience points to level up at level 1, which means that to slay a level 5 electric rat, one must vanquish 400 of them. Truly a daunting task. Gu Huai muttered under his breath. There's no avoiding it. The integration of the game with the real world has significantly heightened the difficulty of leveling up. After all, if the difficulty of leveling did not increase, one could easily elevate their level with just a bit of grinding. The increase in leveling difficulty is not merely confined to the experience required. It also pertains to the strength of the monsters. As one's level ascends, the strength of the monsters becomes increasingly formidable, and this growth is more pronounced than that of humans. Under such circumstances, lacking a stable team and a certain level of strength makes it exceedingly challenging to progress on this path. Li Muyu executed another sweeping strike, dispersing the incoming electricity as she transformed into a Valkyrie and charged forward. The reason the Thunder Ruins sees so few players grinding there is precisely this. These electric rats are insufferable. They summon their allies when they realize they cannot defeat you, launching long-range electric attacks. Choosing to engage at a simple difficulty level is manageable. However, in higher difficulty dungeons, those electric rats are truly vexatious. Each as cunning as a human. Yet, with only 3 electric rats, Li Muyu's prowess allowed her to handle the situation with ease. Shall I leave one for you to test your skills? She inquired after dispatching a level 6 electric rat. That's precisely what I had in mind, Gu Huai replied, a look of excitement spreading across his face. Slaying monsters? Although he had spent 12 years in school, this sensation was entirely novel to him. What about your equipment? Li Muyu paused her actions, glancing at Gu Huai who charged in empty-handed, her brow furrowing in confusion. Equipment? Not necessary. As she spoke, Li Muyu observed Gu Huai, clad in casual attire, sprinting towards the level 4 electric rat at remarkable speed. The electric rat reacted swiftly, unleashing its ultimate move. Electric discharge. Gu Huai's fist shattered the electricity with precision, landing directly on the electric rat. Chapter 013. The Little Azure Dragon Unleashed, Breath of the Azure Dragon. Had the electric rat possessed a health bar, Li Muyu would have witnessed the phenomenon known as a health bar wipe. A swift kill. A level 1 novice had just obliterated a level 4 electric rat with bare hands? That seemed rather impressive. Could it be that he was of the martial artist class? Moreover, he was equipped with a complete set of Red Divine gear at level 1? How extravagant. The starting price for a level 1 Red Divine set is no trifling matter. A complete set costs no less than 5 million. In fact, 5 million is considered a bargain for such gear, as some high-level epics fetch an even higher price. The issue lies in the fact that high-level equipment can be utilized for an extended period, while a level 1 Red Divine set is only usable for 2 to 3 days. For those who can afford such luxury, it may even be a matter of just a single day's use. Spending 5 million for a mere day of transition is indeed a reckless extravagance. Li Muyu had only replaced her gear with a divine set at level 20, relying on others for support during the initial 10 levels, while her family provided her with an orange set at level 10, which lasted until level 20. Red Divine set. Gu Huai began to speak, but but was interrupted by the sound of thunder. Both turned their gazes toward the source. Over a dozen electric rats appeared. Among them an elite electric rat, presenting quite a challenge. Should we retreat to refresh in the Forest of Newcomers? The Forest of Newcomers is a level 13 dungeon, where the monsters cap at level 3, making it an ideal place for novices. Especially during this time of year, it is usually teeming with players. Even with Li Mu's privileges, she would likely have to wait, as many utilize their perks in that location. No need. Gu Huai shook his head, prompting Li Mu to continue. In that case, let us tackle this together. Just ensure your safety. I'll handle the majority of the work. No, I can manage. At that moment, Gu Huai insisted on taking the lead. You shouldn't overexert yourself. Li Mu intended to argue further, but quickly fell silent upon witnessing a blue creature, resembling an Eastern dragon, emerge from Gu Huai's sleeve. A dragon? Li Mu swallowed hard. Is this truly a dragon? No, wait a moment. Even if it were a divine dragon, how could Gu Huai have brought it in? It is said that one must reach level 50 to possess a battle pet, isn't it? Li Mu felt a sense of bewilderment, but soon the creature, resembling a divine dragon, demonstrated what it truly was. The little Azure Dragon awakened. Stirred by Gu Huai's voice, the little Azure Dragon blinked sleepily, gazing at Gu Huai with a dazed expression, still contemplating how to appear adorable. There was no helping it. Newborns are inherently drowsy. However, in the next moment, Gu Huai's words jolted the little Azure Dragon into full wakefulness. If you don't awaken, those electric mice will snatch away your dragon crystal. Eek! Who is it? The little Azure Dragon's eyes widened in clarity. It was indeed those electric rodents. Their leader had sent this group to seize its dragon crystal. Gu Huai stated earnestly, and the little Azure Dragon believed him. Roar! In a fit of anger, the little Azure Dragon's roar transformed. Infuriated, it charged forward with breathtaking speed. You, young dragon? Do not worry. She is quite formidable, Gu Huai grinned. Azure Dragon's breath. As the little Azure Dragon was about to close in, it unleashed a breath attack. An awe-inspiring force erupted, and the dozen or so electric rodents, including the elite one, were instantaneously reduced to nourishment for the little Azure Dragon. Notifications flooded the screen, and an abundance of experience surged into Gu Huai's being. The team gained 26 experience points. You gained a total of 25 points. With the little Azure Dragon's experience maxed out, you exclusively received 25 points of experience. The team gained 201 experience points. You gained a total of 200 points. With the little Azure Dragon's experience maxed out, you exclusively received 200 points of experience. The Elite Monster S experience is quintupled. The latter experience was contributed by that level 8 Elite Electric Rodent. In an instant, Gu Huai received over 400 points of experience, a slight increase. Well done. Witnessing the little Azure Dragon swiftly annihilate more than a dozen monsters brought a radiant smile to Gu Huai's face. Eek! Angry. The little Azure Dragon remained in a state of fury, especially after hearing Gu Huai's tale. It was particularly displeased with the electric rodents attempting to seize its dragon crystal. Fear not. These electric rodents lack strength, and with both me and this ant here, they cannot take your dragon crystal. At this moment, Gu Huai needed to soothe the little Azure Dragon's emotions, ensuring it was not overwhelmed by its feelings. Li Mu's mouth slightly agape, her expression one of disbelief. Just as she was about to inquire about Gu Huai's situation, she heard him refer to her as Aunt, causing her face to darken. Who is the aunt here? Clearly, I am the elder sister. Women indeed focus on different points than men. Let us stick with sister, that is more appropriate. Indeed, dear niece. What did you say? She called me father. Li Mu. Chapter 014, Azure Dragon's Rift Claw. Perhaps she should just call me aunt. Li Mu was reluctant to lower herself to Gu Huai's generation. She could only respond helplessly. Very well, dear niece. Gu Huai, you have gone too far. All right. Then adjust the experience distribution within the team to be based on contributions. After all, you would not receive any experience otherwise. Gu Huai pondered and realized he was indeed at a disadvantage. This is what I intended to do as well. You are quite the oddity. My grandfather wishes for me to guide you, but with your strength, there is no need for my assistance. Li Mu could not help but roll her eyes. With the strength of that unknown young dragon, there was no need for her guidance. However, Li Mu grew increasingly curious about Gu Huai's identity. It seemed there were no prominent families with the surname Gu in the imperial capital. At least, Li Mu had never heard of them. As for other regions, she had never encountered a family with that surname. Could he be a descendant of some major sect? Since the emergence of the transmutation continent, many sects and powers had indeed arisen. The members of these sects trained from a young age, and with a solid foundation, their strengths were commendable. Notably, the Shaolin, Wudong, Amei, and Tianchi sects were prominent. Their leaders had even participated in the first phase of combat, becoming key players. But this should not be the case. Although these major sects have a reputation for engaging with the world, it is unlikely they would cast out a newcomer so soon. Li Muyu had not interacted much with these large sects. After all, she was merely a freshman, soon to be a sophomore. Thus, she was filled with doubt. Without your guidance, I would struggle to enter this dungeon. Gu Huai's words earned another eye roll from Li Muyu. So, in your eyes, I am merely a means to skip the queue? Not entirely. You can also help me attract monsters. Gu Huai turned to Li Muyu, his smile radiant. Looking at Gu Huai's handsome smile, Li Muyu sighed. After all, she was a sucker for looks. Working for a handsome guy, she didn't mind. I have adjusted the experience distribution model. However, I have never entered this Thunder Ruins and have only heard of it. So I am not well acquainted with the distribution of monsters inside. No worries, we will familiarize ourselves with it through experience. Gu Huai. Have you said you were very much like a dog? Dinner tonight is on me. Deal. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly, with Li Muyu enthusiastically drawing monsters towards Gu Huai, allowing the little Azure Dragon to dispatch the electric rodents with a single Azure Dragon's breath. It was effortless. For the little Azure Dragon, the energy expenditure was minimal. This was far easier than Gu Huai leading the little Azure Dragon around the map in search of monsters. In such an efficient monster-slaying session, Gu Huai was nearly at level 3 within just over 20 minutes. With Li Muyu altering the experience distribution, Gu Huai could now earn around 90 points of experience. Initially, he could only earn 25 points from a level 5 electric rodent, but now he received 45 points. Coupled with the defeat of several elite monsters, the experience gained was quite substantial. I'm exhausted. Li Muyu, running around the entire map, was indeed quite fatigued. No more monsters? None, but that big guy should be emerging soon. Li Muyu appeared quite relaxed. If she had to face that final formidable foe alone, she would undoubtedly retreat from the dungeon without a second thought. How could she, at level 2, possibly contend with an 8-level boss? Yet after witnessing that adorably fierce little Azure Dragon, she chose to lay back and relax. So powerful. This also made Li Muyu eagerly anticipate the level 50 battle pet feature. She must convince her grandfather to procure a young dragon for her. Is it a big rodent? No. Then, do you remember the introduction to the dungeon upon entry? Li Muyu posed a riddle. You mean the line about needing to be cautious of not just the tangible enemies here? Gu Huai quickly recalled that phrase. Precisely. Here it comes. As Li Muyu's voice trailed off, crackling sounds soon echoed from ahead. Gu Huai's gaze shifted in that direction. Is that a thunder spirit? As he observed the gathering lightning, a sphere radiating blue and purple light materialized, and corresponding information flashed in Gu Huai's mind. Remarkable, it can actually be recognized. A look of surprise appeared in Li Muyu's eyes. Indeed, it was a thunder sprite, a pure elemental sprite, which is a rare and powerful entity. In the outside world, this thunder sprite would at least hold an orange epic quality, but within this dungeon, it was confined to the status of an ordinary boss. Nevertheless, this confinement merely diminished its attributes. Its skills remained unrestricted. Hence, I had previously advised against farming this dungeon. Aside from the formidable monsters within, the final boss posed an even greater challenge. Even at level 8, I found it daunting to defeat it. Li Muyu expressed her annoyance. Gu Huai remained silent, merely glancing at the information regarding the thunder sprite. Monster, thunder sprite, boss. Quality, white ordinary. Level, LV8. Combat power index, 354. Skills, thunderous might, thunderstrike. With a total attribute score of 589, this was indeed impressive. Typically, elite monsters possess attributes ranging from 1.5 to 2 times that of ordinary monsters, with their durability often exceeding 4 to 5 times the norm. As for boss creatures, their attributes start at a staggering 35 times, with durability beginning at 10-fold. This boss, however, possessed only 354 points, which was just slightly above 3 times the attributes of a monster of the same level, far from strong. Its skills were limited to just 2. Yet, upon observing these skills, Gu Huai comprehended why Li Muyu deemed this thunder sprite troublesome. Both Thunderous Might and Thunderstrike were exceptionally powerful skills, highly coveted by many adept practitioners of the lightning specialization. Gu Huai murmured, relieved that the combat power index was not excessively high. With the prowess of the little Azure Dragon, there should not be significant issues. With the little Azure Dragon having leveled up to 2, its attributes soared by an additional 200 points, elevating its combat power index from 800 to 1000. An impressive milestone indeed. 1000 combat power index versus 354. Gu Huai could not fathom a scenario in which he might lose. Little Azure Dragon, unleash the Azure Dragon Sky-Rending Claw. Gu Huai, wishing to conserve time against the Thunder Sprite, commanded the little Azure Dragon to execute its strongest single-target skill. Yay, this is mine. No one can take it. The little Azure Dragon, still recalling Gu Huai's words, glared at the Thunder Sprite with a fiercely protective demeanor. determined that no one could seize her dragon crystal, except for Daddy. Chapter 015. Another instant kill. You truly are the illegitimate child of the old master. No, Daddy doesn't consume dragon crystals. Indeed, a good father. With this thought, the little Azure Dragon felt an even greater affection for Gu Huai. Azure Dragon's sky-rending claw. Being small in stature, the claws manifested by the little Azure Dragon were naturally petite as well. A claw, scarcely larger than a kitten's paw, coalesced in the air, propelled by a tremendous force towards the Thunder Sprite. The speed was astonishing. Under such velocity, the Thunder Sprite had no time to react and was struck directly. What transpired next was quite astonishing. This diminutive claw contained immense power. Upon impact, the Thunder Sprite was utterly incapable of resistance and was obliterated in an instant. Li Muyu then heard the sound of experience being gained, her pupils widening in disbelief. This can actually result in an instant kill? Li Muyu was genuinely astounded. To eliminate an LV8 boss at LV2 in a single strike was an extraordinary feat, even for someone who had witnessed countless prodigies like Li Muyu. In her estimation, while the little Azure Dragon would undoubtedly defeat the Thunder Sprite, it would at least engage in a protracted battle, enduring several rounds of combat. However, the result of an instant kill was beyond her comprehension. The way Li Muyu looked at Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon shifted. She had come to a realization that the little Azure Dragon was undoubtedly not an ordinary dragon breed. It was likely a descendant of a dragon king. As such extraordinary prowess could not be otherwise explained. This revelation intensified her curiosity regarding Gu Huai's identity and profession. She resolved to thoroughly interrogate the old master upon returning home. The team gains 8,000 experience points. You gain a total of 7,999 experience points, of which you receive 4,000 experience, and the little Azure Dragon gains 3,999 experience. The experience from a boss is 100 times that of monsters of the same level. As the Thunder Sprite perished, a piece of equipment fell to the ground. The drop rate for equipment in this world could be described as astonishingly low. Gu Huai had battled for over 20 minutes, defeating numerous elite monsters, yet had not acquired a single piece of equipment. Particularly within the dungeon realm, the monsters slain here disintegrated into experience, leaving not even a remnant behind. Only boss creatures would drop an item, commemorating their demise at your hands. However, typically, the quality of equipment dropped by bosses is not particularly high. It merely serves as a memento. Little Azure Dragon, splendid work. It is essential to praise children generously. Gu Huai gave the little Azure Dragon a thumbs up. Having just vanquished a Thunder Sprite that had aimed to seize her dragon crystal, the little Azure Dragon was overjoyed. Now, receiving Gu Huai's praise, her eyes sparkled with delight as she flitted around him, eliciting envious glances from Li Muyu. Genuine envy at that. Dungeon cleared. The dungeon will automatically close in 1 minute. The dungeon announced its closure. Gu Huai reached out, eager to discover what his first piece of dropped equipment was. Equipment: Armor of Thunder and Lightning. Quality: Green Excellent. Level: LV5. Effect: Spirit 5. Description: Armor forged from faint lightning. Even upon contact, it does not deliver much sensation. A level 5 green excellent piece of equipment could fetch a modest price, enough for a late-night snack, which was satisfactory. While level 5 green equipment may not hold great value, it could still be sold for a couple of $100s without issue. By the way, little niece, entering this dungeon must cost money, right? Li Muyu, having disregarded Gu Huai's earlier address, nodded affirmatively. Yes, there is a fee to enter dungeons. Though lower-level dungeons are comparatively inexpensive, this particular dungeon charges $500 for entry. Gu Huai's lips twitched. Was $500 truly considered cheap? That amount could cover a session at a spa. I will tally up how much I spent and transfer it to you later. It was already quite generous to have someone assist in securing a spot. Expecting them to front the costs was simply unreasonable. After a full day of farming, the expenses would easily add up to several thousand. Of course, if funds were limited, it was not insurmountable. However, that would mean lining up at school to grind dungeons, with a limited number of attempts each day. Nonetheless, most families would typically manage this expense. As long as one transitioned into a combat profession and joined a stable team of 5 for monster farming, they could share the entry fees, amounting to only around 10,000 over the course of a month. With the college entrance examination looming in a month, all efforts would culminate in results. A good performance would grant entry to a prestigious university, which in turn would provide access to more resources, such as free dungeon runs and additional subsidies for dungeon challenges. The better the university, the higher the subsidies, all funded by the state. Like a third-rate vocational college, there are no subsidies for dungeon runs, not even a free attempt. In a second-rate university, there is a subsidy of 10, along with 5 complimentary dungeon runs each month. The first-rate college offers a subsidy of 20 and grants 10 free runs monthly. As for the dual first-class institutions, they provide a subsidy of 40. alongside 30 free runs per month. The esteemed Imperial University and the prestigious Magic University stand apart, offering a remarkable subsidy of 80 and 100 free dungeon attempts each month. This illustrates the disparity in subsidies among various universities. The better the institution, the higher the support, especially for the two supreme academies. Their students possess formidable strength, enabling them to challenge more difficult dungeons. With bosses dropping valuable gear and the allowance of 100 free runs each month, it can indeed be said that with diligence, one can engage in dungeon runs with zero expenditure, perhaps even earning a little extra. However, that is unnecessary. The old man has assured me that he will reimburse this expense. As Li Muyu spoke, her gaze grew somewhat skeptical. Yet, I can't help but wonder why the old man treats you so well. Not only does he reimburse your dungeon runs, but he also gifted you a full set of level 1 Crimson Divine gear. Are you perhaps the old man's illegitimate child, taking your mother's surname? Upon hearing this, Li Muyu's eyes instantly sparkled, igniting a fire of gossip within her. You are becoming increasingly absurd. Gu Huai's expression darkened at the insinuation of being an illegitimate child. Why does the old man treat you so well, then? Treated well? Gu Huai paused. The old man is indeed quite generous with me. He gifted me a dragon, a black gold card, and a spatial ring. Gu Huai deliberately showcased the spatial ring in his hand and waved the black gold credit card before Li Muyu's eyes. Oh, how utterly envious. That is a black gold credit card. I have pleaded with the old man for that card countless times, yet he refuses to part with it. Tears of envy welled up at the corners of Li Muyu's mouth. You are indeed the old man's illegitimate child. Chapter 16. The Hellish Difficulty of the Thunderous Ruins. Upon entering, they were immediately surrounded. So, you truly are my little niece? Gu Huai teased, looking at the sorrowful Li Muyu. Get lost. Haha. However, the old man's generosity towards me is entirely due to the peculiarity of my profession. Observing Li Muyu's furious demeanor, Gu Huai felt compelled to clarify. You are indeed peculiar. Li Muyu appraised Gu Huai with a scrutinizing gaze, acknowledging his statement. I was referring to my profession. However, I cannot divulge specific details as I have signed a confidentiality agreement. I understand. It's merely a special talent cultivation program, right? I comprehend. Born into such a family, while these advantages may not manifest directly in her life, she understands them to an extent, thus refraining from further inquiries. Though her curiosity was nearly overwhelming. Shall we proceed? Yes, let us continue. But this time, we should elevate the difficulty level. What difficulty do you wish to attempt? Perhaps we should try the hellish level? Gu Huai inquired tentatively. Hellish level? Li Muyu was taken aback. Gu Huai, do you grasp the implications of the hellish difficulty? Even at our Imperial University, only the most elite teams dare to engage in such challenges, and one must be thoroughly prepared before entering. Are you seriously considering tackling it with just the two of us? You've misunderstood. It won't be the two of us. It will be just me. You'll simply be responsible for drawing aggro to expedite the dungeon run. Gu Huai earnestly corrected Li Muyu's misunderstanding, leaving her momentarily speechless. Also, could you grant me the captain's authority? I'll take charge. I'll certainly treat you to a grand feast tonight. And I've noted your favor. Upon hearing the latter part of his statement, Li Muyu's eyes flickered with interest. All right, let us give the hellish difficulty a try, but you must exercise utmost caution. If danger arises, you must heed my words and exit immediately. Understood. Congratulations, you have become the captain. With Gu Huai's declaration, the leadership fell to him. Let us proceed then. Only Li Muyu, possessing the card from the Imperial Academy, could continuously challenge the dungeon. For others, they would merely have to queue outside. Continue the challenge. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Hellish level. The difficulty you have selected is too high. To ensure accuracy, please confirm again. Confirm. Typically, when selecting an excessively high difficulty, a corresponding prompt appears. Deducting 500 gold coins, the hellish difficulty Thunderous Ruins has been successfully activated. Regardless of the difficulty, the pricing remains uniform. Of course, this applies only to early stage dungeons. For later stages, each difficulty incurs its own cost. Continuing the dungeon challenge. There was no need to traverse through the dungeon entrance again. It was as though time had reversed, returning everything to its original state. Akin to Gu Huai and the others' initial entry. However, the hellish difficulty dungeon bears notable differences. Gu Huai surveyed his surroundings, countless pairs of crimson eyes fixated upon them. Crackling with electric energy, Li Muyu, observing the scene, could not help but swallow hard. Gu Huai, perhaps we should retreat. The dungeon has not officially commenced yet. And there is still an opportunity. This scene is terrifying, and her current power is severely restricted. Her level is merely 2. How can she contend with a horde of rare monsters, all at least level 8, including those of orange epic quality? She feels utterly powerless against them. If her teammates were her usual squad, tackling a dungeon of that level Shi Ti feels so despondent. Their team composition was excellent. A main DPS, a secondary DPS, a tank, an off-tank, and support. Her role was that of a secondary DPS, capable of both dealing damage and taking hits. Gu Huai did not respond to Li Muyu's concerns. His gaze remained fixed on the surrounding electric rats, scrutinizing their attributes. Monster, Crimson-Eyed Electric Rat, Berserk State. Quality, Purple Rare. Level, LV8. Combat Power Index, 221. Skills, Electrocute, Charge. Description, an electric rat in a berserk state. Possessing enhanced attributes compared to other monsters of the same quality. Monster, Frenzied Electric Rat, Berserk State. Quality, Orange Epic. Level, LV8. Combat Power Index, 253. Skills, Electrocute, Charge. Monster, Demonized Electric Rat, Elite Monster. Quality, Orange Epic. Level, LV8. Combat Power Index, 476. Skills, Electrocute, Charge, Demonize. Description, an electric rat capable of demonization. Possessing attributes superior to other elite monsters of the same level. Activation of demonization occurs when health drops to 20, enhancing strength attributes by 12-fold. Quite formidable. Gu Huai narrowed his eyes. These electric rats were indeed far more powerful than their predecessors. Under normal circumstances, based on Zhang Wanqing's capabilities. If we exclude the abnormality that is Gu Huai, Zhang Wanqing is undoubtedly the #1 of this year's cohort in Jiangqing, having achieved an impressive 8th place in the provincial tests on the very first day. Although Gu Huai is unaware of Zhang Wanqing's true talents, based on her attributes at level 8, combined with a set of level 5 epic gear and a formidable talent that amplifies her combat power by 12-fold. Her overall combat power index hovers around a mere 396 points. This implies that Zhang Wanqing would struggle to defeat even a single elite monster. And should she find herself besieged by a few minor foes, the likelihood of failure is considerably high. A team of 5 Zhang Wanqings would find their survival rate in this dungeon to be non-existent, especially given the menacing appearance of these electric rodents, which suggests they might not endure even the first round. However, are you afraid, little Yinglong? Gu Huai's gaze turned to the little Yinglong. Not at all, came the dismissive reply. As a creature at the pinnacle of the food chain, how could the little Yinglong possibly be intimidated by a horde of electric rodents? Even if they were to multiply several times, the little Yinglong would remain unperturbed, for these were merely electric rodents and not formidable beings like the skin deity. Then it's up to you, Gu Huai stated earnestly, acknowledging the overwhelming presence of electric rodents, which he surmised would be a formidable challenge. Although Gu Huai's attributes are not insignificant, he is only at level 2. Despite inheriting the 30 attributes from the little Yinglong, he remains unequipped, with a total combat power index of merely 380 points. As for Li Muyu beside him, her total combat power index is even lower, standing at just over 100. Even with her experience and the Golden Goddess transformation skill, she can only manage to take on the frenzied electric rodents one-on-one. Chapter 017. Instantaneous Annihilation, the Might of the Little Yinglong. Here they come. This ferocious pack of electric rodents cannot withstand the immense power granted by the dungeon. In gaining such strength, they have largely lost their sanity. In their minds, there exists but one singular thought: to tear apart everything in their path. Countless bolts of lightning converge upon them as they seek to amass an inexhaustible torrent of electricity to consume Gu Huai and his companions. Roar. The cacophony of lightning gathering resembles the deafening cries of thousands of birds, creating a tumultuous noise that even vexes the little Yinglong. With a mighty roar, the dragon's majesty begins to manifest. The sound of the dragon's roar instills a flicker of fear in the eyes of the rampaging electric rodents, momentarily halting their electric gathering. Breath of the Azure Dragon. The little Yinglong pays no heed to the thoughts of these feeble creatures. Her disdain for them is palpable, especially since they had attempted to seize her dragon crystal moments prior. This iteration of the breath of the Azure Dragon is executed with utmost seriousness. After all, with over 100 monsters amassed, a lackadaisical approach could result in failing to encompass all the electric rodents. The breath of the Azure Dragon erupts forth. Centered around the little Yinglong, the effect cascades like a domino, causing the touched electric rodents to collapse, transforming into experience points. Even the elite monsters are not exempt from this fate. The little Yinglong possesses an astounding spirit attribute of 250 points. The damage coefficient of the breath of the Azure Dragon is 8 times her spirit, and with the innate talent of Azure Dragon power, she inflicts an additional 100 damage upon impact. This translates to a 16-fold amplification of her spirit. In the face of a horde of electric rodents with spirit levels barely surpassing 100, obliteration is to be expected. Simultaneously, the feverishly increasing experience is precisely what delights Gu Huai. The party gains 240 experience points, You acquire a total of 239 points, while the little Yinglong receives 119 points. You gain 120 experience points. The party gains 1,200 experience points. You acquire a total of 1,199 points, while the little Yinglong receives 599 points. You gain 600 experience points. As the electric rodents fall one by one, a glow of ascension envelopes both Gu Huai and the little Yinglong. They have leveled up. However, it is merely an advancement from level 2 to level 3. To progress from level 3 to level 4, the experience required is substantial, amounting to 30,000 points. Together, Gu Huai and the little Yinglong have amassed 60,000 experience points. Yet this collection of over 100 monsters yields only slightly more than 30,000 experience points, a far cry from what is needed. The spectacle is magnificent. Li Muyu's eyes widen in exaggerated astonishment, her hands at a loss for where to rest. She has never witnessed such a scene in a dungeon, finding it utterly surreal, even for someone of her stature. Entering corresponding dungeons is met with utmost caution. How could anyone dare to act so recklessly? Is this the true extent of Gu Huai's power? What indeed is his profession? Li Muyu's mind races with 1,000 questions, her curiosity about Gu Huai's vocation intensifying. What kind of profession could command such a fearsome young dragon? As for the little Yinglong, Li Muyu remains in the dark. Although many have attempted to forge a contract with the little Yinglong, those who succeeded were primarily individuals with extraordinary talents or specialized professions, typically above level 50. When they approached, they were required to sign a confidentiality agreement, ensuring that no information regarding the dragon egg would be divulged to the uninformed. Li Muyu hails from a prestigious lineage, with her grandfather holding a prominent position in Dragon Country, ranking within the top 10. However, certain protocols are universally adhered to. Dragon Country is a nation. A well-functioning nation necessitates a robust system and individuals to uphold it. For these prominent families, maintaining this order is paramount, more so than for the common populace. Li Muyu. Li Muyu? Gu Huai called out twice without receiving a response. Raising his voice, he remarked, "Are you truly so astonished that a top student from the Supreme Academy would be rendered speechless by this?" Li Muyu murmured softly, "What did you say?" "Nothing. Why are you not hastening to attract the monsters? You want me to lure these monsters?" Li Muyu blinked in disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity. "What is the matter? Are these monsters too formidable for you to handle?" With a rueful smile, Li Muyu replied, "If I attempt to lure these creatures, I might very well end up as their next meal." "Very well, then I shall take matters into my own hands." Upon hearing Li Muyu's words, Gu Huai found himself with no other option. With his level having just risen to 3, it was an opportune moment to stretch his limbs. Although the little Yinglong's strength is formidable, her skills do consume her energy, and Gu Huai intended to conserve her stamina for the challenges ahead. A day is long, and there will be many instances where the little Yinglong's abilities will be required. With 480 points of combat power, I too can test my mettle. Regrettably, I lack combat skills and can only rely on basic attacks. Once I reach level 10, I must find a way to acquire a powerful attack skill. Gu Huai resolved that upon reaching level 10 and acquiring a skill slot, he would seek the nation's assistance in selecting a formidable skill. In the highest council of Dragon Country, Elder Li and Elder Wenren were present. However, today Elder Li did not occupy the central position but instead sat in the second seat on the left. Beside him sat a well-preserved elderly lady, her precise age unknown. "Old Li, are you suggesting that the dragon egg has been contracted to someone?" The elderly lady's tone was laden with shock. "Indeed. This is the panel of the newly hatched little Yinglong. Take a look." The panel was sent over by Gu Huai. At level 1, there exists an astounding battle power index of 800. My goodness, this talent is extraordinary. These 3 skills are simply divine, are they not? An area attack with 8 times the spirit, a single target strike with 10 times the strength, and a restorative enhancement skill. Truly invincible. Old Ma, what is the panel for your sacred rainbow unicorn at level 1? The elderly lady's gaze shifted toward an old man sitting beside her. My sacred rainbow unicorn? Old Ma chuckled bitterly. In the past, whenever the subject of battle pets arose, he would boast with great pride about his unicorn. Yet now, faced with the panel of the little Azure Dragon, he could only manage a wry smile. Hee, I have that saved. Old Li chuckled as he revealed the panel of the sacred rainbow unicorn. Species, sacred rainbow unicorn. Name, Xiaoma. Level, LV1. Strength, 80. Spirit, 120. Agility, 100. Vitality, 100. Talent, sacred body. Contains divine power within, inflicting an additional 2x spirit coefficient of divine damage during attacks. Skills, Divine Grace, LV1. Galloping Hooves, LV1. Divine Grace, LV1. Active skill. Upon use, releases a space enveloped in divine aura in front, causing multiple effects. For allies, it restores 5 spirit to health and increases all attributes by 20. For foes, it inflicts 4x spirit divine damage, doubling against evil monsters. Galloping Hooves LV1. Active skill, summons 8 phantoms of unicorns behind to gallop forward. Each phantom inflicting 2x spirit damage. Battle Power Index, 400. Chapter 018. The Supreme Conference of the Dragon Nation. Cultivating Gu Huai with national power. An initial attribute of 400 points, coupled with a remarkably powerful talent and 2 formidable skills. This sacred rainbow unicorn was procured at a great cost by Old Ma from an island near the United States. Many lives were sacrificed for this unicorn. It stands as Old Ma's pride, a key to his ascent among the top 100 in the world. It is indeed a being stronger than many dragons. However, upon witnessing the disparity between this sacred unicorn and the little Azure Dragon, silence enveloped them. The gap appears rather vast, does it not? Indeed, it transcends mere magnitude. I estimate that once this young lad raises the little Azure Dragon to its full potential, it could very well elevate him into the ranks of the top 50 globally. Perhaps even contend for a spot in our nation's top 10. This is utterly outrageous. By the way, Oldly, what is this lad's profession that he has garnered the Azure Dragon's approval? Another prominent figure interjected. His profession? Well, you might as well see for yourselves. You may find it hard to believe if I tell you. Oldly relished the astonished expressions of the crowd, basking in their shock. Yet, he forgot that he himself had been equally stunned at the outset. A dragon tamer? No way. This is remarkable. No wonder Old Li had summoned us all here. Seeing these exaggerated attributes, apart from Old Li and the elders seated at the center, everyone else stood in awe. All right, everyone, please take your seats. The elder in the center spoke softly, observing the disarray among the attendees. Everyone complied and sat down. For they knew this elder was the strongest in the Dragon Nation and had long held the #1 position in the global rankings. His exploits could be recounted for days on end, truly a legendary figure. You have all seen Gu Huai's information, correct? The crowd nodded. We will cultivate him with the strength of the nation. Elder Long's tone was unhurried, yet remarkably steady. The lifespan of a class-transferred individual increases with the enhancement of their power. At their level, a lifespan of 200 years is merely the beginning. As for their advanced age, it is because these venerable elders have tirelessly expended their energy for the nation's progress, even studying forbidden techniques that consumed their vitality to accelerate the Dragon Nation's advancement. Subsequently, the game rules were patched to prohibit such life-consuming skills. Otherwise, none of those present would likely be alive today. They are individuals willing to sacrifice their lives for the nation's development, earning them the title of the 9 lords in the Dragon Nation. Each lord represents a vast power, all ranked among the top 100 in the world, with several in the top 30 of the Dragon Nation, though there are entities within the national team and certain regions with comparable strength. Due to their contributions to the nation, they cannot rival the status of these 9 lords. Cultivating with the strength of the nation? Upon hearing this, the pupils of the other 8 narrowed instinctively. This term, once familiar, seemed to have faded from their memories, yet here it was, resurfacing at this moment. However, Elder Long, this initiative was dismissed previously, for it was deemed too labor-intensive and costly. I have merely come to announce this notion, not to seek your opinions, Elder Long interjected domineeringly, causing all present to shrink back in surprise. It had been a long time since they had witnessed such assertiveness from him. Old Li squinted. Elder Long, could it be that the Americans are involved? Upon hearing Old Li's words, the others began to connect the dots. Was that matter indeed true? If so, it warranted special attention. The elderly lady rubbed her temples, appearing troubled. Elder Long did not respond to their inquiries. His gaze remained fixed ahead, resolute. You all should nominate a few individuals. The number is not fixed for now, primarily depending on their talent. I will personally assess them later. Furthermore, the matter concerning Gu Huai is classified. None of you should attempt to make contact with him. Many eyes are watching you. Elder Long's words quelled many burgeoning thoughts. For having glimpsed Gu Huai's talent, they were indeed tempted. Old Li will handle everything on Gu Huai's side. Additionally, if any of you possess dragon hatchlings, please present them. I shall provide compensation. What are you saying, Elder Long? Who among us hasn't benefited from your guidance? Moreover, this matter pertains to the Dragon Nation and even the world's balance. I shall not act short-sightedly. Indeed, I shall return to prepare, to see if I can procure 2 powerful dragon eggs. The others expressed their determination to secure formidable dragon breeds for Gu Huai. They understood the significance of Gu Huai to the Dragon Nation and would treat this matter with utmost seriousness. Moreover, they genuinely wished to cultivate a bond with Gu Huai. They were all astute individuals. Considering Gu Huai's profession, Elder Long's emphasis, and the current circumstances, they recognized that Gu Huai would inevitably become the strongest in the Dragon Nation. No, he was destined to become the strongest in the world. Who would be foolish enough to disregard the favor of the future world's mightiest? Unbeknownst to Gu Huai, the Supreme Conference of the Dragon Nation, consisting of the highest-ranking 9 lords, was convened due to his emergence. A mechanism rendered obsolete 2 decades ago has ignited a fervor throughout the nation, fueled by his very essence. Gu Huai is acutely aware that he is nearing his limits. Challenge. Continue to challenge. For 8 consecutive hours of relentless combat, Gu Huai's level ascended at a meteoric pace. However, the toll was that the little Azure Dragon lay breathless in his embrace, not due to injury, but from sheer exertion. Throughout these 8 hours, the synergy between Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon was impeccable. Gu Huai would attract the foes while the little Azure Dragon unleashed area of effect attacks. Aside from a brief respite, they were primarily engaged in drawing enemies and accumulating experience. Indeed, though the fatigue was palpable, the rewards were undeniably gratifying. Over the span of 8 hours, they conquered 21 dungeons, 1 simple and 3 hellish levels of the Thunder Ruins. After which Gu Huai decided to switch to a different dungeon. The 3 hellish runs of the Thunder Ruins propelled both Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon up by 5 levels. Upon reaching level 5, Gu Huai felt it unnecessary to squander time in the Thunder Ruins and sought a dungeon that offered greater experience. Coincidentally, Limu recommended a level 510 dungeon teeming with monsters, perfectly suited for Gu Huai. Thus, he ventured forth. Initially, he tackled the hellish level and, after 2 attempts that raised his level, he proceeded to challenge the nightmare difficulty, the apex of lower-level dungeons. Chapter 019. Achieving level 18 in a single day, a power that inspires despair among peers. The experience from the nightmare difficulty dungeons was astonishing. Yet, the challenges were formidable. Within, they encountered only red divine-grade monsters, culminating in a level 10 boss, a green-faced mantis, whose combat prowess exceeded 1,000 and whose movements were exceedingly agile. Had the little Azure Dragon from their early encounters faced it, it would have required considerable effort. However, for the level 5 little Azure Dragon, a single Azure Dragon breath dispatched its surrounding minions, and a subsequent Azure Dragon claw finished it off in an instant. Were it not for the fact that the green-faced mantis was a boss and thus resilient, it likely would not have withstood even the Azure Dragon breath. The little Azure Dragon was truly extraordinary. During this period, Gu Huai continually switched dungeons, accruing experience at an increasing rate. In a mere 8 hours, Gu Huai surged to level 18. The stats of both the little Azure Dragon and Gu Huai were nothing short of remarkable. Species, little Azure Dragon. Name, none. Level, LV 18. Strength, 1050. Mentality, 1050. Agility, 1050. Vitality, 1050. Talent, Azure Dragon Power, contains the essence of the Azure Dragon, inflicting an additional 100 final damage upon attack. Skills, Azure Dragon Rending Claw, LV3. Power of the Green Wood, LV2. Azure Dragon Breath, LV3. Azure Dragon Phantom, LV2. Dragon Might, LV1. Dragon Blood Boil, LV1. Combat Power Index, 4200. The attributes of the little Azure Dragon were extraordinarily impressive, boasting a combat power index of 4200 at level 18. Gu Huai refrained from revealing this figure to Limu, fearing it might dishearten her. He surmised that even those at level 4050 would struggle to match such power. Of course, Gu Huai was less informed about the attributes post-transformation, as the first transition grants a significant boost, the specifics of which eluded him. Regardless, within a dungeon with a maximum level cap of 20, the little Azure Dragon rampaged uncontested. Even the boss at nightmare difficulty could not endure the Azure Dragon breath. Upon reaching level 10, the little Azure Dragon mastered 3 new skills. The first, Azure Dragon Phantom, conjured an ethereal image of an Azure Dragon behind it, the size of which was contingent upon the little Azure Dragon's strength. This phantom was quite impressive, reminiscent of the Susanoo, capable of both offense and defense. The second, Dragon Might, was a broad area attack technique that inflicted damage across the entire battlefield, albeit with relatively low damage output. Nevertheless, its effectiveness lay in its ability to reduce the enemy's attributes, making it a pragmatic skill. The final skill, Dragon Blood Boil, was a buff, temporarily igniting the little Azure Dragon's blood, significantly enhancing its power. This skill had yet to be employed, as the opponents were too feeble to warrant the little Azure Dragon's full strength. Gu Huai's attributes were also commendable, yet he bore a subtle melancholy. Name, Gu Huai. Profession, Dragon Tamer, unique hidden. Level, LV 18. Talent, Dragon Taming Power, unique mythical talent. Skills, Dragon Taming Technique, LV2. Bloodline Connection, LV2. Pain Sharing, LV1. Dragon Taming Technique, LV2 upon activation, enables the signing of an equitable contract with dragon-type creatures. Currently, the number of available contracts is 2. Bloodline connection, LV2 passive. The bloodline of contracted dragon-type creatures is identical, granting 12 attributes from the dragon. Pain sharing, LV1 an active skill allowing connection to any contracted dragon-type creature, mitigating 20 damage. After connection, 3 modes are available. Mutual pain sharing, self-preservation while transferring all damage to the dragon, or the reverse, where the dragon suffers all damage. The modes can be adjusted freely. Combat Power Index, 2064. This panel, this strength, was formidable. Gu Huai's bare stats inspired despair among peers at the same level. The newly acquired skill, Pain Sharing, provided a direct reduction of 20 damage at level 1, along with 3 modes of damage mitigation, a quintessential life-saving skill. Yet, Gu Huai remained deeply saddened. Approaching level 10, he was filled with anticipation, eager to acquire several skills and skill slots, especially given his unique hidden profession. However, to his dismay, he received only 1 skill and no additional skill slots. No skill slots. This revelation shattered Gu Huai's expectations. Upon learning that Gu Huai had only grasped a single skill and lacked skill slots, Li Muyu was equally astonished but fell silent upon recognizing the strength of the skill. Although it was but a single skill, its potency was undeniable. A favored life-preserving ability among beast tamers. Fear not. One should gain skill slots upon transitioning, she reassured him. With Li Muyu's comfort, Gu Huai looked forward to the first transition at level 20 with renewed hope. According to her, the first transition significantly enhances one's abilities, amplifying all attributes by a factor of 12 once all bonuses and equipment are accounted for, a substantial increase. Furthermore, one would acquire exclusive professional skills, typically powerful ones, along with additional skill slots. Gu Huai inquired about the skills typically learned with these slots. Li Muyu explained that they often reserved 1 or 2 slots for particularly suitable skills, and once they had acquired most combat-related skills, they would opt for passive skills that bolstered their combat power index. Understanding Gu Huai's fatigue, Li Muyu prepared a simple dinner for them before taking her leave. Upon returning home, she immediately sought out Yinglong, also known as the Old Manly grandfather. Ah, it seems the sun has risen from the west today, and you, my dear girl, have unexpectedly come to my study? Yinglong remarked with a hint of surprise and playful teasing. Grandfather, please spare me your jests. Li Muyu replied with a resigned expression. Her elderly relative, despite being one of the 9 elders and a formidable warrior ranked 32nd in the world, capable of shaking the dragon nation with a mere stamp of his foot, still relished in teasing his younger kin. Very well, but you've come here today for Gu Huai, haven't you? Unfortunately, I cannot divulge much regarding him due to a confidentiality agreement. What I can advise you is to follow your heart, Yinglong said, giving a subtle wink towards Li Muyu, which she, well acquainted with him, immediately understood. Her cheeks flushed, Li Muyu turned on her heel and dashed out, exclaiming, I understand. Yinglong watched her retreating figure, chuckling and shaking his head. Such a girl. Yet, involving you in this matter may not be wise. Gu Huai possesses extraordinary talent and is quite handsome, easily attracting attention. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Alas, descendants must forge their own paths. Let fate take its course, he sighed, acknowledging that he had far more pressing matters to contemplate. Chapter 0:20 Could you inquire if there is someone named Gu Huai on the provincial team? If that matter is indeed true, they are running out of time. Is this a rehearsal for a national conflict? Yinglong's gaze deepened, revealing little of his thoughts. In Hangzhou, within an opulent suite, Zhang Wanchen and 2 companions sprawled on a 2-meter-wide bed, utterly exhausted. Ugh, I'm completely drained, she sighed, accessing her panel to check her information. Name, Zhang Wanchen, occupation, Goddess of the Moon, top-tier profession. Level, LV11, talent, Moonlight, enhances mental acuity and strength based on the lunar traces possessed. Each trace adds 1 to mental acuity and strength, stacking up to a maximum of 20. Skills, Moon Strike, LV2, Moon Assault, LV2, Power of the Moon, LV1, Empty. Empty. Combat Power Index, 519. Gazing at her panel, Zhang Wanchen couldn't help but think of Gu Huai. Where are you now? I wonder how your strength has progressed. This genius training camp is exceptional. They even provided me with a complete set of level 10 orange epic gear. By the time I reach level 15, I will likely receive 2 powerful skills tailored to my needs. Perhaps then I might surpass you. Yet, why can't I reach you? Where have you vanished to? Zhang Wanchen pondered, perplexed. Just then, her companions began conversing, interrupting her thoughts. The competition in this genius training camp is exceptionally fierce, especially after that fellow Lu Jun arrived today, raising the bar for training and expectations to a whole new level. It's almost unbearable. However, he did bring news. The top performers over these 3 days will have the opportunity to participate in the National Reserve Team selection. What do you think? Are you interested? One of the girls with long hair inquired. Of course, I'm interested, But the first place is practically guaranteed to you. The other girl rolled her eyes. Zhang Wanchen chimed in. Jinxian, your prowess is beyond our reach. With you here, we have no hope for the top spot. Her statement was tinged with resignation. Before their arrival, she had thought her strength was close enough to the frontrunners. Indeed, she found herself on par with those around the 25th rank. The difference was negligible. Yet, one exception stood out, Liao Jinxian, the reigning champion of this assessment. Her hidden profession as the Sword Emperor was formidable. Zhang Wanchen had witnessed Liao Jinxian's terrifying abilities during their team dungeon runs. It was fair to assert that in this genius training camp, Liao Jinxian occupied a T0 tier, while they remained in T1, with others classified as T2 and T3. You two are not lacking in strength either. Besides, we still have 2 days left, so there is still a chance, Liao Jinxian reassured them. By the way, Jinxian, didn't you mention that you have an older sister in the provincial team? Could you possibly help me inquire about someone? Zhang Wanchen suddenly recalled their earlier conversation. Yes, she is my cousin, and we share a close bond. What do you need to know? I want to ask about a classmate of mine from the same cohort. During his job transition, he caused a significant phenomenon. However, I am unaware of the profession he transitioned into. He was taken away, and when I exited the dungeon, I could no longer contact him. My messages go unanswered. As Zhang Wanchen spoke, her emotions inadvertently surfaced, prompting her companions to exchange knowing glances and smirks. Why are you two looking at me like that? She blushed, noticing their gazes. Just a classmate, right? Liao Jinxian leaned closer with a teasing glint in her eye. Don't worry, I'm discreet and won't spill any secrets. Seriously, it's just a classmate. Please don't exaggerate. Zhang Wanchen's face turned crimson. Will you help or not? If not, I'll drop it. Recognizing the hint of something more in Zhang Wanchen's demeanor, Liao Jinxian understood that there was more to the story. However, with Zhang Wanchen's current attitude, she knew little could be gleaned. Of course, just tell me the name, and I'll ask around. Even if he is just a janitor on the provincial team, I can find out. Although, I haven't heard of anyone being directly recruited by the provincial team. That person is likely not in the provincial team, so prepare for that possibility, Liao Jinxian warned. As her family was a prominent one in Hangzhou, frequently interacting with the provincial team and well informed about such matters. Well, I'm just inquiring. I'll see what I can find. But I suspect if you can't reach him, it's possible he has left the coverage area of Hangzhou. Liao Jinxian sent a message to her cousin, contemplating the likelihood. Are you suggesting that Gu Huai has left Hangzhou? Zhang Wanchen was taken aback, having not considered that possibility. However, upon hearing Liao Jinxian's words, it indeed seemed plausible. In this world, communication coverage was limited. Typically, mobile networks could only cover a province or two at most. Once beyond this range, signals were lost, and messages would only be received when the phone returned to an area of coverage. As for Gu Huai's ability to make calls from the capital, it was due to Yinglong providing him with an upgraded phone card that could cover the entire nation, something Zhang Wanchen was unaware of, as such cards were usually reserved for prominent figures. Indeed. But for now, let us refrain from speculation. We'll find out soon enough. The following morning, Li Muyu arrived with breakfast in hand. Knowing that the little Azure Dragon enjoyed dragon crystals, she had made a special trip to procure a box. Hoping to please it, after last night's heart-to-heart with Yinglong, she had come to a clearer understanding. However, if Yinglong were to fathom Li Muyu's intentions, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. He merely encouraged Li Muyu to pursue her own ideas without hesitation, not to chase after Gu Huai in such a manner. While savoring the breakfast prepared by Li Muyu, Gu Huai found himself pleasantly surprised. It was quite delectable. Meanwhile, the little Azure Dragon was joyfully cradling the wood attribute dragon crystal prepared by Li Muyu. To reach level 18, a total of 360,000 experience points is required. And progressing from level 19 to level 20 demands 380,000. Combined, the two of you would need 480,000 experience points. Adding in the experience you already possess, you are just over 100,000 points short, which is merely a matter of a few hours for you. Thus, you should reach level 20 before the afternoon. Li Muyu watched Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon enjoying their meal, her mood significantly uplifted. However, reaching level 20 presents the first hurdle, job advancement. The first transition quest for each profession varies in certain aspects. What is your profession? I can assist you in finding the strategy for your job transition dungeon. Our school has a dedicated job transition task database, and it is said that 99 of all existing professions can be found there. Chapter 021, Level 20. The interest of the 9 lords. Well, it appears my profession cannot be found. Gu Huai cast a glance at Li Muyu and shook his head. Cannot be found. Could it be that you possess a unique hidden profession? Li Muyu's heart raced. Although she had long suspected this, if it were indeed a unique hidden profession, she would still be astounded. Gu Huai did not respond, yet his demeanor was quite telling. Unique hidden professions are scarce in Long Country, having emerged only a few times in the past 30 years. Those that have persisted until now are all individuals of extraordinary caliber. Li Muyu mused quietly. No wonder Gu Huai's strength is so formidable. Then, once we elevate our levels to 20, I shall take you to gather the materials required for initiating your first job transition quest. Naturally, certain special items are needed to commence the first transition task. These special items are bound and cannot be traded, necessitating that one must collect them independently, which is quite troublesome. Moreover, once these materials are gathered and the job transition dungeon is opened, they will vanish, and if the challenge is unsuccessful, one must gather new materials to initiate a fresh attempt. Alright, that complicates matters. We needn't be so formal with each other. Li Muyu's smile grew even more radiant. The rate of leveling up exceeded her expectations. Just past 11 o'clock, Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon had already ascended by 20 levels. Such a rapid pace of advancement was something Li Muyu had never witnessed before. It took her several days to reach level 20. Yet they achieved it in just over a day. It was astonishing, almost inhuman. I recall it took me several days to reach level 20 back then. Li Muyu reminisced about her experience a year ago when she had just transitioned. She began grinding levels from day one, initially accompanied by others. Yet, it took her nearly 5 days to reach level 20. To ensure her leveling speed, she exclusively tackled simpler dungeons, employing a two-person experience sharing mode. The efficiency of her dungeon runs was nowhere near Gu Huai's. She vividly remembered her first foray into a dungeon, where a powerful individual guided her through a level 13 dungeon, which took nearly an hour to complete, yielding just over 6,000 experience points, not even enough for a full level. In her quest to reach level 20 swiftly, her family had dispatched 3 strong individuals to assist her in turns. Even under such circumstances, it took her over 4 days, while Gu Huai, who could only begin leveling the following day, achieved level 20 in about a day and a half. In truth, it was only about 11 hours of actual dungeon time. While she spent over 70 hours in dungeons, aside from sleeping, Gu Huai accomplished this in just over a day. The disparity was something only they could truly grasp. As Li Muyu contemplated this, a bittersweet smile crept across her lips. It was indeed challenging. Let us take a break for lunch before we resume our grind. I feel somewhat fatigued. Gu Huai yawned. 3 hours of high-efficiency grinding had indeed taken its toll. But do you intend to proceed with your first job transition in this manner? What do you mean? Are you not planning to equip yourself with a set of level 20 divine gear? I nearly forgot that equipment was even a consideration. Gu Huai chuckled awkwardly, primarily because the attributes of such gear were rather lackluster. After numerous rounds of dungeons, especially at the nightmare difficulty, the drop rates were considerably higher, and elite monsters had a certain chance of yielding equipment. Gu Huai's inventory was filled with over 60 pieces of gear, including 3 divine items and 9 epic items. Although they were of lower levels, they could still fetch a decent price. Let's go. I will take you to purchase some equipment and also help you dispose of your old gear. Sounds good. Gu Huai did not refuse. While the attributes of the divine set were not extensive, they did possess some commendable effects. If Li Muyu were to learn of Gu Huai's thoughts, she would likely feel disheartened. The attributes of the divine set were far from negligible. The Unicorn Trading Company. This was a towering structure with 100 floors. The mere existence of such a building in the highly valued inner city showcased the formidable influence of the individuals behind the Unicorn Trading Company. Gu Huai parked Li Muyu's small flying vehicle in the parking lot as she elaborated. The Unicorn Trading Company is a subsidiary of the Unicorn Group, primarily engaged in the sale of various resources. This includes everyday items like toothpaste and toothbrushes, as well as potions, equipment, and materials for job transitioners. Essentially, you can find 99 of what you need here. If you have the funds, you might even be able to acquire a complete set of golden legendary gear. Gu Huai remarked, I am aware. This is indeed a true corporate giant. I've heard the group's CEO is named Ma. Isn't? Li Muyu replied. Correct. His surname is Ma, and his full name is Ma Wu. He has a good relationship with my grandfather. Furthermore, he possesses a sacred 7-colored unicorn, an exceptionally powerful battle companion, and it was through this unicorn, coupled with significant financial investment, that he established himself among the world's top 100 enterprises. Currently ranking 85th, Li Muyu spoke these details with ease. For ordinary job transitioners, such information is often inaccessible, as the official channels do not disclose it nor conceal it. The flow of information in this world is constrained. There is a network. Yet due to interference from electrical currents, the state can only establish a local area network, which is generally organized by province. Only in major cities like the Imperial Capital and Magic City does the network extend more broadly. What you primarily require now is equipment, which is located on the 16th floor. I am familiar with the manager there. I will have him offer you a discount and take care of your transactions. I will follow your lead. In unfamiliar territory, Having a reliable guide is indeed a tremendous convenience. Mr. Ma, Miss Li has arrived. On the 99th floor of the skyscraper, a young woman in a secretary uniform respectfully addressed an elderly gentleman. The elder was none other than Ma Wu. Upon hearing her voice, he raised his head. Is she accompanied by a handsome young man? Indeed. Where are they? Ma Wu rose from his chair, a hint of excitement glimmering in his demeanor. On the 16th floor. They were engaged in the purchase and sale of equipment. All right, take me there, he commanded, causing the secretary to momentarily recoil. Take me there? Based on her understanding of Ma Wu, even among the 9 lords, he would not typically descend to the marketplace. Miss Li? No, despite being the granddaughter of Yinglong, Miss Li could not possibly wield such influence. Moreover, Ma Wu had inquired earlier about accompanying a handsome young man, and upon receiving her confirmation, he expressed his desire to take a stroll. This piqued the secretary's curiosity about this young gentleman. What sort of individual could compel Ma Wu to make such an effort? The secretary refrained from probing further. One of the cardinal rules of being a secretary is to ask no unnecessary questions. Chapter 022. Is it customary for Mr. Ma to present dragon eggs as a greeting gift? Ma Wu revealed a cunning smile, reminiscent of an old fox. I am not actively seeking interaction. It is merely fortuitous that he happened to be at the doorstep, and it would be quite natural for me to meet him on my way. Furthermore, my employer, known for his benevolence, has a penchant for investing in promising young talents, having funded hundreds of gifted individuals over the years. As this thought crossed his mind, Ma Wu couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. He had also recently procured a dragon egg. While it could not compare to the young Azure Dragon, it was still regarded as a top-tier battle companion. It would be a fitting gift for Gu Huai, enhancing their rapport further. Please follow me, the secretary said, her heart racing with astonishment, though her exterior remained composed. She donned her earpiece and communicated with the team below, monitoring Gu Huai's whereabouts. A proficient secretary must ensure that such matters are handled efficiently, sparing the CEO from wasting precious time on trivialities. You are a friend of Muyu. I shall grant you a 10% discount on these items. The original price for this set is 15 million. With the discount, it amounts to 13.5 million. I'll round it down to 13 million for you. The mature woman in uniform, who was evidently on good terms with Li Muyu, further added. Your equipment is commendable as well. However, our purchase price will invariably be lower than the market rate. Let us settle on 9 million for everything. To make the numbers more appealing, you need only supplement it with 399,000. 399,000? Gu Huai's heart leapt. This celestial set was indeed exorbitantly priced. A transitional set at level 20 costs 13 million. Yet, level 20 equipment is inherently more expensive than its lower-tier counterparts. Primarily because many seek to bolster their strength at this stage, facing their first promotion. According to the local pricing, both the level 10 and 15 celestial sets are priced at 10 million, but the level 20 set jumps to 15 million, a 50% increase. Gu Huai also paid attention to the prices for level 25 and 30 equipment, which were still less than that of the level 20 set. The level 25 set costs 12 million, and the 30 million set is priced at 14 million, making them relatively cheaper. This phenomenon is quite normal. The value of equipment does not solely correlate with its level, but rather its demand. Nevertheless, the prices for levels 20, 50, and 70 tend to be higher, while most others follow the general trend based on level. Very well, let us proceed with the payment. The price was acceptable, and fortuitously, he possessed a black gold card that could cover up to 100 million, making the purchase of a celestial set quite feasible. He found this equipment appealing, given its percentage attribute boosts. The overall effects of the set were impressive. Gentle Breeze 6-piece set. Attribute enhancement. Spirit 177, Strength 101, Agility 76, Stamina 78. Set effects. 1. Active skill, Gentle Breeze Shield, creating a wind shield with a spirit value of 5 using the power of the Gentle Breeze. 2. Active skill, Wind Blade, unleashing 3 wind blades that inflict 2 spirit damage to the enemy. 3. Passive, Spirit Attribute Enhancement by 12 times. This set is primarily focused on mental strength, providing a 12-fold enhancement to spirit attributes. Indeed, what captivated Gu Huai most were the skills Gentle Breeze Shield and Wind Blade, which could compensate for his lack of active skills. While the potency of these skills may not be exceptional, they were still a boon. After surveying the options, he concluded that this equipment, with its mix of offensive and defensive capabilities, was the most advantageous. Upon producing the black gold card, the mature woman's eyes narrowed slightly, suggesting that this young gentleman's identity was not quite what she had initially presumed. She had thought he was merely a young boyfriend introduced by Li Muyu. Just as she took the card, a familiar voice resonated. Muyu, why did you not inform me of your visit? The woman's face registered surprise upon recognizing the voice. Mr. Ma, what brings you back? It seemed rather coincidental, given the improbability of such a chance encounter. Surely, he would not come merely for Li Muyu. Not even her father would suffice, unless her grandfather himself were present. "Grandpa Ma," Li Muyu exclaimed, her voice brimming with delight, though it was more an expression of surprise. Although she had seen Ma Wu numerous times and referred to him as Grandpa Ma, their relationship was not particularly close. "I happened to be passing by and heard from Xiaomi that you were here, so I thought I would drop by," he replied casually. Xiaomi was, of course, a secretary. The mature woman found this explanation somewhat plausible. Such prominent figures often indulge in whims that defy expectations. "Mr. Ma, you all carry on with your business. Do not mind me," Ma Wu said, observing the respectful gazes of those around him, eliciting a smile. Upon hearing this, the others understood Ma Wu's character and promptly resumed their tasks. Gu Huai, witnessing the arrival of Mr. Ma, felt an inexplicable sensation, as though Ma Wu had come specifically for him. "Muyu, is this your young gentleman?" Ma Wu inquired, studying the pair. Internally, he chastised himself for being so presumptuous about Yinglong. "What do you mean, Grandpa Ma?" Li Muyu replied, a blush gracing her cheeks, betraying her flustered demeanor. "What a match of beauty and talent." Ma Wu chuckled. "I did not bring a gift, so consider this a meeting present for your young friend." He handed Li Muyu a spatial ring, instructing her to present it to Gu Huai. After delivering the gift, Ma Wu exchanged a smile with Gu Huai before turning and departing with remarkable decisiveness. This behavior led Gu Huai to dismiss any notion that he had been the reason for Ma Wu's visit. After all, they were not acquainted. "This is a meeting gift from Grandpa Ma. You should accept it," Li Muyu urged. Gu Huai hesitated to take the ring directly, feeling it somewhat inappropriate. "It is a token from Grandpa Ma. He is quite generous and often bestows gifts upon younger generations, frequently investing in promising talents. Besides, he is the wealthiest individual in Dragon Nation. This is but a trifle to him." Hearing Li Muyu's insistence, Gu Huai reluctantly accepted. In the future, should the opportunity arise, one might extend a helping hand to the other, thus repaying a debt of gratitude. However, it is undeniable that Ma Wu possesses a remarkable talent for social interactions. A mere token of goodwill can inspire fondness in others. Truly, he is deserving of admiration for having risen from humble beginnings to establish such a grand conglomerate. Gu Huai accepted the ring, which was an unclaimed spatial ring. He casually scanned its contents, only to find his expression freeze in astonishment. Wait, did President Ma just present a dragon egg as a greeting gift? Chapter 023, The Egg of the Thunder God Dragon. What? Li Muyu was momentarily taken aback. What dragon egg? Take a look for yourself. Gu Huai tossed the ring to Li Muyu, who then probed inside with her spiritual energy and quickly noticed the item within. It was a blue egg, adorned with an emblem of lightning. Upon inspecting the egg's information, confusion flickered in her eyes. Item: Egg of the Thunder God Dragon. Quality. Description: when thunder strikes, the world perishes. The Thunder God Dragon, king of thunder dragons, wields the power to annihilate worlds with divine lightning. When did Grandfather Ma become so extravagant? Just the description of this dragon egg suggests it is of an extraordinarily formidable caliber, perhaps rivaling even Grandfather Ma's divine rainbow unicorn. Such a precious gift made Li Muyu unable to resist the urge to call out to Ma Wu, asking if she could receive one as well. She did not require one of such quality. Any dragon egg would suffice. However, it soon dawned on her that perhaps Grandfather Ma's intentions were not merely generous. Gu Huai shared this realization, sensing that Ma Wu had indeed come with a purpose in mind. Yet, the weight of such an extravagant gift left Gu Huai feeling somewhat uneasy. Within the ring, there was also a letter. Li Muyu noticed the envelope beside the dragon egg and refrained from retrieving it, knowing it was undoubtedly meant for Gu Huai. "I saw it. I'll check it later." Gu Huai had initially intended to linger in the vicinity, but the presence of the dragon egg extinguished any desire to do so. He had taken a liking to the Thunder God Dragon. The very name resonated with a fierce violence. Li Muyu spoke softly, her intelligence evident. By linking Ma Wu's gift of the dragon egg with Gu Huai's extraordinary capabilities and her grandfather's demeanor, she deduced much about Gu Huai's profession, which might indeed be excessively remarkable. Those in authority seemed intent on concealing Gu Huai's identity to prevent attention from foreign nations. The presence of spies and informants was abundant, especially concerning prominent figures like Ma Wu, who were under constant scrutiny. "Mr. Gu, this is your equipment, along with your black gold card." The lady presented Gu Huai with a set of equipment that had its barcode removed. These barcodes possessed an alarm function. If someone attempted to place this item into their personal backpack or spatial ring, the terminal would trigger an alarm, swiftly pinpointing the location from which it vanished. At that moment, monitoring systems could be employed to locate the individual. This is troublesome. Gu Huai donned the equipment, and his attributes shifted once more. Level: 20. Strength: 692. Mentality: 922. Agility, 667. Vitality, 669. Total Combat Power Index, 2,950. An enhancement had indeed occurred. Yet, the most significant aspect was the acquisition of 2 new skills, which finally provided Gu Huai with means of offense. After securing the equipment, Gu Huai and Li Muyu swiftly departed the shopping mall and made their way to the hotel. As she entered the hotel with Gu Huai for the first time, Li Muyu's face remained flushed. Her mind raced with thoughts. Would Gu Huai perceive her as a frivolous girl for accompanying him to a hotel? And what if he attempted to make advances? Should she yield to him or resist? Oh, how vexing. But what should they name their future children? Unbeknownst to Gu Huai, in just a few fleeting minutes, Li Muyu had conjured such a myriad of thoughts. Had he been aware, he would certainly have been astonished. The capriciousness of love-struck girls is truly formidable. Upon reaching the hotel, Gu Huai immediately retrieved the Thunder Dragon egg, summoning the little Azure Dragon as well. The little Azure Dragon emerged still in slumber, seemingly dreaming of delectable treats, drool trickling from her mouth. However, as soon as she awoke, her drowsy eyes opened wide. Sensing Gu Huai's presence, "Eek, Daddy, little Azure Dragon, soon you will have siblings." Gu Huai cradled the little Azure Dragon, feeling it necessary to clarify matters, as children can easily become upset if not properly informed. Especially when it comes to the dragons he could contract, the potential quantity could become quite considerable. At merely level 20, he already possessed the ability to contract 4 dragon-type creatures. Upon reaching level 20, Gu Huai's skill level rose once again. The dragon taming skill ascended from level 2 to level 3, although this upgrade did not increase the number of dragons he could contract. Rather, it enhanced his influence over dragon-type creatures. Dragon taming, LV3. Upon activation, one can establish an equal contract with dragon-type creatures. Currently, the number of contractable dragon-type beings is 2. Additional passive effect. All attributes of dragon-type creatures will receive a 10-point enhancement. The connected bloodline and pain-sharing abilities also saw an elevation, further augmenting Gu Huai's attributes. Eek, siblings? Are they tasty? The little Azure Dragon's eyes sparkled with confusion, as she had no comprehension of what siblings entailed. Perhaps in her young mind, there were only 4 types of beings, the first being daddy, the second being food, the third being those who might steal her food, and the fourth being those who wouldn't tea. No, daddy wasn't he food. Upon hearing the little Azure Dragon's words, Gu Huai was momentarily rendered speechless. He quickly clarified. Siblings are little dragons like you. They will play with you, grow alongside you. And, like me, they will be your family. Eek. Will they steal my food? With the rise in levels, the little Azure Dragon's ability to articulate her thoughts had improved. No, they will only share delicious treats with you. Eek. Then I like siblings. The little Azure Dragon was overjoyed, dancing with glee. Meanwhile, Li Muyu, overhearing Gu Huai's coaxing of the little Azure Dragon, felt a pang of envy. She too longed to adopt such an adorable creature. Level 50? That would require some time, sigh. The first 20 levels were relatively simple, with rapid progression. However, from level 20 onward, the difficulty of leveling up escalated significantly. This was not only due to the increasing strength of monsters, but also because the experience required surged tremendously. At level 110, the experience needed for each level was 10,000, meaning that ascending from level 10 to 11 required a mere 100,000 experience. Yet, at level 120, the experience demand doubled, with each level necessitating 20,000 experience. Thus, transitioning from level 11 to 12 required 220,000 experience points. However, starting from level 20, the growth in experience requirements became rather daunting. At level 2,150, the experience required per level stands at an astonishing 100,000. The surge in experience needed for advancement is staggering, while the experience gained from monsters remains relatively unchanged compared to levels below 20. Consequently, the difficulty of leveling up has undoubtedly escalated significantly. In Chapter 024, titled Hatching the Second Young Dragon, the Thunder God Dragon, we see a character resembling Li Muyu, whose current level is 44. The experience needed to progress to the next level amounts to 4 million points. While this may seem modest, particularly since Gu Huai managed to accumulate nearly 4 million experience in just one day yesterday, the reality is that at their current stage, acquiring experience is far from effortless. In a typical dungeon configuration featuring 200 ordinary monsters, 10 elites, and 1 boss, even a challenging dungeon yields just over 300,000 experience. When divided among a 5-person team, each member receives a meager 60,000 experience points. To level up requires 4 million, equating to grinding through over 70 dungeons. This calculation assumes their team's strength is formidable. Weaker teams may find themselves confined to normal or even easy difficulties, resulting in even lesser experience. Moreover, each dungeon run is physically taxing, limiting the number of attempts possible in a day. For Li Muyu, the aspiration to advance from level 44 to 50 would require no less than 3 to 4 months of dedicated effort, at least from her perspective. Gu Huai, observing the little blue dragon's joy, felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was imperative to provide proper education for the young dragons. While their numbers are few, he can maintain control even in the face of potential issues. However, as the number of young dragons increases, enforcing such discipline will become increasingly difficult. Thus, nurturing them during these formative stages to instill correct values is essential for future ease. Particularly with the first few hatchlings, patience is crucial. Younglings tend to mimic one another, especially in their interactions with peers. As for the little blue dragon, it declared, "I shall commence hatching my siblings." Gu Huai placed the Thunder God Dragon's egg upon the table, while the little blue dragon curiously perched beside it, fixated on the egg. Remarkably, the little blue dragon had grown considerably larger in just over a day. With a deep breath to steady himself, Gu Huai prepared to welcome new life as he activated the Dragon Master technique. A drop of golden blood emerged from his fingertips, glistening as it fell onto the dragon egg. Li Muyu watched this extraordinary scene with rapt attention, unwilling to miss a single moment. As the golden blood touched the egg, it began to tremble, and within mere seconds, the shell shattered. A small blue head emerged, adorably dazed, resembling an Eastern divine dragon but with a rounder, plumper visage. The little thunder dragon's large, charming eyes made it irresistibly cute. Li Muyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she witnessed the birth of the little thunder dragon. She was utterly enamored with the creature. "Yay, Mama!" The little thunder dragon immediately spotted Gu Huai and attempted to leap from its shell into his embrace. However, it was evidently heavier than the little blue dragon, faltering mid-flight and tumbling down. Fortunately, the little blue dragon reacted swiftly, using its dragon power to catch the little thunder dragon. With surprise gleaming in its big eyes, the little blue dragon thought, "Is this my sibling? So fragile. But that just makes it more fun. I can tease it however I want." Oblivious to the little blue dragon's mischievous intentions, the confused little thunder dragon steadied itself and turned its gaze towards its sister, feeling an affinity for the one who had come to its aid. "Yay, sister." The soft, adorable voice prompted the little blue dragon to flutter over, playfully rubbing its turquoise tail against the little thunder dragon. The two quickly engaged in playful antics. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Huai examined the data of the little thunder dragon. Species, Thunder God Dragon. Name, not yet assigned. Level, LV1. Strength, 90. Mentality, 130. Agility, 110. Constitution, 120. Talent, Annihilating Divine Thunder, can evolve into Divine Thunder, growing stronger with the individual's power. When using lightning-type moves, it inflicts an additional damage of 3 points based on mentality. Skills, Thunderburst, LV1. Thunderous Might, LV1. Thunderburst, LV1 active skill that causes released lightning to explode, inflicting area damage with a damage coefficient of 6 based on mentality. Thunderous Might, LV1 active skill that releases a thundercloud, briefly absorbing lightning power to unleash a devastating attack. The quantity and potency of the lightning depend on the charging time, with damage coefficients fluctuating between 2 and 3 based on mentality. Note, in thunderstorm conditions, the power increases. Combat Power Index, 440. Is this not the Thunder God Dragon? The King of Thunder, yet its attributes seem rather lackluster. It possesses only 2 skills, although their potential is commendable, especially the one I particularly favor, Thunderous Might. This skill is renowned among lightning-type techniques for its formidable potential, theoretically capable of delivering massive damage, provided the charging time is adequate and the target is accurately hit. After all, the upper limit of this lightning strike is a damage coefficient of 3 based on mentality, which only enhances during thunderstorms. A barrage of lightning strikes could easily obliterate an opponent, as long as the gap in strength isn't too vast. The growth-type talent, Annihilating Divine Thunder, is quite impressive, allowing lightning-based moves to inflict an extra 3 points of damage from the very beginning. Given that lightning-type moves inherently possess high damage multipliers, this additional damage truly enhances their lethality, particularly when paired with a skill like Thunderous Might. It's a perfect match. Overall, the attributes are passable. If others were to learn of Gu Huai's thoughts, they might be compelled to silence him. With a combat index of 440 at level 1, combined with such formidable talents and skills, he dares to consider it merely adequate. This mighty Thunder God Dragon would leave even the likes of Jiaolong envious. Its prowess is undeniably impressive. In fact, its foundational combat index surpasses that of Ma Wu's divine multicolored unicorn, while its skills and talents are equally remarkable, if not superior. As for Gu Huai's assessment of the Thunder God Dragon's attributes, just adequate. He refrained from revealing the dragon's panel to Li Mu Yu. There was no necessity. The panels of both the dragon and the combat pets are secrets not to be casually shared. Gu Huai's previous indiscretion in divulging details was merely an attempt to gain some insight. The profession of Dragon Master is exceptionally powerful, but it hinges on one critical condition, the possession of a dragon. Without a dragon, it is exceedingly difficult to thrive, particularly when lacking even a single offensive skill, making participation in dungeons or team endeavors a formidable challenge. In Chapter 025, titled Stick Figure Monsters, the little blue dragon has grown. Li Mu Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Gu Huai's remarks, utterly skeptical of his fanciful claims. Subsequently, Gu Huai and the little Thunder Dragon nurtured their bond, and he recounted two tales to her. With the little Azure Dragon playing the role of the comedic foil, the effect was heightened to perfection. The little Thunder Dragon, brimming with enthusiasm, boldly declared to Gu Huai her desire to leap from the 18th floor in search of monsters to battle, all in an effort to elevate her level and safeguard our dragon crystal. Fortunately, Gu Huai, with quick reflexes, managed to restrain the little Thunder Dragon. Had he been even a moment slower, she would have shattered the window. Through this incident, Gu Huai gleaned some understanding of the little Thunder Dragon's character. She was easily swayed and rather impulsive. However, the rest of her personality remained elusive, requiring further time for exploration. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Gu Huai once again appeared before the dungeon building. This time, I cannot accompany you inside. You must rely on yourself, he stated. The dungeon for farming class transition materials had specific restrictions. While team formation was permitted, all members had to belong to the same transition realm. This meant that since Gu Huai was undertaking a first transition material dungeon, he could only team up with individuals who were level 20 or below and had not yet completed their first transition. Li Mu Yu, being at level 44, was naturally ineligible to join him. No matter. After all, you are merely here to observe, Gu Huai remarked nonchalantly. Li Mu Yu, accustomed to Gu Huai's manner of speaking, paid no heed. Since I cannot enter, you will have to wait in line. Fortunately, there aren't many currently farming for first transition materials, so it should be your turn soon. The current batch of individuals has only been transitioned for less than 3 days. Achieving a first transition in less than 3 days is nearly impossible. The previous batch transitioned over a year ago, and in a place like the Imperial Capital, it is rare for anyone to take over a year to complete their first transition. Despite this, the sheer number of people in the Imperial Capital was overwhelming. When Gu Huai and his companions arrived, over 30 individuals were already queuing in the hall. With 4 dungeon entrances available, 12 teams could engage simultaneously, ensuring a swift turn. 20 minutes later, it was finally Gu Huai's turn. He walked forward alone, garnering a few curious glances, though no one approached him to converse. Dungeon, Tower of Ascension. Level restriction, level 20. Dungeon description. This was once a tower that could touch the heavens, but 3,000 years ago, it was casually snapped in half by a passing deity, resulting in its current form. A deity? Upon seeing the term, Gu Huai's eyes narrowed. The concept of deities often surfaced in various dungeons or legacies. According to the description, the power of a deity was formidable, capable of obliterating a nation or even the world with a mere flick of the wrist. Of course, such matters were beyond Gu Huai's ability to verify, nor did he feel compelled to do so. If deities truly existed, he would inevitably encounter one someday. He muttered to himself and chose to enter the Tower of Ascension. The Tower of Ascension did not allow for difficulty selection. The challenge escalated with each successive floor. Entering the dungeon, deducting 5,000 gold coins. So this is the Tower of Ascension? Gu Huai gazed upward at the seemingly endless tower, marveling internally. Even after being broken by a deity, it remained astonishingly tall. According to Li Mu Yu, this tower was said to have an infinite number of floors. For at least the past 30 years, humanity had never reached the highest level. Moreover, the tower primarily served to farm the materials required for first transition tasks, lacking any significant utility beyond that. Most individuals aim to gather these materials quickly by repeatedly entering and only clearing the simpler initial floors. Upon entering the first floor, Gu Huai glanced at the material requirements for unlocking the first transition dungeon. Material requirements for first transition dungeon. Proof of Ascension, 0100, 20,000 gold coins. Only 100 proofs of Ascension and 20,000 gold coins were needed for the unlocking. Based on the drop rate of these proofs, one could expect to obtain one proof approximately every 23 floors, necessitating the clearing of around 200 to 300 floors. As he contemplated this, the monsters of the first floor made their appearance. The Tower of Ascension was rather lazy in its design. All the monsters were mere black stick figures. However, one should not underestimate the prowess of these stick figures. Some had been crafted with remarkable distinctiveness. Monster, bare-handed stick figure. Quality, white normal. Level, LV20. Combat power index, 278. Skills, Iron Fist. Description, do not be deceived by my bare-handed appearance. I assure you, I am indeed the weakest. Two bare-handed stick figures eyed Gu Huai with predatory intent. With such weak attributes, even the little thunder dragon could dispatch them effortlessly. The little thunder dragon's own strength was commendable. Having consumed the eggshell, her level had risen to 2. Her attributes stood at 550 points. And with the enhancement of Dragon Mastery at level 10, her combat index soared to 605 points, surpassing the combined total of the two stick figures. Reflecting on this, Gu Huai promptly summoned the little thunder dragon. Come forth, little thunder dragon. As the space rippled, the little Azure Dragon appeared first, with the little thunder dragon eagerly trailing behind, resembling a devoted follower. Particularly, Gu Huai noticed the admiration in the little thunder dragon's gaze, tightening his heart. What had transpired in such a short hour between the little Azure Dragon and the little thunder dragon? Gu Huai found himself perplexed. However, there was no time for such musings now. Just as Gu Huai prepared to call the little Azure Dragon over to allow the little thunder dragon to engage in battle, he witnessed the little Azure Dragon casually unleash its draconic might, effortlessly dispatching both stick figures. You gain 200 experience points. Your experience and that of the little Azure Dragon are maxed out. The experience will be exclusively awarded to the little thunder dragon, who gains 200 experience points. The little thunder dragon gained 200 experience points. A dark line appeared across Gu Huai's face. Little Azure Dragon, this is the thunder dragon's battlefield. Our role is merely to protect her from the sidelines. After confirming, it was evident that the little thunder dragon was indeed a female dragon. The little Azure Dragon obediently flew over to nuzzle against Gu Huai. He gently patted her head and spoke softly, Little Azure Dragon, your task ahead is quite formidable. The little thunder dragon has just hatched, and her combat skills are still quite rudimentary. She needs ample practice. Your responsibility is to guard the little thunder dragon and ensure she encounters no danger, understood? Upon hearing this, the little Azure Dragon nodded earnestly, her demeanor indicating that she truly grasped the importance of her mission. If you complete your task, I shall reward you with an additional dragon crystal today. Guarding the little thunder dragon is my duty. I do not require a reward of dragon crystals. To Gu Huai's surprise, the little Azure Dragon rejected the temptation of a treat. Hearing this filled him with warmth. It seemed his teachings had been successful, and the little Azure Dragon had learned to care for her sister. Chapter 26. The Little Thunder Dragon's Swift Passage Through 60 Floors. Little Thunder Dragon, the upcoming battle is yours. You must strive earnestly, understood? Of course. The little thunder dragon exuded an air of unwavering confidence, eagerly anticipating her turn to vanquish foes. Her father was truly wonderful. Let us embark on the second level, he suggested. The first level had yielded no proof of heaven from the two monsters, but Gu Huai paid it no mind. According to Li Muyu, the drop rates were notoriously low. To his astonishment, the second level presented them with 3 unarmed stick figures. Gazing at the frail creatures, Gu Huai could not help but marvel at how generous the preceding levels had been. There was hardly any challenge. Little Thunder Dragon, these stick figures are exceedingly weak. You can handle this. Quickly cease your preparations and unleash your attack. Watching the Little Thunder Dragon unleash her abilities with fervor upon entering the fray, Gu Huai felt a sense of helplessness. It was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Thunderous might. The storm clouds gathered ominously overhead. The Little Thunder Dragon's face reflected the strain of her efforts. One downside of her thunderous might was that once summoned, it could not be retracted. It had to be allowed to unleash its fury. Upon hearing Gu Huai's words, the Little Thunder Dragon promptly ceased her incantation. The 3 unarmed stick figures, initially eager to engage, now huddled together, trembling in fear as they beheld the overwhelming force coalescing above them, a force that promised their utter annihilation. Why impose such hardship upon the stick figures? With a crackle, dozens of lightning bolts manifested. The first strike obliterated the trio of stick figures in an instant. The subsequent bolts seemed to engage in a futile contest with the air itself. Meanwhile, the little Azure Dragon cheered from the sidelines, clearly captivated by the spectacular display of power. Seeing her elder sister cheering her on, the Little Thunder Dragon proudly lifted her chin, anticipating praise from Gu Huai. The antics of these two little beings amused Gu Huai, dispelling any frustration he might have felt. They truly were a handful. He approached the Little Thunder Dragon and tapped her gently on the head. Her expression instantly morphed into one of indignation. You. This is not how one engages in battle. Think for a moment. Was it necessary to unleash such a grand attack on 3 feeble stick figures? The Little Thunder Dragon looked perplexed, struggling to grasp his meaning. At present, she resembled a blank slate, lacking understanding. Did those 3 stick figures not perish with the first lightning strike? Gu Huai sighed, adopting a patient tone. Educating a child requires immense patience. The little thunder dragon nodded in response. So, were the subsequent bolts merely wasted? Another nod. What should we do the next time we encounter such a situation? The little thunder dragon shook her head in confusion, utterly unaware. Simply hurl a bolt or two of lightning. A basic attack will suffice. There is no need for a grand display. Her innate talent lay in the world-annihilating divine thunder, allowing her to wield it for ordinary attacks with minimal expenditure. Alternatively, she could simply swat them away with her hand. With your strength, you could easily defeat them. In confronting an adversary, one must assess their strength before devising a strategy. If uncertain of their capabilities, a slight probe may be in order. Gu Huai's extensive discourse was as much directed at the little Azure Dragon as it was at the little Thunder Dragon. He knew that education was never a one-time affair. Let us proceed to the third level. Yay! The two little beings perched on Gu Huai's shoulders, excitedly making their way to the third level. As anticipated, the third level presented them with 4 unarmed stick figures. The moment the little Thunder Dragon spotted the monsters, she was eager to unleash her formidable attack once more. However, just as she was about to act, she caught sight of a stern gaze, causing her to hesitate. Recalling Gu Huai's advice to summon lightning for a test, she carefully conjured a bolt of world-annihilating divine thunder that swiftly obliterated the 4 stick figures, leaving them with no capacity for resistance. Wow! The little Thunder Dragon's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that all it took? She turned to Gu Huai, her gaze filled with admiration. Father is truly incredible. In the glow of her admiration, Gu Huai felt a swell of pride. How gratifying it was. As they ascended to the 10th and then the 20th level, the strength of the monsters steadily increased. Upon reaching the 60th level, they encountered a boss, a mass of stick figures looming before them. The 60th level boss was a divine gift, and Gu Huai anticipated it would provide a worthy challenge. The earlier stick figures had been pathetically weak. Even the boss from the 50th level could not withstand the little Thunder Dragon's thunderous might. One lightning strike had not only vanquished the boss, but had also obliterated a multitude of minions and elite foes. Let us examine the attributes. Upon entering a new level, these stick figures would not immediately attack. They adhered to a 10-second grace period before initiating their assault, demonstrating a commendable sense of martial ethics. Monster, Sword Master Stick Figure. Quality, Red Divine Gift. Level, LV20. Combat Power Index, 2102. Skills, Duga 9 Swords, Sword Chi Whirlwind, Flash of Sword Light. Description, once I ruled the world, laughing amidst the rivers and lakes. Little did I expect, even in death, my existence is not without merit. I boast a harem of 3,000 stick figures, though I find it troublesome to distinguish between genders. With a combat power index of 2102, this opponent posed a significant challenge. Gu Huai scrutinized the attributes, then glanced down at the little Thunder Dragon's stats, furrowing his brow. The little Thunder Dragon had monopolized the experience from the previous 59 levels, accumulating a notable amount from 5 boss encounters. Particularly in the 10th level, there were numerous monsters besides the boss. These 59 levels had propelled the little Thunder Dragon from level 2 to level 11, with just a smidge of experience needed to reach level 12. At level 11, her attributes and panel had seen substantial enhancement, and she had acquired 2 formidable skills. Thunder Armor, LV1 active skill. Upon activation forms armor of electricity around the body, with an electrifying effect capable of paralyzing contactors. The maximum defense value of Thunder Armor is 10. As long as it remains unbroken, the armor will endure, requiring a continuous supply of electricity. Thunderball, LV1 active skill. Consolidates the power of lightning into a sphere, which, when thrown, inflicts widespread damage, with a damage coefficient of 5. Both skills were exceptional and well suited for the little Thunder Dragon. However, her current combat power index fell short of the boss, standing at merely 1694 points. Yet, one must remember that victory in battle is not solely determined by combat power index. The previous boss had also hovered around 1600, yet it had been swiftly dispatched by the little Thunder Dragon's thunderous might. Chapter 027, The Dashing Sword Master. Gu Huai estimated that the little Thunder Dragon ranked among the elite within the realm of Golden Legend quality. When combat power indices are equal, potential becomes the decisive factor. Little Thunder Dragon, after all these battles, your growth has been remarkable. The following will serve as your assessment. Should you succeed in overcoming it, a reward of Dragon Crystal shall be yours. After enduring such prolonged combat, the little Thunder Dragon found herself quite fatigued, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. The sensation of visibly growing stronger during the fight was exhilarating, a feeling she adored. The little Thunder Dragon relished the thrill of increasing her power and vanquishing foes. In contrast, the little Azure Dragon remained remarkably composed. Her aspirations for strength were modest. She preferred indulging in food, enjoying baths, and bringing joy to her father. Roar. As 3 seconds elapsed, the master of swordsmanship, wielding a massive sword, flicked the 3 unruly strands of hair on his forehead and began to perform a graceful dance with his heavy sword. The surrounding subordinates immediately set aside their weapons to applaud. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Huai wore a peculiar expression, especially when recalling the introduction of this boss, whose harem consisted of 3,000 stick figures, leading to confusion regarding their genders. A shiver ran down Gu Huai's spine. He never anticipated the master of the Celestial Tower to possess such flair. The little Thunder Dragon exclaimed, "Ah, understanding." The little Thunder Dragon was unencumbered by notions of martial ethics. Thunder armor. Instantly, a flowing shroud of black lightning enveloped her form. The color of the cataclysmic divine thunder was inherently black, imbued with terrifying destructive power. Various types of lightning exist, such as ordinary lightning, 5 thunders, and the purple sky divine thunder, yet none can rival the annihilating force of the cataclysmic divine thunder, designed explicitly for destruction, devoid of reason. The swordsmanship master sensed the destructive might of the thunder armor and slightly raised his head, pointing his heavy sword at the little Thunder Dragon, implying that she had earned his full commitment. The surrounding subordinates erupted into even louder applause. Gu Huai felt a flush of embarrassment. He never expected a horde of stick figures to exhibit such prowess. Thunderclap. The little Thunder Dragon sensed a provocation, her aura amplifying. Dark clouds loomed ominously overhead. Hovering close to the ground due to the tower's modest height of just over 10 meters, akin to being almost at ground level. Terrifying lightning brewed within the clouds. Sensing the dread emanating from the dark clouds, the swordsmanship master dropped his pretense. Although his face was indiscernible, or perhaps it was simply obscured, devoid of features, Gu Huai surmised that his expression would have been quite amusing otherwise. In an instant, the swordsmanship master launched his attack, his heart racing with trepidation. His speed was remarkable. A flash of sword light. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the little Thunder Dragon, swinging his heavy sword. The sword, lacking a sharpened edge, bore the weight of tremendous force. The heavy sword struck accurately against the little Thunder Dragon, yet the thunder armor erupted to deflect the blow. The swordsmanship master was momentarily stunned. He did not anticipate that his attack would inflict no damage. However, his battle instincts were keen, and he quickly discerned the formidable defense of the thunder armor. In an instant, he unleashed 7 strikes in 1 second. Each of the 7 swords landed precisely on a single point, creating a fissure in the thunder armor. The swordsmanship master flicked his 3 unruly strands of hair once more, wearing an expression of self-satisfaction. Yet, his countenance quickly froze in disbelief, for the fissure in the thunder armor had restored itself to its original state. The dark clouds above grew denser, imparting an impression that the heavens were about to collapse. The swordsmanship master realized that he could no longer afford to be reckless. If he continued down this path, not only would the 3,000 in his harem face demise, but he too would meet his end. Alas, it was too late. The thunderclap had gathered nearly to its zenith, and as the little Thunder Dragon's voice resonated, the first bolt of cataclysmic divine thunder descended from the heavens. The swordsmanship master felt his hair stand on end, despite the absence of any hair. He immediately began to retreat, and the spot he had just occupied erupted in a violent explosion. His reflexes were astonishing. He managed to evade the strike. Gu Huai observed the swordsmanship master's reaction speed with surprise. Although the thunderclap possessed an immensely terrifying destructive force, arguably the highest single-target damage skill, it still bore a weakness. It required a hit to be effective. Lightning, while swift, followed a trajectory as it fell from the sky. Seasoned warriors could discern the patterns and evade the majority of the thunderclaps. However, with over 10 bolts cascading down simultaneously, the swordsmanship master found himself at a loss. He sighed, seemingly lamenting the frailty of his body, which hindered him from unleashing his full potential. The 9 swords of Dugu. The swordsmanship master unleashed his full might. A fearsome power coalesced in his grasp as he cleaved through a bolt of lightning with a single stroke. Boom! Surprise illuminated the little Thunder Dragon's pupils. It was the first time she had seen someone capable of dispersing her lightning. This was not entirely unexpected, as the swordsmanship master was a level 20 bestowed boss. Possessing such formidable strength was to be anticipated. Ordinarily, a standard 5-member team would likely fall before him, each struck down with a single sword. Even a prodigy like Zhang Wancheng, renowned in his province, would be no match, merely another victim of a single stroke. After all, even clad in bestowed gear, Zhang Wancheng's combat power index barely exceeded 1,000, though he could accumulate moonlight traces to enhance his power index. The swordsmanship master would hardly grant him sufficient time to do so. Unfortunately, the number of lightning bolts was overwhelming. Having dispersed one, another immediately followed. This time, the swordsmanship master resigned himself to fate, being obliterated into nothingness. The Thunder God Dragon gains 100,000 experience, leveling up to level 12. The remaining bolts of lightning scattered towards the surrounding monsters, facing no obstruction this time. Where the lightning struck, there were no survivors. Upon witnessing the demise of the swordsmanship master, the stick figures, like moths to a flame, recklessly charged towards the little Thunder Dragon. Originally, the little Thunder Dragon would have struggled to eliminate them all, given the limited number of thunderclaps. If these stick figures scattered and hid chaotically, she would be powerless, left to wait for the thunder to cease before confronting them one by one. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt no joy at the sight of these moths diving into the fire. The first layer of monsters was cleared. All of them were bestowed minions, and among them were several elites. The sheer quantity of these minions provided the little Thunder Dragon with a vast amount of experience, propelling her to level 13. Gu Huai also took a moment to glance at the collection status of the Celestial Token. Full. Wasn't it said that a token drops on the 23rd floor? I had prepared for several rounds of farming. Gu Huai had only briefly examined the earlier floors and had not paid much attention thereafter, only to discover that the Celestial Token had indeed reached full capacity. Chapter 028. The little Thunder Dragon is on guard. Sister Azure Dragon is about to show off. In truth, what Gu Huai did not realize was that the Celestial Token indeed dropped one on the 23rd floor initially, but as one progressed further, the drop rate increased significantly. Particularly from the 50th floor onward, the drop rate surged, yielding several tokens per layer. The recent 60th floor had contributed nearly 30 tokens. Limu Yu had only referred to the standard circumstances. She has merely listened to some experienced individuals who advised that clearing the first 30 floors suffices, with multiple runs being beneficial. On the 23rd floor, one can expect a guaranteed drop from the boss, while the 30th floor typically yields around 16 drops. A total of 6 runs would suffice. However, during the last couple of runs, it may be necessary to assess the required quantity to determine whether to proceed with a few more layers. After all, for them, further grinding through the Tower of Heaven serves no practical purpose. Firstly, aside from dropping items that unlock the class transfer dungeon, the tower does not yield any other rewards, not even equipment. Secondly, once they reach level 20, they cannot gain experience without completing the first class transfer. This means that at this stage, accumulating experience is futile. Lastly, the difficulty escalates significantly in the later stages. A careless misstep could result in being slain by the monsters within, which would indeed be a lamentable fate. Thus, for them, it is wiser to proceed with caution. Gu Huai, too, finds the Tower of Heaven lacks difficulty. Otherwise, he would not have persisted through it. 100 drops are sufficient. However, the experience for the Thunder Dragon remains unfulfilled. Gu Huai squints his eyes, contemplating a bold idea that seems worth exploring. The sheer number of monsters within this confined space eliminates the need for the chaotic running typical of dungeon grinding. Little Azure Dragon, having observed for so long, must be itching to join in. Gu Huai turns his gaze toward the little Azure Dragon, realizing it has been quite a challenge for her to merely watch the battle unfold. That is acceptable, right? The little Azure Dragon responds with a hint of pride. Now it's your moment to shine. Gu Huai chuckles softly. Little Thunder Dragon, make sure to pay close attention to how your sister performs. Yeah, okay. The little Thunder Dragon appears utterly exhausted, lacking the energy even to respond. This starkly contrasts with the little Azure Dragon, who has just fought for 8 consecutive hours, conquering 21 dungeons. However, this is entirely understandable. The gap between the little Azure Dragon and the little Thunder Dragon is considerable. Moreover, the little Thunder Dragon specializes in an explosive combat style, unleashing a barrage of lightning. The intense energy consumption from that thunderous fury is indeed taxing, making it quite reasonable for the little Thunder Dragon to feel weary. The little Azure Dragon, aligned with the wood element, continuously draws from her internal energy reservoir. Once her power reaches its zenith, she could potentially create a miniature world within herself to replenish her energy, achieving true self-sustainability. Let us proceed to the 61st floor. Why hasn't he come out yet? Outside, Limu Yu, who awaits Gu Huai's return, glances at the time, noting that he has been inside for over half an hour. With Gu Huai's prowess, reaching the 30th floor should take no more than 10 minutes, right? It should be a matter of entering the first floor, using Azure Dragon Breath, and moving to the next. Or perhaps he didn't even need to use Azure Dragon Breath on the initial monsters. Could it be that Gu Huai has ventured deeper into the tower? Limu Yu cannot help but worry. She has heard tales of the Tower of Heaven. Once, someone sought to determine just how many floors it contained, or if any additional rewards awaited those who reached a certain level. They assembled 4 of the strongest young masters at that time. However, they emerged in a state of disarray, warning others that the tower was merely a place to acquire class transfer items, and there was no need to delve deeper. The monster's difficulty increased substantially, yet the rewards remained non-existent. Even after some stubborn souls attempted it, they returned with the same warnings. Now, everyone regarded the Tower of Heaven solely as a means to obtain materials for the first transfer, strategizing on the swiftest way to acquire 100 certificates of heaven. Li Muyu had already discussed this with Gu Huai. He undoubtedly sought to experiment. Yet, the tower's difficulty nearly ensnared a team of 5 exceptionally strong youths. This thought deepens her unease. Gu Huai, please be safe. Unbeknownst to Gu Huai, Li Muyu worries for him deeply. At the 61st floor, just as Gu Huai anticipated, the monsters possess golden legendary potential. There are 21 level 20 golden legendary figures, one of which is elite. These 21 stick figures wield an array of equipment. In addition to conventional weaponry, they have even acquired Gatling guns, sniper rifles, and rocket launchers. Gu Huai cannot help but feel taken aback by the absurdity of the scene. Observing the stats of the golden legendary monsters piques his interest. Monster, gunner stick figure. Quality, golden legendary. Level, LV20. Combat power index, 867. Skills, laser cannon. Grenade. Description, who said stick figures cannot wield artillery? I am a stick figure who has aspired to be a gunner since childhood, and I have succeeded. Monster, sword demon stick figure, elite. Quality, golden legendary. Level, LV20. Combat power index, 1521. Skills, sword demon, blood flood. Blood sword rampage. Description, do you call me a stick figure? No, I am merely the sword that slaughters all who call me a stick figure. Frantic. The ordinary golden legendary figures boast attributes around 800, not particularly impressive. After all, the finest geniuses, donned in epic gear, possess similar stats. Yet, these are merely minor monsters. The first layer of golden legendaries already features 20 such creatures. Additionally, there is an elite monster with attributes exceeding 1500. The sword demon stick figure, clearly larger than the other minor monsters, is evidently formidable. At least, that is the impression the little thunder dragon has. Upon encountering these monsters, the little thunder dragon feels overwhelmed, not because she cannot defeat them, but rather due to the complexity of the battle. Little Azure Dragon. A minor issue. The little Azure Dragon appears unfazed by these monsters, even winking at the little thunder dragon. Under the watchful eyes of the little thunder dragon and Gu Huai, the little Azure Dragon exhales. Azure Dragon breath. Instantly, it triggers a chain reaction. Wherever the Azure Dragon breath passes, not a single monster survives. Instant annihilation. Not a hint of resistance was offered, not even from the ferocious-looking sword demon stick figure, which was vanquished in an instant. Chapter 29. The terrifying attributes of the little Azure Dragon. Is this stick figure lacking funding? Witnessing this scene, Gu Huai remains unperturbed, wearing a neutral expression. However, the little thunder dragon is quite different. She acknowledges that her sister, the little Azure Dragon, is exceptionally strong. Yet she merely assumed that the little Azure Dragon was slightly superior. As a descendant of the Thunder God Dragon, she is proud. She believes her lineage is noble. And even when compared to the little Azure Dragon, she feels quite equal, if not superior. Under such circumstances, she naturally assumes that once her level increases, she will not lag behind the little Azure Dragon. The current display of power by the little Azure Dragon is truly terrifying. So formidable that the little Thunder Dragon could not help but rise directly from Gu Huai's shoulder, only to inadvertently lean back and slip off. Fortunately, Gu Huai was quick-witted and caught the little Thunder Dragon, preventing what could have been a rather painful fall. Oh dear. Next floor, next floor. The little Azure Dragon, however, appeared utterly unfazed. To it, all of this was perfectly routine. At level 20, the little Azure Dragon's strength is astonishing. This is due to its acquisition of 3 new skills at this level, 1 active skill and 2 passive skills. Azure Dragon's Tail, LV1, an active skill that channels terrifying power into its tail, enabling a swing that inflicts explosive damage of 12 strength points upon the opponent. The damage of 12 strength points is even higher than the initial power of the Azure Dragon's rending claw, making it exceptionally fearsome. The subsequent 2 skills are passive abilities that enhance its attributes, both of which are extraordinarily potent. Azure Dragon's Blood, LV1, a passive skill that signifies the awakening of the Azure Dragon's blood, enhancing all attributes by 120. Azure Dragon's Body, LV1, a passive skill that, with level progression, continually awakens the Azure Dragon's physique, currently amplifying its constitution and strength by 13 times, and inflicting an additional 2 points of strength damage when utilizing melee attacks. These 2 passive skills are of a nature that would incite fierce competition among countless individuals if they were to be revealed. Possessing such significant attribute enhancements at merely level 1 is indeed alarming. Both the all-encompassing attribute boost from Azure Dragon's Blood and the targeted enhancements from Azure Dragon's Body are incredibly formidable. With the benefit of these 2 passive enhancements, the power of the little Azure Dragon can only be described as terrifying. Race, Little Azure Dragon. Name, None. Level, LV20. Strength, 1840. Mentality, 1495. Agility, 1495. Constitution, 1840. Talent. Azure Dragon's power houses the power of the Azure Dragon, inflicting an additional 100 final damage upon attacks. Skills. Azure Dragon's Rending Claw, LV4. Azure Wood's Might, LV3. Azure Dragon's Breath, LV3. Azure Dragon's Phantom, LV2. Dragon's Might, LV2. Dragon's Blood Boiling, LV1. Azure Dragon's Tail, LV1. Azure Dragon's Blood, LV1. Azure Dragon's Body, LV1. Combat Power Index, 6,670. With a terrifying attribute of 6,670, the Little Azure Dragon possesses the audacity to act with impunity, especially considering its skill repertoire, which covers melee, ranged, single target, and area attacks, leaving no vulnerabilities. Although the Little Thunder Dragon boasts respectable attributes, it pales in comparison to the Little Azure Dragon. Sadly, the only attributes I can inherit are the foundational ones of the Little Azure Dragon. The enhancements from those passive skills are beyond my reach. Gu Huai sighed in regret, contemplating how invincible he could become if he could inherit those attributes, simply by contracting a few more dragons. Yet, even in the present moment, one might argue that he is indeed invincible, at least among peers. Gu Huai smiled and reassured the Little Thunder Dragon, "Don't be foolish. You too can be this strong in the future." Hearing Gu Huai's words, the Little Thunder Dragon nodded silently, sharing the same belief. The exhilarating feeling of soaring alongside a dragon is truly delightful. Defeating 20 minor foes yielded a staggering 40,000 experience points, while a single elite monster contributed 10,000, totaling 50,000. Such is the ease with which the Little Azure Dragon can unleash its breath attack, making it impossible for the Little Thunder Dragon not to feel exhilarated. However, for the Little Thunder Dragon, the events to come would be even more gratifying. 1 breath per floor. A plethora of experience points per floor. The Little Thunder Dragon's level soared like a rocket, climbing to level 17 in less than 3 minutes, with its attributes surging once more. Yet, this newfound power did little to elate her. After witnessing her sister's might, she realized her own strength was quite insignificant. The next floor awaited at level 70. Likely home to a golden legendary boss. The Little Thunder Dragon thought, her dragon eyes reflecting a serious demeanor. She had come to understand the classifications of potential. Given that she had to expend considerable energy to take down the red-gifted boss at level 60, she surmised that the golden legendary boss would be far more formidable. Yet, Gu Huai's next words shattered her apprehension. "You should be able to dispatch the Little Azure Dragon in an instant, right?" "Indeed. This intensity should pose no problem." The Little Azure Dragon's words were carefully considered. "Then let us resolve this swiftly. Once we conquer this floor, you should reach level 20. However, she was also curious about what lay beyond the golden legendary tier. "Let us go?" With his hands in his pockets, Gu Huai strolled into level 70, flanked by the Azure Dragon on his left and the Thunder Dragon on his right. Upon entering the 70th floor, Gu Huai felt a piercing gaze that compelled him to squint and scan the surroundings. However, what he found left him utterly bewildered. Was this a matter of insufficient funding? Gu Huai was indeed perplexed, not due to the strength of the monster on this floor, but because there was only one creature present. A figure roughly the size of a human, but upon closer inspection, one could see that this stickman had a remarkably low hairline. But that was not the crux of the matter. The most striking aspect was how it seemed to boast a 5-cent special effect. The stickman held a strange fire in its left hand, truly extraordinary fire, with the words "Strange Fire" boldly emblazoned above. In its other hand, it clutched a keyboard, also inscribed with 2 characters. Of course, the focal point lay in the stickman's eyes, which gleamed brightly. Above them, a row of shimmering golden words read, 24 aluminum alloy dog eyes. This scene left Gu Huai momentarily stunned. In stark contrast to the exquisitely crafted stickmen of the previous 69 floors, this one was a world apart. Aside from one intricately designed stickman, the weapons in its hands and the entirely golden-lettered display of its eyes utterly baffled Gu Huai. Chapter 030. The Betrayal of the Master of the Tower. The stickman spoke, though no sound emerged. Instead, a series of golden characters drifted from its mouth. "Little one, do you have many questions?" 11 gleaming golden characters floated in the air. Gu Huai was left speechless. However, he seized the opportunity to glance at the information of this bizarre stickman. Monster, source damaged stickman. Quality, golden legend. Level, LV20. Combat power index, 3,890. Skills, strange fire, keyboard attack. Description, once I was dashing and charming, with a head of lustrous black hair. After the source was damaged, I barely managed with my thermos and Go GT. With a combat power index of 3,890, This attribute value is not insignificant. Yet Gu Huai found it hardly worth his attention. Such meager attributes were hardly imposing. Little Azure Dragon. Gu Huai dismissed the eccentric stickman entirely, directing the little Azure Dragon to launch an attack. Regrettably, it is a pity. I initially anticipated a plethora of monsters at this level, which would allow for an abundance of experience points, but to my astonishment, there was merely a solitary creature. Wait, the fire wielder, whose essence was compromised, was about to feign confidence when he sensed an irresistible force emanating from the little Azure Dragon. Alas, before the two golden characters he exhaled could ascend into the heavens, the dragon's claw descended upon him. A wave of despair surged forth, leaving him no chance to struggle before he was instantaneously vanquished. The Thunder Dragon has gained 200,000 experience points, leveling up to level 19. Vanquished. This creature, which had posed quite a headache for the little Thunder Dragon, was dispatched in an instant. The little Thunder Dragon trembled, awakening a new skill from the heart. Henceforth, when encountering the Elder Azure Dragon, one must adopt a more heartfelt approach, refraining from undue bravado. He could not withstand even a single claw from her. What of the staircase? Naturally, Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon paid it no heed. The swift defeat of this boss was a rather commonplace occurrence. What concerned Gu Huai was that typically, each passage would unveil a staircase leading to the next level. Yet this time it had vanished entirely. The little Azure Dragon nudged Gu Huai, gesturing toward a specific direction. There stood. Gu Huai's gaze followed, landing upon a thatched cottage. A thatched cottage? It seemed absent before. Initially, I merely wished to meet you in the guise of a fire wielder. Yet I did not foresee that you would earn her favor. A middle-aged man, with thinning hair and a black and gold thermos in hand, emerged from the cottage. His tone was imbued with envy. Her favor? Who are you? Gu Huai's attention shifted to the middle-aged man as he sought information on him. But the results rendered his expression grave. Monster. Quality. Level. Combat Power Index. Description. All question marks, yielding no information. Such an outcome typically indicates two possibilities. Either the individual possesses a skill to conceal their information, or their power is overwhelmingly formidable. This is of little consequence. The middle-aged man cast a profound glance at Gu Huai. Since you have won her over, cherish her well. She is the last hope of our realm. Should we fail again? The middle-aged man's words trailed off, lingering in the air. And then, I shan't divulge that. Knowing this will not benefit you. The middle-aged man remarked nonchalantly. Do you realize how infuriating it is to pique someone's interest only to withhold information? Gu Huai found such individuals insufferable. Had he the strength, he might have resorted to violence. I understand. However, this matter truly cannot be disclosed. The middle-aged man glanced at Gu Huai, then at the little Azure Dragon, who was vigilantly guarding him, and let out a sigh. The little Thunder Dragon felt somewhat disheartened. Why did this man refuse to acknowledge her? The first time could be excused, but after making a concerted effort to present herself confidently the second time, was she being looked down upon? She too held a respectable standing. Very well, allow me to offer you a token of compensation. After uttering this, the middle-aged man made no visible move, yet Gu Huai's vision darkened, and his mind spun in a haze. By the time he regained his senses, the middle-aged man had vanished, and he found himself outside the instance, back in the hall. Gu Huai, you have finally emerged. Li Muyu exclaimed upon seeing Gu Huai, rushing toward him with tears glistening in her eyes. Upon observing Li Muyu charging at him, Gu Huai deftly sidestepped. Did this woman dare to take liberties with him? Not a chance. Li Muyu stumbled into empty space. Were it not for her status as a transitional player, her agility might have led to an embarrassing fall. Nevertheless, she nearly lost her footing. The onlookers, witnessing Gu Huai's swift maneuver, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Impressive indeed. Li Muyu regained her balance, casting a resentful glance at Gu Huai. However, the crowd's attention swiftly shifted elsewhere. Rumbling. What was that sound? It was unmistakably the noise emanating from the Tower of Ascendance instance. The gazes of all present turned toward the source, including Gu Huai and Li Muyu. Soon enough, Gu Huai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he recognized familiar words. Golden letters sparkled forth from the direction of the Tower of Ascendance instance. Congratulations to player Gu Huai for successfully passing the Tower of Ascendance trial and activating the hidden instance, the Path to Ascendance. This instance will open in 3 days, with entry restricted to levels not exceeding Gu Huai's current level. The instance is rich in resources, abundant in rewards, and boasts an exceptionally high drop rate. The first player to clear this instance shall receive a treasure of mine. The dazzling golden letters arranged themselves in 4 crooked lines, culminating in a radiant smile. Upon seeing that smile, Gu Huai's expression darkened further. Is this truly the compensation I am to receive? This is rather ostentatious, is it not? Were it not for my allegiance to the state, I might have been led astray by this fool. Cleared the Tower of Ascendance trial? Goodness, who was this Gu Huai? So formidable indeed. The crowd was sparse, and they were unaware of Gu Huai's identity. However, they understood one thing. This individual named Gu Huai was remarkable for having succeeded in what no one else had. Gu Huai? Among those present, only Li Muyu recognized him. She could not help but direct her gaze toward Gu Huai, seemingly seeking to verify the truth of the matter. I cannot ascertain whether I have cleared it. Gu Huai waved his hand, unwilling to elaborate. Li Muyu scrutinized Gu Huai intently, her gaze causing him to feel uneasy. Just as he was about to speak, she uttered 2 words, pervert. Chapter 031. One of the 9, gradually crumbling within. The events transpiring within the instance were swiftly contained. Particularly as this matter involved Gu Huai, individuals from above quickly dispatched personnel to ensure that all who witnessed the words signed confidentiality agreements, forbidding them from disclosing what transpired today. As for Gu Huai, he was summoned to the topmost floor of the instance building, a level not open to the public. Li Muyu was not even granted access to this place. Young friend Gu Huai, we meet again. Wenrin Suanan. The elder who had earlier presented Gu Huai with a photograph of a beautiful woman, claiming it to be his granddaughter, regarded Gu Huai with a broad smile. Elder Wenrun, Gu Huai responded respectfully. Ah, you still remember this old man. Do not be anxious. I am here primarily to inquire about the situation. You wish to farm instances, correct? Conveniently, I possess some connections within this instance building, so this card is yours. After just a couple of sentences, Wenrin saw and began to bestow gifts, tossing a golden card toward Gu Huai, who instinctively caught it. What is this? The VIP card. A prestigious golden legendary level VIP card grants its holder a plethora of privileges. For instance, it includes the privilege of skipping queues, which is significantly superior to the card tier of the Imperial Capital University. Additionally, it offers a generous 50% discount. Certain exclusive dungeons can also be accessed more frequently. Of course, beyond these, there are other benefits, which you can inquire about downstairs. I shall not enumerate them all for you. Upon hearing about the queue skipping and discount privileges, Gu Huai's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. What a marvelous feature. It is truly exhausting to drag along that burden, Li Muyu, every time I enter a dungeon. If Li Muyu were to discover Gu Huai's thoughts, she would undoubtedly be tempted to take drastic measures against him. In truth, this card could have been bestowed upon Gu Huai by Yinglong, but he chose to forego that option, considering his granddaughter. Thus, I extend my gratitude to Senior Wenren. Gu Huai did not decline. These advantages were indeed what he needed. He would remember these benefits. Now, let us return to the main topic. What is the situation this time? There is not much to report. I have simply reached level 20. What? You have already attained level 20? Upon hearing Gu Huai's words, Wenren Suanan immediately sprang to his feet. Yes, Gu Huai was startled by his sudden movement. Wenren Suanan realized that his reaction was overly dramatic and struggled to calm his racing heart, but tranquility eluded him. His granddaughter was also part of this cohort and had awakened a formidable hidden class, the Swordmaster. Although he knew Gu Huai was exceptionally strong, possessing a particularly fierce little green dragon, he had seen the dragon's panel during the previous meeting. He still believed his granddaughter would not fall far behind. Over the past 2.5 days, he was well aware of his granddaughter's relentless efforts. He had even arranged for 10 individuals to take turns assisting Wenren Ling Shui. Of course, Wenren Ling Shui did not rely solely on their support. Initially, she ground her levels alone until her stamina waned, at which point she would switch to another. Once her stamina replenished, she would continue solo grinding. This relentless cycle left her with only 6 hours of sleep each day, a testament to her extraordinary dedication. Wenren Suanan felt a pang of pity watching her toil, but he understood his granddaughter's tenacious spirit and felt powerless to intervene. Her hard work paid off, successfully elevating her level to 19, just a step away from 20. If all went smoothly, she would likely reach level 20 today. Tomorrow, she would thoroughly tackle the Tower of Ascension, preparing for the Ascension certificate, and by tomorrow night, she could attempt the first transition dungeon, completing her first class change. This would position her favorably for selection among the National Reserve team members with first transition strength. Initially, he thought Gu Huai would lack a day of leveling time. But given Gu Huai's extraordinary capabilities, he assumed he would also manage to transition successfully. However, he never anticipated that Gu Huai would stand before him in such a manner, declaring, I am already level 20. Senior Wenren, is everything all right? Nothing, please continue. Wenren Suanan waved his hand, urging Gu Huai to proceed. No wonder Elder Long intended to cultivate Gu Huai with the full might of the nation. Ah, Elder Long is truly remarkable. His foresight is unparalleled. Oh, Gu Huai acknowledged. Continuing, thus, I am about to tackle the Tower of Ascension in pursuit of the Ascension certificate. According to Li Muyu, The optimal strategy is to reach the 30th floor before exiting. Doing so 6 times will suffice. One Rin Suan nodded, recognizing the merit in this approach, which suits capable young individuals. That was my initial plan as well. However, as I swiftly ascended to the 30th floor, I noticed that the difficulty did not markedly differ from the earlier levels. Thus, I proceeded further. Senior Wenrun, is something the matter? Gu Huai inquired, noticing Wenrin Suan standing once again. Nothing, please continue. Wenrin Sunan's heart ached, who speaks so casually about breezing through to the 30th floor, only to find the subsequent challenges no more formidable than the previous ones. Gu Huai nodded. Right, where was I? So, I continued to push forward, inadvertently reaching the 60th level. At this point, I realized I had collected the Ascension certificate, but I found the 60th level rather simple, which sparked the notion to keep progressing. One Rin Sunan. As I pushed onward, I also conquered the 70th level. At this juncture, I assumed I had successfully completed the dungeon, for no monsters appeared. Only a bald, greasy, middle-aged man emerged. Were he aware of Gu Huai? He might have been inclined to retract his reward. He merely had a sparse head of hair. He was not bald at all. And how could he be described as greasy? And then he spoke a great deal of jargon I did not comprehend, claiming to grant me a chance. You are all familiar with the ensuing events. Who could have anticipated that this bald, greasy, middle-aged man would cause me such a substantial headache? Gu Huai expressed with exasperation. He had initially speculated that the man might bestow upon him a dragon egg or some other valuable item. Who would have thought it would come to this? While this hidden dungeon appeared to hold potential, who would present it in such a manner? Was he intent on revealing it to the entire world? Did he desire the entire world to flock to this hidden dungeon? Gu Huai was genuinely at a loss, having never encountered such an unreliable individual before. Thus, we have gleaned the details of this matter. However, according to the middle-aged greasy man, the dungeon known as the Path of Ascension will open in 3 days. And at that time, the level of those who can enter will be restricted to your own. Furthermore, the sole entrance to this dungeon is right here. Do you have any insightful recommendations? Wenrin Suan inquired, directing his gaze at Gu Huai. This is a national matter. I defer to your judgment. As I have no suggestions, Gu Huai understood precisely how to respond to such matters. Chapter 032, The First Transition Dungeon. Inquiring about Dragon's Heart. Very well. We shall await your arrival to tackle the dungeon in 3 days. Hidden tasks typically come with time constraints, the specifics of which depend on the dungeon in question. Then, Senior Wenren, is there anything further for me here? I am prepared to commence my transition dungeon. Gu Huai smiled broadly. You are free to go. There is nothing more for you here. Li Mu Yu awaited downstairs, rushing over to Gu Huai the moment she spotted him. They did not give you a hard time, did they? Not at all. They even gifted me a dungeon card. Gu Huai produced the golden dungeon card, waving it in his hand. Is that not a golden legendary dungeon card? Li Mu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. What is the matter? Gu Huai, do you comprehend what this golden legendary card signifies? Gu Huai shook his head. It fundamentally represents a symbol of status. Dungeon cards such as this are exclusively issued by the Dungeon Tower and are categorized into several tiers: white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. Typically, ordinary individuals acquire only white cards. From the moment the green quality card is introduced, it becomes a card of privilege, albeit one that may not align with your expectations. Upgrading these cards does not require monetary expenditure. Not with money, Gu Huai exclaimed, a look of astonishment flickering in his eyes. He initially believed that this was a mode specifically designed by the dungeon building to generate revenue. In truth, Gu Huai personally harbored a distaste for such membership systems, where higher-tier members could advance in line, leaving those who had been waiting in frustration. This model leaves no room for those lacking resources, forcing them to endure long waits just to grind a dungeon. Indeed, it is not about money. Moreover, the acquisition of these cards is exceedingly challenging. Each one, even a mere green quality card, must undergo rigorous scrutiny before it can be issued. Typically, among those who venture into this place to grind dungeons, it is unlikely that even 1 in 100 possesses a green or higher privilege card. Upon hearing this, Gu Huai nodded in agreement. If that is the case, it is somewhat acceptable. A gamified world undoubtedly necessitates certain privileges, which should be reserved for those who tirelessly toil on the front lines for the nation and deserve respect. However, returning to the topic at hand, do you have any idea how difficult it is to attain a golden privilege? And do you know which tier our Imperial Capital University student card corresponds to in terms of temporary cards? Gu Huai shook his head. Let us discuss our student card first. Our student card corresponds to a purple level card and is merely a temporary card valid for 4 years. Once we graduate from university, this privilege will no longer be available. As for the golden privilege, it is estimated that there are only around 20 such privilege cards distributed throughout the entirety of Longhua. Upon hearing this, Gu Huai was genuinely astonished. Only 20 cards for the entire Longhua? The 9 lords occupy 9 of them, leaving the remainder to individuals who have made immense contributions to the nation. Furthermore, this card, aside from its primary function as a status symbol, also serves a vital role in equipment sales. You can place the equipment you acquire in the dungeon building for sale, with only a nominal fee of 1 unit. At this point, Limuyu couldn't help but feel envy. However, it seemed that she soon recalled something, and her mood visibly darkened as she lowered her head in silence. The stark shift in her demeanor was palpable even to Gu Huai. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "Nothing," Limuyu replied, shaking her head in disappointment without elaborating. Noting her reticence, Gu Huai opted against pressing further. His mindset was straightforward. If she wished to speak, she would. If not, no amount of questioning would prove fruitful. As for attempting to decipher Limuyu's thoughts, Gu Huai found such endeavors trivial. The hearts of women are as elusive as needles in the ocean, impossible to unravel. With that, he declared, "All right, I am preparing to initiate the first transition dungeon." Limuyu felt a pang of discomfort as she realized that Gu Huai genuinely refrained from asking further questions. Her discontent stemmed from the fact that once Gu Huai acquired that dungeon card, her utility to him diminished. Thus, she found herself in a state of distress. To initiate the first transition dungeon, one must gather 100 tokens of the heavenly path and locate a sufficiently large open space to release the transition portal. The dungeon building has designated areas for this, albeit at a cost. However, after Gu Huai presented his golden dungeon card, he was graciously exempted from the fee. Under the respectful gaze of the staff, they escorted him to an opulent venue, spacious and adorned with numerous seats, seemingly prepared for a gathering of friends and family. Yet, Gu Huai had no such need. His only companion was Limuyu. Once they arrived, Gu Huai wasted no time and directly activated the first transition dungeon, consuming 100 tokens of the heavenly path and 20,000 gold to initiate the first transition dungeon. Confirm? Confirm. Activating. As the words resonated, the 100 tokens of the heavenly path that Gu Huai had gathered flew forth, their brilliant blue light coalescing into a circle. The azure energy intertwined, forming the shape of a grand portal, while the details of the dungeon materialized before Gu Huai's eyes, visible only to him. Special dungeon, Heart of the Dragon. Dungeon restriction, solo dungeon. Description, a dungeon focused on the first transition of dragon tamers, with tasks and narratives to explore independently. Heart of the Dragon? The very name evoked a sense of ominous foreboding within Gu Huai. Narrowing his eyes, he resigned himself to the challenges that lay ahead, knowing he had no choice but to face them head on. Besides, with you by my side, I fear nothing. Glancing at the 2 small creatures perched on his shoulders, Gu Huai affectionately stroked their heads, brimming with confidence. The little Azure Dragon and Thunder Dragon sensed Gu Huai's unwavering spirit and nuzzled closer to him, their expressions joyful. To them, Gu Huai was the closest person to them, and even though their time together was brief, the bond remained strong. "Let us go?" Gu Huai ushered the 2 little ones into the portal. A familiar wave of dizziness enveloped him, and once that sensation ebbed, he found himself in a vacant room, utterly devoid of furnishings. Upon entering this chamber, Gu Huai immediately sensed something was amiss. The 2 small creatures on his shoulders had seemingly vanished. Panic surged within him as he feared they might encounter harm in this unfamiliar world. "Little Azure Dragon, little Thunder Dragon, where are you?" Gu Huai called out, rushing to the door in a desperate attempt to escape this strange realm. The door opened effortlessly, but what lay before him was merely a mirror. Reflected within the glass was a scene of the little Azure Dragon happily bathing alongside an unfamiliar girl, exuding joy and delight. Stopping in his tracks, Gu Huai was taken aback. Chapter 033. Come forth, Yinglong, Ancestral Dragon, Zhu Jiuyin. The little Azure Dragon exhibited no immediate reaction. Her gaze towards Gu Huai was one of unfamiliarity. It was the girl who, upon noticing, promptly shielded her eyes and shouted, "Pervert." Gu Huai's expression turned peculiar. "Excuse me, miss, you seem to be covering the wrong area." The girl seemed to realize this, quickly crouching down, her face a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Little Azure Dragon, use the Azure Dragon sky-rending claw to tear apart this scoundrel." The little Azure Dragon obediently launched an attack toward Gu Huai. That familiar power erupted, aimed squarely at him. Meanwhile, in a different setting, the little Thunder Dragon found herself in the company of a version of Gu Huai, as well as another little Azure Dragon. However, in this realm, both Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon showered her with affection, yielding to her every whim. During battles, she took the lead, showcasing the little Azure Dragon's formidable powers, basking in pride and satisfaction. In contrast, the little Azure Dragon found herself alone. She wandered into a forest and stumbled upon a palace constructed entirely of dragon crystals. The palace was exceedingly opulent and beautiful. Instantly smitten, The little Azure Dragon gazed in awe. Do you like this place? A stunning girl appeared, her smile warm and inviting. The little Azure Dragon nodded in agreement. Thus, this place belongs to you. In the face of the little Azure Dragon's attack, Gu Huai did not succumb to panic or shout in distress. Instead, he rationally conjured a shield of pure wind, deftly rolling aside to evade the incoming assault during its formation. You are Gu Huai? At this moment, the girl seized the opportunity to drape a voluminous coat over herself, gazing at Gu Huai with an air of haughty superiority. I beg your pardon, but from this day forth, your little Azure Dragon shall be mine. Unperturbed by the girl's declaration, Gu Huai launched his counterattack. He had prepared for this confrontation beforehand, albeit with some concern for the foolish little Thunder Dragon. The little Azure Dragon swung its tail, dispersing the wind blade effortlessly. Are you enraged by humiliation, Gu Huai? Indeed. It is only natural to feel anger when a hard-won tool becomes another's possession. Apologies, but the little Azure Dragon is not merely a tool. Gu Huai flashed a grin. Aware that all of this was but an illusion, yet unable to resist responding, she is my family. However, this world must be a realm of illusions, right? I wonder if it draws upon the power of dreams. Perhaps I should test it. As the thought crossed his mind, a frenzied glint ignited in Gu Huai's eyes. Arise. Yinglong. In his imagination, a magnificent dragon appeared, adorned with a golden back and a silver belly, its majestic wings unfurling. A colossal dragon, towering over 100 meters, emanated a formidable presence. What sort of dragon is this? The girl was taken aback by the overwhelming aura of the Yinglong, instinctively retreating a few steps. This is merely the beginning. Gu Huai's lips curled into a smirk as he gestured again. Arise, Jiaolong. And you, Zhu Jiuyin, come forth as well. Gu Huai could only conjure vague images of Jiaolong and Zhu Jiuyin, as both dragons were steeped in legend, seldom encountered in mythological works. Jiaolong, the progenitor of dragons, was envisioned in a manner befitting its grandeur. Zhu Jiuyin, often heralded as the mightiest dragon, was described as having a human face and a serpentine body, entirely crimson, with vertically slit eyes. It was said that when it closed its eyes, the world plunged into darkness, and when it opened them, daylight returned. It was rumored to be a terrifying entity inheriting the power of Pangu. As Gu Huai conjured the images of Jiaolong and Zhu Jiuyin, terror washed over the girl's face, for the entire space could scarcely withstand the overwhelming aura radiating from the three dragons, causing it to fracture. Who are you? Me? I am family to the little Azure Dragon. With Gu Huai's final words, the entire space shattered, reminiscent of a broken mirror. The three dragons conjured by Gu Huai vanished alongside the crumbling realm, leaving him with a tinge of regret. If only he could truly forge a pact with these three, he would undoubtedly be invincible. However, it appeared he may have overstepped. Gazing into the abyss of darkness that was once a world, Gu Huai sighed in resignation. Who could have foreseen that the energy of this realm was so feeble that even the imagined phantoms could not endure? What should he do next? The boundless darkness weighed heavily on Gu Huai's mind. Upon hearing the girl's words, the little Azure Dragon's eyes sparkled with surprise. Eek, are they really all mine? Indeed. Witnessing the little dragon's reaction, the girl's smile blossomed even brighter. Eek, what about Daddy? Daddy? What Daddy? The girl was momentarily taken aback. Eek, you're so foolish. Daddy is Gu Huai, Gu Huai is Daddy. The little Azure Dragon cast a scornful glance, momentarily rattling the girl's composure, though she suppressed her anger to keep the little dragon close. I do not know this person. Upon hearing this, the little Azure Dragon immediately disregarded the girl and turned away. The alluring palace constructed of dragon crystal failed to capture her attention. What's wrong with you? Eek, I'm going to find Daddy. But don't you love dragon crystal the most? If you would only stay a little longer, I could, hey, at least wait for me to finish speaking. The girl watched helplessly as the little Azure Dragon ascended into the sky, searching for Gu Huai. This little dragon truly was impervious to reason. Just then, the girl felt a tremor run through her, for she sensed that a dream realm had shattered. How is this possible? The rupture in the dream made the flaws in this space all the more pronounced. The little Azure Dragon seized the opportunity, channeling all its strength. Dragon blood boils. Power of the green wood. Azure Dragon Phantom. Azure Dragon's tail. This was the little Azure Dragon's most formidable attack. A strike potent enough to obliterate the little Thunder Dragon 10 times over, landing squarely upon a fragile fissure. The crack quickly widened until, with a sharp crack, it shattered completely. Eek, Daddy. As the space fractured, the little Azure Dragon sensed a familiar aura, delight illuminating her features as she lunged toward Gu Huai. Little Azure Dragon. Seeing her, Gu Huai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though he trusted the little Azure Dragon implicitly, the anxiety still lingered. Eek eek. The little Azure Dragon coiled around Gu Huai, brimming with words to share, particularly about the palace made of dragon crystal. Wah, you absolutely must build me one, Daddy. Gu Huai listened intently to the little Azure Dragon's enthusiastic descriptions, a warm current flowing through his heart. So, I hold such significance in her eyes. However, constructing a palace from dragon crystal is an extravagant endeavor beyond my means. Chapter 034, Gu Xiaodi and the Azure Dragon Little Emperor. The annoying Thunder Dragon Emperor. Dragon crystals are not inexpensive. Gu Huai had previously researched the price of dragon crystals, his lips twitching slightly. Thankfully, he had aligned himself with the state. Otherwise, he truly could not afford to raise a dragon. Each dragon crystal costs 500. Initially, the little Azure Dragon consumed 1 crystal per meal, but now it required 3. 3 crystals per meal was one thing, but the rate of consumption was alarming, especially during battles. A mere day could easily demand 15 crystals as a starting point. Having only contracted the little Azure Dragon for less than 2 days, Gu Huai could hardly fathom how many crystals would be needed as her strength grew. 1 dragon crystal costs 500. How many would be necessary to construct a palace? He could only speculate. In any case, it was clear that accomplishing such a feat would not be a matter of mere billions. Nonetheless, despite this reality, Gu Huai's imagination soared as he painted grand visions. Fear not. In the future, I shall assuredly construct a palace made of dragon crystal for you. A particularly grand one. Eek, you're the best. Daddy. The little Azure Dragon's eyes transformed into the shape of Gu Huai's. He gently ruffled her head, realizing that children were indeed quite easy to please. However, Gu Huai was not merely indulging in fanciful dreams. If the opportunity arose, it would not be impossible to make the little Azure Dragon's wishes come true. Yet, speaking of which, how is it that the little Thunder Dragon remains absent? From what the little Azure Dragon had conveyed, this quest within the realm of the dragon's heart likely manifested based on one's innermost desires or fears. However, the essence of this realm was rather rudimentary. With a limited capacity to withstand power, Gu Huai discerned the weaknesses of this instance at a glance and shattered it with an overwhelming force that the scenario could not withstand. Had he not broken the instance, he would have remained oblivious to the subsequent events and the myriad of intriguing occurrences that might have unfolded. Unfortunately, his concern for the little Azure Dragon and the little Thunder Dragon, particularly the latter, compelled him to disregard the rules. Ah, what a troublesome creature. The little Azure Dragon displayed a resigned expression, akin to that of an elder sister exasperated with her younger sibling. Let us proceed. I have a fair idea of where the little Thunder Dragon might be. Just as Gu Huai was about to locate their position, he activated his dragon mastery to pinpoint them, but the little Azure Dragon preemptively shattered the instance. This prompted Gu Huai to marvel at the little Azure Dragon's formidable prowess, which evidently surpassed that of a level 20 battle pet. Particularly impressive was the combination of skills she employed, showcasing her ability to unleash a terrifying force. The 3rd level of the wood elemental power augmented her strength and spirit by 24. While the 1st level of Dragon-S Blood Boiling provided an overall boost of 100 across all attributes for a duration of 5 minutes. The 2nd level of Azure Dragon Phantom inflicted additional damage equivalent to 88 times her strength, coupled with the 1st level of Dragon Tail, which granted a 12-fold strength enhancement. And most crucially, her innate talent, Azure Dragon Power, which dealt an additional 100 final damage upon attack. The cumulative effects resulted in extraordinarily formidable damage. Originally 1840 in strength, it surged to 3,266, and with these skills combined, it reached an astonishing 8,812 times her strength, effectively translating to a damage multiplier of 416. Such a fearsome power, striking at the instance's vulnerabilities, could hardly be withstood by a mere level 20 scenario. Gu Huai signaled to the little Azure Dragon as they identified a weak point. Still under the influence of Dragon-S Blood Boiling, she effortlessly shattered the barrier, creating a mere hole, leaving both Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon curious about what the little Thunder Dragon was immersed in. Let us enter. The little Azure Dragon leaped onto Gu Huai's shoulder, and with a gentle bound, he stepped into the dream realm of the little Thunder Dragon. Upon entry, both Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon were taken aback by the grandeur of the little Thunder Dragon's dream. A colossal statue loomed before them, towering hundreds of meters high, entirely crafted from lightning-attributed dragon crystals. The statue bore an uncanny resemblance to the mature form of the little Thunder Dragon, intricately carved to appear lifelike. Beneath it, an inscription read, Thunder Dragon Emperor, accompanied by a record of illustrious achievements, including various extraordinary battles and the protection of little Gu and the Azure Dragon Emperor, standing alone in defiance through the ages. Gu Huai felt a twinge of embarrassment. Is this Azure Dragon Emperor referring to me? It should be. This little Gu must be me, he thought, as a dark line crossed his forehead. No wonder the little Thunder Dragon was so engrossed in this world. The little Azure Dragon, agitated, protested, "Why am I merely a little emperor? I should be the Grand Emperor." However, she mused over how delightful the name Little Gu sounded. "Perhaps I could know," Gu Huai interjected, seemingly reading her thoughts, promptly dismissing the idea. The little Azure Dragon looked at him with forlorn eyes. "All right then. We must find the little Thunder Dragon. This situation has gone too far. How shall we locate her?" she inquired. "Quite simply," Gu Huai replied with a smirk, channeling several blades of wind towards the statue of the Thunder Dragon Emperor. Instantly, numerous dragon soldiers erupted forth, crackling with electricity and exuding a fierce aura. "Who dares attack the Thunder Dragon Emperor? Wait, is that Gu the Little Emperor and the Azure Dragon Little Emperor?" The initially aggressive Thunder Dragons faltered upon recognizing Gu Huai and the Little Azure Dragon, their demeanor shifting to one of uncertainty. They understood that within this realm, the Thunder Dragon Emperor stood unrivaled. Yet he had two sworn brothers, Gu the Little Emperor and the Azure Dragon Little Emperor. "Lead us to the Little Thunder Dragon, the esteemed Thunder Dragon Emperor." "Of course. Follow us," the leading Thunder Dragon responded with utmost respect. The Thunder Dragon city was vast, and the Thunder Dragon Palace was remarkably grand, constructed entirely from electric dragon crystals. The palace left the Little Azure Dragon feeling inferior in comparison to the Little Thunder Dragon, mainly due to the latter's unabashed confidence. The thought of being called the Azure Dragon Little Emperor ignited her fury upon encountering the Little Thunder Dragon. She was determined to assert her position as the true younger sibling. Meanwhile, upon receiving news from a dragon that the Little Emperor Gu and the Azure Dragon Little Emperor were visiting, the Little Thunder Dragon's expression shifted to one of confusion. "Aren't these two supposed to be at the Azure Dragon Palace and Gu Palace? They rarely come to see me. I usually go to them." Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her face paled. In a flurry, she transformed from a beautiful young girl back to her original form, altering her appearance to conform to human standards. With a wave of her hand, everything around her vanished. As the surroundings faded, she caught sight of Gu Huai and the Little Azure Dragon, immediately dashing towards them with tear-filled eyes. "Little Azure Dragon, at your command." The Little Azure Dragon grinned mischievously, raising her tail. Upon witnessing this, the Little Thunder Dragon resigned herself to her fate, allowing the Little Azure Dragon to strike her. Surprisingly, the anticipated impact was not painful at all. The Little Thunder Dragon looked up in astonishment, as the Little Azure Dragon simply stated, "Do you know how much your father worries about you?" At this, the Little Thunder Dragon's gaze shifted towards Gu Huai. This time, genuine tears streamed down her face as she flew into his embrace. Gu Huai and the Little Azure Dragon exchanged knowing smiles, charmed by the little one's antics. Yet, the matters regarding the names of the Little Emperor Gu and the Azure Dragon Little Emperor still required proper reckoning. "But I am the Thunder Dragon Little Emperor. You two are merely great emperors." "No, that is incorrect. Only I am the great emperor, and my father is the great emperor's father." Gu Huai coughed. "Since you both insist, should I not add that my daughter, the Azure Dragon, possesses the potential of a great emperor?" Instantly, laughter erupted among them. A joyous and heartfelt moment shared. The Little Thunder Dragon gazed at Gu Huai and the Little Azure Dragon, her heart brimming with emotion. "No wonder I always felt that the simulated Gu Huai and the Little Azure Dragon bore no resemblance to their true selves. Being with them simply did not evoke that sense of joy." Gu Huai realized that the challenge of questioning the dragon's heart was indeed not formidable, riddled with flaws. Yet this quest was not devoid of significance. At the very least, their bond had deepened considerably through this trial. Congratulations on completing the first transition quest. The transition is successful. Your attributes will be augmented by 12-fold in the final outcome. With each level up, you shall gain 20 points in strength, 20 points in spirit, 20 points in agility, and 20 points in constitution. Congratulations on acquiring an opportunity for skill enhancement. You may choose any skill for reinforcement or reserve the enhancement points until the second transition. This was the information regarding Gu Huai's advancement. As he perused these notifications, he couldn't help but read them 5 or 6 times over. Was that all? A look of bewilderment clouded Gu Huai's eyes. Had Li Mu Yu not mentioned that after the first transition, one would receive a class-specific skill along with additional skill slots? Just like Li Mu Yu who, at level 44, possessed 7 class-specific skills and 9 skill slots, totaling 16 skills. A top-tier profession begins with 2 exclusive skills, and for every 10 levels, one acquires an additional class-specific skill and 2 skill slots, culminating in 6 exclusive skills and 8 slots. The remaining class transition skill and slot are obtained during the first transition. However, Li Mu Yu had not filled all her skill slots yet, leaving 2 vacant. According to her, the quality of skills is paramount over quantity. One's energy is finite, making it impossible to expend vast amounts of effort on every level. The elevation of skill levels requires proficiency, which must be attained before one can upgrade. The initial levels are manageable, but as one ascends, the difficulty increases. At level 19, for each level gained, the skill's effectiveness increases by approximately 10. By level 20, the enhancement is around 20. The higher the level, the more arduous the progression. The skill Li Muyu excelled in, the Golden Goddess Transformation, had only reached level 7 despite her daily practice. Returning to the matter at hand, Gu Huai gazed at the skill enhancement point he had just acquired, feeling utterly despondent. Am I truly unworthy of learning offensive skills? Gu Huai lamented inwardly. However, if Li Muyu were to discover what Gu Huai had received from his first transition, her eyes would likely sparkle with excitement. Skill enhancement points are capable of significantly elevating skill potency, akin to a bug-like existence. Such points are a rare treasure, only obtainable during the third transition, and their effects are astounding. They not only enhance a skill's strength, but can also be preserved, potentially elevating skill levels by up to 12. Many individuals, after successfully transitioning to their third tier, are reluctant to use their skill enhancement points, often reserving them until level 80 for maximum efficacy. Regrettably, Gu Huai remained oblivious to this fact. Sighing in frustration, Gu Huai, being shrewd, understood that he should not expend such a resource now. At merely level 20 with only 3 skills, he would acquire new skills as he continued to level up, allowing him the opportunity to select a more advantageous skill later. Wait a moment, why do I only have 3 skills? What happened to my skills at level 20? Gu Huai suddenly realized that his previous focus had been on the little Azure Dragon, naturally causing him to overlook his own skills at this level. Now, reflecting on it, his mind was besieged by a torrent of expletives. Was this not a form of bullying? Gu Huai sighed, unaware that the absence of 2 skills was precisely due to the existence of the skill enhancement point. If others were to know that foregoing 2 skills would yield a skill enhancement point, he could likely incite a frenzy. Frustrated, Gu Huai shifted his gaze back to the little Azure Dragon, hoping for a pleasant surprise. With this thought, he opened the information panel for the little Azure Dragon. The little Azure Dragon has successfully transitioned, experiencing a significant power increase, with final attributes enhanced 12-fold. The little Azure Dragon has comprehended the exclusive skill, Unrepentant Dragon's Fury. The little Azure Dragon has obtained 1 skill enhancement point. With each level up, the little Azure Dragon will gain 100 points in strength, 100 points in spirit, 100 points in agility, and 100 points in constitution. Unrepentant Dragon's Fury, LV1 active skill, channels all strength to perform 3 exceptionally rapid attacks on the target, with each attack's damage coefficient being twice the combat power index. The target may be changed. Goodness, how enviable. Gu Huai's eyes widened at the mention of the Unrepentant Dragon's Fury skill. 3 consecutive rapid attacks, each with a damage coefficient of twice the combat power index. This skill is nothing short of a singularly potent technique. Although the combat power index does not equate to 4 times the strength value, it still represents over 3 times the strength. For the little Azure Dragon at present, this 2-fold combat power index translates to over 7 times the strength. 3 direct attacks yield an approximate damage value of 21 times. Truly absurd. Most remarkably, this represents merely the damage attributed to this single skill. Gu Huai could scarcely fathom the potential augmentations from others. Chapter 036, National Reserve Team Assessment. Genuine Affection for Genuine Affection. The little Azure Dragon also possesses a skill enhancement point, yet it would be prudent to reserve it for now, rather than hastily employing it. Furthermore, the little Azure Dragon's current attributes are astonishing, truly remarkable for a level 20 character. Gu Huai's gaze lingered on the little Azure Dragon's panel, unable to suppress his admiration. Race, little Azure Dragon, first transition. Name, none. Level, LV20. Strength, 2208. Spirit, 1794. Agility, 1794. Constitution, 2208. Talent, Azure Dragon's Might, contains the essence of the Azure Dragon, inflicting an additional 100 final damage upon attacks. Skills, Azure Dragon's Rending Claw, LV4. Azure Wood's Might, LV3. Azure Dragon's Breath, LV3. Azure Dragon's Mirage, LV2. Dragon's Might, LV1. Dragon's Blood Boil, LV1. Azure Dragon's Tail, LV1. Azure Dragon's Blood, LV1. Azure Dragon's Body, LV1. Unrepentant Dragon's Fury, LV1. Combat Power Index, 8004. An astounding combat power index of 8,000, truly outrageous. And this is merely the attributes of a level 20 character. With future enhancements, one can expect an increase of 400 points in base attributes per level. By levels 2 or 3, the combat power index is likely to surpass 10,000. I want to see too. The little Thunder Dragon observed Gu Huai's astonished expression, equally curious about the attributes of the little Azure Dragon. However, Gu Huai, naturally, could not reveal the little Azure Dragon's attributes to the little Thunder Dragon, fearing it might dampen the child's confidence. Currently, the The Little Thunder Dragon is at level 19 and still requires considerable experience to reach level 20, thus missing out on the benefits of the first transition. The Dragon Master possesses a remarkable feature. Once Gu Huai completes the first transition task, the subsequent young dragons, upon reaching level 20, will automatically receive the benefits of the first transition without the need to undergo further evaluations. The Little Thunder Dragon, unable to do anything about it, could only lower its head in frustration. "Don't worry, I'll take you out to level up shortly," Gu Huai reassured. Noticing the little dragon's despondency as he gently ruffled its head, he was eager to have the Little Thunder Dragon transition, as it would significantly boost his own attributes as well. Glancing at his combat power index, which stood at 4,599 points, Gu Huai felt rather pleased with himself. Although lacking offensive skills, the two abilities afforded by his equipped set were formidable enough. Given the upcoming national team preliminary assessment, he mused that he could likely pass even without summoning a dragon. However, he decided against it, preferring to maintain the persona of a mere summoner. After all, what kind of summoner charges into battle themselves? As for the Wind Blade and Clear Wind Shield, it seemed quite reasonable for a summoner to rely on equipment for self-defense. Indeed, that was the plan. Gu Huai had already begun to envision the impressive persona he would adopt in the future. Possessing strength without flaunting it would be akin to wearing fine silk at night, an exercise in futility. It is only when one lacks strength that they should remain modest. Those with power ought to exhibit it boldly, albeit with a measure of restraint. Gu Huai was determined to master this balance, allowing him to impress without crossing into the realm of the absurd. When the time came to depart, Gu Huai sensed the repelling force of the instance and instructed the two little ones to return to the Dragon Master space. Once they had entered, Gu Huai's figure materialized in the outside world. A day later, time swiftly transitioned to the day of the National Reserve Team selection. On this day, over 40 prodigies from across the nation converged in the imperial capital, arriving at the National Team Center, including Gu Huai. The National Team Center was a fortified area within the inner city, guarded by soldiers at its entrance. Every individual seeking entry had to undergo a thorough inspection, ensuring all was in order before admission. Such strict measures were imperative, as this location held immense significance for the nation. It housed numerous secrets and was home to some of the most gifted individuals in the Dragon Kingdom. Here, the national team trained and enhanced their abilities, supported by the most professional teams dedicated to paving the way for each member. The singular focus for these national team members was to grow stronger. All 40 individuals, Gu Huai included, passed through the grand entrance after undergoing rigorous information verification. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted them was the vibrant red national flag, ascending majestically. In this moment, even the proudest of youth raised their heads, their gazes fixed upon the flag, eyes brimming with fervor and respect. 30 years prior, when the realms of gaming and reality intertwined, it was through their sacrifices that our nation earned its founding decree, allowing the Dragon Kingdom to be reborn and survive in this world. Over these 3 decades, countless unsung heroes have shed their blood, paving pathways with their lives. The reason our Dragon Kingdom stands as the world's foremost nation, capable of overcoming alliances of multiple countries, is due to their sacrifices. Yinglong's voice trembled with emotion, for he had lived through that era. He considered himself fortunate to have survived. Gu Huai's eyes glistened with tears. He had studied this history from a young age. Instilled with the understanding that survival in this world is no simple feat, no one could predict when the rules of this world might spiral into chaos, plunging humanity into crisis once more. This is why the nation places such emphasis on education, to cultivate more geniuses capable of withstanding uncertain calamities. All right, I shall refrain from further elaboration. You all understand, he concluded, and the crowd instinctively nodded in unison. What I wish to convey is that you are the finest representatives from your provinces, which is why you have been summoned by the nation. However, I urge you to set aside your pride, for our adversaries are far more formidable than you might imagine. Only through humility and continual self-improvement can you prevail. Each year, many arrive at this place, yet only half remain. To become a formal member of the national team, one must be among the elite few. So, what half do you aspire to be? The half that enters the national team. Many voices erupted in fervent agreement, and in that moment, even Gu Huai felt a surge of passion. Old Li was once again inflating the spirits of these newcomers. On the 7th floor of the training facility, several young individuals observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Old Li must have been involved in some sort of pyramid scheme previously. I remember making him shed a few tears back then. His ability to inspire is extraordinary, one remarked. Old Li was a soldier, which is why we resonate with his words. They reflect his true feelings, another chimed in. Chapter 037. Gu Huai, your strength is unrivaled. It's you. Indeed, I have a fondness for Old Li. However, do you believe this cohort will yield any candidates who can directly join the first reserve team? The National Reserve Team, naturally, is not a singular entity. Each cohort usually sees around 20 individuals admitted to the reserves, yet the number who truly develop into national team members is exceedingly scarce. The nation assesses performance within the reserves, allocating resources accordingly. Consequently, the reserve team is divided into 3 tiers. The first reserve team, comprising seed candidates, essentially guarantees entry into the national team, provided they elevate their levels. However, such individuals are few and far between, especially those who join directly from the outset, averaging perhaps 1 per year. As for those who join later, the numbers remain modest, typically around 5 or 6 per cohort. Joining directly is indeed a considerable challenge. Yet I've heard of 3 individuals this time around whose talents are promising and may have the opportunity to enter the first reserve team. 3. That's quite a number. One exclaimed. I've heard of one from the Qian family, whose awakened profession is that of a 7 treasures Taoist. He has drawn the attention of both Longhu Mountain and Wudong, eager to have him join their ranks. However, considering he is the sole heir of the Qian family, he is unlikely to leave, so he has been directed to our national team instead. The Qian family's influence is indeed on the rise. Their business is flourishing, positioning them as the second wealthiest family in the country. And what of the other 2? The other 2 are even more illustrious. One is the cherished offspring of the Wunren family, who has awakened as a sword master. A sword master? That's an impressive vocation. It seems the Wunren family is set to unveil yet another prodigy. The last individual is truly remarkable. He hails from the Dragon Temple. The Dragon Temple? Several nearby individuals turn their gazes toward the mention of the Dragon Temple. Indeed, and he comes from the inner sanctum, highly regarded by Elder Long. The Dragon Temple is a formidable faction established by Long Tianya, anchored by Dragon Island, and possesses substantial might. Several current members of the national team are, in fact, powerful figures from the Dragon Temple. TSK. Indeed, this time it is a fierce contest, as these 3 individuals are no ordinary contenders. They are likely to ascend to the preliminary team. We shall see shortly. Unbeknownst to Gu Huai, there are several elders engaged in discussions about him and his companions. However, no one is deliberating on Gu Huai himself. Few are aware of his existence, and those who do know of his peculiarities have all signed contracts ensuring their silence. Thus, the group of reserve members for the national team remains oblivious to Gu Huai's presence. Now, once you receive your health examination forms, you may proceed to the designated locations for your checkups and ultimately submit the completed forms. Yinglong's gaze swept across the crowd, landing on one Ren Lingxue, Qian Boyong, and Long Xinhong, who instinctively lifted their heads. In their view, the selection could only pertain to one of them. Yet, to their astonishment, Yinglong did not call upon any of them. Gu Huai, your strength is unparalleled. You shall take the lead, he declared, fixing an ambiguous smile upon Gu Huai. Initially, Yinglong had not intended this, but upon observing his granddaughter's recent despondency, he felt a surge of irritation. He recognized that some matters were beyond his control. Matters of the heart are the affairs of youth. Therefore, he decided to instigate some rivalry for Gu Huai. Aligning with higher-ups who intended for Gu Huai to teach these youngsters a lesson, it was better to commence early. Before Gu Huai could utter a word, someone sprang forth. I object. The speaker was a buzzcut man standing behind Qian Boyong. Upon hearing the dissent, Yinglong remained silent, prepared to observe how Gu Huai would navigate this challenge. The others, too, turned their attention to Gu Huai, eager to discover the individual who had garnered Yinglong's esteem and was deemed the strongest. Gu Huai? That name sounds somewhat familiar, thought Liao Jinxian, hailing from Han province, as she furrowed her brow, sensing she had encountered it before. However, she did not connect it to Zhang Wanqing, believing it improbable. Being well acquainted with the provincial team, Liao Jinxian understood the immense difficulties involved in qualifying for the national team reserve assessments. Even as the leading figure at the Genius training camp in Han province, she held no absolute confidence in her ability to secure a position. As for Gu Huai, if Yinglong deemed him the strongest, even if his prowess fell short of the 3, he was likely of a comparable caliber. Such a presence, even if she thought of him, would lead her to believe it was merely a case of sharing a name, not that they were one and the same. Gu Huai had initially wished to disregard such individuals, finding their antics rather tedious. Even if one were to put on airs, it ought to be done with some finesse. Yet, upon witnessing Yinglong's gaze, he sighed. Very well, let us utilize the nation's resources to serve the country. Gu Huai understood Yinglong's intent to temper the youthful exuberance of these newcomers. So, do you have any objections? Gu Huai inquired, casting a sidelong glance. Naturally. I do not consider you the best, the buzzcut man replied defiantly. And now? Gu Huai pressed gently, remaining still. The man swallowed hard, sensing a chilling threat looming. For not far from his side, an infant dragon materialized, exuding an aura of destruction, its black lightning crackling across its form. I have no objections. Is there anyone else who wishes to voice dissent? Gu Huai's gaze swept across the assembly, and this time, silence reigned. They were all prodigies from various regions of the Dragon Kingdom, each a paragon in their respective provinces. Thus, their perception of the infant dragon was particularly acute. It was strong, exceptionally so. Even the thought of attempting to best this creature seemed daunting, perhaps insurmountable. They were merely novices, and none could fathom what tricks this young man named Gu Huai possessed. Confronting him directly was ill-advised. Besides, it was merely a matter of receiving examination forms. There was no need for confrontation. Since there are no objections, please remember to submit your health examination forms to me later. Thank you. Little Thunder Dragon, return. Oh. The Little Thunder Dragon pouted, feeling somewhat let down. After all, it had diligently leveled up over the past day. Naturally, it yearned to assert its dominance over weaker foes. Otherwise, constantly being in the presence of the little Azure Dragon had rendered it quite despondent. Finally, it had an opportunity to showcase its prowess before such a large audience, only for it to vanish. Thus, the Little Thunder Dragon was exceedingly displeased. Chapter 038. The health examination commences. Help, there's a chatterbox here. Well, since no one has raised any objections, we shall proceed with this arrangement for now. Of course, if anyone among you is dissatisfied with Gu Huai's position, you are welcome to challenge him at any time. Should you defeat Gu Huai, the position will be yours. Yinglong continued to stoke the flames, yet this time, no one moved. They all sensed the intricacies surrounding Gu Huai, and even those three had no desire to engage him. It was merely a position concerning the collection of health examination forms, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. It appears there are truly no objections. Gu Huai, please assist in distributing the health examination forms. Understood. Given the number of people present, Gu Huai chose to extend some courtesy to Yinglong. After receiving the examination forms, he cast a cursory glance. There were numerous aspects to be evaluated. Physical attributes, reaction speed, the health status of various bodily functions, as well as individual performance in instances of solitary dungeon runs, and proficiency with skills, among others. Upon noticing the section regarding skill mastery, Gu Huai felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The requirement was to demonstrate mastery over 3 skills. However, he only possessed a total of 3 skills, and discounting the bloodline connection skill, he barely had 2 that could be considered active skills. Particularly, demonstrating the dragon mastery technique. How on earth was he supposed to showcase that? Gu Huai found himself in a quandary. Very well, I shall address this later. If it proves too difficult, I may have to consult Yinglong for guidance. Successfully distributing the health examination forms quelled any further challenges. Everyone, proceed with the examinations at your own pace. Go where there are fewer people. The health examinations would take place throughout the morning, with training based on the results commencing in the afternoon, lasting precisely 6 days. The final day would conclude training by noon, followed by the ultimate assessment in the afternoon, determining their fates. Yinglong concluded his remarks and led everyone to the examination site, where they were greeted by a cadre of striking figures clad in white coats, including several male doctors. Observing the dispersal of the crowd, Gu Huai sought out a less populated area and made his way there. The first procedure, blood draw. Upon seeing the 8 vials designated for blood collection, Gu Huai couldn't help but wince. Surely, even for those in the profession, this was excessive. After providing blood samples, Gu Huai proceeded with some preliminary health checks. The others seemed more inclined towards tests related to attributes and physical fitness. Comparatively, fewer opted for health assessments. Gu Huai, do you know someone named Zhang Wanqing? Liao Jinxian, who had been standing behind Gu Huai, found herself inexplicably asking as she observed him preparing to leave. Zhang Wanqing. Hearing the name of a dear friend in a distant place, Gu Huai was genuinely taken aback. Observing the surprise etched on Gu Huai's face, Liao Jinxian promptly added, "You can't possibly be that Gu Huai, can you? Surely there can't be multiple Gu Huais? However, the fact that you know Zhang Wanqing suggests that you must also be from Hang Province." Gu Huai responded, harboring quite a fondness for Zhang Wanqing. "Wow, I never imagined I would find you here. If Wanqing were to know, she would surely be overjoyed." Liao Jinxuan's exuberant reaction left Gu Huai both amused and perplexed. What was there to be so thrilled about? Are you not aware? Wanqing has been searching high and low for you. You two should catch up another time. We are still waiting for our health check. A girl in line behind them interjected, having noticed Gu Huai and Liao Jinxian engaged in conversation. "My apologies, please continue." Gu Huai, realizing the inappropriateness of the situation, offered an apologetic nod to the girl. Clearly taken aback by the unexpected contrition from the previously domineering Gu Huai, she momentarily froze. And by the time she regained her composure, Gu Huai had already bid farewell to Liao Jinxian and departed. Gu Huai, quite intriguing. Health. Urinary system is normal. Male function is exceptionally perfect. As Gu Huai listened to the nurse ahead, who wore a knowing smile, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Grabbing his health report, he practically sprinted out. Xiao Yao, why do you keep scaring people? I can't help it. I have no resistance to handsome guys, especially. Gu Huai burst outside, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had successfully completed the health assessments, now merely awaiting the results of the blood and urine tests. Next up was the evaluation of the transfigured individual's capabilities. There were not many tests for assessing their prowess: basic four-dimensional attributes, mental reaction speed, skill demonstrations, and instance challenges. First, he would try the basic 4 dimensions, though he was curious how his attributes would compare to those of others. Everyone here was undoubtedly a prodigy, so it was not reasonable to expect parity. Their statistics would likely be extraordinarily high. Upon arriving at the basic 4-dimensional testing area, Gu Huai found it nearly deserted. Gu Huai, what a coincidence. Just as he settled in, Liao Jinxian approached, standing a few feet ahead of him. What a coincidence indeed. Gu Huai felt a sense of kinship with a fellow native. He could also inquire about the situation in Hang Province. Let us chat when I'm done. With no one in front of her, Liao Jinxian entered directly. Within a minute, she emerged. Gu Huai, it's your turn. Then I shall go in. Gu Huai smiled and stepped inside. He had seen 4-dimensional detectors before, but never one as advanced as this. It could assess basic attributes without requiring the removal of gear, which was truly astonishing. Previous detectors necessitated disrobing equipment to function. Please proceed to the red circle at the center for testing. Gu Huai complied, moving to the designated spot. The 4-dimensional detector soon activated. In under a minute, the assessment concluded. The results would not be available immediately. They required approximately 3 minutes and could be collected at the entrance from the designated staff. After finishing the test, Gu Huai naturally exited. This testing device is remarkably sophisticated. Even in the provincial genius training camp, we never encountered such advanced apparatus. Liao Jinxian, ever the chatterbox, eagerly approached Gu Huai as soon as he emerged. By the way, Gu Huai, what brings you here? Were you taken to some special provincial center and then brought here? Did you know? Zhang Wansheng has been quite worried about you. She even asked me to search for you in the provincial team, but unfortunately, I couldn't find you. By the way, Gu Huai, what profession did you transfigure into? What level are you currently at? Gu Huai initially managed to handle her barrage of questions, but soon found himself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of her inquiries. Chapter 039, Gu Huai's Combat Power Index, Shocking Elder Long Liao Jinxian. Your data is ready, Gu Huai remarked, his expression darkening. All right. Liao Jinxian scampered over to collect her vocational test results. Just an A rating, huh? Sigh, how stringent. She murmured, glancing at her scores. Throughout her life, she had always achieved S ratings in various assessments. It was a first for her to receive such a low score. Gu Huai, you're next. Seniorly mentioned you were the strongest. I'm quite curious about your results. A flicker of competitive spirit ignited in Liao Jinxian's eyes. The ratings were based on level standards, and anyone who made it this far typically wouldn't score below an A. Yet, the criteria here were stringent. Achieving the highest S rating was undoubtedly challenging. Next, Gu Huai. The voice trembled, as if witnessing something inconceivable. It's my turn. Gu Huai, apprehensive of Liao Jinxian launching into another series of questions, hurriedly approached. Intrigued by his performance, Liao Jinxian couldn't resist following him. Your results. The staff regarded Gu Huai with a look of disbelief, as if they were witnessing a ghost. Gu Huai accepted his vocational test results, glancing at the information. Name, Gu Huai. Level, 26. Rating, S. Liao Jinxian cleverly leaned in to catch a glimpse, but Gu Huai noticed and deftly dodged her gaze. The information was minimal, containing only a score and level, with no mention of a profession. Level 26? Although Gu Huai avoided her scrutiny quickly, Liao Jinxian managed to catch a glimpse of his level. You are level 26? Initially confident upon arriving, Liao Jinxian believed she would be among the top contenders, if not the strongest. After all, within Hang Province, she was undeniably at the T0 tier. When she saw her own A rating during testing, she merely lamented the high standards here, but upon learning Gu Huai's level, she felt genuinely disheartened. Who knows how much effort she had exerted to elevate her level by 20. Just yesterday afternoon, she had tirelessly pushed herself to reach level 20, exhausted beyond belief. Shortly thereafter, she received notice to attend the National Reserve Team training in the capital, forcing her to drag her weary body to the city. During this period, she had not even begun to grind for first transformation materials, nor did she have the energy to do so. However, witnessing Gu Huai's level at 26 was a significant blow to her morale. Not letting you see is truly for your own good, Gu Huai remarked casually, observing Liao Jinxuan's crestfallen demeanor. Let us go, stop daydreaming, and proceed to the next test. It will be over soon. Oh, realizing the situation, Liao Jinxian quickly composed herself and promptly inquired, Gu Huai, is your level truly 26? Did you not see it? He replied, I was afraid I was seeing things. All right then, Let me assure you, you are not mistaken. Now, please be quiet. Okay, but answer me one last question. Speak. Is your rating an S? Liao Jinxian fixed her gaze intently on Gu Huai, and he could tell from her demeanor that she was asking with utmost seriousness. Not wishing to deceive her, Gu Huai could only nod in affirmation. Indeed, a hint of bitterness crept onto Liao Jinxuan's lips. Her father had once said that Hang province was too small, and the world was vast. One should not confine oneself to just this place, but rather broaden one's horizons. Today, she finally grasped the true meaning of those words. Upon hearing Liao Jinxian's thoughts, Gu Huai couldn't help but exclaim, yes, without encountering other prodigies of your generation, how could one come to recognize their own capabilities? Before he could finish his sentence, Liao Jinxian readily agreed. You are right, but it is precisely this that fosters challenges. Well, you've misunderstood. Misunderstood? Liao Jinxian looked at Gu Huai in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend what he meant by misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, without encountering other talents. How could you realize that you are already invincible? Countless question marks seemed to appear above Liao Jinxian's head. Was there really such a way to console someone? However, given that Gu Huai had managed to elevate his level to 26 in just 4 days, along with that young dragon he had summoned earlier, she genuinely believed that Gu Huai might indeed be the strongest among this cohort. No wonder seniorly remarked that your strength was unparalleled. As the subsequent tests commenced, Gu Huai and Liao Jinxian partnered together. In the reaction test, Gu Huai continued to score an S rating. However, when it came to the skill test, he found himself in an awkward position. I don't possess 3 active skills. The staff member was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? I don't have 3 active skills. Could you possibly lower the standard a bit? For instance, allow me to attempt just 1 skill? 2 would be acceptable as well. Young student, please do not jest. Everyone in your group who has made it this far in testing represents the future of our nation. How could you lack 3 active skills? The staff member assumed that Gu Huai was trying to fool him, as he had never encountered such a scenario before. I truly have only 3 active skills, and if you wish for me to demonstrate, I can only show you 1 skill. Really? Indeed. Then please show me the skill you can attempt. Very well, but this skill requires cooperation. All right, come forth, little thunder dragon. Gu Huai hastily summoned the little thunder dragon. Old dragon, here are the 4-dimensional attributes of this lad Gu Huai. Is there a malfunction with the machine, or is the data simply too outrageous? In an office at the National Team Center, 3 individuals were present. One was Yinglong, another was the director overseeing testing at the National Team Center, and the last was Old Dragon. Before Old Dragon lay several documents, prominently displaying the 4-dimensional information and testing results of the candidates undergoing this assessment. Old Dragon's gaze fell upon the 4-dimensional attributes, and even he, having weathered countless storms and being lauded as the world's strongest, could not help but exhibit surprise. Name: Gu Huai. Level: 26. Strength: 1649. Mentality: 1790. Agility: 1704. Constitution: 1704. Combat Index: 6874. Rating: S. Surpassing limits. What is Long Xinfan's combat index? Old Dragon, having scrutinized Gu Huai's data for over 10 seconds, finally inquired. Long Xinfan is at level 22, with a combat index of 1958. 1958, you say? Old Dragon fell silent once more. With such a high foundational attribute at level 22, it was already an extraordinarily formidable figure. Even the strongest youth from the previous year did not boast such statistics. Chapter 040, directly adjusted to S-rank rating standards. Withstanding laser cannons. Yinglong and the testing director did not interrupt Old Dragon's contemplation, simply observing him in astonishment. Incredible, with a foundational attribute exceeding 6,000 at level 26, even they, as part of the first batch of transfigured individuals, had never heard of such an outrageous occurrence. What about Gu Huai's other information? His reaction speed is also rated S. Though I suspect this S rating may exceed the norm significantly. The testing director replied with a wry smile. The reason for the highest rating being set only to S was that it typically sufficed for most situations. It was rare for someone to exceed the S rating. And even when they did, the backend could reveal specific data, eliminating the need for a higher rating. What about the dungeon and skill tests? Those have yet to be completed. They are likely still in progress. I'll adjust the monitoring. This room is equipped with surveillance for several items tested by transfigured individuals, allowing them to monitor the current situation. Gu Huai is at the skill test center. What is he discussing with the staff? As the testing director amplified the volume, unusual expressions appeared on the faces of all 3. Does he truly lack 3 active skills? Could it be that Gu Huai possesses only passive skills? Oldly, you know Gu Huai best. What is his situation? Old Dragon turned his gaze toward Yinglong. Old Dragon, my understanding of him is limited. I know what you generally know. Yinglong replied with a wry smile. Old Dragon nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent once more. The three remained focused on the surveillance. Just as Gu Huai was about to commence the testing of his first skill. Your level is 26? 26? The staff member was not surprised by the need for cooperation, as most skill tests required it. Whether for offensive or defensive skills, assistance was necessary for testing. What's wrong? Nothing at all. What skill do you wish to test first? Pain sharing, which allows me to connect with a contracted being and mitigate 26 points of damage. Pain sharing is currently at level 4. Gu Huai's 3 skills had also been elevated to level 4. After reaching level 4, the Dragon Mastery skill's capacity to contract Dragon-type beings remained unchanged at 2. But the overall attribute enhancement for Dragon-type beings increased from 10 to 15. Gu Huai was uncertain if reaching level 5 would increase the number of contracts. Nevertheless, his current capacity was sufficient. Although Dragon Mastery allowed for only 2 contracts, his innate talent could double that number, thereby enabling him to contract 4 Dragon-type beings. At level 4, Bloodline Connection provided an attribute boost of 16, significantly enhancing Gu Huai's strength. Summon your being. The staff member's expression grew solemn. Upon learning Gu Huai's level, he could no longer maintain his composure. If he were aware that Old Dragon was watching this footage, he would likely be trembling. Come forth, little Thunder Dragon. In a flash of light, the little Thunder Dragon appeared before them. Wow, a level 26 little Thunder Dragon. It has grown considerably. The little Thunder Dragon has already reached an impressive length of nearly 70 centimeters. Its petite head larger than Gu Huai's fist by a considerable margin. The moment the juvenile dragon made its entrance, the staff were taken aback. Although they were well acquainted with a multitude of extraordinary and bizarre creatures in their line of work, encountering a summoned infant dragon at level 26 was a first for them. The staff member cast a discerning glance at Gu Huai and inquired, "How may I assist you?" "Just attack me. I will not defend myself, but please keep the force moderate, as we are of lower levels." "Very well. You are level 26, correct? I shall summon a level 26 mechanical life form for you." Without waiting for Gu Huai's response, the staff pressed a button, and a level 26 artificial robot materialized. "Are you prepared?" "Yes." "Then let us begin. Start with an attack at level C, and be cautious." As the words were spoken, the mechanical robot initiated its assault. A projectile was launched directly at Gu Huai, who remained unfazed, allowing the attack to strike him. The damage was negligible. The prowess of the little Thunder Dragon was formidable, especially considering it had already comprehended 4 skills at level 20 and after its first evolution. Here are the current attributes of the Thunder Dragon. Species, Thunder God Dragon. Name, None. Level, LV 26. Strength, 1351. Mentality, 1952. Agility, 1534. Constitution, 1534. Talent, Annihilation Divine Thunder, can evolve into Divine Thunder, growing stronger with the individual's power. When using electric-type moves, it inflicts an additional 34 mental damage. Skills, Thunder Explosion, LV3. Thunder Strike, LV3. Thunder Armor, LV2. Thunderball, LV2. Thunder Dragon Roar, LV1. Thunder Dragon Form, LV1. Thunderbolt Technique, LV1. Electric Body, LV1. Combat Power Index, 6371, with such impressive attributes. Gu Huai paid little heed to the robot's feeble attacks, especially since he had activated the first mode that allowed for mutual pain absorption. Gu Huai's own attributes soared above 6,800, surpassing that of the Thunder God Dragon. Under these circumstances, the attack was barely felt. "Did you feel anything?" The staff, observing Gu Huai's demeanor, which seemed genuine rather than pretentious, asked. "I will increase the intensity of the attack, but do inform me if you experience any discomfort. Do not attempt to be brave." "All right, but could you escalate directly to the S-level standards? Proceeding incrementally is rather tedious." "Are you certain?" The staff member looked surprised. "Absolutely." "Very well, but I still recommend starting with the A-level test, as the S-level requirements are exceedingly stringent." "No worries, I tend not to heed advice." "All right then." The staff member hesitated, contemplating offering further counsel, but upon recalling Gu Huai's level of 26, he refrained from doing so. To elevate one's level to 26 within a mere 4 days was beyond ordinary imagination. "Be careful," adjusting to S-level attack. As the staff concluded, the mechanical robot armed itself with a high-caliber laser cannon, its barrel the size of an adult's head. "Fire!" The laser coalesced at the cannon's mouth and was swiftly discharged, traveling at tremendous speed. Faced with this terrifying laser cannon, Gu Huai remained unperturbed, allowing the onslaught to strike him. The impact was indeed powerful. After withstanding the blast, Gu Huai felt a slight sting, but it remained within tolerable limits. Had he not employed the pain absorption skill, it might have posed some minor issues. However, the potency of this skill was remarkable, after mitigating 26 points of damage and equally distributing the remainder. Both Gu Huai and the Little Thunder Dragon sustained merely 38 points of damage. Chapter 041. Is Gu Huai a beast tamer? It seems implausible that a beast tamer could possess foundational attributes rated at S level. Withstanding the attack, the staff had anticipated that Gu Huai would offer some resistance, perhaps throwing a punch or two to diminish the laser cannon's impact, actions permissible within the rules. However, what surprised the staff was Gu Huai's sheer resilience. Moreover, his demeanor suggested he was entirely unaffected. By the way, if I solely test this skill, what score might I achieve? Gu Huai pondered. While he had another skill that could be considered active, the effect of dragon contracting was only applicable when summoning the juvenile dragon, rendering it ineffective in ordinary use. Such an active skill would hardly yield any score, so he deemed it better left unused. The staff member was taken aback, having never encountered such a situation. If you truly wish to test only this skill, I will need to consult my superiors. Then please do. Wait a moment. The staff member promptly moved aside and dialed the testing supervisor's number. Before the staff could articulate their intent, the supervisor spoke directly. Grant him an A-level score. What? The staff was momentarily dazed, having been mentally preparing their response while walking over. Yet, before they could utter a word, the supervisor had already issued the command. Assign Gu Huai an A-level rating, no further questions. The supervisor concluded with that statement and hung up before the staff could react. Staring at the disconnected phone, the staff took more than 10 seconds to regain composure. After a few moments of emotional adjustment, they approached Gu Huai. Very well, but your score will not be high. It will simply be A-level. A-level is acceptable. Are you truly not willing to try again? Brother, I genuinely have no other skills. The final assessment would take place in the dungeon area, which gathered a considerable crowd, with nearly half the attendees present. This was the only location where results were publicly displayed. A large screen before the dungeon showcased each participant's chosen difficulty level and their completion time. Currently, there were 23 names displayed. Leading the pack was Qian Boyong, who selected the Hell level difficulty, finishing in 13 minutes and 22 seconds. The second place was significantly behind, having chosen the hard difficulty with a completion time of 12 minutes and 13 seconds. 3 others had failed their attempts, their names appearing in black. Gu Huai arrived. Upon his appearance, someone promptly alerted the others. Many turned their gazes toward Gu Huai. Each individual present was a paragon of excellence and would not hastily dismiss their capabilities without witnessing Gu Huai's true prowess. They were all proud in their own right. Gu Huai's profession was evidently akin to that of a beast tamer, capable of pre-contracting battle pets, though it remained uncertain how many he could summon. I am indeed a beast tamer, typically able to contract 2. A man clad in a mage's robe remarked. 2. Then the juvenile dragon that appeared earlier must be one of them. I wonder how long it will take him to clear this dungeon. Each individual had but a single opportunity to attempt the dungeon. Failure would naturally lead to a low score. In front of them, a few impassioned individuals, upon witnessing someone fail to clear a level, promptly opted for the challenging difficulty of the dungeon. Among them, aside from Qian Boyong, who managed to conquer the Hell difficulty, the rest uniformly selected the challenging mode. Liao Jinxian could not help but scoff at their assumptions. A beastmaster? How could Gu Huai possibly be a beastmaster? Though she was unaware of Gu Huai's profession, his scores in the foundational attributes were nothing short of S-grade. Have you ever encountered a beastmaster with such impressive foundational attributes? Even she, a frontline sword emperor, had merely achieved an A-grade. With only 4 entrances, it appeared they would have to queue. The other tasks progressed swiftly. But this dungeon lagged behind. Setting aside thoughts of Gu Huai, who do you think will achieve a better score, Wenren Lingxue or Long Xinhong? Both Wenren Lingxue and Long Xinhong had already entered, and curiosity gripped the onlookers regarding their results. They had to admit one undeniable truth. The prowess of Qian Boyong and his companions indeed surpassed that of most present. They had been inside for nearly 10 minutes. They should be emerging soon. To be precise, Wenren Lingxue had entered at 12 minutes and 14 seconds, while Long Xinhong at 12 minutes and 16 seconds. Just then, a bespectacled girl with a somewhat endearing demeanor spoke up. How do you know the time so precisely? She was Lin Yue from Shan Province, a data specialist equipped with big data processing skills, making time calculation a trivial task for her. Quite impressive, isn't it? The crowd gazed at Lin Yue with awe. Even Gu Huai couldn't help but cast her a second glance. Is she equipped with a high CPU processor in her brain? The screen flickered. A name appeared at the top. Long Xinhong, having cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon, took 12 minutes and 26 seconds. Remarkable. This was nearly a minute faster than Qian Boyong. No wonder she hailed from the Dragon Temple. She's formidable. Many present had attempted this dungeon and expended considerable effort merely to conquer the challenging difficulty, taking longer than Long Xinhong had. They were compelled to acknowledge a stark reality. In the realm of dungeon clearing, They indeed could not match Long Xinhong. As Long Xinhong emerged, her complexion was somewhat pale, clearly indicating she had faced a grueling battle inside. The moment she stepped out, she spotted Gu Huai and took a moment to compose herself before striding towards him. Gu Huai, shall we place a bet? Gu Huai, taken aback, pondered if Long Xinhong was perhaps a bit deranged. They were strangers, and she approached him to propose a wager, as if she believed herself to be of significant importance. He glanced at Long Xinhong. Her face was not particularly striking, merely a petite oval. Let us see who can clear the dungeon faster. I've already finished. If you can surpass my time, I'll grant you a favor. But if I win, you must. Excuse me, do we know each other? Gu Huai interjected before Long Xinhong could finish her sentence. This sudden and nonsensical bet was one thing, but why was it a race against time? He was the slowest. Every attempt took him a minimum of 2 hours. We don't know each other. Long Xinhong instinctively replied. If we are strangers, what grounds do I have to wager with you? All right, I have no interest in childish games. Gu Huai expressed his disinterest in her demeanor, typically maintaining a respectful distance from such personalities. A typical girl, perhaps, yet not entirely. She was indeed quite exceptional, but what relevance did that hold for Gu Huai? Chapter 042, The Blabbermouth Speaks Again. The strength of the monsters in this round is somewhat formidable. As the saying goes, if one harbors no interest in a woman, why bother concerning oneself with her thoughts? There is no need. Long Xinhong stood frozen in place. Throughout her life, no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Liao Jinxian, observing from the sidelines, was equally astonished, watching Gu Huai saunter away with such nonchalance. She couldn't help but silently commend him. All right, her thumbs up was not visibly raised, but rather concealed behind her. She was simply too soft-hearted to provoke a girl who had just faced rejection. Gu Huai proceeded to the dungeon's entrance without looking back. He had previously misjudged the situation. Although the crowd was large, most were merely spectators. With 4 entrances accommodating 8 individuals at a time, there were ample openings. Just as Gu Huai prepared to enter, a figure emerged from the entrance. Gu Huai. The figure, upon catching sight of Gu Huai not far away, instinctively called out, Wenren Lingxue? The two exchanged a brief smile and chose not to engage further. They were not particularly familiar, after all, so what was the point of excessive conversation? Gu Huai stepped inside without hesitation. Wenren Lingxue exited, her gaze landing on Long Xinhong, and she sighed lightly. It seems I've lost to you. Yet, you don't appear particularly pleased. It was evident that Wenren Lingxue and Long Xinhong shared a close bond as she approached with an air of resignation. Upon seeing a familiar face, Long Xinhong's expression morphed into one of impending tears. Lingxue, someone has bullied me. Bullied you? Wenren Lingxue's expression shifted to one of surprise. Based on her knowledge of Long Xinhong, while she was not a spoiled princess, she certainly acted according to her whims. Much like Mondo, but with Long Xinhong. It was simply a matter of doing as she pleased. Aside from the Dragon Elder and a few leaders of the Dragon Temple, no one could truly contend with Long Xinhong. Is it Gu Huai? A sudden thought crossed Wenren Lingxue's mind, bringing a glint of amusement to her eyes. Indeed, that scoundrel. Hey, aren't you being a bit excessive? Liao Jinxian interjected, unable to remain silent. Gu Huai was a close friend of her best friend, Zhang Wanqing. And thus, by extension, he was her friend as well. Furthermore, as fellow townspeople with a strong sense of loyalty, she could not allow anyone to speak ill of Gu Huai. Long Xinhong and Wenren Lingxue turned their gazes to Liao Jinxian, realizing there was another person present. Aren't you the one who recklessly approached Gu Huai to challenge him to a bet without any discernment? Gu Huai merely stated that he didn't seem to know you. How did he become a scoundrel? Do you realize your actions are inappropriate? I must. Liao Jinxian, a notorious chatterbox, seized the opportunity to speak, her words pouring forth like a Gatling gun, leaving both Long Xinhong and Wenren Lingxue utterly bewildered. This person is impressive. Dungeon, Great Snow Mountain. Level restriction, adaptive level. Selectable dungeon difficulties, easy, normal, hard, hell, nightmare. Dungeon description, welcome to the Great Snow Mountain Arena. Do not be mistaken, there is no snow here. I simply find this name rather appealing. Note, while combat in this dungeon does not result in actual death, the sensation of dying is still quite painful, so please choose wisely. Furthermore, the difficulty of this dungeon is notably more challenging than standard dungeons. Assess your abilities before undertaking the challenge. Gu Huai remained silent for 3 seconds before making his choice. I'll select Nightmare difficulty. Such dungeons, which do not result in death, come at a premium. Only a select few dungeons possess this feature. However, each activation of this dungeon demands resources that are more than tenfold those of an ordinary dungeon. Selection successful, scanning body, constructing life form. Construction successful. Determining challenger level. Challenger level is 26. Determining challenge difficulty. Difficulty is nightmare level, generating monsters. Generation successful. Please step into the light portal. The light portal appeared, and Gu Huai stepped in without hesitation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand event at the Snowy Mountain. Now, let us welcome our new guest, Gu Huai, to challenge our undefeated champion. Should you emerge victorious, glory shall be yours. Upon entering the realm beyond the light portal, Gu Huai was met with a cacophony of shouts, cheers, and dazzling lights. He furrowed his brow. Was this an arena? Indeed, the forms of dungeons were bizarre and varied. Observing the surrounding audience, who cheered as if they were real people, a peculiar thought surged within Gu Huai. Was this truly a dungeon? Or merely a place for some to derive amusement? What would happen if everyone before this arena were to be slain? Gu Huai's mind was flooded with strange thoughts as his gaze swept around, discerning the levels and information of these spectators. Human, Guan Meisien. Level, 36. Quality, Golden Legend. Combat Power Index, 3466. Description, an audience member of the Snowy Mountain, reveling in blood-pumping battles to numb their hearts. Human, Wang Xiaohu, Elite Monster. Level, 36. Quality, Golden Legend. Combat Power Index, 5201. Description, an elite audience member of the Snowy Mountain. A regular here. Human, Louis Shou, Boss. Level, 36. Quality, Golden Legend. Combat Power Index, 10086. Description, a champion of the Snowy Mountain. Having achieved 100 consecutive victories, a formidable force. Yet, no one has witnessed Louis Shou's true strength, for he particularly enjoys holding back. The first two were panels of the nearby audience, predominantly ordinary monsters, with few elite monsters. As for the boss, Gu Huai noted that aside from Louis Shou, there was also a figure wielding a microphone labeled as Boss. Double Boss. The attributes seemed slightly elevated. The combat power index of the microphone-wielding individual exceeded 10,000. Slightly lower than Louis Shou's, at 10010. However, such a minor discrepancy in combat power was negligible. No wonder this dungeon's difficulty was deemed a tier higher than the norm, given these attributes. Even a casual team of 5 from the outside would struggle to clear it. Moreover, with all these adversaries at level 36, it was likely that the final difficulty would entail monsters 10 levels above the challenger's rank. Thus, the preceding difficulty must have consisted of monsters of the same level. Although their precise levels remained unknown, their ability to individually defeat legendary bosses of equal stature indicated that their prowess was indeed formidable. Truly, they were geniuses gathered from across the nation. In truth, Gu Huai had misunderstood. The term stronger referred not to an elevation in quality, but rather to level. Simple difficulty at level 1. Ordinary difficulty at level 2. Hard difficulty at level 3. Hell difficulty at level 5. Nightmare difficulty at level 10. Chapter 043. Anomalies in dungeon data detected. The dungeon will forcibly close. As for my combat power, Gu Huai examined his own panel. Gu Huai, level 26. Combat power index 8096, including equipment. Thunder Dragon, level 26. Combat power index 6371. Little Azure Dragon, level 26. Combat power index 12600. He assessed the disparity in strength between both sides and deemed it unnecessary to summon the Little Thunder Dragon. With the Little Thunder Dragon's capabilities, it would merely serve as a trivial pawn. However, with the Little Azure Dragon present, there was no need for her to clear out the minions. In fact, these monsters could be swiftly dealt with using a few breaths of Azure Dragon's essence. At that moment, the microphone-wielding boss continued to speak. I believe everyone has eagerly anticipated this battle for quite some time. The crowd erupted in roars once more. A bloodthirsty glint sparked in Lu Yishou's eyes. He too craved bloodshed. Do not fret, the match will commence shortly. Hey, has anyone mentioned how noisy you all are? Gu Huai, disliking the notion of being treated like a mere spectacle, interjected directly. What did you say? The two bosses with the microphone were momentarily taken aback, clearly unable to comprehend Gu Huai's words. I said you were quite bothersome. As his words fell, a cerulean young dragon appeared to his left, while to his right. A dragon whose hue had begun to shift to a purplish-black emerged. Gu Huai had indeed summoned the Little Thunder Dragon, primarily to allow it to gain experience. The Little Thunder Dragon had already fallen behind by nearly 400,000 experience points. Should it lag further, catching up would become exceedingly difficult. Azure Dragon's essence. Now grown to level 4, the damage coefficient had reached a staggering 104 times its mental power, further augmented by the Azure Dragon's strength, rendering its might terrifying. Lu Yishou, who had initially been filled with bloodlust, now stood frozen, perhaps gripped by fear. Countless times he had clawed his way back from the brink of death. Yet Lu Yishou, who always kept a hand in reserve, now had no choice but to abandon that habit. He understood that if he held back this time, he would not see the light of tomorrow. Lu Yishou summoned every ounce of his strength and fled at an astonishing speed. Yet even so, the Azure Dragon's essence pursued him relentlessly. The dread of that dragon's breath was overwhelming. Lu Yishou was directly struck by the crimson torrent, his garments shredded, and his body drenched in bright red blood. He withstood it, but only just. The microphone-wielding boss was not afforded such fortune. Being in close proximity to the little Azure Dragon and having long been out of practice in combat, his reflexes faltered. The price of that moment's hesitation was a severance from life. The microphone-wielding boss was consumed by the dragon's breath, losing his life instantly. Those nearby met similar fates. This was equivalent to over 20 times the damage, amplified by over 2,000 vitality. Even those at a distance could not withstand it. In an instant, experience surged dramatically. Total experience gained, 370,000. Experience evenly distributed. Total experience gained, 1,850,000. Experience evenly distributed. This sudden turn of events left the entire audience in a state of disbelief. They could hardly fathom how such a vicious fiend could unleash chaos in this domain. Did he not realize whose territory this was? Alas, their minds were already shattered, leaving them no chance to ponder further. The little Azure Dragon had already commenced a massacre. Lu Yishou lingered only a moment longer, grievously wounded. He could not endure the second assault from the little Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon Phantom. Although the use of the Azure Dragon's breath allows for swift annihilation of foes, the little Azure Dragon still prefers to employ some flamboyant skills to infuse a modicum of excitement into this otherwise tedious battle. Gu Huai and his companions now resembled formidable villains. Numerous armored soldiers and elite monsters surged in from outside, with several bosses even joining the fray. As the experience points surged, Gu Huai felt a singular thrill in his heart. Is this the true essence of this dungeon? Gu Huai mused, gazing at the ruins wrought by the little Azure Dragon's antics. However, the external chaos felt a tad too lifelike. Through the collapsed structures, Gu Huai's gaze fell upon the bustling streets outside, strikingly realistic, teeming with incoming troops. Anomalies detected in dungeon data. The dungeon will forcibly close in 1 minute. Is it closing? Little Azure Dragon, little Thunder Dragon, cease your play. Let us harvest as much as we can in this final minute. Eek. Yay. Initially, little Thunder Dragon had not intended to join the battle, but her fervent desire to fight compelled Gu Huai to allow her to enter the fray. Dragon blood boiling. Azure Dragon Phantom, Dragon Might. The little Azure Dragon unleashed her most expansive attack. Centered around her, a terrifying aura radiated outward. With such immense power, Gu Huai surmised that even Lu Yishou might struggle to withstand this dragon might. Thunderous Might. Thunder Burst. Little Thunder Dragon also summoned the power of the destructive divine thunder, manifesting a dark purple thundercloud in the sky. The thundercloud descended upon the city, wreaking havoc with relentless bombardments. Each explosion scattered bolts of lightning, which Little Thunder Dragon immediately amplified with her Thunder Burst skill. Under the relentless slaughter of the Little Azure Dragon and Little Thunder Dragon, the sound of leveling up soon echoed. Your level has increased. You are now level 27. Little Azure Dragon's level has also increased. She is now level 27. Only 2 notifications rang out. In the end, as the final notification was dispatched, Little Thunder Dragon remained just shy of leveling up, missing it by a mere sliver of experience, much to her dismay. Outside, Wenren Lingxue and Long Xinhong were swiftly dispatched by Liao Jinshuan's relentless assault, failing to withstand even 3 minutes before being knocked out. The two fled as if escaping a wildfire, vacating Liao Jinshuan's barrage zone. Liao Jinxian, believing she had successfully persuaded the two, nodded in satisfaction. Unfortunately, the individuals in this area were exceptionally strong, making it difficult to persuade them through sheer force. After all, based on her life experiences, the best way to persuade someone was through a combination of strength and rhetoric. Shaolin, how long has Gu Huai been in there? After Gu Huai had been inside for over 10 minutes, someone inquired. Lin Yue, without even glancing at the time, replied as if she had a computer in her mind. Responding without hesitation, 17 minutes and 31 seconds. Has it really been over 17 minutes? I thought Gu Huai would be impressive, but it seems he is merely of this caliber. Indeed, and considering the time he has been inside, who knows if he is tackling a hellish difficulty dungeon. I suspect it might just be a challenging one. Such individuals who delight in belittling others and cannot bear to see anyone excel are ubiquitous, even among these so-called prodigies. Among them was the buzzcut man, who, feeling disgruntled by having been intimidated into submission by Gu Huai, sought to vent his frustrations. Chapter 044, The Mentality of Prodigies. On the brink of collapse, Lingxue let us go. Upon hearing that Gu Huai had taken 17 minutes, Long Xinhong's eyes reflected disappointment. She had initially hoped to find an intriguing opponent, only to discover this lackluster performance. Alas, she regretted having thought Gu Huai was special. After all, he was the first person to evoke such feelings in her, and at that moment, she felt a flutter in her heart. Yet, upon witnessing Gu Huai's performance, that feeling dissipated instantly. Long Xinhong desired someone who surpassed her in strength. Wenren Lingxue nodded, showing little concern for Gu Huai. Her disposition differed from Long Xinhong's. She was more reserved and preferred solitude. Her approach to life was ritualistic, savoring a leisurely pace. Unfortunately, in this world, born into such a family, one must continuously enhance their strength to safeguard their way of life. Thus, she was indifferent to Gu Huai's achievements. Her presence here was solely to accompany her friend. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. Liao Jinxian, upon hearing so many disparage Gu Huai, felt her temper flare. What did you say? I said you're all frogs at the bottom of a well, truly believing that being invincible in your province makes you invincible everywhere. When it came to banter, Liao Jinxian had no fear of anyone. The world outside was vast, filled with those far stronger than you. What is wrong with acknowledging that others excel beyond you? Her words struck a chord with the buzzcut man. Within his province, he was indeed the strongest prodigy. At the provincial genius training camp, everyone revolved around him, proclaiming him a once-in-a-century talent with a good chance of entering the national team. Such accolades inflated his ego, making him feel like the favored child of fortune destined to stand at the pinnacle of Longhua. However, upon arriving here, he realized that no one around him felt weaker than he. This realization was unsettling and led to his disparaging remarks about Gu Huai. In the dungeon, he boldly challenged the hellish difficulty, but unfortunately became one of the three who failed. After his defeat, the buzzcut man's spirits plummeted. Yet he remained convinced that the dungeon's difficulty was simply insurmountable, not just for him, but for anyone else as well. However, soon enough, reality hit him hard, as multiple failures began to chip away at his mindset. If he truly were stronger than me, I would acknowledge it. But Gu Huai has taken so long without passing. With such skill and ability, how could I concede? Why do you all assume Gu Huai is tackling the hellish difficulty? What if he is attempting the nightmarish difficulty instead? Hearing this, Long Xinhong, who was about to leave, halted in her tracks. A disdainful smile crept across her lips. Nightmarish difficulty? She hardly believed anyone could conquer that level, not even herself, who had fought tooth and nail to surpass the hellish difficulty. Just as she prepared to speak, the buzzcut man interjected with laughter. Haha, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Once you enter this dungeon, you'll realize how naive your words are. If Gu Huai can truly conquer the nightmarish difficulty, I will livestream myself eating excrement upside down. Many joined in the laughter, having experienced that dungeon themselves and knowing just how formidable it was. Nightmarish difficulty? To even clear the hellish difficulty was already an impressive feat at that moment. A notification appeared on the screen. Gu Huai has cleared the nightmarish difficulty dungeon, taking 17 minutes and 52 seconds. A keen observer exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing the announcement. Gu Huai's results have been released. How much? Goodness, is it truly at the nightmare difficulty level? Am I seeing things? How could it possibly be at nightmare difficulty? The buzzcut fellow's reaction was even more exaggerated. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could Gu Huai possibly pass at nightmare difficulty? Long Xinhong, upon hearing the crowd's murmur, abruptly turned her head, the mocking smile on her lips vanishing, replaced by astonishment. Nightmare difficulty? Even the usually composed Wenren Lingxue could not help but show signs of surprise. Having previously challenged held difficulty dungeons and knowing the immense challenges they posed, her astonishment was entirely warranted. It seemed that Grandpa Li's earlier assertion that Gu Huai was the strongest was no jest. A slight smile graced Wenren Lingxue's lips as she recalled Li Long's words. An intriguing individual, indeed. She had always adored fascinating people, as they added a touch of amusement to her pursuit of an elegant life. Xinhong, what's the matter? Wenren Lingxue suddenly noticed Long Xinhong trembling all over and asked with concern. Lingxue, I think I might have encountered true love. Long Xinhong's face turned beet red, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, trembling as she spoke. Wenren Lingxue's forehead was instantly adorned with question marks. Could it be that Long Xinhong was genuinely unwell? Buzzcut, do you want me to prepare some excrement for you? Or should I fetch you some live streaming equipment? Liao Jinxian, upon witnessing Gu Huai truly conquer the nightmare difficulty dungeon, could not help but break into a radiant smile. Countryman, you truly live up to your reputation. The buzzcut fellow's face flushed. Could it be that he was really going to eat excrement? Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and wisps of smoke billowed from the dungeon. Following that, the large screen displayed garbled text, and all scores vanished, with alarms blaring from the dungeon. Dungeon data anomaly, error. This caused everyone to turn their gaze, just in time to see Gu Huai emerge from within. He appeared as though he had never engaged in battle. His complexion rosy and natural. Why was there still smoke swirling about upon his exit? Gu Huai paused, gazing at the smoking dungeon, unable to resist hastening his pace to swiftly exit the dungeon entrance, fearing he might be caught in the aftermath. What is going on? Gu Huai approached Liao Jinxian, perplexed. Hadn't he merely gone in to clear a dungeon? Why had it turned into this? You don't know? Liao Jinxian looked at Gu Huai with a strange expression. Am I supposed to know something? The dungeon was just fine before. It only changed the moment you came out. Meanwhile, Long Lao and the others who had been monitoring Gu Huai's progress were equally puzzled, their minds filled with questions. What on earth had Gu Huai done inside the dungeon to trigger such an alert? Such notifications were exceedingly rare, or rather, nearly impossible, as they indicated the dungeon had encountered an extraordinary anomaly that exceeded its computational limits. Chapter 045, Long Lao's Gift. The Third Dragon Egg. Such occurrences had only been reported in the early years of the games and realities merging, stemming from the integration of two distinct worlds. With the subsequent merging of the two realms and numerous patches applied, such incidents had not been heard of in years. Therefore, what exactly had Gu Huai done inside? This was the lingering curiosity in the hearts of the three. Go fetch Gu Huai. I happen to have a small gift for him. I'll head right away. Yinglong responded, intrigued by what Gu Huai had done in that dungeon. 10 minutes later, Gu Huai arrived at the conference room under Yinglong's guidance. Upon entering, Gu Huai immediately recognized the imposing figure before him. Long Lao. Gu Huai's tone was filled with excitement. This Long Lao was the individual he admired most. Without exception, rising from humble beginnings, he single-handedly bore immense pressure, leading the new Dragon Kingdom step by step to become a legendary figure among the world's most powerful nations. The tales of Long Lao's feats could indeed fill a novel. He was like a child of destiny, nurturing the nation to greatness and achieving what seemed impossible. He was the strongest not only in Long Kingdom, but across the globe. 10 years prior, he had already been the strongest, a title he had upheld ever since. His profession was also related to dragons, known as a Dragon Knight. Young friend Gu Huai, it's a pleasure to meet you. Long Lao rose, a kind smile gracing his face. Towering at an estimated height of nearly 2 meters, with flowing white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, his posture remained impeccably straight, as if it would never bend. Long Lao. Gu Huai, seeing Long Lao stand, hurriedly approached. Please, have a seat. Long Lao was remarkably affable, quite different from the descriptions found in books. After engaging in some light conversation, Long Lao shifted the topic to the dungeon. Dungeon? I didn't really do much. Just killed a few more enemies. Gu Huai replied without a second thought. Killed a few more enemies? Long Lao and the others exchanged bewildered glances. As that dungeon had only one monster, hadn't it? Yinglong expressed his confusion. One monster? Gu Huai's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. Weren't the judges and spectators, along with those soldiers who barged in later, also monsters? Wait, are you saying you killed the judges and spectators too? Yinglong swallowed hard. Indeed. I attempted to eliminate as many visible monsters as possible, and while doing so, the system indicated an anomaly. Sighing with apparent regret, he added, it's truly unfortunate. I saw there were still many troops approaching from outside. If only I had a bit more time. The three exchanged glances, their lips twitching in response to Gu Huai's expression of disappointment. Gu Huai, what is your current strength? Long Lao inquired, intrigued by Gu Huai's capabilities. My current strength? With my equipment, I possess a battle power index of over 8,000. Over 8,000 seems insufficient, Long Lao remarked, well aware of the dungeon's demands. Naturally, I cannot compete. After all, I don't even possess an offensive skill. But I do have the little Azure Dragon. Long Lao, the little Azure Dragon you gifted me is truly remarkable. Gu Huai beamed, his smile radiant. Her attributes? Over 120,000. Of course, that was during the dungeon run. And now it has surpassed 130,000. By the way, I've reached level 27. Level 27. Yinglong and the testing director appeared somewhat numbed by the revelation. Both were aware of Gu Huai's situation and knew he had spent a day less grinding than others. To elevate his level to 27 in such a short span was utterly absurd. However, considering the little Azure Dragon's high attributes, leveling up at a rapid pace was entirely reasonable. Gu Huai, would you be interested in joining the Dragon God Hall? It is an organization I personally established, now officially recognized as a special institution under the government. Rest assured, this organization will not hinder your entry into the national team. Long Lao had initially intended to invite Gu Huai to join the Dragon God Hall, as Gu Huai, being a dragon tamer, was a perfect fit for it. Initially, his intention was to wait for a while, considering this matter only after Gu Huai successfully transitioned to the second stage. However, after witnessing Gu Huai's formidable prowess, he felt it prudent to expedite the process. This would also afford Gu Huai the opportunity to visit Dragon Island, perhaps with Gu Huai's exceptional abilities. He might indeed pass the assessment and acquire the dragon egg that has been passed down since ancient times. Dragon Elder, your words honor me. It is a privilege to join the Dragon Temple. Gu Huai naturally could not decline the Dragon Elder's invitation. Moreover, the Dragon Temple is a special institution of the state, which would provide him with numerous advantages. There was no reason for Gu Huai to refuse. Excellent, excellent. The Dragon Elder laughed heartily 3 times before adopting a serious demeanor. Gu Huai, your talent is the most extraordinary I have ever encountered, and I believe you possess the potential to surpass me and become the strongest in Longhua. However, exceptional talent alone is insufficient without growth. Thus, for the time being, I shall keep your existence confidential. Only those of us bound by contract are aware of you. Until you have developed sufficient strength to protect yourself, we will shield you from the public eye. Do you comprehend? Gu Huai wholeheartedly agreed with the Dragon Elder's words. Survival is paramount. Living grants one everything, while death is the ultimate cessation. By the way, how many young dragons can you currently contract? 4. 4? That is acceptable. The Dragon Elder nodded and retrieved a silver egg adorned with mysterious tadpole runes from his satchel, its size comparable to the 2 dragon eggs Gu Huai had previously encountered. This is a gift for you. The Dragon Elder's expression was kind and benevolent. This is the state's investment in your development. We intend to cultivate you with national resources and seek a suitable divine dragon for you. Furthermore, should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. If you cannot reach me, you may consult Oldly. The state is your strongest ally. The Dragon Elder patted Gu Huai's shoulder and spoke with a grave tone. Thank you, Dragon Elder, and thank you to the nation. Gu Huai's eyes glistened with emotion, primarily due to the Dragon Elder's regard for him. Good lad. The future of Longhua rests upon your shoulders. Do not weep. Let us see if you can contract this dragon egg. I acquired it over a decade ago, yet I have failed to find a suitable master. The Dragon Elder gazed at Gu Huai with the tenderness of a grandfather. Understood. Gu Huai nodded vigorously before accepting the dragon egg. Item: Elemental Dragon Egg. Quality. Description: Born from the elements. It is a cherished entity of elemental forces. It embodies the most direct power of elemental control and is the very incarnation of the elements. Chapter 046. The Third Dragon. Elemental Dragon. Gu Huai had heard of the legends surrounding the Elemental Dragon, albeit in the context of an epic large-scale dungeon documented in textbooks. This dungeon, meant for level 75, featured the Elemental Dragon as its final boss, a terrifying creature capable of controlling all elements and immune to all elemental attacks. The objective of this dungeon was to seal the Elemental Dragon, which had only recently awakened from its slumber. Indeed, this was the treasure left behind after sealing the Elemental Dragon. Try to see if you can contract it. If successful, your strength will elevate to a new level. Yinglong gazed at Gu Huai with anticipation, well aware of the Elemental Dragon's formidable might. Had it not been for the dungeon's constraints and NPC assistance, they might not have triumphed against the level 75 Elemental Dragon. Alright. Gu Huai's heart raced. He had seen the image of the Elemental Dragon in books. Its silver form capable of effortlessly wielding elemental powers and casting various complex spells. How could he not be enamored? Let us contract it now. You have 1 remaining slot. When you reach level 50, I will take you to Dragon Island to contract another. The Dragon Elder promised. Dragon Island? Gu Huai inquired with curiosity, as he had not heard of such a place before. The Dragon Elder remained silent, prompting Yinglong to elaborate. It is one of our foundational legacies. The island is home to numerous dragon species and subdragons, and they maintain amicable relations with our Longhua. The Dragon Elder is, in fact, the spokesperson for this Dragon Island. Gu Huai's eyes widened in astonishment. He never imagined such a place existed. However, the pureblood dragons of Dragon Island are notoriously proud, requiring one to pass their rigorous tests to obtain their offspring. The difficulty of these tests is immense, with only a handful managing to succeed. Even I, in my youth, failed the assessment. Yinglong's revelations startled Gu Huai. He had not anticipated the test's severity, especially considering Yinglong's status among the 9 elders. Enough chatter, Gu Huai. Proceed to contract this Elemental Dragon. The Dragon Elder commanded. Gu Huai took a deep breath, striving to steady his mind. Relying on the state truly was the most astute decision he had made. Without this backing, even with his skills and the strength conferred by his profession, Gu Huai would have faced an arduous journey to greatness. Yet, now he was poised to acquire 3 entities that would remain out of reach for ordinary individuals, and even for many of the second-generation elites. Summoning the Dragon Control Technique, golden blood flowed from Gu Huai's fingertips, translucent and shimmering like golden jewels. Golden blood? The testing supervisor observed the color with astonishment. It is not truly golden blood. It merely takes on this hue due to the mysterious powers it contains. His actual blood is red, the dragon elder discerned with a knowing glance. The testing supervisor's confusion dissipated. At that moment, the golden blood dripped onto the elemental dragon egg, which immediately absorbed the essence. A familiar sensation enveloped Gu Huai as the shell shattered. Having already experienced this process twice, Gu Huai effortlessly cradled the newly hatched elemental dragon and offered it the shell. This time, there were no level restrictions. The elemental dragon quickly ascended to level 2 as it feasted. The elemental dragon was diminutive, measuring only 20 centimeters, its entire body a lustrous silver, adorned with exceptionally large, twinkling eyes, resembling a young girl. After establishing a harmonious relationship with the elemental dragon, Gu Huai revealed its level 1 stat panel under the expectant gazes of the three. Species, elemental dragon, name, NA, level, LV1, strength, 50, mentality, 250, agility, 100, vitality, 120, talent, child of elements, enhances affinity to elements by 100 times, rapidly comprehends elemental type skills, can swiftly elevate the levels of elemental type skills. When utilizing elemental type skills, an additional 18 times final damage is inflicted. When receiving elemental type damage, reduces damage by 80. Skill, elemental mastery, LV1, elemental sphere, LV1, elemental mastery, LV1. Passive skill, the dragon of elements. Proficient in wielding the power of any element for attacks, can inflict an additional 2 mental damage. Elemental sphere, LV1, active skill, can transform the power of any element into a spherical form for attacks, with damage and effects varying based on the released element. Combat Power Index, 520. This data and situation reflect the Dragon of Elements at level 1, without the enhancement from Gu Huai's strength. Remarkably formidable, indeed. The astonishment evident on the faces of Long Lao and others illustrates just how extraordinary this Dragon of Elements is. With an impressive mental capacity of 250, coupled with the talent of the Child of Elements, it is clear that this Dragon of Elements is akin to a bombardier, an elemental bombardier. Once this Dragon of Elements amplifies its power, it can effortlessly inflict tons of damage upon enemies from the rear. My, Gu Huai, your profession is truly astonishing. Unlike us who must form teams to unleash our potential, you simply wield several dragons, each akin to a highly equipped national team, directly causing massive damage. Yinglong's tone was filled with envy. Primarily, it is Gu Huai's dragons that are exceptionally powerful, particularly in the early stages, where it is entirely the domain of battle pets. Only later, when human equipment and fundamentals improve, does their strength gradually rise. Gu Huai, keep up the good work. Long Lao is increasingly valuing Gu Huai, mainly because Gu Huai's profession is indeed unparalleled, exceptionally impressive. I will. After a brief conversation with Long Lao, Gu Huai returned. As he still had tasks to complete, specifically collecting health examination forms. While gathering the forms, Gu Huai noticed that Long Xinhong seemed to have transformed. Awkwardly handing over the health examination form, and even asking for his phone number, Gu Huai promptly declined, earning him a resentful glance from Long Xinhong. Chapter 047. I am your instructor. Like you, I am also a unique hidden profession. If Gu Huai possessed a goddess favor system, he might witness Long Xinhong's favorability steadily climbing to 11. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all test information and data were released, albeit hidden from the other members. After gathering everyone once more, Yinglong arranged for each individual based on their test results. One-on-one arrangements were made, with each person assigned the most suitable coach for their profession, allowing them to enhance their strength and levels over the next 6 days. 6 days is a brief span. However, for these newly transitioned prodigies, this time is sufficient to facilitate monumental changes, especially considering that the preceding 4 days laid a solid foundation, with most elevating their levels to 20, nearing their first transition. A select few have even completed their first transition. Normally, for the ordinary students from Jiaolong, one high school who transitioned to combat professions, 10 days would merely allow them to elevate their levels to around 7 to 8. Some exceptional individuals may reach level 10. Within the provincial talent training camp, 10 days would only enable most to elevate to level 20, while a few outstanding ones could achieve their first transition. In contrast, for this group, 10 days would suffice for the majority to elevate to level 27 to 28. For individuals like Long Xinhong, reaching level 30 is hardly a challenge. This showcases the disparity. Each individual has a corresponding instructor, and Gu Huai is no exception. Gu Huai, aged 18, level 26, profession, Dragon Tamer. Before Gu Huai stands a lady clad in leather armor, her physique perfectly showcased. She appears to be in her 20s, strikingly beautiful. However, likely due to frequent battles, her complexion is sun-kissed, exuding an air of wildness. Greetings, instructor. Gu Huai respectfully addressed the woman. although unaware of her identity. One must respect those who train newcomers in this place. The woman regarded Gu Huai, a smile appearing on her face. My surname is Gong. You may call me Instructor Gong. Instructor Gong. How polite. Gong Jing teased Gu Huai before suppressing her smile. Gu Huai, I am aware of your prodigious talent. You are indeed one of the most outstanding in this batch. I am astonished that you managed to elevate your level to 26 in just 4 days. Instructor Gong. I am currently at level 27, Gu Huai reminded her. Level 27? It appears you exceed my expectations. Gong Jing's eyes sparkled with surprise. Thank you. Such a courteous child. I appreciate that. However, our beast taming professions possess a critical weakness. We are inherently weaker. In the early stages, this is manageable, with fewer skills. Our tamed beasts grant us a significant advantage over others of the same level. But this becomes problematic in later stages. As everyone acquires more skills, various peculiar abilities emerge. Especially when reaching level 70, the equipment enhancement function unlocks, further amplifying individual strength, which poses a greater threat to us. Thus, we must also fortify our own strength. We cannot neglect our training simply because we are beast tamers. We need to learn skills for self-preservation and even combat. At this point, Gong Jing turned her gaze toward Gu Huai. Therefore, over the next few days, I will train your combat skills, enabling you to defend yourself in dungeons or large-scale national battles. Large-scale national battles? Upon hearing these words, Gu Huai's expression clearly reflected his confusion, as he had never encountered such a concept before. You don't know? That makes sense, as these details are merely preliminary insights from level 80 dungeons. According to the information, once all 5 nations unlock level 80 dungeons, national battle scenarios will commence. My knowledge of the specifics is limited. I only know of its existence. And the first batch will involve battles for the youth group. Allegedly, the rewards therein are significant, determining the progress of level 80 raids and subsequent information. Gong Jing's tone grew solemn. Gu Huai's expression also shifted. By the way, instructor, what is your profession? Spirit Tamer, like your Dragon Tamer, is also a unique hidden profession. By the way, I am a member of the National Second Team. Perhaps we will become teammates in the future, provided I am still alive by then. Gong Jing said this with a smile. Upon learning that Gong Jing was a member of the National Second Team, Gu Huai's eyes reflected his surprise. Originally, Gu Huai believed that the country merely appointed an individual of commendable prowess, akin to his own profession, to offer him guidance. Little did he expect that this individual would be a member of the national team. It is paramount not to compare the national teams of this world with those of the real world, for the disparity is vast. In this realm, strength reigns supreme. The national team epitomizes the pinnacle of Long Kingdom's military might. Each member, even those of the third team, commands significant respect outside. In ancient times, they would have been the sort destined to become provincial governors. However, my mastery does not lie with beasts or dragons, but with spirit manipulators. A spirit manipulator, by definition, governs entities devoid of life. My domain of control, however, is remarkably expansive, encompassing all manner of spirits, be they ghostly, beastly, or elemental. In fact, the number of spirits under my contract exceeds 1 billion, setting me apart from you. You may not fully grasp this, but do greet our little friend without startling her. Gong Jing, feeling that verbal explanation was insufficient, waved her hand, allowing Gu Huai to experience it firsthand. Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind swept through the air, causing the temperature around Gu Huai to drop several degrees. He gulped, as he felt a frigid presence at his neck. Are you feeling warm, handsome? A breath escaped onto Gu Huai's neck, and he found himself unable to move. He was entirely immobilized, standing there in a daze. Xiao Qian, stop messing around. He is still a child, giggled Gong Jing. Yet, the alluring aura of this young man was so intoxicating that she felt an overwhelming desire to devour him whole. As the immobilizing sensation faded, Gu Huai was confronted by a multitude of ethereal forms. Among them, one spirit lay atop him, emanating a chilling aura that left him feeling utterly insignificant for the first time. Chapter 048. This kid is a monster. Requires level 50 strength to suppress. Gu Huai turned his head to see a young woman clad in a crimson coat, her complexion as pale as death. She was strikingly beautiful, yet her touch felt utterly lifeless. She was a century-old ghost, wronged in life, burdened with intense resentment, particularly towards handsome young men. However, rest assured, she posed no threat. The spirits surrounding him were all nurtured by me. Listening to Gong Jing, the century-old female ghost, referred to as Xiao Qian, playfully stuck out her tongue at Gu Huai before floating away from him. Gu Huai let out a sigh of relief. The sensation had indeed been rather unsettling. This experience further solidified his resolve to elevate his strength post-haste, for he truly wished to never encounter such helplessness again. As Gu Huai surveyed his surroundings, he noted the sheer number, indeed, over 1 billion spirits, with at least 100 visible, all drifting in the air. They varied in form, humanoid, beastly, and even weapon-like. Each possessed formidable power, at least in Gu Huai's estimation, with the potential to annihilate him in an instant. This was hardly surprising, given that Gong Jing was a member of the national second team. Thus, the spirits levels likely exceeded 75, with many potentially reaching 80. Although Gu Huai had little concept of these levels, he understood that their combat power indices likely began in the 6 figures, possibly even reaching 7. Alright, now that you've witnessed my spirits, we can commence today's training. However, before we begin, I must first ascertain your capabilities. Feel free to unleash your full power against me. I will restrain my strength to level 27, and you need not summon your young dragon just yet. Gong Jing signaled for Gu Huai to take action. Understood. Gu Huai inhaled deeply. This was his first combat experience since his class change, and his opponent was exceedingly formidable. Fortunately, Gu Huai harbored no illusions of defeating her. Such an outcome was impossible. He fully immersed himself in his current role, unleashing his strength to see if Coach Gong could provide him with valuable insights. I'm coming. Gu Huai had yet to decide which type of weapon to wield. The staff in his hand was still the one he had purchased at level 20, a rather stylishly designed artifact. Upon witnessing Gu Huai brandishing the staff, Gong Jing's brow furrowed slightly. While the staff offered a boost to energy, she believed that their type of profession was ill-suited for mage gear. It was not a matter of prejudice. Rather, she felt they were inherently disadvantaged in magical skills. Most of their abilities revolved around summoning spirits to enhance their strength, with their own attributes being relatively average, lacking passive skills that would augment their own capabilities. Despite possessing a significant number of skill slots, trying to master every aspect would be akin to forsaking their profession's advantages. A jack of all trades was unlikely to excel. Unlike mages, her professional strategy involved wielding melee-type weapons to cultivate agility and dexterity while learning a few skills for self-preservation and escape, sufficient for her needs. Of course, her intentions were not to engage in battle, but to ensure she could defend herself and not hinder the spirits. Yet when she saw Gu Huai charging forward with the staff, her mouth twitched. Using a staff for melee? Do you fancy yourself a melee mage? Even then, a melee mage wouldn't wield a staff, but rather a magically imbued spear. However, as she noticed Gu Huai's speed, her expression shifted. How can he be so fast? This speed was relative. Gong Jing, restraining her power to level 27, perceived it as exceptionally swift. This is bad. Her instincts kicked in, compelling her to draw her weapon, a sword approximately 1.2 meters in length, its blade a delicate lavender adorned with violet patterns. Clang! The staff and sword collided, sparking a shower of light. The immense force emanating from the staff forced Gong Jing to stumble back a step. Shocked, she thought, isn't this guy a dragon master? How can his strength be so terrifying? It's considerably stronger than mine. Although she had constrained her level to 27, this level was calculated based on her own prowess. Thus, while she was technically at level 27, the weight of her level was exceptionally high. Even if Long Xinhong and others reached level 30, they would not be her match. Yet, she was being pushed back by Gu Huai wielding a staff. Coach Gong, be careful. Gu Huai's voice called out, prompting Gong Jing to steady her nerves. Gu Huai's attacks were straightforward, no techniques or strategies, merely instinctual combat. This kid is undoubtedly a freak. This is absurdly similar to my profession. I lacked even half of his strength at level 27. His power, speed, and reflexes were utterly outrageous. Unconsciously, Gong Jing raised her own level cap, feeling that without doing so, she might not withstand more than 3 moves. Here she was, summoned to provide guidance, only to find herself potentially overwhelmed within just a few exchanges. She, Gong Jing, is indeed a person who values her dignity, and she certainly cannot act in such a manner. As for elevating her own level, that is something Gu Huai cannot perceive. It is not disgraceful. I have already raised my level to 40, yet I still find myself under the pressure of Gu Huai. This young man is undoubtedly a monster. It seems that I must elevate my level to 50 to suppress this brat. With this thought in mind, Gong Jing had no choice but to continue to disregard her pride. After raising her level to 50, the oppressive presence that Gu Huai exuded finally dissipated, allowing Gong Jing to breathe a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, she inwardly scolded Gu Huai for being an oddity. It is no wonder that old Li appointed me as his instructor. This lad is truly a treasure. Given his capabilities, it won't be long before he enters Team 3. And perhaps in the future, there will indeed be opportunities for collaboration. These were Gong Jing's musings, yet Gu Huai held a different perspective. As expected of a member of the national second team, maintaining a level of 27 and possessing such strength, he could easily handle me. It seems I was too arrogant before. Although my profession is formidable, Dragon Kingdom is home to countless prodigies, and there must be many powerful professions as well. I must strive harder in the future. Otherwise, despite having such advantageous conditions, I would be outperformed by others, and that would truly be a disgrace. With this in mind, Gu Huai also became more earnest. The battle lasted 10 minutes before concluding, primarily because the time had come, and there was nothing more to observe. Chapter 049. This is unscientific. Now it's your dragon's turn. Gu Huai, that's enough. With a single sword strike, Gong Jing repelled Gu Huai, her demeanor unruffled. This level of combat intensity might be somewhat exhausting for Gu Huai, but for her, it scarcely amounted to a warm-up. Instructor Gong, your strength is remarkable. Gu Huai was not surprised to be struck back. Gong Jing's prowess was indeed impressive. To maintain a level of 27 and wield such strength, Gu Huai estimated that he could only summon the little Azure Dragon to contend with Gong Jing at that level. Upon hearing Gu Huai's words, Gong Jing's cheeks tinged slightly with color. Gu Huai, why didn't you use any skills during the battle? Gu Huai's face flushed with embarrassment at Gong Jing's inquiry. I don't possess any offensive skills. No offensive skills? Gong Jing's tone was laced with confusion. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Gong Jing's tone grew serious. You should learn at least a couple of offensive skills to handle unforeseen circumstances. Instructor Gong, it's not that I don't wish to learn. Rather, I am unable to. Unable to learn? What do you mean? Gong Jing found herself struggling to comprehend Gu Huai's words. Could it be that your profession imposes significant restrictions on skill acquisition, preventing you from learning offensive skills? There are indeed limitations on skill learning based on one's profession, though for most professions, these restrictions are not overly stringent. Of course, there are also limitations on the learner, such as the necessity for basic attributes to meet certain thresholds or for specific attributes like spirit and strength to reach required levels. Based on the recent battle with Gu Huai, his strength seemed quite formidable. He should be able to learn a substantial number of skills. Not at all. Not at all. Your abilities are commendable. I know of 2 skills that would suit you well, and if you need, I can help you apply for them. Well, Instructor Gong, the thing is, I do not have any skill slots. Gu Huai, fearing Gong Jing might interject, hurriedly continued, aside from the initial 2 skills I received, and one I comprehended at level 10, I have not acquired any additional skills. As for skill slots, I have never even seen one. I am unsure of the reason. Have you encountered such a situation before, Instructor Gong? Gong Jing initially intended to admonish Gu Huai for carelessly learning skills upon hearing about his lack of skill slots. But after hearing the rest of his words, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Are you saying you have never received a skill slot? Not even at level 20 or during your first class transition? Gu Huai managed a wry smile and nodded. How is that possible? Gu Huai was well aware of Gong Jing's disbelief, so he took a screenshot of his skill count to show her. To her astonishment, there were indeed only 3 skills and 0 skill slots. This was a peculiarity she had never encountered, her expression one of incredulity. Did you receive anything else when you reached level 20 or during your first transition? Gong Jing casually inquired. Actually, I did receive something. What was it? Not at level 20, but during my first transition, I was granted a skill enhancement point. As soon as Gu Huai uttered this, Gong Jing's eyes widened, instinctively grasping Gu Huai's shoulders. What did you say? Gong Jing's reaction was quite intense, and her unrestrained grip made Gu Huai feel as though his shoulders might dislocate. In that moment, Gu Huai finally comprehended just how formidable Gong Jing's strength truly was. Instructor Gong, that hurts. I apologize, I lost my composure. But what did you just say you received? Gong Jing quickly released her grip, her expression one of regret. A skill enhancement point. Is it truly a skill enhancement point? Yes, it states that this skill enhancement point must be utilized before the second transition. If that's the case, then it indeed is a skill enhancement point. After respectfully stating this, Gu Huai let out a sigh, gazing at him as if he were a marvel. Instructor Gong, what is the matter? A marvel? A marvel? Do you have any idea how precious this skill enhancement point is? Gu Huai shook his head. You truly don't know. Gong Jing took a deep breath and said slowly, this skill enhancement point is something we receive only when completing the 3rd transition. It not only elevates a skill by 1 tier, but also guarantees an increase in skill level, at least by 1, though possibly more. Furthermore, the level is enhanced while retaining the original skills level. Do you comprehend the value of this item? Gong Jing's tone grew increasingly animated, but Gu Huai could understand her sentiment. Is it really that precious? What do you think? Gong Jing shot Gu Huai a playful eye roll. Gu Huai managed a sheepish smile, realizing he had inadvertently benefited, yet still wished for a skill slot to learn a more impressive offensive skill. Surely, there will be one in the future. All right. Now, let us summon your dragon. I wish to fully comprehend your strength. Gong Jing initially aimed to fulfill the task assigned by Yinglong, but her curiosity regarding Gu Huai had grown immensely. A skill enhancement point is an exceedingly valuable asset. It can fundamentally transform an already formidable skill. Though she was strong before her 3rd transition, She only ranked 5th among her peers, but thanks to this skill enhancement, her power surged, catapulting her into the top 3. Even 2nd place. Alright. In response to Gong Jing, Gu Huai had no intention of concealing anything. Concealment offers no advantages. On the contrary, revealing one's strength could garner more attention from the nation and secure additional resources. Come forth, little ones. A subtle fluctuation appeared in the void, so delicate that only someone as powerful as Gong Jing could perceive it. 3 emerged. Gong Jing narrowed her eyes, and soon she beheld 3 juvenile dragons materializing before her. One was entirely azure, adorned with a pair of elongated horns, measuring nearly a meter in length. The second, cloaked in a shade of purple tinged with black, crackled with wisps of electricity, evoking a sense of impending destruction, and was also close to a meter long. The last one was a diminutive silver dragon, possessing adorably large eyes that seemed to harmonize perfectly with its surroundings. This one was the smallest, merely the size of a palm. Dragons, indeed, are a race endowed with remarkable gifts. Gong Jing felt relatively indifferent towards the 2nd and 3rd dragons, but the last one stirred within her an inexplicable sensation. Could that be the little Azure Dragon? Yes, little Azure Dragon, come forth and greet Instructor Gong. And you too, little Thunder Dragon, little Silver Dragon. Gu Huai, feeling too lazy to bestow names, opted for simplified monikers. However, it was difficult to simplify the elemental dragons. One couldn't simply call it the little element, could they? Thus, Gu Huai named them according to their elemental hues. Though the elemental dragons protested this nomenclature, they had no choice. After all, their father was quite domineering. Chapter 050, The Hidden Instance. Let us extend our gratitude to Gu Huai. Eek. Ah. 3 little creatures emitted distinct calls. How utterly charming. Indeed. These 3 little beings possessed an intimidating cuteness that appealed to all. Gong Jing was immediately smitten with them. After frolicking with the trio for a while, she remembered there were more pressing matters at hand. Let us proceed. The instance building. The floor housing the Tower of Babel had been unlocked. However, few ventured here. The reason was simple. Class transitions occurred once a year, and this instance was tailored to Gu Huai's level. Those who had been stuck at level 30 for over a year generally possessed mediocre talents. Such individuals were not deemed worthy of entering this place. Currently, those who had arrived were merely spectators. They had no intentions of entering this hidden instance. It's truly unfortunate. If only the level requirement for this instance were higher. Indeed, hidden instances are synonymous with opportunities, and entering one would yield myriad benefits. As the crowd lamented, someone suddenly interjected, "That group has arrived." That group? The ones participating in this year's National Reserve Team selection. It's them. Upon hearing this, all eyes converged. The group of exceptionally talented youths piqued their interest. Who is that leading boy? He is quite handsome, yet I have never seen him before. Indeed, he is unfamiliar, but I recognize the 2 beauties accompanying him. TCH. Who doesn't T no long Shin In and Wenren Ling Xue? Haha. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, over 40 individuals entered. Alongside them were military personnel who cleared the spectators from the area and secured the venue. These 40-plus individuals represented the nation's future hopes, and naturally, they could not be allowed to take risks. In a situation where there could be spies from rival nations, any loss would be significant. Therefore, it was essential to ensure the safety of Gu Huai and his companions. As the area was cleared, Yinglong's figure reemerged. You are fortunate. You have encountered a hidden instance. However, you owe your gratitude to someone. Upon hearing Yinglong's words, the crowd cast puzzled glances. Gratitude to whom? Due to the information being sealed, those privy to the circumstances had signed confidentiality agreements. Thus they were unaware of the specifics. The earlier spectators, though of respectable backgrounds and aware of some insider information, were only aware that a hidden instance existed. The details of its emergence and activation were beyond their knowledge. Yinglong's gaze settled upon Gu Huai. The crowd tensed, thinking, could this matter be related to Gu Huai? Some among them likely had already deduced the truth. Indeed, it was Gu Huai. This instance was triggered by him, but I shall refrain from divulging the specifics. It's a secret. Let us express our gratitude to Gu Huai. Upon hearing Yinglong's remarks, the crowd wore expressions of complexity. They had not anticipated that Gu Huai had silently accomplished such a significant feat truly. He is a man worthy of my admiration. Long Shin In gazed at him with dreamy eyes, a sight that left Wenren Ling Xue exasperated. How had she not realized that Shin In had a romantic inclination? It made sense. Although Shin In was indeed infatuated, her standards were exceedingly high, and previously, no one had captured her attention. Over the past 2 days, the group's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. They recognized that none present were inferior to them. They were now able to accept circumstances that they once could not fathom. Well, I shan't waste further time with you. I am not entirely certain what awaits in this hidden instance. I now leave the choice to you. Do you wish to enter? Should you wish to depart? Stand behind me. No one moved. They were not foolish. A hidden instance represented monumental opportunities, and they could not afford to forfeit it. Excellent. No deserters. However, I must advise you that the difficulty of this hidden instance is likely considerable, as it is tailored to Gu Huai's level. In essence, the level of this hidden instance corresponds directly to Gu Huai's current level. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the crowd did not react significantly. Isn't it just similar to Gu Huai's level? What's the big deal? Only Liao Jinchuan's expression shifted. His level is 26, so now it must be directly at level 30. Right? Liao Jinxian felt a pang of anxiety. Despite her diligent efforts over the past few days, she had only managed to elevate her level to 22. An 8-level disparity indicated that the difficulty of this instance would exceed her expectations. Sighing, Liao Jinxian resolved not to give up. She had only heard of hidden instances. She had never witnessed one. Rumor had it that remarkable treasures appeared within hidden instances, such as pink inheritances, skill books, class enhancement scrolls, and hidden class transition tomes. However, these items were exceedingly precious, bound to one's soul and non-transferable. They could only be utilized by the finder. Should she manage to acquire any, her strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement, securing her place on the national team. After witnessing the array of exceptional peers, none inferior to herself, and some even surpassing her, Liao Jinxian felt an overwhelming sense of excitement and competitive spirit. She had no intention of leaving. She aspired to better herself. Rather than reign over Hang Province, that would be far too mundane. She craved challenge. By the way, Gu Huai's level is 32. I thought I should inform you of this. Yinglong observed the crowd's unremarkable reaction before dropping a bombshell. What? Upon hearing these words, even someone as stoic as Wenren Lingshu, it couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Gu Huai, instinctively uttering 2 words, freak. Indeed, he was a freak. Qian Boyong's expression shifted dramatically. He had previously believed himself to be exceptionally gifted, certain that among his peers, none could surpass him, as he was the future hope of the Qin family. In truth, prior to Gu Huai's emergence, only Wenren Lingxue and Long Xinhong possessed talents that could rival his. However, Gu Huai's sudden appearance made him realize that there existed individuals of such extraordinary caliber who could impose such immense pressure upon him. Consequently, he had been striving with great diligence over the past few days, earning the admiration of his instructor for his perseverance, which filled him with pride and satisfaction. Level 26 was his standing. Chapter 051, Abyss Level Dungeon. The Path to Heaven. This was also the result he had achieved. Initially, he thought that even if he could not catch up to Gu Huai at level 26, the gap should not be too vast. Yet, upon hearing that Gu Huai was at level 32, he felt genuinely shaken. It wasn't just Qian Boyong who was rattled. Everyone present felt the same way. Goodness, I once thought my humble compatriot was already quite extraordinary, yet I underestimated him. I wonder what Zhang Wanxing will think upon discovering how formidable her crush is. I can hardly wait. Liao Jinchuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She yearned to return to Hang Province immediately to inform Zhang Wanxing of this revelation. She eagerly anticipated Zhang Wanxing's reaction. Gu Huai, noticing the multitude of gazes directed at him, each seemingly branding him as a freak, could not help but reveal a wry smile. Nevertheless, this sensation of having the nation assist in locating leveling points was undeniably exhilarating. The speed of his advancement was nothing short of remarkable, utterly delightful. At this pace, reaching level 50 would likely not take long at all. Yinglong was pleased with the crowd's reaction and couldn't help but inquire, "What are your thoughts now? Will anyone withdraw?" There were 44 participants in this assessment. Excluding Gu Huai, only 5 possessed levels above 25. The remainder lingered between levels 21 and 24, with many at levels 21 and 22. This indicated that numerous individuals faced a disparity of around 10 levels with Gu Huai. A 10-level gap was tolerable for these geniuses. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that this 10-level difference was due to a person even more talented than they were, which was difficult to accept. Still, no one spoke. Their inner pride prevented them from contemplating withdrawal. Leaving in such a shameful manner would lead them to scorn themselves. It seems you have all reached a resolution. Excellent. Gu Huai, please proceed to activate this dungeon. Gu Huai nodded and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, approached the dungeon entrance, his gaze shifting slightly. Soon, the Tower of Heaven emitted a radiant glow, enveloping Gu Huai, and within 3 seconds, an occurrence transpired. Detected Gu Huai's level as 32. The hidden dungeon, the Path to Heaven, is being constructed according to Gu Huai's level. Construction time, 3 minutes. Please be patient. This voice resonated for all to hear. Silence enveloped the group. Everyone remained quiet. The 3 minutes passed swiftly, and upon completion, a deep blue dungeon gate materialized before them. Even Yinglong failed to discern how this dungeon had manifested. Dungeon construction successful. Another voice echoed, followed by information regarding the dungeon appearing before everyone. Hidden dungeon, the path to heaven. Level restriction, 1 to 32. Dungeon difficulty, abyss level. Dungeon description, the path to heaven. Is it truly challenging? Due to the low level, this dungeon only simulates certain functionalities of the path to heaven. Within, if your strength is sufficient, you may obtain what you desire. Upon seeing the words abyss level, every face in the crowd grew solemn. The difficulty of an abyss-level dungeon surpassed that of nightmares. It was the highest difficulty level discovered thus far. Moreover, only dungeons above level 70 possessed this difficulty. Yinglong had never encountered abyss-level challenges in dungeons below level 70. Upon realizing the difficulty was abyss level, even Yinglong felt compelled to dissuade the group from entering. After all, Gu Huai and his companions represented the nation's hope, the future of the country. He could not allow them to take such a grave risk. Haha, startled are we? It's only natural to be startled. After all, you are merely a group of younglings, and encountering an abyss-level difficulty is bound to be shocking. At that moment, a mass of golden letters appeared chaotically outside. Gu Huai couldn't help but feel a vein throb on his forehead at the sight of those words. The fellow's taste was truly abysmal. Rest assured, as you are considered my descendants, how could I possibly be so cruel to you? In this dungeon, death does not equate to true demise. However, should you perish within the dungeon, I regret to inform you that all items obtained, including experience and memories, will be lost. Do not fear. This only pertains to the memory of the dungeon, as I have added a time reversal ability at the dungeon's entrance. As long as you pass through this entrance, this time imprint will be inscribed upon you, and should you die within the dungeon, this ability will automatically activate, allowing you to be revived. Of course, the cost is that everything you acquired during this period will vanish. The golden letters paused here, seemingly granting the crowd a moment to absorb the shock. By the way, this dungeon will only last for 3 hours. After 3 hours, it will disappear. Please seize this tremendous opportunity. With that final statement, he vanished entirely. Everyone exchanged glances, turning their eyes towards Yinglong, seeking his opinion. You may proceed. Yinglong's expression was complex. These youngsters might not comprehend what time reversal entailed, but he certainly did. It was an ability that existed solely in certain expansions, and those who possessed such power were invariably extraordinary figures. It seemed this dungeon was even more intriguing than anticipated. With Yinglong's affirmation, the group felt liberated from their constraints. Furthermore, the prospect of not facing true death within this dungeon left them with little to fear. With this thought, they all prepared themselves mentally. Then I shall enter first. Gu Huai, standing closest to the dungeon, stepped forward and entered. A familiar sensation enveloped him, and soon he found himself within the dungeon. Was it an endless corridor? Upon entering, Gu Huai surveyed his surroundings. It was a corridor approximately 10 meters wide, seemingly infinite. The corridor towered high, reaching a height of 30 to 50 meters. The walls were constructed from an unknown material, one that Gu Huai could not identify. Welcome to the path to heaven. At the end of the path lies the treasures you seek. Do proceed onward. This time, it was not merely text but a voice resonating within his mind. As the sound began to resonate, Gu Huai also heard the rhythmic footsteps, akin to soldiers clad in armor marching in unison. They have arrived. In his line of sight, the enemy emerged, a battalion of armored warriors, with the leader adorned in purple armor, while those behind were clad in blue. Upon discovering intruders, show no mercy. The frigid, unyielding voice echoed, devoid of any semblance of emotion. Chapter 052. The disparity between Gu Huai and the others. Gu Huai hastily examined the information regarding these soldiers. Driven by curiosity about the level of difficulty classified as abyssal, monster, purple armor, elite. Quality, red divine. Level, LV 32. Combat power index, 3612. Skills, hardening, decapitation, swift strike, phasing. Description, guardian souls of the celestial path. The wearer's armor obstructs all life attempting to traverse the celestial path. Monster, blue armor, elite. Quality, orange epic. Level, LV 32. Combat power index, 2998. Skills, hardening, decapitation, swift strike. Description, guardian souls of the celestial path. The wearer's armor obstructs all life attempting to traverse the celestial path. All were elite monsters, albeit of varying quality, 10 blue armors and 1 purple armor. Although they were all elite foes, their quality seemed somewhat lacking. With their attributes not particularly high, Gu Huai paid them little heed. Of course, his indifference was not shared by others. Meanwhile, Liao Jinxian had entered the fray. Upon her arrival, she encountered the same monsters as Gu Huai, 10 blue armors and 1 purple armor. Instantly, Liao Jinxian adopted a serious demeanor. In her everyday life, she was one person. In combat, she transformed entirely. She underwent a splendid metamorphosis, enveloped in sleek black leather armor. Her physique, honed through frequent training and battles, was strikingly curvaceous. A cerulean longsword materialized in her grasp. Encountering such formidable monsters right off the bat was perplexing. Liao Jinxian felt a headache brewing. The level 32 monsters mirrored those Gu Huai faced. Truth be told, if it were merely these 11 armors, she would be confident in her ability to dispatch them. However, these armors were likely just the prelude to greater challenges. Casting a glance at her status panel, she noted, Class, Sword Emperor, Hidden Class. Level, LV22. Talent, Sword Heart. Using sword techniques increases final damage by 15 times. Enhanced comprehension of sword techniques. Skills, Sword Heart Storm, LV3. Floral Sword Grave, LV2. Sword Heart Decision, LV2. Combat Power Index, 4004. With a power index surpassing 4000, Liao Jinxian felt bolstered. Moreover, her techniques were both elegant and formidable, making the elimination of the 11 monsters a manageable task. Without further deliberation, she plunged into combat. Sword Heart Decision. Floral Sword Grave. Liao Jinxian's prowess was undeniable. The monsters, whose power indices barely exceeded hers, fell swiftly, leaving only the purple armor remaining. The phasing skill posed a considerable challenge. Rubbing her forehead, she mused that if it were not for this skill, even the purple armor, whose attributes were not significantly higher than hers, would not have lasted long against her full onslaught. Typically, elite warriors like them could prevail against stronger foes. In general, elite monsters with a combat power index 12 times greater than hers were those she could regard as equal or slightly weaker. They could essentially match up against bosses of the same level. That was the extent of their strength. With mastery over skills and encounters with adversaries they could counter, they might even vanquish mightier foes. However, such encounters merely posed inconveniences. Sword Heart Storm. The purple armor could not withstand the onslaught and was ultimately vanquished by Liao Jinxian. Phew, now it was time to advance. Goodness, I thought an abyssal difficulty dungeon would be so easy. I must flee. Just as Liao Jinxian prepared to move forward, she soon beheld an overwhelming wave of monsters approaching. Hundreds, indeed, over 100 monsters, aligned in 10 orderly ranks, with a creature clad in black armor at the forefront. Upon witnessing this sight, her expression shifted dramatically. This was no trivial matter. Unless these monsters attacked one by one, she had no feasible means to defeat them. The sheer number of foes could easily overwhelm her in a matter of moments. Retreat was imperative. Realizing this, she swiftly turned on her heels and fled. The situations of the others mirrored Liao Jinxian's. Even Long Xinhong's countenance altered upon witnessing the horde. Her strength surpassed Liao Jinxian's, having reached level 27. She was even prepared with a full set of level 30 golden gear, eagerly awaiting the moment she would don it. Of course, at present, her level was merely 27, and she was still clad in 25 level red gear. Under such circumstances, her combat power index barely exceeded 5800. Faced with this multitude of monsters and an indeterminate black-armored creature, she too had to bide her time, fighting while retreating. One could say that apart from Gu Huai's location, the situations in the other 43 areas were strikingly similar. All engaged in fighting while retreating, albeit at varying paces. Is this a sanctuary for leveling up? Gu Huai's eyes sparkled at the sight of the over 100 monsters. Elite monsters yielded 5 times the experience. In Gu Huai's perspective, whether they were ordinary or elite, level 32 monsters posed no significant threat. They were all mere targets for instant annihilation. Thus, he was filled with exhilaration. Should he slay all these monsters, it would equate to an immense bounty of experience. Each blue armor granted 4,800 experience, while the purple armor provided 8,000. Combined with the previous group, that amounted to over 600,000 experience points. To some, this may not seem substantial, but one must consider the duration over which it was earned. If the subsequent monsters maintained their numbers, Gu Huai was confident he could ascend 1 or 2 more levels in this setting. Little Azure Dragon. To dispatch these monsters instantaneously. Only the Little Azure Dragon possessed such capability. In truth, the Little Thunder Dragon also held considerable strength. However, its methods were cumbersome and time-consuming. In contrast, the Little Azure Dragon could effortlessly obliterate these foes with a single display of its dragon might. Yea, the Little Azure Dragon was equally exhilarated. Having followed Gu Huai for so long, it was well aware of what these monsters represented: experience and the means to enhance strength. With a single dragon might, the monsters before them had no ability to resist, collapsing one after another. The disparity in power was stark. Before the Little Azure Dragon, only those with comparable strength stood a chance, while the rest struggled to endure its overwhelming presence. Like the other 43 prodigies of this generation, they appeared before Gu Huai bound together, compelled to kneel before the majesty of the little Azure Dragon. Even if Gu Huai merely sent forth the little Thunder Dragon, it could single-handedly confront these 43 prodigies and emerge victorious. This exemplifies the chasm that separates Gu Huai from them. Chapter 053, The Wings of Humanity. Level Advancement. Gu Huai did not even glance at the information regarding that armored black entity, primarily due to his indolence. He pressed onward. The path to heaven posed a considerable challenge to others. Even with the entire assembly of prodigies teaming up, the difficulty remained formidable, perhaps insurmountable. Yet for Gu Huai, traversing it was akin to a leisurely stroll in a garden, effortless and devoid of any semblance of pressure. In pursuit of elevating his level expeditiously, Gu Huai stored both the little Thunder Dragon and the little Silver Dragon within the dragon space, retaining only the little Azure Dragon and himself. This strategy allowed him to concentrate the acquired experience solely upon himself and the little Azure Dragon, thereby accelerating their leveling process. Such a progression was undoubtedly the swiftest. First, he aimed to elevate both himself and the little Azure Dragon to level 50, before utilizing the latter to assist the little Thunder Dragon and the little Silver Dragon. This method promised a far superior rate of advancement compared to a collective endeavor. Congratulations, you have completed 1/4 of the segment. The first great boss, Shi, is about to arrive on the battlefield. After approximately 10 minutes of advancing and slaying countless monsters, Gu Huai finally received this notification. Only 1/4 completed? His heart soared with joy. To ascend from level 32 to 33, he required 2 million experience. Thus, he and the little Azure Dragon needed a total of 4 million experience. Coupled with the experience previously accrued, Gu Huai now stood on the brink of leveling up to 33. If he was informed that they had merely completed 1/4 of the journey, it implied a plethora of monsters still awaited. There was a significant probability that he could elevate his level to 35. Indeed, this hidden quest promised rich rewards. Onward he pressed. However, how was the little Azure Dragon faring? The combat relied heavily on her, and Gu Huai feared her stamina might not endure through the ensuing challenges. Eek, father, I am quite formidable. The little Azure Dragon proudly lifted her head, relishing the moments spent alone with Gu Huai, cherishing them deeply. I have faith in you. Gu Huai affectionately ruffled the feathers atop her head, his expression one of tender adoration. Eek, a formidable foe approaches. The little Azure Dragon alerted him, and Gu Huai's gaze sharpened as he beheld an ostentatiously adorned man materialize. Clad in resplendent armor with a vibrant pair of wings trailing behind him, he was indeed a sight to behold. The man's stature was equally remarkable. Gu Huai estimated him to stand at an exaggerated height of approximately 2.5 meters. Are you the invader? The man's gaze shifted from Gu Huai to the little Azure Dragon at his side. To think you travel with a dragon. Your prowess is indeed commendable. Alas, you have crossed paths with me. Remember, it is I, Shi, who shall end your life. As he spoke, the wings behind him flared, unleashing a tempest. Gu Huai took a moment to examine the man's information. Monster, Shi boss. Quality, Golden Legend. Level, LV 32. Combat Power Index, 110,000. Skills, Holy Light, Hurricane. Shi Annihilation. Description, one of the 4 guardians of the path to heaven. However, this manifestation is but a simulated shadow, possessing merely 1/10,000th of the true entity strength. One of the 4 guardians? His power seemed mediocre, barely adequate for the abyss-level challenge. Gu Huai mused, unfazed by Shi's impending assault. His own strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. The bloodline power had been elevated to level 5, coupled with a natural talent of 10, granting Gu Huai the ability to inherit 38 attributes. Currently, Gu Huai's combat prowess was formidable. Gu Huai, level 32, Combat Power Index, 19,274. Little Azure Dragon, level 32, Combat Power Index, 2,050,000. Little Thunder Dragon, level 32, Combat Power Index, 9,926. Little Silver Dragon, level 17, Combat Power Index, 3,587. This was Gu Huai's present strength. It was nothing short of astounding. Facing Shi, Gu Huai felt an overwhelming confidence. These past few days had not been idle. He had elevated his level from 27 to 32 and, with Gong Jing's assistance, significantly enhanced his melee combat abilities. Just yesterday, at level 30, Gong Jing had even procured a set of golden armor for him. The weapon was a great sword, as she believed that Gu Huai suited such a bold and sweeping weapon. It was this very set of armor that had catapulted Gu Huai's combat index to such an extraordinary level. Moreover, Gu Huai had acquired the 2 skills that accompanied this golden armor, both of which were offensive in nature. Upon learning of Gu Huai's skill, pain sharing, Gong Jing concluded that he no longer required defensive skills. The capability to share pain was already excessively powerful, providing not only damage mitigation but also 3 transformable forms, an absolute divine skill for individuals of their class. The first was a localized attack, Blazing Mountain Slash, with a damage coefficient of 6 times his strength. Do not underestimate that 6-fold. Even in the eyes of Gong Jing, such a multiplier was significant. It merely seemed less impressive due to the overwhelming nature of Gu Huai's dragons. The second was a single-target attack, Earth Shatter, boasting a damage coefficient of 7 times his strength. Both skills were commendable, and Gu Huai was thoroughly satisfied. Under these conditions, she truly stood no chance against Gu Huai. Even the Little Thunder Dragon could likely decimate him. Little Azure Dragon. Eek. The Little Azure Dragon, disliking pretentious displays before her, simply flicked her tail in response to Xi's hurricane. A terrifying force surged forth from her tail, dissipating the tempest entirely. Xi's expression shifted dramatically, but he was soon propelled backward by the sheer might of this energy, though not instantly obliterated. After all, he was a boss with a combat power index of 110,000. She was nonetheless injured, collapsing to the ground in a pitiful state, his wings no longer resplendent. Pathetic creature. Gu Huai paid him no mind as he advanced, this caliber of foe failing to impede his progress. I will see you dead, she roared in fury upon hearing Gu Huai's declaration. Yet, that roar would be his final cry, for in the next moment, the tail of the Little Azure Dragon struck him with devastating force, reducing him to mere fragments. You have gained a total of 320,000 experience. Such a bounty of experience from a single encounter. Gu Huai would gladly welcome more bosses of this caliber. More was indeed better. With this influx of 320,000 experience, both he and the Little Azure Dragon reached their level cap. Experience is full, level up. Current level, 33. All basic attributes increased by 20 points. The experience of the Little Azure Dragon has reached its limit, and it has leveled up to level 33, with a base attribute increase of 100 points across all attributes. The base attributes refer to those unenhanced attributes. If they were to receive enhancements, the values would be even higher. Chapter 054, A New Discovery. There truly are deities. Indeed, at level 33 now. Little Azure Dragon, let us proceed. Eek. The subsequent stretch of road posed little pressure for Gu Huai. 3 of the 4 great generals had appeared, each more formidable than the last. Yet their strength was still limited. The third one had a combat power index of merely 1.24 million, easily defeated in a single strike. Gu Huai's level has also ascended to 34, and he is not far from reaching 35. After 40 minutes of continuous unleashing of dragon breath, even the Little Azure Dragon felt a hint of fatigue. Let us take a brief respite before advancing, and consume some dragon crystals to restore our stamina. Eek. The Little Azure Dragon's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Thus far, no one had been eliminated from the competition. Their strength paled in comparison to Gu Huai's. Yet they were still the proud sons of heaven, possessing numerous means of survival. Engaging in combat while retreating, each individual managed to vanquish over 100 armored foes. Phew. I am utterly drained. These monsters possess immense strength and the battles are exhausting. Long Xinhong, having just dispatched a wave of monsters, collapsed onto the ground, unwilling to move. Each monster was formidable, especially the armored blacks, boasting a combat power index exceeding 5,200. Even in a one-on-one encounter, she needed to exert considerable effort, let alone contend with over 100 of their minions. She wondered how long this path to the heavens truly was, as the end remained elusive. This was hardly suitable for mortals, truly befitting the abyssal difficulty level. Long Xinhong mused inwardly. Had she known Gu Huai was questioning the difficulty of this dungeon, she would likely be quite taken aback. I wonder how Gu Huai is faring. With his prowess, he must be progressing far more swiftly than I, lying on the ground. Long Xinhong's mind involuntarily conjured Gu Huai's image, causing her cheeks to flush. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such an exceptional young man, particularly one so handsome and fierce. She found herself utterly enamored. No, I must strive harder and not give up. After regaining some energy and stamina, I shall continue onward. The monsters here are too troublesome, and I cannot afford to advance in this state. Long Xinhong was already the fastest among this group. Yet if she could see the progress of the stages, she would realize her completion rate hadn't even reached 5. You have entered the latter half of the path to the heavens and have caught the attention of some significant figures. Beware. Many powerful beings will now be watching you. If you feel endangered, you may withdraw at any time and still receive substantial rewards. As Gu Huai dispatched the last of the 4 great generals, he received an alert. So, defeating the 4 great generals was the criterion for completing the first half of the path to the heavens? Gu Huai was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. That's more like it. Otherwise, How could the preceding difficulty align with abyssal-level challenges? At most, it would have merely been a more challenging golden legend. Gu Huai's smile radiated brightly. He had initially thought that after defeating the 4 great generals, he would be nearing the end. Yet he hadn't anticipated that he had merely traversed half the journey. Current progress, 80. Just then, another prompt appeared. Wasn't it 50? Gu Huai was momentarily puzzled. But his attention quickly shifted as he spotted a swarm of winged avians ahead. Prepare to meet your demise, sinner. This is no place for your kind. But since you are here, your fate is sealed. Divine punishment. The sudden appearance of the avians, chattering excitedly, launched their assault. Gu Huai had not expected to encounter avians in this place. His impression of them was not particularly favorable. They appeared to be a group of seemingly benevolent angels. However, he was also curious about the attributes of the enemies appearing in this latter half, particularly their quality. What lay beyond the Golden Legend tier intrigued him. Regrettably, these avians still bore the quality of Golden Legend monsters, albeit with a higher level. Monster, 2-winged angel. Quality, Golden Legend. Level, LV 37. Combat Power Index, 6811. Skills, Divine Punishment, Light Feather Arrow, Holy Radiance. Description, a member of the Angelic Legion under the seat of the God of Light, who champions strength above all and is a fervent devotee of the God of Light. There truly are deities. Upon reading this description, Gu Huai's pupils constricted sharply. Although he had heard tales of deities, those were mere rumors. Experiencing such a revelation firsthand within a dungeon was far more impactful. The God of Light, the Angelic Legion, this sounded formidable. Yet, why would angels appear in the path to the heavens? Gu Huai recalled descriptions of the tower to the heavens, which once was a tower that could connect to the heavens, but had been severed by deities for some unknown reason. Pairing this with the angels that had now appeared, alongside the God of Light behind them, Gu Huai began to form a conjecture. Of course, it was merely speculation. The specifics remained unknown to him. If this were indeed the case, the implications would be vast. Gu Huai inhaled deeply, sensing that this matter was tangled in a significant secret. It seemed that ancient texts hinted at events related to job changers occurring hundreds of years prior, though the records were vague and lacking in detail. There were whispers suggesting that job changers may have emerged many years ago. Never mind, these matters are of little relevance to me for now. Even if they were, I would have no means to engage with them. What Gu Huai needed to focus on was simple: to strive for strength. He did not wish to squander time pondering such chaotic matters. While intriguing, they were perilously intertwined with deities, and he felt it was too dangerous. Deities were not something one could approach at level 100 or similar, were they? Gu Huai had completely lost his train of thought, his focus entirely absent from the angels. Of course, with the little Azure Dragon by his side, he felt no fear. Although there were numerous angels, breaching the little Azure Dragon's defenses to inflict harm on him was unlikely. However, Gu Huai soon received information entirely different from before. Defeating opposing faction monsters grants double experience. Total experience gained, 370,000. What? Opposing faction monsters? A look of confusion crossed Gu Huai's eyes, for he had never heard of such a thing as opposing faction monsters. Chapter 055, 6-Winged Angel, Commander of the Angelic Legion. With a 2-winged angel falling to the little Azure Dragon, each kill prompted a notification regarding opposing faction status, and each one granted double experience. Gu Huai confirmed his suspicions that the tower to the heavens must have been severed by the God of Light, or rather, by the followers of the God of Light. Regarding the path to the heavens, Gu Huai harbored a conjecture. Perhaps it was conceived by those individuals in their quest to ascend to the Radiant Camp? There exists a possibility. However, this outcome likely indicates defeat. Otherwise, they would not have faded into obscurity. Gu Huai shook his head as the 2-winged angels ahead were swiftly dispatched. Over 200 of them had yielded 7 million experience points, elevating both Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon to new heights, thereby enhancing Gu Huai's impression of the birdmen. These avian beings were not so bad, for they provided a wealth of experience. Little Azure Dragon, let us depart. It seems unnecessary, we are already surrounded. Just as Gu Huai prepared to advance, he suddenly beheld a multitude of flying birdmen approaching. At the forefront, a birdman with 3 pairs of wings, an angel of 6 wings, emanated a more regal presence than its counterparts. Behind it, a dense throng of birdmen gathered, almost as if costless. This truly felt reminiscent of a deep abyss-level dungeon. Upon witnessing this magnificent scene, Gu Huai felt a surge of excitement. Dragon race, why do you appear in this place? This planet was first discovered by our angelic kin. The 6-winged angel directed its gaze towards the little Azure Dragon, entirely disregarding Gu Huai. Gu Huai took the opportunity to examine the 6-winged angel's information. Monster, 6-winged angel, boss, quality, demigod level, LV 37, combat power index, 2, 430, Skills: Divine Summoning, Sacred Feather Arrow, Triple Divine Punishment, Light Magic, Angelic Flame. Forbidden Spell, Eternal Light. Description: The commander of 1,000-strong angelic legion beneath the Radiant God, endowed with the blessings of the Radiant God, possessing extraordinary strength. A combat power index of 2 for 130,000, coupled with demigod-level qualifications, evoked a sense of gravity in Gu Huai's eyes. This six-winged angel would prove to be a formidable opponent. Furthermore, it was flanked by over 10 four-winged angels and 1,000 two-winged angels. A fierce battle was surely imminent. Fortunately, their levels had risen to 36, or else the encounter might have been exceedingly arduous. With their level elevation to 36, both Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon experienced a significant enhancement in strength. The little Azure Dragon currently possessed a combat power index of 240,000, merely 300 points shy of the six-winged angel. Gu Huai's combat power index had also reached 180,000, granting him a fighting chance against the six-winged angel. Upon hearing the six-winged angel's words, the little Azure Dragon turned her gaze towards Gu Huai. At that moment, the six-winged angel finally acknowledged Gu Huai, its eyes reflecting disdain and contempt. Human race? I did not anticipate you to be. As the six-winged angel uttered these words, it suddenly trembled, its expression becoming momentarily vacant. So you are indeed the great and holy human race, Gu Huai. A multitude of question marks instantly appeared in Gu Huai's mind. What was this absurd situation? Following this proclamation, the six-winged angel's countenance cleared, the earlier disdain and contempt starkly evident. Gu Huai swiftly deduced that the previous statement had been manipulated by someone else, causing his lips to twitch slightly. It was likely the handiwork of that bald-headed individual. Contemplating the encounter in the Tower of Babel, Gu Huai felt that such behavior was indeed characteristic of that individual. Perish. The six-winged angel regarded Gu Huai with utter disregard. Angelic Flame. I shall take it from here. Just as the little Azure Dragon prepared to engage, Gu Huai's voice resonated. It had been quite some time since he had participated in combat within a dungeon. Such life-and-death struggles invigorated his adrenaline and sharpened his melee skills. Moreover, the number of adversaries was somewhat overwhelming, making it unfair to rely solely on the little Azure Dragon. The little Azure Dragon had already endured nearly an hour of battle, and with the formidable strength of the six-winged angel, it would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Assisting in alleviating some of the burden would be advantageous. Concurrently, Gu Huai summoned the little Thunder Dragon, whose combat power index approached 10,000. Although she may be outmatched against the six-winged angel, her lightning-based skills were quite effective in clearing lesser foes, albeit at a considerable cost. As for the little Silver Dragon, her weakness precluded her involvement in this tier of conflict. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Huai brandished his greatsword, completing a stunning transformation. He now donned a golden legendary set known as the Kuroya armor, a light armor style complemented by a crimson greatsword. The overall aesthetic was dominated by fiery red hues, as if he were cloaked in flames. Earth Shatter. Unfortunately, the floor here was too resilient. His attack failed to breach its defenses. Not only Gu Huai, but even the little Azure Dragon had not managed to inflict any damage upon this path to the heavens after such prolonged combat. Gu Huai was unsure whether this was due to the dungeon's mechanics or the exceptional quality of the ground. Despite the lack of a fissure from the Earth Shatter, its power remained formidable. With a single swing, he cleaved through the angelic flame, the searing heat dispersing to either side and ruffling Gu Huai's hair. You, a noble human, managed to block it? The six-winged angel's tone was laced with incredulity, though the emphasis on noble felt somewhat forced. The little Azure Dragon and Gu Huai shared an unspoken understanding, naturally aware of each other's intentions. Gu Huai wished to test his mettle against the six-winged angel, while simultaneously granting the little Azure Dragon and the little Thunder Dragon more time to eliminate the remaining minions. Power of the World Tree. Blood of the Dragon. Dragon Might. The little Azure Dragon and the little Thunder Dragon exchanged glances, and she initiated the assault. With dual buffs stacking, the aura surrounding the little Azure Dragon transformed into something formidable. The sudden surge of Dragon Might startled the once confident six-winged angel. This is bad. Yet it was already too late. Dragon Might constituted an indiscriminate area attack, and only due to their team formation could Gu Huai and the little Thunder Dragon avoid its effects. The range was vast. The multitude of angels soaring through the air fell like pearls from a broken string, desperately plummeting downward. Forbidden Spell, Eternal Light. Witnessing this scenario, the six-winged angel felt its heart bleed. No, this cannot continue. If this persisted, its subordinates would be annihilated, leaving it as the sole survivor. Realizing this, it immediately erupted in fury. Mountain Blazing Slash. Observing the six-winged angel's movements, Gu Huai's lips curled into a slight smirk as he launched his own attack, targeting none other than the six-winged angel itself. Thunderheart. Thunderous might. The little thunder dragon, refusing to be outdone, began to conjure storm clouds. This time, she intended to unleash a significant assault. The Thunderheart was a skill the little thunder dragon had comprehended at level 30. Its effect was straightforward. While in the Thunderheart state, it dramatically amplified the damage dealt by lightning. Chapter 056. Divine Summoning. Eight-Winged Angel. The full force of the little Azure Dragon unleashed. In that moment, one human, two dragons, and a birdman erupted in a synchronized display of power. The remaining birdmen, akin to small boats amidst a storm, stood utterly powerless against the onslaught of nature's wrath. The strength of these birdmen is indeed formidable. They possess the ability to form an angelic battle array, significantly enhancing their own power. However, due to the challenges posed by this difficult dungeon and the incompetence of its creator in executing such advanced maneuvers, only a rudimentary semblance of this formation was established. As the six-winged angel observed Gu Huai's assault approaching, a look of panic crossed its visage. The use of forbidden spells exacts a considerable toll, and even it requires a moment to prepare. Its earlier actions were driven by recklessness. With no other recourse, it was compelled to unleash a partially prepared forbidden spell. Its target was not Gu Huai. Eliminating Gu Huai would serve no purpose. Its priority was to save its legion of angels, the Azure Dragon Phantom. Though the dragon's might is an indiscriminate attack, the sheer number of monsters present, all of them primordial beings, prevented a complete cleansing, resulting in the demise of only about one-third of the angels. The experience gained remained substantial. Were it not for the presence of the little thunder dragon sharing the experience, this amount would likely have sufficed for both Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon to level up once more. A phantom emerged behind the little Azure Dragon, immense and solid. With a mere gesture, the phantom enveloped the little thunder dragon in its protective embrace. As for Gu Huai, no protection was afforded, primarily for two reasons. First, the distance was somewhat excessive. Second, Gu Huai had already activated the pain-sharing ability, redirecting all damage to herself. With the Azure Dragon Phantom providing a safety net, the little Azure Dragon felt no fear. Azure Dragon Rending Claw. A blue dragon's claw materialized in the sky, measuring over 2 meters in size, far more imposing than before. The dragon's claw, imbued with terrifying power, tore a gaping rift through the light of the eternal forbidden spell. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the six-winged angel's expression shifted dramatically. Then, as if resolved to a crucial decision, it invoked a secret technique, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Summon Spirit. Azure Dragon's Tail. At this juncture, Gu Huai began to retreat. Although his combat power was only slightly inferior to that of the little Azure Dragon, he possessed a keen understanding of the situation. Should a confrontation ensue between himself and the little Azure Dragon, it would be a mere jest. However, should the little Azure Dragon unleash its full might, he would likely endure but a single blow. Those familiar with mobile games understand that combat coefficients merely reflect potential, not actual prowess. Numerous card games utilize classifications such as T0 and T1, with the little Azure Dragon categorized as T0 in practical combat, while Gu Huai barely qualifies as T2. Given such disparity, even with comparable combat power, Gu Huai would struggle to withstand more than a few strikes from the little Azure Dragon. A resplendent light enveloped the six-winged angel as the little Azure Dragon's Azure Dragon tail struck the luminous barrier. Bang! The tremendous impact caused the barrier to develop minor fissures. The six-winged angel closed one eye. A divine aura descended from the heavens, enveloping the six-winged angel. Simultaneously, the wings behind the six-winged angel transformed from 3 pairs into 4, elevating it to an 8-winged angel. Its divine essence intensified, and even Gu Huai could sense the looming presence of death emanating from the 8-winged angel. This marked the most formidable opponent Gu Huai had encountered thus far. This truly embodied the essence of abyss-level difficulty, he mused. Meanwhile, the little thunder dragon had also gathered its strength. A thick layer of dark clouds loomed above, reminiscent of a collapsing sky, suffocating in its presence. Thunderous Wrath. Thunder Control. This new skill, acquired by the little thunder dragon at level 30, was straightforward in effect. It enhanced the potency of lightning-based attacks. When employing lightning techniques, utilizing thunder control not only allowed for superior command over the lightning, but also amplified its destructive power. Moreover, mastery over lightning would steadily improve. Gu Huai found this technique quite intriguing, pondering the potential for creative applications. However, such musings were best reserved for a later time. Ideally after the little thunder dragon underwent its second or even third transformation. With the influence of thunder control, the ensuing thunderous wrath resembled an apocalyptic force. A massive bolt of black lightning coalesced in the sky, radiating an aura of annihilation. After summoning the spirit, the eight-winged angel's gaze turned cold and indifferent, as if it were utterly unconcerned. Its eyes, now devoid of emotion, pronounced a single word, die. With a casual flick, the power of light was unleashed. At that moment, the black lightning descended, colliding with the luminous force. The anticipated clash failed to materialize. The light simply consumed the lightning. The disparity in power between the eight-winged angel and the little thunder dragon was staggering, rendering such an outcome entirely reasonable. Gu Huai promptly instructed the little thunder dragon to redirect its attack. Though thunderous wrath was formidable, even Gu Huai approached it with caution. Upon witnessing the overwhelming strength of the eight-winged angel, Gu Huai recognized that even if the full brunt of the thunder fell upon the eight-winged angel, it would pose little threat. Moreover, thunderous wrath was never intended for the eight-winged angel. It was aimed at its legion of subordinates. The eight-winged angel and the little Azure Dragon both locked onto one another, and an intense battle was imminent. To be truthful, this marked the little Azure Dragon's first encounter with an adversary of comparable strength since its inception. Most previous foes had been dispatched with ease, either instantly or after only a few exchanges. This prospect of combat filled the little Azure Dragon with exhilaration. Ascending into the skies, the little Azure Dragon and the eight-winged angel clashed with ferocity. Meanwhile, Gu Huai and the little Thunder Dragon remained, alongside nearly 1,000 remaining two-winged and four-winged angels. Little Thunder Dragon, we are counting on you. Yay! The little Thunder Dragon was equally thrilled, as this could be considered her first battle away from her elder sister. The Azure Dragon's watchful gaze. Remember, you're still in control of the storm. Gu Huai reminded the little Thunder Dragon as excitement surged, causing the black storm in the sky to writhe. However, it was evident that thunder control was indeed a remarkable asset. Without the aid of thunder control, mastering such a vast expanse of lightning would have been a daunting task for the little Thunder Dragon. Now, however, it was far more manageable. Oh dear, almost forgot. The little Thunder Dragon suddenly wore an expression of embarrassment, but quickly steeled her gaze. With so many formidable foes ahead, she lacked the strength of her sister, the Azure Dragon, to recklessly slay these monsters. Nonetheless, she possessed her own advantages, particularly the ability to interlink many of her skills. As the black lightning rained down upon the birdmen, a tantalizing aroma of charred flesh wafted through the air. Thunderstorm. Countless bolts of lightning surged forth, accompanied by the resounding echoes of thunder, resulting in widespread destruction. Chapter 057. Gong Jing arrives. Liao Jinxian receives the inherited weapon. The visual effects were spectacular. An experience point soared. The only regret was that the monsters within this hidden dungeon did not drop materials or equipment. Otherwise, with so many foes, the potential loot alone could amass millions in wealth. The blazing mountain slash likely transformed into flames, wreaking havoc among the angelic ranks. It must be said, this slaughter, targeting primarily the birdmen, felt immensely satisfying. In the outside world, Oldly, Gong Jing appeared rather unremarkable today, draped in a loose, flowing robe that concealed her exquisite figure. Gong Jing, is that you? What brings you here? A look of confusion flickered in Yinglong's eyes upon catching sight of her. Given his understanding of Gong Jing, she was the type who remained at the national team base, rarely venturing out unless on a mission. Is it for Gu Huai? Truly. You are perceptive, Oldly. Gong Jing flattered him lightly as she approached, her demeanor tinged with a hint of reverence. This respect was quite justifiable. Despite Yinglong's overall prowess not exceeding hers by a significant margin, he was one of the 9 elders, having made immense contributions to the nation. How has Gu Huai been faring under your tutelage these past few days? Yinglong inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. He had not kept abreast of Gu Huai's situation lately, knowing only superficial details. Gong Jing, however, had been closely monitoring him. He is exceptionally talented, a natural-born warrior. Gong Jing couldn't help but exclaim. Yinglong raised an eyebrow, perplexed. A natural-born warrior? While I acknowledge his remarkable combat index, such a label seems somewhat exaggerated. Yinglong recognized Gu Huai's extraordinary combat index, yet he lacked any offensive skills, which significantly limited his potential. Gong Jing, aware of his thoughts, responded. If it were solely about the combat index, I wouldn't make such a claim. It's primarily his innate combat instincts that are striking, especially when wielding a great sword. He is truly formidable. The only drawback is his absence of offensive skills, though equipment with supplementary skills can compensate for that. I believe that even without the Dragon Master profession, his combat instincts alone would allow him to become a formidable force. Surprised by Gong Jing's high praise for Gu Huai, Yinglong knew her to be cautious and not prone to overestimation. It seems you have great faith in him. Gong Jing merely smiled enigmatically. Do you think he can navigate the abyss-level path to heaven? Given his abilities, I have no doubt he will succeed. Her tone brimmed with confidence. I too eagerly anticipate his performance. though the path to heaven appears to be linked to an event chronicled in history. I wonder if it's mere coincidence. It likely isn't coincidental. The path to heaven may indeed have some connection to the predecessors. If Gu Huai were to overhear their conversation, he would undoubtedly be astounded, as the predecessors referred to those who had become class changers 3 decades ago. Within the path to heaven, many had begun to withdraw. As time dragged on, the number of monsters increased, along with their strength. Their stamina had waned considerably, leading to a collective desire to avoid wasting time. I choose to withdraw. Liao Jinxian, having vanquished the last monster, felt utterly exhausted and knew she was no longer fit to carry on. Persisting would serve no purpose, so she opted to exit. Although this dungeon posed no real threat of death, if she were to perish, it would mean her time spent here was utterly wasted. Withdrawal successful. Calculating dungeon progress. Current progress is 612, with a notably poor completion rate. Liao Jinxuan's countenance darkened upon seeing the progress. She understood the dungeon's difficulty. Yet after investing over an hour for a mere 612 progress felt incredibly disheartening. Calculating dungeon rewards. Congratulations on obtaining a chance for an equipment draw. Before her appeared 4 golden cards, each accompanied by corresponding text. Among these 4 cards, one contains a legacy weapon, while the other 3 correspond to a full set of golden gear at levels 25, 30, and 35. Please select within 1 minute. This opportunity is singular, countdown commencing. Note: all drawn items are soul-bound, usable only by the individual, non-tradable, non-giftable. Once the binding is released, the equipment will vanish. What? A legacy weapon? The legacy set is a class apart from conventional gear. Its attributes are comparable to those of golden legendary items, yet most prefer the legacy due to its growth potential. It merely requires consistent nurturing to evolve. Most importantly, legacy equipment features blank attributes, allowing for customization and enhancement based on individual needs. However, the cultivation costs for legacy gear are substantial, especially when seeking to elevate its level, necessitating various materials. Unfortunately, such equipment is exceedingly rare, typically found only in hidden dungeons or certain special realms and ruins. Moreover, they cannot be traded, relying solely on personal effort. Hence, those who possess legacy gear are scarce indeed. A 25 chance to obtain a legacy item. Liao Jinxuan's breath quickened. This probability was remarkably high. Even in the event of failure, the other 3 cards offered substantial rewards, an entire set of golden gear, a valuable acquisition in itself. Let's draw. Suppressing her excitement, Liao Jinxian began to flip the cards. As she revealed the cards, a pink glow emanated. Upon seeing the light, Liao Jinxian felt as if fortune had struck her. Oh my heavens! I must be dreaming. Haha, I am so fortunate. The pink hue, signifying legacy, filled her with exhilaration, even before seeing the weapon's design. Numerous others were also withdrawing, each engaged in their own draws. Some rejoiced while others despaired, as a 25 chance was not easily attained. Chapter 058. Perfectly clearing the abyss level hidden dungeon. Farewell, middle-aged man. Ah, so close. The buzz-cut man wore a dark expression, his dungeon completion rate at 499. Thus his prize pool differed from Liao Jinxuan's. He too had 4 cards, but the contents varied. Legacy equipment, a 30-level golden set, a 30-level celestial gift set, and a 25-level golden set comprised his prize pool. He was fortunate to draw the 30-level celestial gift set, which nearly sent him into a fit of rage for missing out twice. Qian Boyong's lips twitched slightly. His completion rate was 1456, allowing him 2 chances to draw. His prize pool mirrored Liao Jinxuan's, except he could draw consecutively. The first draw had a 25 hit rate, and the second a 33 hit rate. Yet he failed both times, leaving him feeling considerably wounded. It seems it's time for a refreshing splash of water. Dual swords? That is not too shabby. The completion of Wenrin Lingshua's instance stands at 151, allowing for 2 draws. However, her prize pool differs significantly. It includes legacy weapons, legacy equipment, a level 30 golden set, and a level 40 golden set. On her first attempt, she drew the level 30 golden set, while her second draw yielded a legacy weapon. Equipment, unnamed. Type, weapon. Quality, white ordinary, legacy weapon, capable of growth. Level, level 1. Effect, strength 1. Bound to unique character, Wenrin Lingxua. Description, a pink legacy weapon with remarkable growth potential, necessitating continual investment of materials and emotions. The dual swords are unified, perfectly suited for the swordmaster class, as she originally wielded dual blades. However, this weapon demands considerable resources, prompting her to seek assistance from her grandfather once more. Hostile faction bonus, total experience gained 7. For million. Experience full, level up achieved. Current level 39, with a 20-point increase in all base attributes. Little Azure Dragon's experience full, level up achieved. Current level 39, with a 100-point increase in all base attributes. Thunder Dragon's experience full, level up achieved. Current level 35, with strength 48, spirit 64, agility 54, and constitution 54 points. As the little Azure Dragon unleashed its final burst, a colossal tail, manifested from the Azure Dragon's illusion, obliterated the 8-winged angel, resulting in a further elevation in the levels of both the individual and the two dragons. 7. For million experience? Gu Huai knew the 8-winged angel was formidable, yet he had not anticipated such an extraordinary yield. The base experience for a level 37 monster is 370 points. This represents a staggering 20,000 times multiplier. Truly absurd. Even a golden legendary quality boss only offers a 1,000 times bonus, and with the hostile faction's double enhancement, it would reach merely 2,000 times. Yet this quasi-divine level grants a direct 20,000 times. What a delight. Gu Huai, naturally, relished the abundance of experience. More is always better. Are you alright, little Azure Dragon? Observing the somewhat fatigued dragon, Gu Huai cradled it in his arms. Upon sensing his aura, the little Azure Dragon nestled closer, wearing an expression of bliss. Eek. I'm fine, just a bit weary from the prolonged battle. Indeed, the little Azure Dragon was exhausted. Although the 8-winged angel possessed commendable strength, to the little Azure Dragon, it was merely adequate, worthy of confrontation. Regrettably, her condition was not optimal. After nearly an hour of combat, she had expended considerable energy, yet still managed to vanquish a quasi-divine level boss transformed into the 8-winged angel through the potent summoning spell, showcasing the prowess of the little Azure Dragon. Just rest well now. Gu Huai tenderly stroked the little Azure Dragon's head. It had indeed endured a taxing day. Yeah, I'm tired too. The little Thunder Dragon was equally worn out. Together with Gu Huai, they had defeated nearly 1,000 avian foes, pushing herself to the brink of exhaustion. Little one. Gu Huai affectionately lifted the little Thunder Dragon, preparing to take a brief respite. This battle had been arduous for him as well, had it not been for his continuously increasing level, boasting over 240,000 combat power at level 38. Coupled with the invaluable assistance from Gong Jing over the past few days, he might not have endured. I truly owe a debt of gratitude to Sister Gong Jing, and to Xiao Qian as well. The thought of Gong Jing brought a smile to Gu Huai's face. Over the past days, she had been exceptionally attentive, answering his every query and imparting her combat techniques without reservation. During their training, she even had her spirit engage him in battle, honing his awareness of various enemy types. What left the deepest impression on Gu Huai was the century-old Ghost King, Xiao Qian, who would often nuzzle against him each time she emerged victorious. The memory elicited a wry smile from him. Little Azure Dragon, little Thunder Dragon, let us depart from this place for a brief rest before returning. This location has just witnessed a fierce battle, and I fear other angels might arrive. In my current state, facing another such army would truly be perilous. Eek. Yeah. The little Azure Dragon and little Thunder Dragon voiced no objections, acquiescing wholly to Gu Huai's suggestion, just as he prepared to rise with the two little ones. A voice resonated. Congratulations, Challenger, on completing the instance challenge with a 100 completion rate. Calculating instance rewards. Is it over? Upon hearing this, Gu Huai felt a tinge of disbelief. A dungeon of abyssal difficulty concluded so swiftly? However, upon reflection, he quickly recognized the merit of his performance. Given his strength, achieving such a result was indeed deserving of the abyssal classification. You have indeed lived up to expectations, successfully navigating this instance. At that moment, a familiar figure materialized before him. Once again, that middle-aged man with thinning hair, holding a black and gold thermos. Indeed, it is you. What are your intentions? And what is the meaning of this instance, the angels, and the opposing faction? Gu Huai's gaze was sharp. My dear child, knowing too much too soon is not advantageous for you. All you need to understand is that our enemies are formidable, far more so than you can imagine. Of course, do not feel overly burdened. The predecessors have not been idle, providing you with ample time for development and even securing some allies on your behalf. We have made significant progress. I sense you have questions, but for now, I cannot provide answers. Here are your rewards. The middle-aged man's grin radiated brightly as his form gradually blurred. Chapter 059. The Legacy Greatsword with potential to evolve into a divine artifact. Acquired ancient dragon blood. Watching the middle-aged man disappear irresponsibly once more, Gu Huai's expression darkened. However, he was soon captivated by the 8 cards before him. 8 cards, each adorned with exquisite purple-gold borders, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. These were entirely distinct from the cards belonging to Liao Jinxian and her companions. Completion progress 100. You may draw 4 cards from these 8 as rewards. The rewards for the 8 cards are as follows, sorted by rarity. Holy Beast Pill, Ancient Dragon Blood. Dragon Egg, Legacy Weapon, Extreme. Legacy Equipment, Extreme. 5 Transformation Dragon Crystal, a set of 3,550 level Golden Legendary Gear, Legacy Equipment. 8 rewards, 8 items. While many were unfamiliar to Gu Huai, anything preceding Legacy Equipment in rarity could not be lacking in merit, certainly not. Contemplating this, Gu Huai found his breaths quickening. Although he had no knowledge of what the Holy Beast Pill or Ancient Dragon Blood entailed, their prominent positions assuredly indicated their value. As for the Dragon Egg, it was less intriguing, for the type of dragon it contained remained unclear. After all, a dragon's worth was backed by a nation. Long Lao also inquired about how many young dragons he could contract and agreed to take him to Dragon Island for the purpose of contracting these young dragons. Therefore, Gu Huai harbored little interest in this dragon egg. The inheritance weapon with an extreme suffix left him puzzled as to its meaning. However, it must be extraordinary, given that it surpassed 4 sets of golden gear. Additionally, there was the 5-turn dragon crystal. These were all splendid items, and he wished he could transport them all home. Regrettably, Gu Huai recognized the impossibility of such a feat. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his first card flip. A heavy sword radiating a kaleidoscope of colors materialized before Gu Huai's eyes. The vibrant glow was something he had never encountered before. This weapon, glowing with colorful light, must surely be the inheritance weapon, Extreme. He hastily examined its attributes. Equipment, unnamed. Type, weapon. Quality, white common, inheritance weapon, capable of growth. Conditions for growth can be viewed. Level, level 1. Effect, strength 2. Bound to unique individual, Gu Huai. Description, a colorful inheritance weapon, imbued with a hint of divinity, possessing the potential to evolve into a divine artifact. The panel was quite simple and clean, devoid of extravagance. However, upon reading the description that it possessed the possibility of evolving into a divine artifact, Gu Huai's pupils involuntarily constricted. Divine artifact. Although artifacts had yet to manifest, information leaked from certain dungeons suggested their existence. Each artifact possessed the power to overturn mountains and transcend human limitations. One could assert that every artifact is a formidable entity, capable of inducing a seismic shift in an individual's prowess. Gu Huai swallowed hard. Though he had never witnessed the process of inheritance, it was indisputable that he had never heard of an inheritance weapon transforming into a divine artifact. The sword, without an edge, would henceforth be named immortal. He lifted the still blank sword with a gleam of affection in his eyes. Naming successful. Content with his choice, Gu Huai stowed immortal away in his backpack. While its future seemed promising, it was not particularly suited for his current use. Generally, inheritance weapons possess a unique effect that allows them to substitute for equipped set pieces, masquerading as part of a set to enjoy the benefits of set effects. Yet, immortal, being only a level 1 white common weapon, was of limited utility. He resolved to gather some resources to enhance its quality and level later. As for the potential resource consumption, that was not a concern for Gu Huai, who had the backing of his nation. This was its advantage. For the second card, Gu Huai gazed at the remaining 7 cards, aware that he had only 3 chances to draw, feeling somewhat anxious. What if his luck faltered? That would indeed be frustrating. Nevertheless, even in the event of poor luck, the least favorable items were still commendable. Inheritance equipment, extreme, for sets of golden legends, and inheritance equipment. These 3 items would excite anyone, even in the outside world. Hadn't he seen Liao Jinxian and Wenren Lingshue's ecstatic expressions when they drew their inheritance equipment? Relaxing his mindset, Gu Huai flipped over another card. The card vanished instantly, revealing a battered dragon egg before him. A dragon egg? Gu Huai did not feel particularly thrilled upon seeing it. He furrowed his brows and stepped closer to the egg. Its ragged appearance raised doubts about its viability. Approaching the egg, Gu Huai felt an unsettling sensation, as if a vital energy was ebbing away. Let us see what kind of dragon egg this is. This peculiar feeling sparked a flicker of interest in Gu Huai regarding the egg. Item, egg of the primordial wild dragon. Quality. Description, a dragon egg from the ancient world. Its history is exceedingly ancient, and the life force within is extremely weak, requiring a substantial infusion of life energy to awaken the life within the egg. Primordial wild dragon. Upon reading this description, Gu Huai was momentarily taken aback. Although he was uncertain of its strength, it undeniably piqued his curiosity. Anything associated with the primordial era could not be mediocre. Should he give it a try? However, attempting to revive the life force contained within this egg would not be a simple matter, as it was already exceedingly faint. Gu Huai suppressed his curiosity and temporarily stored the egg of the primordial wild dragon, intending to consult Long Lao later. Continuing on, he hoped to draw one of the first 2 items. Gu Huai had a premonition that the primordial dragon blood might have some connection to the egg of the primordial wild dragon. If he could draw it, it would be worth trying. Yet, the odds were not in his favor, with only a 1 in 3 chance. Lost in thought, Gu Huai flipped over the third card. The third card vanished, revealing a droplet of blood that was as large as Gu Huai's head, a pitch-black substance. This drop seemed capable of swallowing light, a deep black. Gu Huai was immediately entranced by this dragon blood. Item: Primordial Dragon Blood. Quality: Effect: Can significantly enhance the quality of dragon-type life and provide a substantial amount of life energy. Description: Primordial Dragon Blood, with an extraordinarily ancient history, has dissipated most of its life force. Its effects are remarkable when used on high-potential dragon species, providing a substantial amount of life energy. Gu Huai instinctively thought of the egg of the primordial wild dragon. Both contained the word primordial, suggesting a potential connection. He wondered if this could be tested. His gaze lingered on the primordial dragon blood, though he felt a tinge of frustration. While it could enhance the bloodline power of dragon-type creatures, its effects were notably limited when faced with dragons of considerable bloodline strength. Though Gu Huai was uncertain of the origin of his primordial dragon blood, he was confident that the 3 dragon species he possessed were all exceptional and among the elite. The Thunder God Dragon, the king of thunder dragons, boasted an initial total attribute of 440 points. The Elemental Dragon, possessing elemental control, might not know its rank among dragons, but its impressive initial attribute of 520 points indicated it was at least as formidable as the Thunder God Dragon, if not stronger. Lastly, the Little Azure Dragon, the foremost of the 4 sacred beasts, had an initial attribute of 800 points, surpassing both the Thunder God Dragon and the Elemental Dragon. These 3 dragon species were all top tier. Thus, while the primordial blood could enhance them, the improvement would be limited and not worth the effort, especially for the Little Azure Dragon, where the enhancement might be negligible. With one last card remaining, he would flip it and see. Gu Huai shook his head, deciding to set this matter aside for now and resolve the last issue first. His gaze shifted to the final 4 cards. Thus far, his luck had been quite favorable, having drawn items ranked among the best in these 8 cards. I do not aspire to possess the finest treasures. Merely avoiding the 4 sets of golden armor suffices. Gu Huai muttered, though the 4 sets of golden armor were exorbitantly priced, surpassing the cost of a singular random piece of legacy equipment. His actual need for gear was rather minimal, unless, of course, it was the kind of equipment that could enhance the attributes of his battle pets, which was a rarity. Such enhancements only manifested in gear of level 70 and above. Prior to that, Gu Huai's equipment requirements were quite ordinary. The sets suitable for level 30 would suffice until he reached level 50, adequate for his needs. As he pondered, Gu Huai unveiled the final card. Goodness! Am I becoming a paragon of luck? He exclaimed, somewhat incredulous at the exceptional items he had drawn. 4 successive flips had yielded the finest 4 treasures. Indeed, a stroke of fortune beyond compare. Yet, what was this Holy Beast Dan? His anticipation mounted. The Holy Beast Dan was the top-ranked item. However, Gu Huai had never heard of it, thus remained oblivious to its nature. The Holy Beast Dan was a pill radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, crystal clear and exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Merely inhaling its aroma invigorated him, prompting Gu Huai to take a few more breaths of its essence. The 3 little creatures beside him were equally entranced. The gluttonous Little Azure Dragon nearly drooled onto the floor, and had it not been for her concern for Gu Huai's feelings, she would have lunged at the Holy Beast Dan to devour it whole. Observing their eagerness, Gu Huai was certain this item was indeed remarkable. With eager anticipation, he opened the details of the Holy Beast Dan. Item: Holy Beast Dan. Quality: Mythical. Effect: Upon consumption, it can refine the bloodline power within battle pets, significantly enhancing their foundational growth values, with effects varying based on the pet's bloodline, amplifying between 11 to 15 times. Description: Crafted by a mythical alchemist, this exquisite pill is designed specifically for battle pets, featuring astonishing effects and delightful taste, though it comes at an exorbitant price. Note: Each battle pet can consume it only once in their lifetime. By heavens! Gu Huai's eyes widened at the revelation of the Holy Beast Dan, for its effects were truly astounding. A guaranteed 11-fold enhancement, with a maximum of 15 times, truly a mythical elixir. Do not underestimate the 11-fold enhancement, as it directly amplifies the foundational attributes, akin to a base multiplier. The basic multiplier is calculated separately from the multipliers of subsequent skills. Initially, this effect may seem subtle, but it becomes increasingly remarkable as one progresses. Suppose the foundational attribute is 100,000 and skill enhancement is 5-fold. The total battle power index would then amount to 500,000. However, with the 11-fold enhancement, the foundational attribute transforms to 100,000. which, when multiplied by the skill's fivefold enhancement, results in a staggering battle power index of 500,000. The greater the advancement, the more pronounced the enhancement. The three little creatures immediately gathered around, expressing their desire to partake in this treasure. Gu Huai found himself in a quandary. Bestowing the item upon one would inevitably sadden the others. He contemplated how best to navigate this dilemma, realizing that although there was only one item, all three required it. He decided to pose the question to them, curious to see their reactions to such a delectable offering. Initially, Gu Huai intended to give it to the little Azure Dragon, as that would maximize benefits. He could subtly guide their discussion as they deliberated. Upon hearing Gu Huai's words, the three little creatures paused, turning their gazes towards one another. To Gu Huai's surprise, they did not quarrel over the holy beast Dan. The first to speak was the little Azure Dragon, who gazed longingly at the holy beast Dan, her instincts telling her that not only would it delight her palate, but it would also elevate her prowess. Yet, she resisted the temptation. As the eldest sister, I shall withdraw. This treasure should be bestowed upon my younger siblings. Gu Huai's eyes widened in astonishment at the little Azure Dragon's words. He had not anticipated such selflessness. Oh, but, Sister Yinglong, your strength surpasses ours. This should rightfully belong to you, exclaimed the little Thunder Dragon, her eyes sparkling with wisdom, indicating she had contemplated the matter. Yes, I agree, chimed in the little Silver Dragon, echoing her sentiments. Seeing her two younger siblings defer to her, the little Azure Dragon felt a surge of emotion and continued to exchange courteous refusals with them. Gu Huai watched the affectionate display among the three, an inexplicable urge to weep swelling within him. Ultimately, the holy beast Dan found its way into the little Azure Dragon's possession. Gu Huai imparted a few words, emphasizing that in her hands, the item could unleash its full potential, enabling her to tackle more challenging dungeons and acquire even greater treasures. Chapter 61, 15-fold Ultimate Enhancement. How did you know I acquired a legacy? Consume it. The little Azure Dragon, touched, clutched the holy beast Dan, and, honoring her companion's goodwill, swallowed it whole. The pill melted in her mouth, and an intoxicating flavor burst forth. Divine. Her eyes transformed into the shape of the holy beast Dan, for she had never tasted anything so exquisite. Even the flavor of dragon crystal paled in comparison. Gu Huai remained attentive to the little Azure Dragon's reaction, as did the other two little creatures. The little Azure Dragon consumes the divine-grade holy beast Dan. Effects are exceptional, with a permanent 15-fold enhancement to her foundational attributes. In less than a minute, a notification chimed. What? 15-fold? Gu Huai's pupils constricted upon hearing the number. Although he believed the little Azure Dragon's bloodline to be remarkable, he had not anticipated her reaching the peak enhancement threshold. The little Azure Dragon digested the holy beast Dan and released a satisfied burp, evidently filled to the brim with energy. After her belch, the little Azure Dragon exhibited a radiant expression, clearly sensing a significant surge in her strength, an overwhelming increase. Originally at level 39, her total battle power index was merely 267 million. However, under the influence of the 15-fold enhancement, her total battle power index skyrocketed to 407 million. Not only the little Azure Dragon, but even Gu Huai himself experienced a substantial boost. His former battle power index of 256 million escalated to 306 million. I didn't expect my strength to rise as well. Gu Huai mused, somewhat taken aback. After all, he believed he would only benefit from the enhancements to their foundational attributes. Yet, it soon dawned on him that the holy beast Dan enhanced the very foundational attributes. No wonder. Gu Huai chuckled softly, considering it a delightful surprise. Finally, he noted, dungeon completed. It will close in 1 minute. Please prepare to exit. Is it closing already? Then we must hasten out. The matter of the dragon egg can wait. Gu Huai had initially planned to resolve the matters concerning the ancient wasteland dragon before venturing out, but with only a minute remaining, he decided otherwise. Meanwhile, in a different location, a strikingly tall woman adorned in shimmering dragon scales wielded a gleaming silver spear. With a swift thrust, she unleashed the Silver Dragon Ascension. The spear transformed into a dragon, unleashing a terrifying and suffocating attack that engulfed the armored figure in black, consuming it entirely. The force radiating from the attack also devoured the nearby armored entities, showcasing its astounding power. What is happening? The tall woman furrowed her brow, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of all the armored figures ahead. However, she soon heard an announcement. A player has completed the dungeon. It will close in 1 minute. Your progress is still ongoing, with a completion rate of 1641. Rewards can be claimed. Someone has cleared it? I've barely completed 16, and yet someone has succeeded? This is inconceivable. The woman was taken aback by the announcement. But her astonishment quickly transformed into delight as her eyes took on a heart-shaped gleam. It must be Gu Huai. Truly, he is the man I admire. The woman shifted out of battle mode, her height reducing from over 1.8 meters to just above 1.6 meters. Hee. This girl is officially Long Xinhong. Her thoughts consumed by Gu Huai's visage. As she awaited the next announcement, time dwindled to just 10 seconds, prompting her to hastily flip a card. In her flurry, Long Xinhong barely glanced at it before she was whisked away with her reward. In the outside world, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. What completion rate did you all achieve? I reached 612. When Liao Jinxian emerged, she found 5 others already present. Eager to share her joy, she exclaimed, 612? I only managed 501. A long-haired girl, friendly by nature, quickly engaged in conversation with Liao Jinxian. The group, all prodigies in their own right, gathered around, intrigued. Li Long and Gong Jing exchanged amused glances as they listened in, their ears perked up, eager to glean information about the hidden dungeon. What rewards did you receive? Liao Jinxian, who had obtained a pink legacy item, seized the opportunity to boast. After a few remarks bemoaning the dungeon's difficulty, she deftly shifted the conversation toward the topic of rewards, already prepared to showcase her pink longsword. Rewards? My luck was rather poor. I only drew a level 35 golden set. While it's quite splendid and costly, I had already been given a level 30 golden set at home, rendering it useless. You're fortunate. My family also prepared a level 30 golden set for me, yet I ended up with a level 30 as well. By the way, did anyone draw a pink legacy item? The group exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in unison. The buzzcut boy remained silent, feeling out of place with his completion rate of merely 499, knowing he had missed out on the legacy items and only acquired a divine set. Internally, Liao Jinxian was elated, masking her delight with a fade of nonchalance. Ah, how did you know I received a pink legacy item? The others looked at her, puzzled. We had no idea. Alas, I merely drew a weapon, and it's just a blank one. Who knows how many resources it will require to develop? Liao Jinxian was oblivious to their reactions, reveling in the thrill of showcasing her success among her equally talented peers, feeling almost euphoric. Her thick skin and loquacious nature ensured that she would not squander any opportunity to boast. The long-haired girl initially chimed in, but soon found herself overwhelmed by Liao Jinxuan's incessant chatter and fell silent. The group, too, felt a headache coming on from the barrage of words. Just then, Wenren Lingxue emerged, her face lighting up upon hearing that Liao Jinxian had obtained a legacy weapon. You received a legacy too? So did I? Nearby, Qian Boyong, who had remained quiet with his eyes closed, clenched his fists tightly upon hearing Wenren Lingshue's words. He held no concern for Liao Jinxuan's acquisition of a pink legacy, as she posed no threat to him. However, Wenren Lingxue was a different matter. He believed their strengths were comparable, but with the addition of a legacy weapon, the odds could shift unfavorably for him. Chapter 062. All of them are braggarts. Boys must protect themselves outside. You received one too. Liao Jinxian gasped, her surprise evident. Indeed, mine is a level 1 blank, a pair of dual swords. Quite suitable for me. But where is Xinhong? Wenren Lingxue only feigned modesty. Her demeanor differed from Liao Jinxuan's. Wenren Lingshue's comment successfully diverted the discussion away from legacy weapons, allowing the group to breathe a sigh of relief and chime in. Yes, it seems only Gu Huai and Long Xinhong remain unaccounted for. They are the strongest, especially Gu Huai. I wonder how high their completion rates are. By the way, Lingxue, what was your completion rate? Qian Boyong, who had been listening intently, leaned in, keenly interested in the achievements of Wenren Lingxue, Long Xinhong, and Gu Huai, believing only these 3 were worthy adversaries. Me? Wenren Lingshue's cheeks flushed, and she stammered. I only achieved a completion rate of 151. For Wenren Lingxue, such a low progress rate in a dungeon felt quite embarrassing. 151? Impressive. Qian Boyong's countenance paled. 151? The previous dungeon had yielded a better result for him, and he had thought his recent efforts would allow him to catch up, only to find himself still lagging behind. The thought of Wenren Lingxue obtaining a legacy weapon deepened his sorrow. When he learned that Wenren Lingshue's reward pool had surpassed his own, his despair intensified. A companion, noticing Qian Boyong's silence and expressionless face, assumed he was waiting for a chance to boast and teased him. Boyong, you must have a completion rate of at least 15, right? Qian Boyong had indeed intended to show off, but upon hearing Liao Jinxian brag about her legacy weapon, his desire to boast evaporated. After all, a higher completion rate, yet failing to draw a legacy weapon only highlighted his bad luck. As a person who valued his pride, he sought a discreet corner to stand in, waiting for the dungeon to conclude so he could return to training. However, his companion's remark drew the attention of many, darkening Qian Boyong's expression. If looks could kill, he would have wished to obliterate his companion. Ahem, I also achieved a completion rate of 15. Qian Boyong, having always been the top performer, could not admit that his strength was lesser than one Ren Lingshue's, so he steeled himself to fabricate a lie. Where is your inherited weapon? In my pocket. Having told one lie, one must weave countless others to uphold it. Truly, Qian Boyong is remarkable. Upon hearing the praises from the crowd, Qian Boyong's expression brightened slightly. However, he soon recalled his earlier stubborn claim about the inherited weapon being in his pocket, which left him with a throbbing headache. He would have to conjure more excuses to maintain this deception. Had he known, he wouldn't have acted this way. Sigh, how exhausting. The others paid little heed to Qian Boyong. After a few exchanges, their attention drifted elsewhere. At that moment, a panicked voice erupted as Long Xinhong stumbled out from the dungeon's entrance, clutching a plain long spear. Despite its simplicity, the quality of the spear was undeniable, evidenced by its material. Upon seeing this spear, Qian Boyong felt a shiver run through him. Could it be another inherited weapon? Surely not. Surely not. Was he the only one without one? That spear was truly vexing. Had it not been for its status as an inherited weapon, he would have discarded it without a second thought. Long Xinhong appeared ready to throw the spear aside, grumbling to herself. Qian Boyong's lips twitched. This was indeed an inherited weapon. But was it necessary to flaunt it so? They were all such pretentious show-offs. Unbeknownst to Qian Boyong, Long Xinhong had kept this inherited spear, discarding the golden set she had drawn from the loot, solely for the sake of showing off. Xinhong, you, Wenren Lingxue exclaimed as she rushed towards Long Xinhong, who was still holding the inherited spear. However, halfway there, she nearly collided with a figure that suddenly appeared before her. Fortunately, this person reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time to avoid the impending collision. That was close. Simultaneously, Wenren Lingxue heard the individual exhale in relief. She recognized the figure as Gu Huai, which caused a slight frown to cross her forehead. Did she truly come off so disdainful to him? While avoiding her was one thing, his expression of relief was infuriating. Gu Huai, you're out. Long Xinhong was initially thrilled to see her dear friend rush over, eager to share her joy. Yet, upon spotting Gu Huai, her friend was quickly sidelined. All that remained in her eyes was Gu Huai. She dashed toward him, excitement radiating from her. Gu Huai, did you sustain any injuries in the dungeon? I have legendary healing potions here, which I've been too stingy to use myself. I'll give them to you. Without further ado, Long Xinhong pulled out 2 crystal-clear vials filled with a dark green liquid, which at first glance seemed to cast a verdant hue across her vision. Long Xinhong not only retrieved the items, but boldly reached toward Gu Huai, her demeanor resembling that of an infatuated admirer. Gu Huai, startled by Long Xinhong's advance, instinctively recoiled, his complexion paling. What are you doing? Nothing, I just want to give you the best, she exclaimed. If it weren't for this inherited long spear being bound to me, I would have given it to you. But you're really amazing. Long Xinhong's eyes sparkled with adoration, glowing as if shaped like hearts. Had the situation permitted, Gu Huai would have suspected she might lunge at him. No, this was not an appropriate setting for such behavior. Yet Long Xinhong had already dashed forward. Gu Huai's face drained of color. No wonder his mother had always advised him to protect himself while outside. Her warnings rang true. There were too many unruly women out there. Moreover, the law seemed particularly lenient towards such female ruffians. If he were to face any unwanted advances, there would be nowhere to seek recourse. With that thought, Gu Huai turned and fled. Just as Long Xinhong attempted to pursue him, she was halted by Wenren Lingxue. Wenren Lingxue was utterly bewildered. She had never anticipated that her friend would act in such a bizarre manner. Xinhong, be mindful of the situation. The situation? What situation? Why are there so many people? Only then did Long Xinhong realize, blushing furiously at her earlier actions. It was all Gu Huai's fault. Being so handsome and strong had completely distracted her from her surroundings. Chapter 063, The Birdman. What a fitting metaphor. How did my inherited weapon just fall out? Those around, especially those familiar with Long Xinhong, wore peculiar expressions. In their minds, Long Xinhong was an aloof goddess, always cold towards men, never exhibiting such vulnerability. This was so unlike her. Old Li, Sister Jing. Gu Huai hurried to Li Long and Gong Jing, sighing in relief. You're out? How was the dungeon? Li Long, listening to the discussions, found himself intrigued by the dungeon's circumstances. However, he was aware that their completion rate was significantly low, and likely, they grasped little of the details, so he refrained from asking further. The difficulty of this dungeon is quite considerable. Upon Li Long's inquiry regarding the dungeon, the crowd began to gather around, evidently curious about the subsequent events, eager to assess the gap between themselves and Gu Huai. This dungeon mainly divides into 2 segments. The first half is relatively easy, posing little challenge. The only potential difficulty lies in the 4 great generals that appear occasionally. Gu Huai glanced at the crowd. offering them a modicum of face by not disclosing that even the 4 generals had been effortlessly dispatched. What Gu Huai failed to notice was the blank expressions adorning their faces. For generals? What on earth? The buzzcut fellow particularly directed a questioning gaze at Qian Boyong, clearly implying, Brother Qian, you should know about the 4 generals, right? Care to enlighten me? Qian Boyong, too, wore a perplexed look, but upon catching the buzzcut's gaze, he stifled his response. He turned his attention to Wenren Lingxue and Long Xinhong, pondering whether these two had encountered the 4 generals. Unfortunately, Wenren Lingxue's impassive expression left her thoughts inscrutable, while Long Xinhong's starry-eyed gaze directed solely at Gu Huai rendered her intentions equally opaque. How exhausting it was to be a genius. Perhaps it was best to remain silent, smiling without speaking, maintaining a facade of serenity. Yes, that was the way. A feigned smile settled on Qian Boyong's face as he neither confirmed nor denied the buzzcut fellow's curiosity. For generals? Yes, roughly every 20 segments or so. One might encounter one. Their strength is reasonable, and once the 4 generals are defeated, one advances into the latter half. The latter half is where the true challenge begins. The monsters become terrifying, and I even encountered a brand new creature, the Birdman. No, wait, it's an angel. Angels, which have yet to appear in this world. At least, I have never seen any related information in this realm. Angels? You mean those humanoid creatures with 2 pairs of wings, or even 4 pairs, often wearing a disdainful expression? Upon hearing the term angels, Yinglong promptly inquired. Indeed, it is this group of avian beings. Gu Huai, upon hearing Yinglong's words, could not help but brighten with interest, as it seemed he too had encountered such peculiar creatures. Birdmen? Huh, what a vivid metaphor. Gong Jing, who was nearby, clearly recognized these monsters and let out a hearty laugh, revealing her lack of fondness for the birdmen. Indeed, it is rare for anyone to harbor positive feelings for creatures such as these. The strength of this group of celestial birdmen is not to be underestimated. Did you encounter them within? The 2-winged birdmen are approximately on par with standard golden legendary elite monsters, while the 4-winged ones are considerably stronger, though still some distance from the prowess of quasi-divine elites. Gu Huai was unconcerned. Of course, these are mere trifles. The real threat lies in the final boss, a 6-winged angel of quasi-divine caliber. I nearly met my demise there. Gu Huai succinctly recounted certain events while concealing others, such as the multitude of the angelic legion and how the 6-winged angel ultimately employed a summoning skill to ascend to an 8-winged angel. Yinglong and Gong Jing exchanged knowing glances with Gu Huai, offering no further comment. The others, meanwhile, were left in a state of confusion tinged with faint admiration. All of them were prodigies, and while most possessed a sense of superiority, encountering someone more exceptional would lead them to acceptance. Well, since we have completed this dungeon, let us return. By the way, Gu Huai, please accompany me shortly. All right. Oh dear, how did my legacy weapon just fall out on its own? Gu Huai replied casually, and inexplicably, his legacy weapon tumbled from his backpack. The onlookers were taken aback. In the conference center of the Dragon Kingdom's national team, Gu Huai found himself back in this place, brought by Yinglong. This time he was to meet 3 individuals, one of whom was now Gong Jing. Old Dragon. Old Dragon. Gong Jing, typically composed, displayed an unexpected excitement upon seeing Old Dragon. Xiao Jing, I must rely on you to guide Xiao Huai during this time. Old Dragon said with a warm smile directed at Gong Jing. Her excitement only grew. Rest assured, Old Dragon, I shall impart all my knowledge to Gu Huai. This lad possesses remarkable talent. I fear that in just a couple of days, I may have little left to teach him. Gu Huai had never witnessed Gong Jing in such a state, finding it quite curious and prompting him to steal a few more glances. Indeed, people possess multifaceted natures, showcasing different aspects of themselves before varying individuals. We shall certainly trust you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gu Huai could not help but admire Old Dragon's prowess. Xiao Huai, I hear you have successfully cleared the hidden dungeon at abyssal difficulty? After a brief conversation with Gong Jing, Old Dragon's gaze shifted to Gu Huai, filled with appreciation. Yes. What treasures or queries have you derived from this experience? Feel free to ask, though I may not have all the answers. Old Dragon jested, lightening the atmosphere. One must admit, despite his deliberate restraint, Old Dragon exuded an aura that commanded respect. The world's foremost powerhouse, indeed. Old Dragon, I have numerous inquiries I wish to pose to you. Speak. It is like this. I encountered a creature known as an angel within. The initially tranquil demeanor of Old Dragon shifted upon hearing the word angels, his eyes igniting with a flicker of astonishment, causing the surrounding atmosphere to thicken, leaving Gu Huai with a sense of breathlessness. However, this sensation lasted but a fleeting second before Old Dragon reined in his aura, returning to his usual composure. Xiao Huai. Continue. Certainly. Gu Huai nodded vigorously, his understanding of Old Dragon's formidable nature growing clearer. Chapter 064. The Secrets of the 80-Level Dungeon. The Rarity of the Legacy, Extreme. Upon vanquishing them, I acquired intelligence regarding the opposing faction alongside double experience points. I also examined their descriptions, which indicated they belonged to the Legion of Angels under the dominion of the God of Light. Moreover, the account concerning the Celestial Tower states that it was shattered by a passing deity 3,000 years ago. Could it be that this God of Light was the one who fractured the Celestial Tower, given my recent encounter with the Angelic Legion on the Celestial Path? Gu Huai spoke while fixated on Old Dragon, eager to gauge his reaction. Unfortunately, Gu Huai was destined for disappointment. Aside from the initial emotional fluctuation upon hearing the term angels, Old Dragon remained composed. After a brief silence, Old Dragon slowly replied, "Regarding your mention of the Celestial Tower and the Celestial Path, I am unaware. However, I possess knowledge about the opposing faction you referred to. Could you enlighten me?" "Certainly. Though my information is limited and largely speculative. The opposing faction emerged in the current dungeon we are tackling, a colossal 85-level dungeon, akin to a vast secret realm. Upon clearing the 80-level dungeon, an entrance to this great secret realm will materialize. Within, various factions engage in combat, including the angels you mentioned, who belong to the opposing faction. Besides the angels, there are other races present, yet due to 3 nations yet to conquer the 75-level dungeon, some functionalities remain inaccessible, and those from the opposing faction remain holed up in their cities, rarely emerging. However, based on the information gathered thus far, it appears the 80-level dungeon may revolve around faction warfare, essentially a national conflict system. From what I understand, the information regarding national conflicts likely pertains to the wars between your generation, with outcomes influencing certain rewards and progress. Yet, all of this is merely my conjecture and may not necessarily be accurate. Old Dragon's words prompted a nod from Gu Huai, astonished at the grand scale of the 80-level dungeon. And what of the angels within? I cannot ascertain whether they are real beings or mere constructs. My encounters with them have been limited, yet their methods are exceedingly vile. We have suffered casualties at their hands. Furthermore, they indeed harbor animosity towards our dragon kingdom, with their occasional appearances seemingly targeting us specifically. A faint hint of malice surfaced as Old Dragon spoke. This group of birdmen, Gong Jing and Yinglong, exhibited similar sentiments of hostility, clearly sharing a distaste for these avian entities. However, their formidable strength, coupled with the regulations of that secret realm, rendered them currently powerless against these birdmen, leaving them to engage in localized skirmishes. Enough of this. Yesterday, the Bear Kingdom also cleared the 75-level dungeon and is now prepared to enter the 80-level dungeon. I had an audience with their emperor yesterday. They intend to form an alliance with us. Among the remaining 5 nations, only the Bear Kingdom and our Dragon Kingdom maintain a relatively amicable relationship. The other 3 nations are aligned against us. The progress of the other 2 nations is also nearing completion. Thus your foremost task, young man, is to hasten your strength. Strive to obliterate them in the national expansion, securing greater benefits for our Dragon Kingdom. Old Dragon's words resonated deeply with Gu Huai, aligning with his own sentiments. He had never held a particularly favorable view of the United States. By the way, your gains within have been quite remarkable, I presume. You should have received a legacy, correct? The nation will assist you in nurturing it to a level 30 golden legend, specifically tailored to your legacy. The words of Elder Long sparked a glimmer of excitement in Gu Huai's eyes. To cultivate a legacy to a level 30 golden legend, perfectly suited to one's capabilities, is no small feat, often requiring 1 or 2 minor objectives to achieve. Gu Huai had been troubled by this matter, so it was unexpected for Elder Long to address it directly. Elder Long, you mentioned this, but my legacy seems to be somewhat different, Gu Huai stated. Elder Long's tone remained calm, yet it exuded an understated authority. But you say it is different? Let me see. Gu Huai promptly retrieved the heavy sword from his backpack and handed it to Elder Long. Upon receiving the sword, Elder Long cast a swift glance. An astonishment flickered in his eyes. Extreme? You've managed to acquire a legacy of the extreme level. This is indeed a top-tier legacy. What? This young man's legacy is actually extreme? Yinglong and Gong Jing were equally shocked, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Is this extreme truly so precious? Gu Huai inquired, intrigued by their reactions. Precious? It is far beyond mere preciousness, Yinglong remarked, envy evident in his eyes. Ordinary legacies are pink, and when they reach their maximum potential, their attributes are comparable to those of a golden legend of the same level. However, since this legacy equipment is customized to one's needs, it is inherently more suitable than golden equipment, thus rendering it superior in performance. Nodding at Yinglong's explanation, Gu Huai acknowledged the truth in his words. Moreover, during the nurturing process, the costs associated with the legacy would be considerably reduced, especially after the enhancement function is unlocked at level 70. These great figures typically gravitate towards legacy equipment due to the substantial resources required for enhancement. The differences among equipment at levels 70, 75, and 80 are significant, making transitions resource-intensive. Thus, utilizing legacy equipment conserves many resources. However, acquiring legacy equipment is not an easy endeavor, but your extreme is of a colorful legacy. How shall I put this? You must have heard of the concept of divine artifacts, correct? Elder Long remained silent, allowing Yinglong to elaborate. I have heard of them. That's sufficient. This extreme legacy is akin to a divine artifact legacy, although advancing it to a divine artifact is exceedingly challenging, bordering on impossible. To transform an extreme legacy into a divine artifact, one must consume a significant number of divine artifact shards, which are exceedingly rare and in high demand. Hence, divine artifacts are largely unattainable, but evolving into a quasi-divine artifact is still feasible. Moreover, due to the restrictions of this extreme level, evolving into a quasi-divine artifact remains among the most elite achievements. Do you know how many extreme legacies exist in the entire Dragon Kingdom? Gu Huai shook his head. TSK, there are fewer than 10 in the entire Dragon Kingdom. So, do you consider this item precious now? Yinglong's tone brimmed with envy. Upon hearing this, Gu Huai began to comprehend the true value of this item. Then, elderly, you must possess one, right? Gu Huai's question caused Yinglong's lips to twitch. He too desired one, but his abilities did not permit it. Chapter 065. The Shape-Shifting Dragon. The Ancient Wild Dragon Egg. Noticing Yinglong's discomfort, Gu Huai smirked, realizing that Yinglong likely did not possess one. So, it appears this item is indeed quite precious. I do not have one either. Only an exceedingly select few can obtain such a thing, Gong Jing interjected, attempting to ease Yinglong's predicament. Indeed, it seems this item is quite rare. Gu Huai's smile grew even more radiant. Little Huai, your luck is truly remarkable. I possess only 3 of these myself, Elder Long remarked with a sigh. I will have someone deliver resources shortly to elevate your weapon to a level 30 golden legend. As for the quasi-divine artifact, it requires a certain accumulation. It cannot simply be forced. However, given your strength, it should not take long. Please, do not leave yet. I will need you to specify the desired attributes. Gu Huai expressed his gratitude promptly. Thank you, Elder Long. However, I have 2 other items that require your assessment. Curiosity flickered in the eyes of those present. What items? Elder Long inquired with interest. Please see. Gu Huai first produced the ancient wild dragon egg. Upon its emergence, the illusion of waning life force reappeared. Its battered appearance evoked a sense of curiosity even in Elder Long. It was evident that even he had never encountered such an object. Gu Huai displayed the panel to them. Item: Ancient Wild Dragon Egg, Quality. Description: a dragon egg left over from the ancient world, with a history that is exceedingly vast. The life force contained within is extremely weak and requires a significant infusion of life energy to awaken the life within the egg. Ancient world, ancient wild dragon. Confusion clouded the eyes of the 3, indicating they had never heard of such things before. I have not heard of it, but I can summon my old companion to take a look. He might know something, Elder Long suggested. As he spoke, a ripple in the void heralded the arrival of a towering figure, a man standing 25 meters tall, with horns sprouting from his head and green pupils. He exuded an aura of formidable strength. Upon seeing this giant, Yinglong and Gong Jing immediately greeted him. Dragon Fury. The giant nodded at Yinglong and Gong Jing before his gaze swiftly fixed upon the ancient wild dragon egg, his pupils contracting. This power. Old mate. Do you recognize it? Listening to Elder Long, Gu Huai deduced the identity of the giant. He must be Elder Long's dragon. It is said that certain high-level battle pets gain the ability to shapeshift once they reach a certain level. The stronger the talent and potential, the higher the required level for shapeshifting. However, not all battle pets can shapeshift. Only those with sufficient talent and bloodline meet the criteria. Specifics vary based on the individual battle pet circumstances, with different species exhibiting notable differences. Nonetheless, dragons undoubtedly belong to the category of battle pets capable of shapeshifting, albeit with varying level restrictions based on bloodlines and dragon types. Dragon Fury shook his head, then nodded. I do not recognize this power, but it seems there is information related to it in my legacy memories. This appears to be a force known as Chaos. Chaos Force. The others were perplexed, as this was a term they had never encountered. The legacy memories only indicated that this force was potent, but specifics were not conveyed. Dragon Fury continued, his gaze turning towards Gu Huai, his face breaking into a warm smile. You must be the little brat that Wu Yu spoke of. Indeed, quite remarkable. Upon first laying eyes on Gu Huai, Dragon Fury felt an immediate fondness, finding Gu Huai's essence exceedingly pleasant. Had he not appeared in human form, he might have been tempted to draw closer. Yet, in human form, Dragon Fury found it somewhat inappropriate. Gu Huai possessed a dragon affinity of 1,000, making Dragon Fury's comfort entirely understandable. Xiao Huai, this is my brother Long Quang. You can call him Uncle Quang. Uncle Quang, Gu Huai promptly exclaimed. Very well, very well. Hee, since you've called me uncle, I must present you with a gift. I haven't brought anything with me, but I shall give it to you the next time you and Wu Yi visit Long Island. Long Quang chuckled heartily, his laughter resonating with warmth. Thank you, Uncle Quang. Gu Huai felt a flicker of anticipation at the prospect of the gift Long Quang had mentioned. Long Quang's expression shifted as he turned his gaze to the dragon egg, a serious look dawning in his eyes. Xiao Huai, is this dragon egg yours? Indeed. What a pity. Although I am not well versed in the ways of this ancient wasteland dragon, its strength is undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even comparable to your little Yinglong. Regrettably, the vitality within this egg has diminished far too much. Hatching it will be exceedingly difficult. A hint of regret flickered in Long Quang's eyes. Is there no way to replenish it? Replenish? That is indeed possible, but it requires materials of exceptional quality. Ordinary items are utterly ineffectual. Long Quang directed his gaze towards Long Wuya, inquiring, Wuya, do you possess any divine-grade materials that could restore its life force? None. I do have a way to procure legendary-grade materials, but divine-grade resources are beyond my reach. Long Wuya sighed, acknowledging the difficulty in obtaining such rare items. However, within the level 80 Grand Dungeon resides the Elven race. They may possess materials of that caliber, though acquiring them will necessitate some time. Listening to the exchange between Long Quang and Long Wuya, Gu Huai produced a new item. What if this works? He revealed a fist-sized, pitch-black ancient dragon's blood. As the ancient dragon's blood came into view, an overwhelming aura of life emanated from it. Long Quang, unable to contain his excitement, swallowed hard. Acutely aware that consuming this substance would undoubtedly elevate his strength by a significant margin. What is this? Long Wuya and the others were equally captivated by the ancient dragon's blood. Ancient dragon's blood. It can substantially enhance the life quality of dragons and provide a copious amount of vitality, Gu Huai casually explained. Yes. If the life force contained within this ancient dragon's blood is as potent as it seems, it could undoubtedly revive the egg. It may even trigger a transformation in the life within, rendering it far more formidable. Before Long Wuya could respond, Long Quang spoke first, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Gu Huai exhaled in relief, having feared that this item might prove useless for the egg. However, it was only reasonable to consider that if it were of no value, it would not be ranked just below the potential to cultivate into a divine artifact. Observing Long Quang's eager gaze, Gu Huai presented the ancient dragon's blood to him. Uncle Quang, this is for you. Chapter 066, Hatching the Ancient Wasteland Dragon. A heartbreaking little fellow. Gu Huai's gesture left everyone momentarily speechless, including Long Quang himself. Yet, Long Quang quickly declined. Xiao Huai, I appreciate your kindness, but as I possess a divine-grade bloodline, while this may enhance my strength, it cannot shatter the shackles of my bloodline to elevate me to a mythic-grade dragon. Thus, its utility for me is limited. It would be better utilized in hatching this ancient wasteland dragon, as I am quite intrigued by it. Long Quang displayed remarkable rationality. Having been by Long Wuya's side for so long, he had adopted a perspective that prioritized the welfare of the dragon nation above all else. Indeed, Xiao Huai, I accept your sentiment, but this item holds greater significance for you, Long Wuya added. But no buts. Hurry and hatch this wasteland dragon. I am exceedingly curious about this ancient breed and eager to see what it is like. Yes. Gu Shazi, do not dawdle any longer. Listening to their words, Gu Huai's respect for Long Lao deepened. This individual truly devoted himself wholeheartedly to the advancement of the dragon nation. Very well. It seems I must comply. Gu Huai took a deep breath. Under the expectant gazes of the group, he activated the dragon control technique. The ancient dragon's blood reacted, bubbling with vitality. Under the influence of the dragon control technique, Gu Huai's own blood was drawn forth, a single drop of it glistening, exquisite in its clarity. However, Gu Huai's essence was but a mere fraction compared to the ancient dragon's blood. His blood first fell upon the ancient wasteland dragon's egg, where it was immediately absorbed, enhancing the egg's capacity to draw in surrounding life force. Approximately 3 seconds later, Gu Huai sensed a new connection forming with the egg, clearly perceiving a frail little life within, desperately absorbing the ambient life energy. It was crying out for help. Regrettably, the life force it managed to absorb was merely a drop in the bucket, wholly insufficient to replenish the vitality it required. Left unchecked, the depletion of life force was an inevitable fate. Witnessing this, Gu Huai no longer hesitated and promptly directed the ancient dragon's blood towards the wasteland dragon egg. Instantly, The ancient wasteland dragon egg reacted as if a parched traveler in the desert had stumbled upon an oasis, eagerly absorbing the ancient dragon's blood. Before their very eyes, the ancient dragon's blood diminished rapidly as the egg consumed it. Gu Huai could distinctly sense the little life within expressing joy, seemingly grateful for his helping hand. Feeling the little one's elation, Gu Huai couldn't help but smile radiantly. Especially as he sensed the revival of the little life force, his heart swelled with accomplishment. Long Wu Ya and the others also perceived the weak life within the eggshell recovering at an astonishing pace, smiles spreading across their faces. As time passed, 10 minutes soon elapsed. The fist-sized ancient dragon's blood had been entirely absorbed by the egg. None of them grew impatient. They remained fixated on the eggshell, eagerly anticipating the birth of new life. Crack! As the last of the ancient dragon's blood was consumed, the eggshell began to tremble, soon followed by the sound of cracking. Having already experienced hatching 3 times, Gu Huai was well-versed in the process and quickly leaned in. Peering through the broken shell, he beheld the little life within. Weak and feeble, lying in the remnants of the shell. Her appearance was starkly different from that of the little Yinglongs. When they hatched, they burst forth from their shells, brimming with excitement and curiosity about the world. They had emerged vibrant and healthy, radiating a rich vitality. Yet this little one was different. She appeared emaciated, resembling little more than skin stretched over bones. Her color was a pale gray, reminiscent of bone, tinged with a hint of ash. Behind her were a pair of tiny, fleshy wings, though they were tightly folded. Gu Huai also noticed the little one's eyes, pure and innocent, yet infused with a hint of frailty. The little creature, perhaps sensing the gaze upon her, weakly lifted her head. Upon recognizing Gu Huai, a tender smile graced her eyes, evoking a sense of endearment. Witnessing her fragile demeanor, Gu Huai was instantly overcome with paternal instincts, swiftly cradling the little one out of her eggshell with utmost care. The little dragon, undeterred by unfamiliarity, seemed drawn to Gu Huai, possibly due to his profound affinity with the dragon lineage, or perhaps because of their shared blood bond. The small dragon exhaled softly, emitting a feeble call. Are you exhausted? You should consume something to replenish your strength. This little creature was no larger than the palm of one's hand. Gu Huai supported the small dragon in one hand while retrieving a fragment of the broken eggshell from the ground to offer to her. However, the little dragon shook her head, indicating her disinterest in the shell. Gu Huai was momentarily taken aback. This situation was distinctly different from the previous 3 little ones. The earlier trio was brimming with vitality, their shells teeming with life force, serving as an initial source of sustenance to bolster their strength. In stark contrast, the little dragon had likely spent years within her shell, absorbing the life essence until it was riddled with imperfections. It was evident that the eggshell had long been depleted, which explained her refusal to eat. Reflecting on this, Gu Huai's expression softened into an apologetic smile. I apologize, but I am uncertain of the type of dragon crystal you prefer. Perhaps you might choose for yourself? Each little one had distinct preferences. The small green dragon favored the wood attribute, relishing its vibrant essence. The small thunder dragon, naturally, preferred the lightning attribute. The small silver dragon was less selective, enjoying all elemental types without discrimination. Consequently, Gu Huai possessed a diverse array of dragon crystals, having amassed nearly every type available on the market. Before the little dragon lay an assortment of dragon crystals in various hues, and she eagerly absorbed the aura emanating from each piece, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I want them all. The little dragon's enthusiastic declaration conjured an amusing image in Gu Huai's mind, adults opting for all choices without hesitation. Surprised by the little dragon's boldness, he exclaimed, "Wait, you're already at level 39? Instinctively, Gu Huai glanced at the little dragon's information panel. Species, Ancient Wild Dragon. Name, not yet named. Level, LV1. Strength, 250. Mentality, 120. Agility, 150. Constitution, 150. Talent, Power of the Great Wilderness. Possesses the power of the Great Wilderness, which activates automatically in combat, absorbing the opponent's life force upon contact and inflicting additional damage. This power also seeps into the opponent's body, causing persistent damage over time, with the damage coefficient increasing as the ancient wild dragon grows stronger. Skills, Desolate Claw, LV1. Great Desolation Sutra, LV1. Wild Dragon Tail, LV1. Desolate Claw, LV1. Active skill. Channels the power of the Great Wilderness into the claws, inflicting a damage coefficient of 6. Great Desolation Sutra, LV1. Active skill. Recites the Great Desolation Sutra to detonate residual power of the Great Wilderness within the opponent, inflicting a damage coefficient of 3. Surrounding the caster are 5 Sutra talismans, each capable of exploding upon enemy proximity, spreading the power of the Great Wilderness and causing an additional mental damage coefficient of 3. Wild Dragon Tail LV1, active skill. Condenses the power of the Great Wilderness in the tail, inflicting a damage coefficient of 7. Combat Power Index, 670. This was the little dragon's fundamental panel, devoid of any enhancements. A base combat power index of 670 denoted a formidable, strength-focused battle dragon, with the power of the Great Wilderness, and skill sets tailored for single combat. It was plausible that as the little dragon matured, she could contend with the small green dragon. The latter exhibited versatility in combat, excelling in close combat, ranged attacks, and area damage, with no apparent weaknesses. The little wild dragon, on the other hand, was more extreme, primarily focusing on strength and specializing in single-target damage. Particularly, the Great Desolation Sutra, if executed through continuous combat, could unleash an overwhelming force by embedding multiple strands of the Great Wilderness power into an opponent's body before detonation. However, she could not quite compare to the small green dragon, who had consumed a sacred beast pill, enhancing her already exceptional attributes. Initially boasting 800 base attributes, the sacred beast pill amplified this to a staggering 1,200, leaving little room for the others. Since you desire them all, then they are yours. The light in the little dragon's prowess lit up Gu Huai's face as he offered her the collection of dragon crystals. The little dragon, glancing shyly at Gu Huai, blushed faintly, her pale gray hue making the blush quite conspicuous. Gu Huai, puzzled, wondered at her sudden change in complexion. Despite her embarrassment, the little dragon eagerly devoured the dragon crystals, perhaps driven by hunger and a lack of vitality, consuming them hastily as Gu Huai worried she might choke. Fortunately, his concerns were unfounded. After consuming 6 pieces in rapid succession, the little dragon let out a satisfied burp, her face reflecting contentment. Nevertheless, Gu Huai could still sense her underlying weakness, a frailty rooted in her essence that would not easily mend. It appeared that the life force within the ancient dragon blood was insufficient. He resolved to provide her with more life-infused sustenance to aid her recovery. Having satiated her hunger, the little dragon stole a glance at Gu Huai and, upon being noticed, shyly nestled into his embrace, eliciting laughter from those around them. She was indeed an amusing little creature. Gong Jing's envy was palpable. She too longed to nurture such an adorable dragon. Gu Huai then turned his gaze to the onlookers, his smile radiant. Elder Long, Uncle Kwong, Sister Jing, Old Li. This is the little wild dragon's initial panel. Without reservation, he revealed the little dragon's foundational attributes, feeling no need for secrecy among those who genuinely cared for him. The skills, the initial stats. Dragon Kwong couldn't help but express envy upon seeing the little dragon's attributes, recalling that his own initial total was merely 480 points, now overshadowed entirely, leaving him feeling rather disheartened. Truly, it is a breed from the ancient times, merely a step away from the mythical bloodline. Isn't it? Li Long couldn't help but exclaim, as his battle companion was a celestial azure tiger, with an initial attribute of only 380 points, not even reaching 400. However, I can see that her essence has yet to fully recover. I shall have someone fetch some items to restore her essence shortly. Thank you, old dragon. Gu Huai's tone brimmed with delight, although he had only recently acquired the little wild dragon. The connection of their bloodlines made Gu Huai regard the little wild dragon as family, an important family member at that. No need to be so polite with me, haha. By the way, what level are you at now, young lad? Long Wuyo chuckled heartily and casually inquired. I am already at level 39. Level 39, you say? Wait, what did you just say? You are at level 39. Not only old dragon, but the others also reacted with astonishment upon hearing this. They recalled that Gu Huai had been at level 32 when he entered this hidden dungeon. Hadn't he? How is it possible that in what seems like just a couple of hours, he has directly leveled up by 7? This is utterly ludicrous. The number of monsters in that hidden dungeon was rather substantial, coupled with the fact that I only focused on leveling the little Azure Dragon, thus the speed naturally increased. Gu Huai spoke nonchalantly, causing the corners of the 3's mouths to twitch. Even old dragon couldn't help but give Gu Huai a mental thumbs up. He truly was a master of showing off. Level 39, you are indeed a little monster. However, how formidable is your little Azure Dragon at present? Gu Huai's strength was formidable, hence they were not entirely aware of the prowess of the little Azure Dragon. Old Dragon was equally curious about just how powerful the level 39 little Azure Dragon truly was. I would actually advise against you viewing this. Gu Huai chuckled. For the panel of the little Azure Dragon was indeed terrifying. Its attributes were quite overwhelming. Chapter 068, The Astonished Dragon Madman. The immemorial greatsword evolves into a golden legend. Yet, faced with the curiosity of the crowd, Gu Huai still displayed the panel, albeit with rather vague information, as he concealed the specific skill details. Race, Little Azure Dragon. Name, none. Level, LV 39. Strength, 10, 980. Mentality, 9, 333. Agility, 9, 333. Constitution, 10, 431. Talent, Azure Dragon's Might, contains the power of the Azure Dragon, inflicting an additional 100 final damage upon attack. Skills, Azure Dragon Rending Claw, LV6, Verdant Wood Might, LV5, Azure Dragon Breath, LV7, Azure Dragon Mirage, LV5, Dragon's Might, LV6. Dragon Blood Boil, LV3, Azure Dragon S Tail, LV5, Azure Dragon Blood, LV3, Azure Dragon Body, LV3, Reckless Dragon's Regret, LV2, Azure Dragon's Dominance, LV2, Azure Dragon's Descent, LV2. Dragon S Journey, LV2. Combat Power Index, 407 million. Upon witnessing the panel and the number of skills possessed by the little Azure Dragon, even the well-versed Long Wuyo was momentarily taken aback. A level 39 entity possessing a combat power index of 400,000, 13 skills. This is simply absurd. Long Kuang's eyes widened in disbelief. As a member of the dragon race, he understood these matters all too well. He had encountered numerous formidable dragons, including the progenitor of dragons currently slumbering on Dragon Island. Yet he believed that once this little Azure Dragon matured, it would undoubtedly surpass even the progenitor. With such exaggerated attributes at level 39, it surely ranks among the elite even within mythical bloodlines. Absurd. I believe that once you elevate the little Azure Dragon to level 50 and successfully undergo the second transition, its combat index may very well surpass 100,000. It will surely reach 100,000. I even think that this little Azure Dragon could potentially lead Gu Huai into the global rankings right after entering the third transition. Gong Jing and Yinglong were equally astonished, as there was simply no denying the extraordinary nature of this little Azure Dragon. Gu Huai, nurture this little Azure Dragon well. In the future, I shall strive to procure a complete set of legacy equipment tailored specifically for your dragonkin, thereby enhancing their powers. Witnessing the little Azure Dragon's utterly outrageous panel, Long Wuyo was further resolute in his decision to cultivate Gu Huai diligently. Once Gu Huai matures, he shall pass the mantle to him. Gu Huai is far more suited for this position. Undoubtedly, Gu Huai nodded earnestly, for even without Long Wuyo's urging, he would diligently pursue this goal. Just as Long Wuyo wished to say more, the person delivering resources arrived, thus he refrained from continuing. The materials required to enhance the quality and level of legacy equipment are quite substantial. If Gu Huai were to gather and purchase them himself, it would indeed take some time, but with old Dragon's assistance, it was as effortless as drinking water. Take this, only you can upgrade it. Gu Huai grasped the immemorial greatsword and commenced the upgrade. To elevate it from a whiteboard to a green item, he required 100 green crystal shards and an additional 20,000 gold coins. Green crystal shards are items obtained by the disassembler profession through decomposing equipment. Their utility is rather limited, primarily serving to enhance equipment, becoming necessary only starting from level 70, thus in high demand. When the equipment enhancement feature has not been activated, those inferior items truly are just that, trash. And even if they drop, few would bother to pick them up. This is primarily because such equipment holds little value and is unwanted. Although the disassembler profession existed at that time, they were seen as the most useless among professions, for the shards they produced found no purpose whatsoever. However, once the equipment enhancement feature was introduced, the status of these disassemblers immediately rose, becoming one of the most sought-after life professions. The demand for shards surged, and even the prices of trash equipment increased. Shortly thereafter, new legacy equipment emerged, and the enhancement of such equipment also required crystal shards. Nonetheless, the emergence of this item did not significantly impact the disassemblers, nor did it alter the value of the shards appreciably. Quite reasonably, the quantity of legacy equipment is exceedingly scarce, rendering it a mere drop in the bucket compared to the demand in the equipment enhancement market. 10,000 green crystal shards would roughly equate to around 50,000 gold coins. Advancement successful. White ordinary immemorial advances to green excellent immemorial, equipment level 1. The appearance of the immemorial greatsword became slightly more exquisite, yet it remained quite archaic. Continue. Consume 10,000 blue crystal shards, 100,000 gold coins. Green excellent immemorial advances to blue excellent immemorial, equipment level 1. Consume 10,000 golden crystal shards, 20 million gold coins. Red divine immemorial advances to golden legendary immemorial, equipment level 1. Before long, with a substantial expenditure, the immemorial greatsword in Gu Huai's grasp underwent a remarkable transformation. Firstly, its appearance radiated a golden glow, and the size of the greatsword doubled, larger than Gu Huai himself. Gu Huai also took a moment to inspect the immemorial greatsword, his heart racing in surprise. Equipment, immemorial. Location, weapon. Quality, golden legend, upgradable. Requires 20 divine crystal blocks and 1 billion gold to evolve into a semi-divine artifact. Level, 1. Effect, strength 18. Attribute 1, none. Can be added. Attribute 2, none. Can be added. Attribute 3, none. Can be added. Attribute 4, none. Can be added. Attribute 5, can masquerade as a weapon from any set, enjoying the benefits of set attributes. Bound to unique character. Gu Huai. Description, a colorful inherited weapon. Imbued with a trace of divinity, possessing the potential to evolve into a divine artifact. There are 5 attributes, although in reality, it is merely 4, as the 5th attribute is a common feature among all inherited equipment. Without it, many would hesitate to exchange set attributes for inheritance. Remarkably, there are 4 attributes. Although Yinglong and Gongjing do not possess the extreme inheritance, they still hold the inheritance. Both of them are equipped with a complete set of inheritance. Familiar with the concept of inheritance, it is customary for such items to possess 3 attributes rather than 4. The extreme inheritance, however, is indeed unique, boasting 4 attributes. And if this extreme inheritance were to be advanced into a semi-divine artifact, it would acquire 5 attributes, with their quality also elevated. Regrettably, the difficulty of evolving into a semi-divine artifact is exceedingly high. Even I only acquired 1 by a stroke of luck. Old Long has quite the flair for the dramatic. Chapter 069, The Attributes of Colorful Inheritance. Envy from Yinglong. Gu Huai. You can now add attributes based on your preferences. Take your time to explore which materials are needed and what attributes can be appended. Typically, the 4 attributes of extreme inheritance allow for 2 to be skill-based, while the other 2 should ideally consist of 1 effect type, and the other primarily focused on percentage attributes. After all, given your high personal attribute values, a percentage-based approach would be more advantageous. Listening to Old Long's words, Gu Huai nodded in agreement, as he shared the same sentiment. It is a pity that not all can be converted into skills. Otherwise, a full skill set would suit Gu Huai far better, as he has fewer demands for attributes. Gongjing, have you noticed that the attributes added by this extreme inheritance are also more numerous? Yinglong remarked to Gongjing, who nodded in response. Indeed, there are more. I recall the attributes of an ordinary golden legend at level 1 typically range between 10 to 15, with 14 being considered quite exceptional. However, the attributes of inheritance tend to be higher, generally between 13 to 16. I have yet to encounter one reaching 18. Gongjing, who understood these matters better, spoke with a tone tinged with envy. Upon hearing Gongjing's data, Yinglong yearned for an extreme inheritance, yet lamented the formidable challenge of obtaining such gear. Even he found it unattainable. Moreover, concentrating attributes solely on strength makes this equipment particularly suitable for Xiao Huai. However, it remains unclear what skills Gu Huai would choose. Their gazes turned to Gu Huai, who began to solidify his direction. The chosen direction would be to enhance the attributes of dragonkind, or to acquire skills based on fundamental attributes, primarily focusing on multiplicative effects. Confirmation successful, determining consumption. Consumption is 2 dragon soul stones, for celestial blood essence, 20,000 golden small crystal blocks, and 20 million gold. Upon seeing the consumption, Gu Huai immediately relayed the information to Old Long, who without hesitation provided the resources. Gu Huai proceeded to utilize them directly. Attribute 1 is being generated, generation successful. Attribute 1, passive 1, increases the fundamental attributes of contracted dragon-type creatures, enhancing the base multiplier by 12 times. Holy moly! Witnessing the 12-fold enhancement applied to the base attributes, Gu Huai felt the expenditure was indeed justified, truly worth it. This attribute is splendid. Old Long's eyes sparkled upon seeing this attribute. He too was quite pleased with such an enhancement to base attributes. While augmenting attributes is not particularly challenging, elevating base attributes is a formidable task. At their current stage, Old Long and his companions have long surpassed 10 times in terms of personal attribute percentage increases. Thus, a 12-fold increase in base attributes, while seemingly modest, holds significant value. Indeed, this is remarkable. I can hardly contain my excitement. Gongjing was genuinely on the verge of drooling, as she too relied on combat pets. Yet this equipment held no utility for her, given that her spirit is not a dragon. Proceed. Gu Huai paid little heed to the remaining attributes. Having this one was sufficient. Nevertheless, it would undoubtedly be better if additional enhancements could be achieved, though Gu Huai would not mind. Soon, under the watchful eyes of all, Gu Huai completed the determination of the 4 attributes. The consumption was immense. Combined with the resources expended to elevate the Undying from a white ordinary state to a golden legend, Gu Huai estimated that his resource expenditure exceeded 5 billion. Additionally, upgrading would further escalate resource consumption. However, in comparison to frequently swapping Golden Legend sets, this still proved to be more economical. A level 30 legendary set costs around 200 million, with each piece requiring 30 to 40 million. For levels 50 and 60, the prices soar to over $1 billion per piece. Furthermore, utilizing an inherited set offers the advantage of maximizing one's strength at any time, yielding optimal benefits. Generally, those with the means will procure a legendary set for themselves, as it significantly amplifies personal strength, allowing for a more solidified combat index. Attribute 2. Passive 2. Total attributes of contracted dragon-type beasts are enhanced by 16 times. Attribute 3. Grants 1 random skill level 1 to the Dragon Tamer, with the ability to randomly allocate skills every 3 days. Attribute 4. Total strength attribute 50. The emergence of these last 3 attributes elicited renewed expressions of envy among the onlookers. It is truly disheartening. Why does my inherited set provide only a 15-fold increase in total attributes, while this one boasts 16 times? Furthermore, this attribute enhancement, ours only reaches 40. Yet this one is directly at 50. Yinglong felt a pang of distress. Although both sets fall under inheritance, the differences in increased base attributes are disheartening. Not to mention the disparity in attribute quality. Generally speaking, Golden Legends enhance combat pets by 13 to 14 times, as most Golden Legends do not correspond to a specific type of combat pet. However, if they do align with a certain type, the enhancement can reach 15 times. Pink inheritances typically cater to demand, averaging around 15 times, or 14 if they encompass multiple types. But Gu Huai's colorful inheritance directly achieves 16 times. As for the attribute enhancement, Golden Legends typically range from 30 to 40, depending on the quality of the equipment. After all, there are distinctions even among Golden Legends. Inheritance, on the other hand, is fixed at 10, yet Gu Huai stands at a staggering 50. Do not underestimate the difference of 2. With each individual wielding 6 pieces of equipment, that equates to a 60-point disparity. Additionally, when considering fundamental attributes and the differences in other attributes, the total becomes substantial. Especially at the level of Yinglong and his companions, even such a slight disparity can translate into tens of thousands of combat index points, or even more. How envious. I, too, wish to devise a means to acquire a colorful inheritance for myself. Yinglong's tone was laced with a hint of acidity. In contrast, Dragon Elder remained composed, for he possessed 3 colorful inheritances, one of which he had even elevated to the status of a quasi-artifact. Let us elevate the level as well. It is relatively straightforward to do so. Various colored crystal shards are required, which is quite manageable. However, to reach level 30, one must vanquish certain monsters to energize the weapon. Only after energizing can one use the crystal shards to enhance the level. Listening to Dragon Elder's words, Gu Huai promptly raised his weapon's level. With swift movements, he upgraded the equipment to level 30, resulting in a noticeable transformation, primarily becoming more resplendent. The ease with which he had attained the appearance of a level 30 colorful inheritance gave Gu Huai a delightful sense of playing a private server. Chapter 070. Attributes Surge. Yinglong's Battle Index. You can test the effects and take a look at the attributes, Dragon Elder said with a smile. Gu Huai immediately swapped out his weapon and examined its attributes. Equipment, imperishable. Position, weapon. Quality, Golden Legend, can evolve. Requires 20 quasi-divine crystal shards and 1 billion gold to evolve into a quasi-artifact. Level, 30, can be upgraded. Requires the defeat of 1,000 Golden Legend quality monsters, and then 300 shards of each of the 7 colors to upgrade to level 35. Effect, Strength, 320. Attribute 1, Passive 1. Increases the base attributes of dragon-type creatures contracted by the user with a multiplication factor of 12. Attribute 2, Passive 2. Total attribute enhancement of 16 times for contracted dragon beasts. Attribute 3, grants the Dragon Master a random skill at level 1, with a random skill allocation possible every 3 days. Attribute 4, total attribute enhancement of strength by 50. Attribute 5, can disguise itself as any weapon within a set. Enjoying the benefits of set attributes. Bound to unique character. Gu Huai. Description, a colorful inheritance weapon containing a hint of divinity, with the potential to evolve into a divine artifact. Upon equipping this item, not only did Gu Huai's personal attributes see a significant enhancement, but the combat indices of each of his little companions also experienced a boost. Gu Huai, level 39, battle index increased from 311 million to 349 million. Little Azure Dragon, level 39, battle index increased from 407 million to 603 million. Thunder Dragon, level 33, battle index increased from 112 million to 184 million. Elemental Dragon, level 18, battle index increased from 3,588 to 6,259. Primordial Wild Dragon, level 1, battle index increased from 804 to 1,447. Gu Huai's personal strength did not elevate as dramatically, for the base attributes of the four little companions merely increased by a factor of 12, which meant his attributes only rose by 38 within that multiplication, a modest enhancement. However, the attributes of the four little companions surged remarkably. Not only did their base attributes increase 12-fold, but their total attributes also saw a 16-fold increase, truly a transformation that could be described as rebirth. Particularly for the little Azure Dragon, Gu Huai felt it had become invincible. With a battle index of 60,000 at level 39, Gu Huai estimated that once the little Azure Dragon reached level 50 and completed its second evolution, it could easily surpass a battle index of 200,000. Feeling a surge of exhilaration, Gu Huai could not help but inquire, "Old Li, what is your battle index?" Upon hearing this, Yinglong's expression turned peculiar. "Do you truly wish to know?" "Yes," Gu Huai replied with a grin, prompting laughter from both Gong Jing and Dragon Elder. "Li, just tell him, lest this brat's curiosity gets the better of him." "Very well," Yinglong conceded, revealing his status panel. Upon seeing Yinglong's panel, Gu Huai's eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, is that a multi-digit number?" "Name, Yinglong. Class, Annihilator, Hidden Class. Level, LV80. Battle Index, 80,08 million. Just an 8-digit number, nothing too extravagant, only slightly over 80 million. This time, a proud smile spread across Yinglong's face. Having been previously astonished by Gu Huai, it was finally his turn to elicit a reaction from the young lad. "What a freak. But if you are this strong, then Dragon Elder, what is your total battle index?" Gu Huai turned his gaze towards Long Wuing, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Upon hearing Gu Huai's question, both Yinglong and Gong Jing also directed their inquisitive gazes towards Dragon Elder, evidently unaware of his battle index themselves. "There is no need for you to know my battle index. At our level, it serves merely as a reference. The true measure lies in one's mastery of skills and combat techniques," Long Wuing replied casually, with no intention of revealing his attributes. Upon hearing Long Wuing's words, Gu Huai and the others displayed disappointment. Alas, they could not discern Dragon Elder's battle index. Although there existed a ranking board in the world known as the Personal Ranking List, which recorded the names of 10,000 individuals, this list was not easily accessible. It resided at the heart of neutral ground, a mysterious place where representatives from various nations had established a 5-nation alliance to manage the area. While they could see the names on the ranking, the battle indices remained undisclosed. Those who ranked on the list could claim rewards from it during the last 5 minutes of December 31st each year. The rewards were substantial, yet the specifics were determined based on the advancement progress of each nation in the world. "All right, Xiao Huai, you may return now. Focus on honing your strength. If you need anything, feel free to consult Gong Jing. She will do her utmost to accommodate your needs. Furthermore, you need not remain with the national team for the next few days. The training here holds little value for you. I recommend a particular location, abundant in monsters. Ideal for your leveling." As Gu Huai was about to nod in agreement with Dragon Elder's suggestion, he noticed the expressions of Gong Jing and Yinglong changed suddenly. "Dragon Elder, the place you mentioned wouldn't happen to be that location, would it?" "Indeed, that's south the very place. Perfectly suited for this troublesome brat to gain some experience," Dragon Elder affirmed. Gong Jing quickly interjected, "Dragon Elder, that location is still too perilous. Sending Gu Huai there now could be dangerous." "Nonsense. With this lad's strength, he is more than capable of handling it. Besides, I will not leave him unaccompanied. I will dispatch an elite team of 100 to ensure his safety." Upon hearing this, Gong Jing and Yinglong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Huai, observing the cryptic exchange among the three, felt a surge of curiosity and asked, "What location are you speaking of?" "You will understand once you arrive. However, for you, that place is indeed the fastest route to level up. Perhaps within a few days, you and your little companions could all reach level 50. Gong Jing's words heightened Gu Huai's curiosity, yet regardless of his inquiries, Gong Jing remained tight-lipped about the location, as did Yinglong. Both individuals spoke in unison, asserting that once Gu Huai arrived, all would be revealed. To this, Gu Huai found himself at a loss. He had already exhausted himself today and decided to take a brief respite. Additionally, it would take some time to mobilize the elite team, so he instructed, "Wait for me at the entrance at 8 tomorrow morning." After delivering her words, Gong Jing departed, while Yinglong bestowed upon Gu Huai a smirk that sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 071, Level 5 Dragon Mastery. 2 more contract slots have opened. Upon returning to his single dormitory, he found the amenities to be quite satisfactory, complete with a dedicated artificial intelligence robot butler providing one-on-one service. The room was spacious. A one-bedroom apartment. It was rumored that upon officially becoming a National Reserve member, one would be assigned a villa, which would be even more luxurious. Come forth. Once he was in the solitude of his own space, Gu Huai naturally released the 4 little creatures. The size differences were quite pronounced, especially with the little Azure Dragon. Now at level 39, having grown considerably, stretching from an initial length of 20 centimeters to over 3 meters, already exhibiting a hint of the majestic form of an Eastern dragon. However, it still paled in comparison to the legendary dragons that could reach thousands of meters in length. Eek, another little sister? The little Azure Dragon immediately spotted the little Ash Dragon upon emerging, locking its gaze onto it. Having enjoyed the role of the elder sister for a while, the little Azure Dragon was quite fond of this position. Oh, hello, dear. The little Thunder Dragon and the little Silver Dragon also turned their attention towards the little Ash Dragon, subsequently encircling it, peering around curiously. The little Silver Dragon, in particular, was the most excited, as she was the smallest and weakest before, but now she too had finally become an elder sister. Little Azure Dragon, I leave this to you. Eek, no problem. Initially frightened by the presence of so many kindred, the little Ash Dragon gradually relaxed upon sensing their goodwill. Witnessing this scene, the little Azure Dragon couldn't help but smile inwardly. It was time to commence the training phase. The little Thunder Dragon and the little Silver Dragon also wore knowing smiles. After entrusting the little Ash Dragon to the little Azure Dragon, Gu Huai leaned back against the sofa. To be honest, he was indeed quite fatigued today. Let us take care of this skill first. Gu Huai summoned his panel, focusing his gaze on the 3rd entry of the Immortal Heavy Sword. This entry allowed for one random skill to be leveled to 1, with the option to redistribute every 3 days. At first glance, this entry seemed rather weak, given that it only increased a skill's level to 1. However, Gu Huai was aware that this skill was, in fact, rather formidable. Experiencing a higher level skill in advance would greatly assist in mastering it and accelerating its level progression. The ability to experience it every 3 days was notably advantageous. Let us randomize it. Gu Huai possessed only 3 skills, and he was eager to see which one would be affected. Each of his skills was at level 4, significantly lower than that of the little Azure Dragon. Nonetheless, Gu Huai recognized that in terms of talent, he could not compare to the little Azure Dragon. As the command was executed, Gu Huai soon beheld the transformation of his skill. Dragon Mastery, LV41 upon use, can sign an equal contract with Dragon-type creatures. Currently, the number of contractable Dragon-type creatures is 3. Additional passive effect. All attributes of Dragon-type creatures will receive a 15-point enhancement. What? The number has finally increased again? Upon witnessing the level 5 Dragon Mastery, Gu Huai's eyes sparkled with delight, filled with joy. The Dragon Mastery had increased in count at level 2, but had not progressed further at levels 3 and 4, merely enhancing attribute boosts, which had caused Gu Huai a degree of anxiety. What if the limit was only 2? Thankfully, upon reaching level 5, the count had indeed increased. With the effect of his talent, he now had the capacity for 6 creatures. Gu Huai grinned broadly, with 2 vacant slots available for him to seek out 2 powerful dragon species. Perfect. His spirit soared. Once he reached level 50, he would be able to venture to Dragon Island with the Elder Dragon. The next morning, Gu Huai awakened early. His first thought upon rising was how small the bed was. Observing that the entire bed was occupied by the little Azure Dragon and her companions, Gu Huai couldn't help but sigh. It appeared that once he moved to a grand villa, he would need to have a massive bed custom-made. The size of the little Azure Dragon and her companions would only continue to grow, as with the dragons he had contracted, it was imperative to accommodate them. However, Uncle Kwong had mentioned that most dragon-type creatures would comprehend a new skill, doubling, upon reaching level 50 and undergoing their second transformation. The effects of doubling were quite significant, either amplifying or reducing. Otherwise, allowing them to grow indefinitely would render even the largest bed useless. He couldn't possibly tear down all the walls just to accommodate a single bed, could he? Gu Huai muttered to himself as he rose. After feeding the 4 little creatures to foster their bond, Gu Huai refreshed himself and proceeded to the rendezvous point with Gong Jing. Throughout the journey, he was filled with curiosity about the destination, yet Gong Jing remained tight-lipped. They boarded a Thunder Fighter, a large aircraft that soared directly towards their destination. The Thunder Fighter was not an ordinary plane. It had been transformed by a mechanic, becoming a sentient mechanical life form. Mechanics, a notably powerful profession, required substantial financial resources to pursue. It was not a path for those lacking wealth. Naturally, such a profession was highly valued by the state, often leading to the recruitment of exceptional individuals to form elite teams that created formidable mechanical beings, such as battle aircraft, mechs, and even colossal aircraft carriers. Sister Jing, can you tell me now? At least give me some psychological preparation. The Thunder Fighter was expansive, equipped with a plethora of facilities, including a dining area, training ground, and even 2 entrances to dungeons to cater to various needs. The personnel aboard were numerous, all clad in camouflage uniforms. Observing them, Gu Huai surmised they were the elite team the Elder Dragon had mentioned. He had never heard of an elite team before, but during the journey, he gleaned from Gong Jing that this was a squad meticulously selected from among a group of soldiers, with each member being an elite in their respective fields. Not all were combat professions. There were many support roles and even life-oriented professions. As for their levels, even those in life professions were at level 80. And under the state's nurturing, they possessed formidable strength. The power of the state was something that could never be fathomed by an individual. For an ordinary person, reaching level 80 was an arduous task. Yet for the state, as long as one was deemed worthy of cultivation, they would elevate you to that level. Here, there were 100 such individuals, and witnessing them left Gu Huai feeling quite insignificant. All right, I can tell you now. The City of the Dead, Gong Jing stated seriously. Upon hearing the name City of the Dead, Gu Huai's eyes filled with confusion, as he had never heard of such a place before. Don't know? That's understandable. After all, you've only just become a class change candidate, and you're not from a prominent family, so it's not surprising. Gong Jing had initially anticipated a look of shock from Gu Huai, but was taken aback to see only bewilderment in his expression. However, she quickly regained her composure. Chapter 072, The Realm of the Undead. It is home to a sovereign. The City of the Dead, one might say, belongs to the realm of the departed. It also lies within the territory of our Dragon Kingdom, ranking among the most perilous locales, and has been designated as a forbidden zone. Even we dare not venture into the depths of the City of the Dead, for it is fraught with danger, housing an emperor. Once, Elder Long visited this place. Had it not been for the emperor's decision not to extinguish our hearts, it is likely that Elder Long would have remained here. Upon hearing this, Gu Huai's pupils dilated in disbelief. Elder Long almost became entangled in this place. In Gu Huai's mind, Elder Long was the strongest individual in the world. The idea that this place could have ensnared him was astonishing. Indeed, it nearly did, which is why Elder Long designated this area as a forbidden zone, prohibiting entry into the inner circle, while also deploying a formidable army to suppress any potential unrest from the spirits in the vicinity of the City of the Dead. Fortunately, over the years, although these spirits have occasionally stirred, their actions have remained within manageable limits, sparing the nearby cities from devastation. Gong Jing, filled with trepidation, patted her chest, contemplating the catastrophic losses Dragon Kingdom would suffer should the army of the dead launch an assault. Elder Long has always sought to neutralize this ticking time bomb affixed to Dragon Kingdom, yet the issue lies in insufficient strength, rendering him wary of launching an attack for fear of provoking the Emperor within. Gu Huai swallowed hard. Was this place truly so terrifying? Gong Jing, seemingly perceiving Gu Huai's inner thoughts, chuckled lightly. Fear not, for had this place been as perilous as you imagine, Elder Long would never have permitted you to embark on such a risky endeavor. In Elder Long's eyes, you are of utmost importance. After all, he dispatched 100 elite teams for your sake. And what about us? The location we are headed to, while still part of the City of the Dead, is merely a peculiar district within it. A peculiar district? Indeed, it is an ancient city on the outskirts of the City of the Dead, influenced by the world's rules, where the maximum level of monsters is capped at level 50. Regardless of who enters, they will encounter only level 50 creatures. However, do not be deceived into thinking that the presence of level 50 monsters signifies ease, for the sheer volume of monsters in that area is overwhelming. A serious expression adorned Gong Jing's face, revealing her apprehension towards that location. Were it not for Elder Long sending this 100-member elite team, coupled with my own 300 to 500 spiritualists to safeguard you, I would never have allowed you to take such risks. Nevertheless, even so, you must heed my instructions. We shall merely explore the periphery of the ancient city and must not stray into the inner city, for it is far too perilous. Teeming with numerous high-ranking soldiers from the undead, such as bone dragons, skeletal kings, and liches, Gong Jing gazed intently at Gu Huai, emphasizing the seriousness of the matter. In the ancient city, even she must tread carefully. Should the army of the dead surge forth unexpectedly, the consequences would be dire. Very well. Upon hearing the term bone dragon, a thought arose in Gu Huai's mind. Does a bone dragon truly qualify as a dragon? A bone dragon, reanimated from the bones of a dragon, belongs to the category of undead creatures, lacking the essence of a true dragon. Strictly speaking, it is but a lifeless entity. Should the opportunity arise to encounter one, it would be intriguing to determine its classification within the dragon hierarchy. The thunder warplane soared rapidly, cutting through the skies with remarkable swiftness. Though the atmosphere above was fraught with peril, the thunder warplane possessed formidable strength and exceptional speed, successfully avoiding any provocative monsters. Notably, the Thunder warplane adhered to a predetermined flight path, deliberately circumventing areas populated by powerful flying creatures. After half an hour, the Thunder warplane descended. Ahead lay the territory of the City of the Dead, home to a demigod-level creature known as the Wings of the Dead, prompting us to proceed on foot. Nodding at Gong Jing's words, Gu Huai acknowledged the prudence of maintaining a low profile in the presence of such a formidable being. The journey from this point to the ancient city would take approximately half an hour, provided all went smoothly. Along the way, we would encounter numerous high-level monsters. Starting from level 60, far beyond your capacity to contend with. The elite teams will handle the elimination of any obstructive creatures, ensuring your safety. Thus, refrain from wandering about aimlessly, understood? Understood. Gu Huai nodded earnestly. Excellent, let us set forth. The 100 elite team members moved with precision and clarity of purpose, presenting a sight that was visually pleasing. Their equipment was advanced, featuring an array of high-tech devices, mechanical electronic dogs, robotic scouts, and various bizarre mechanical life forms were among their arsenal. Within this 100-member elite team, 5 accomplished mechanics contributed their ingenious gadgets. They also equipped Gu Huai with a self-defense device, which, in the event of a lethal attack, would automatically activate, releasing over 100 T-008 model mechanical electronic dogs, and forming a small winged mech to extricate Gu Huai from danger. Such high technology. As they stepped into the domain of the City of the Dead, an unsettling aura enveloped them. Gu Huai surveyed the desolate landscape, the earth scorched and devoid of life. Perhaps due to its peripheral location, the number of monsters appeared sparse, with only a smattering of creatures wandering across the barren expanse. In the distance, low-tier soldiers of the undead, the most common skeleton warriors, were discernible. Their eyes flickered with flames of varied hues, and their oxidized, ashen-white bones gave the eerie impression of ghostly orbs floating in the air. Intrigued by their attributes, Gu Huai attempted to glean information, but the distance rendered such inquiries impossible. The elite team proceeded with caution, guiding Gu Huai to avoid these undead soldiers and minimize conflict. In such a location, engagement would likely attract more undead entities, posing a significant risk. Thus, Gu Huai had no opportunity to examine their details. The journey unfolded as planned. Aside from the elite team clearing minor obstacles ahead, no dangers arose. Within 20 minutes, Gu Huai beheld the silhouette of a colossal city. Sister Jing, is this the ancient city you mentioned? Gu Huai swallowed, gazing at the impressive outline of the city. Initially, he had envisioned a mere dilapidated settlement based on Gong Jing's description, never anticipating its grand scale. Indeed, quite breathtaking, isn't it? When I first laid eyes upon it, I was equally astounded. However, upon witnessing the City of the Dead, you will find that all previous awe pales in comparison. Gong Jing was pleased with Gu Huai's reaction, having refrained from revealing her thoughts solely to observe the expression on his face. Chapter 073, The Enjoyable Skeleton. Will my punch make Sister Jing cry? The City of the Dead is even larger? Gu Huai's curiosity regarding the City of the Dead intensified. Larger? Gong Jing paused at this revelation. The City of the Dead may transcend mere dimensions to an extent that cannot simply be described as large. Do you think the imperial capital is grand? Gu Huai nodded, considering the imperial capital to be the largest and most opulent city he had ever encountered. But if I were to tell you that the area of the imperial capital is not even 1/10 that of the City of the Dead, what would you think? How is this even possible? This transcends the realm of possibility. It is an undeniable fact. Gong Jing offered a bittersweet smile, then proceeded to enlighten Gu Huai. In truth, from the moment we descended, we have already entered the territory of the City of the Dead. Noticing the look of confusion in Gu Huai's eyes, she continued. The City of the Dead is, in essence, an immense subterranean metropolis. The desolate blackened lands that shroud us lie above this city. The spectral entities we observe above have been expelled from the underworld. Gu Huai, upon hearing Gong Jing's words, gaped in astonishment, his expression one of incredulity. Incredible. I assent it. Yet, once you set foot in the underworld and behold the inner city of the City of the Dead, your astonishment will only deepen. It can truly be described as miraculous. Gong Jing's tone resonated with awe. As they drew closer to the ancient city, Gu Huai's sense of wonder only intensified. This ancient city was entirely unlike what he had envisioned. He had expected a dilapidated ruin, especially after its conquest by the undead, envisioning it to be in utter disarray. However, as they approached, the reality defied such notions. The city walls towered over 10 meters high, their surfaces remarkably clean, devoid of any filth. The grand bronze gates stood ajar, and Gu Huai surmised that even if 100 of him stood hand in hand, they could easily walk through. Yet, what left him most astounded were the several skeletons at the entrance, wielding brooms and diligently sweeping the ground. Not merely brooms, but mops as well. This is still mild. Gong Jing remarked. I once ventured into the realm of the dead, where the spirits indulged in life's pleasures, playing the violin, sipping red wine, and dining on gourmet meals. Gu Huai's confusion deepened. Can skeletons truly drink red wine? That can't be right. So what do? They simply relish life, Gong Jing replied. An image spontaneously surfaced in Gu Huai's mind. A skeleton clad in a suit, delicately holding a wine glass, pouring it into its mouth. Only for the wine to cascade through its bones onto the ground. The vision was too surreal. Gong Jing interrupted Gu Huai's reverie. Let us proceed. The skeletons within this ancient city are quite peculiar, regardless of your actions inside. Once you exit, it seems they forget everything and resume their previous tasks. Not pursuing you outside. Our strategy is to have you engage in combat at this entrance, advancing only slightly deeper, retreating if danger arises. Meanwhile, we will spread out around you, vigilant for any encroaching undead armies or formidable spectral beings. Safety is paramount. Dying here means true death. Moreover, the external world and the dungeons are entirely distinct. The monsters within the dungeons are mere data shaped by the will of the heavens, constrained by its limitations. While those in the outside world are alive, their levels not granted by divine decree, but earned through arduous cultivation. Gong Jing diligently cautioned, and Gu Huai listened intently. He had encountered similar concepts in books. Monsters in the wild differed vastly from those within dungeons. Even with identical attributes and skills, their battle instincts, awareness, and bloodthirst were fundamentally dissimilar. Lesser monsters posed little threat, but higher-tier creatures were forged through rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. I will be cautious. Good. In that case, elite squad, prepare for action. Acknowledged. Upon receiving the signal, the elite teams swiftly mobilized. Divided into teams of 5, accompanied by a mechanical canine, they dispersed into the surroundings, readying themselves. They would not engage in combat nor team up with Gu Huai. Their sole missions were twofold. First, to intervene if Gu Huai faced peril, even at the cost of their own lives, and second, to draw monsters. As they approached the heart of the ancient city, danger escalated, making escape increasingly difficult. To ensure Gu Huai's safety, they would lure monsters to the entrance for him to eliminate. I will activate the national mode shortly. In this mode, you can enable the friendly fire prevention feature, ensuring your attacks do not harm them. This mode is not accessible to everyone. Only a select few possess the privilege to activate it, and I am one of them, Gong Jing explained. Her status as a member of the national second team granting her significant standing. Thank you, Sister Jing, Gu Huai replied, taking a deep breath, his expression serious. He understood that he would soon rely solely on himself. While team training might benefit others, it would be futile for him, potentially hindering progress. Thus, Long Lao had refrained from assigning anyone to guide Gu Huai, opting instead for the elite squads and Gong Jing to accompany him as a precaution. The number of monsters in this ancient city was indeed vast, and the threat level was high. Should Gu Huai be overwhelmed by the undead army without a timely retreat, Long Lao would be inconsolable. Don't be so formal. I'm looking forward to you leveling me up in the future. Absolutely, Gu Huai earnestly nodded. Although level 80 was the maximum for now, it merely represented the pinnacle at this stage. As the country's strength grew, so too would the level cap. Taking a deep breath, a small Azure Dragon materialized beside Gu Huai. Little Azure Dragon. Eek. The little Azure Dragon, connected to Gu Huai by blood, sensed his emotions and affectionately rubbed its face against his. Gu Huai placed his hand on the dragon's head, enjoying the cool sensation, comforting indeed. Let us go in. Stepping into the ancient city, Gu Huai felt an odd force sweep over him, then dissipate. Gong Jing followed closely behind, and Gu Huai distinctly sensed that her power seemed to have diminished significantly. Could he truly overpower her with a single punch? He shook his head, dismissing the notion as mere illusion. Chapter 074. These skeletal warriors seemed rather dim-witted. Gu Huai recalled the day he first met Sister Jing, when she effortlessly subdued him with her level 27 prowess. Now, at level 39, he was aware that she had been suppressed to level 50. A full 11 levels above him. He was certainly no match for her. Thus, it had to be an illusion. Had Gong Jing been privy to Gu Huai's thoughts, she would have found it both amusing and exasperating. Last time, she had utilized her level 50 strength to subdue him. Now, with Gu Huai having reached level 39, her current capability would indeed not suffice to best him. Alas, Gu Huai remained oblivious. Upon entry, his gaze casually swept toward the nearest skeleton. Monster, skeleton warrior, quality, common white, level, LV 50, combat power index, 1661. Skills, limb regeneration, broom assault. Introduction, I am a cleanliness-loving skeleton, and tidying up is my greatest passion. Now, could you please remove the knife perched upon my neck? Recently encountered, A skeleton warrior wielding a bamboo broom possessed flickering white flames of soul in its eyes, exuding an aura of mild foolishness. Why, you may wonder, does it appear somewhat dim-witted? The moment it laid eyes on Gu Huai, it discarded the broom and lunged at him, only to hesitate halfway and retrace its steps to retrieve the broom, then charged at Gu Huai once more. Both Gu Huai and Gong Jing were left bewildered. With a flick of its tail, the little Azure Dragon casually dispatched the not-so-bright skeleton warrior into countless fragments, sending the broom flying beneath another skeleton warrior's feet, resulting in a resounding crack. The unfortunate skeleton warrior stumbled upon the broom and fell, its head rolling away. Gu Huai and Gong Jing then observed the headless skeleton rise again, seemingly able to sense its own head's location, and it hurriedly dashed toward it. However, this foolish skeleton warrior, perhaps merely a source of amusement, stepped on the broom once more, this time meeting a more disastrous fate due to its running momentum, resulting in utter dismemberment. Gu Huai and Gong Jing exchanged a glance, both sharing a sense of shock. These skeletons indeed seemed rather dim-witted. Gained a total of 500 experience points. You received 250 points, and the little Azure Dragon receives 250 points. Gained a total of 500 experience points. You received 250 points, and the little Azure Dragon receives 250 points. Although the experience was modest, totaling only 500 points. This was to be expected given that these were merely white-quality skeleton warriors, offering only basic experience with no enhancements. Sister Jing, it seems the broom assault is quite formidable, Gu Huai remarked. Broom assault? Huh. It certainly appears to be so, Gong Jing chuckled, unable to contain her laughter. The little Azure Dragon, however, remained perplexed by the humor shared between Gu Huai and Gong Jing. She glared at the approaching broom-wielding skeleton warriors, took a deep breath, and exhaled. Dragon breath. Instantly, a rain of bones descended as all skeleton warriors shattered into innumerable pieces, bones flying in a chaotic storm. The notifications of experience gained began to flood the screen. Gu Huai, Team 003 has led the monsters to us. Can you bring them over? Certainly. The little Azure Dragon is quite powerful. We can learn more of them. Gu Huai replied. Good. Gong Jing nodded in agreement, and soon an elite team arrived, followed by a horde of skeleton warriors. These skeletons appeared significantly more numerous and wielded weapons far superior to the brooms, such as swords and daggers. The flames in their eyes had turned green. Gu Huai took a moment to glance at their information. Monster, skeleton warrior. Quality, green excellent. Level, LV 50. Combat power index, 1901. Skills, limb regeneration, slashing. Introduction, finally. No more sweeping the entrance. How delightful. Striving to strengthen my body, bask in the sun, and enhance my bone density. Just as Gu Huai managed to glance at the data, the impatient little Azure Dragon launched her attack. Faced with these skeleton warriors, whose combat power index barely exceeded 1900, she could dispatch them with nothing more than a puff of breath. Although the experience gained was limited, the sheer number of skeletons compensated for it. In the span of merely half an hour, over 2,000 skeleton warriors were obliterated, yielding nearly 2 million experience points. Your little Azure Dragon is exceptionally suited for farming monsters. At this rate, she could level up in 4 to 5 hours, achieving 3 levels in a day, and reach level 50 in 4 days. Once you and the little Azure Dragon hit level 50, with an additional 3 to 5 days of effort, the entire team could be at level 50, ready for the second class transition. Goodness, considering your prior training time. Leveling from 1 to 2nd transition in half a month is simply astounding. Even as a member of the national team, who had witnessed countless prodigies, Gong Jing had never encountered anyone with such rapid advancement. Listening to Gong Jing, Gu Huai stifled a yawn. Sister Jing, can we push forward a bit? These monsters are too weak, and the experience is minimal. The little Azure Dragon was even yawning in boredom. Compared to the experience in that hidden dungeon, this was still far too little. While the quantity of monsters was abundant, the experience they offered was meager. Most were of green excellent quality, yielding only 750 points of experience each. The few blue quality ones offered merely 1,000 experience, making the battles feel rather lackluster. No, your safety is of utmost importance. Gong Jing immediately rejected the notion without hesitation. In her mind, Gu Huai's safety was the primary concern. But Sister Jing, you should be aware of my strength, right? My little Azure Dragon boasts a combat power index of 60,000, along with the dragon's might area attack skill. Even if surrounded by the undead army, we could carve out a path. However, rest assured, I won't push too far ahead. If I sense any danger, I'll withdraw immediately. Very well, then let us see what you can do. Gong Jing contemplated for a moment and indeed found merit in his words. It was somewhat unfair to gauge him solely by the standards of the national team. Even Luo Xiao at level 50 would not match Gu Huai's prowess. Speaking of which, What were Luo Xiao's attributes when he first reached level 50? Luo Xiao was a peer from her class, the top performer, consistently leading and advancing into the national team. Now he was a key member of the first national team, ranked 60th on the global individual combat power chart, and held the unique hidden class of Azure God. His leveling speed had shattered records, achieving second-class transition in just 24 days, a feat that left everyone in awe. When he first reached level 50, he had seemingly possessed 3 pieces of inheritance, and with a few fortunate opportunities, his combat power index had exceeded 260,000, if memory served correctly. Gong Jing pondered this, and, recalling Gu Huai's little Azure Dragon, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Damn it, reaching a combat power index of 60,000 at just level 39 is truly a massacre. Thus, Gong Jing acquiesced. Moreover, a thought began to form in her mind. If Gu Huai were to elevate the levels of all 4 little creatures to 50, might they have the power to challenge the ancient city? According to Elder Long's speculation, the city of the dead harbors immense secrets, and if they could unveil these secrets, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom could potentially see a significant enhancement. The ancient city served as a pivotal point. However, it enforced a level cap at 50. Nonetheless, Gong Jing was aware that Elder Long had a plan in the works known as the Ancient City Project. Of course, this plan was still in preparation, and Gong Jing estimated that there was no hope for it in the coming years. It would likely require them to conquer the level 85 major dungeon before they could even entertain such thoughts. However, now, as Gong Jing contemplated Gu Huai's formidable prowess, it seemed indeed worth considering a trial. Of course, it certainly would not be at this moment, at the very least. They should wait until Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon had ascended to level 50, at which point they could evaluate their capabilities and make further plans. Sister Jing, I shall take my leave now. I will accompany you inside. Should any danger arise, I will ensure your swift exit. No problem. Soon after, Gong Jing issued her commands, and the 100 elite squad members regrouped from various locations, positioning themselves behind Gu Huai, ever prepared for a rescue. While their individual attributes may not rival Gu Huai's, they possessed an array of valuable items that could indeed aid him in perilous times. Let us proceed. This time, Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon led the way. After approximately half an hour, Gu Huai had surveyed the surroundings adequately. The area bore a striking resemblance to an ancient city, comprised predominantly of wooden structures, devoid of bricks or tiles. Gu Huai opted for the main thoroughfare, which was broad and suitable for the little Azure Dragon to unleash its potential. Although the alleyways offered greater safety from being overwhelmed by monsters, the little Azure Dragon required ample space for battle, making this route more appropriate, perhaps due to the elite squad's diversion of nearby monsters. Gu Huai had walked for 2 minutes along the main road without encountering many creatures. Just as Gu Huai pondered this, he heard the sound of clattering hooves. Soon, he spotted a knight mounted on a skeletal horse rapidly approaching from ahead. Gu Huai immediately scanned the knight's information. Monster, Skeleton Knight Commander, Elite. Quality, Divine Gift. Level, LV 50. Combat Power Index, 6,312. Skills, Knight Charge, Necromancy. Description, a junior officer of the Skeletal Legion, leading 100 skeletal knights. Monster, Skeleton Knight. Quality, Divine Gift. Level, LV 50. Combat Power Index, 4008. Skills, Knight Charge. Description, a regular cavalryman of the Skeletal Legion. Divine Gift Monsters. Upon seeing this, Gu Huai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had always favored high-quality monsters, and this one alone was worth 2,500 experience points. If it were the commander, it would amount to a staggering 25 million experience points. Gu Huai remained cautious. While the strength of these skeletal knights was not overwhelming, their charges could still pose a challenge. Gong Jing interjected a warning. Father, more monsters are emerging. The little Azure Dragon's previously impassive face now bore a glimmer of excitement. The preceding battles had been dreadfully dull, and the meager experience points were hardly stimulating. More monsters? The Skeleton Knight Commander did not charge directly at Gu Huai, but halted a short distance away. Suddenly, Gong Jing's pupils dilated in alarm. She witnessed a multitude of skeletal warriors crawling out from the alleyway, their sheer numbers obscuring visibility. Gu Huai. Gong Jing instinctively readied her weapon. Should the situation deteriorate, she would unleash her spirits, even at the cost of her own life, to ensure Gu Huai's escape. Gu Huai's gaze swept the surroundings. His keen eyes discerned numerous monsters lurking within the wooden houses, hooded necromancers, and gray phantoms. Behind the skeletal knights, a host of headless warriors emerged. In that fleeting moment, Gu Huai and his companions found themselves encircled. Monsters loomed in front, behind, and all around. No wonder they had seen so few monsters in the last 2 minutes. It all made sense now. Sister Jing, we are surrounded. Gu Huai's smile remained radiant. Gong Jing's expression, however, was serious. Gu Huai, we are facing our most perilous situation yet. Most perilous situation? Gu Huai was taken aback. Were there merely a few monsters? This hardly seemed dire. The encirclement of the undead army was not intimidating. With their strength, they could still break free. However, the current circumstances were not those of a typical undead army siege. We have drawn their attention. As Gong Jing uttered this, she promptly issued commands. Elite squad, gather here. Understood. The squad responded in unison, evidently grasping the gravity of the situation. Events were unfolding in a most unwelcome direction. Nevertheless, they were undaunted. Their fear of death had long been surmounted. Drawn their attention? Gu Huai felt little concern. To be candid, while there were indeed numerous skeletons, he did not regard them as a threat. Indeed, the undead army typically manifested in two scenarios, the first being the common horde, which would charge upon sight. A scenario that was the most favorable, as they relied solely on instinct to swarm and attack, making it relatively easy to break through. The second scenario, however, was far more ominous, as was the case now. These undead were not initiating an immediate assault, but instead exhibited a more calculated approach. Now this, could it be that the undead army is being commanded by someone? Gu Huai inquired. Gong Jing nodded. Indeed, there is someone orchestrating their movements. And given the multitude and variety of these units, it is highly likely that it is a semi-divine boss. The worst-case scenario has unfolded. Gong Jing sighed. However, fret not. We shall ensure your safe passage. Sensing Gu Huai's potential apprehension, she reassured him, her eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Chapter 076, Eastern Bone Dragon. 100,000 Undead Army. Within the ancient city, in the inner citadel, stood a structure reminiscent of a palace, where a skeleton clad in a suit sat elegantly at a dining table, swirling a goblet in hand. The table was adorned with a steaming steak, complete with knife and fork. General, intruders have breached the ancient city. Just as the skeleton raised the goblet, poised to sip, a second skeleton clad in a pale yellow dress entered. Xiao Yi, whether intruders have entered is irrelevant. You need not report it to me. I have long entrusted the control of this ancient city to you. The suit-clad skeleton poured the red wine into its mouth, the liquid flowing along its spine without a single drop spilling onto the ground, as if it were genuinely consumed. The intruders possess formidable strength. They have already slain many of our subordinates. The skeleton named Xiao Yi deftly filled her own goblet with wine from the suit-clad skeleton's bottle. Then let us teach them a lesson. Dispatch some of the Black Dragon guards. However, instruct them to show restraint. We wouldn't want to truly eliminate the intruders, as that would displease our master. The suit-clad skeleton's movements remained graceful, while Xiao Yi drank deeply from her goblet. Wait, let the situation escalate. Otherwise, these intruders will continue to pester us, which is quite bothersome. Understood. Rest assured, we will ensure your safe passage. As Gong Jing finished her words, the ground began to tremble. Her gaze followed suit, and her complexion turned pale instantly. In the distance, numerous dark figures emerged. From afar, one could feel the immense presence of this group. Abominations. Death Knights. How could these two elite classes have emerged as well? Gong Jing's voice brimmed with horror. Both of these were top-tier units within the undead army, all of which were elite monsters, with a rare few evolving into boss-level entities. In terms of quality, they were uniformly of golden legendary status. These creatures were formidable, possessing attributes that surpassed those of ordinary golden elite monsters. According to Gong Jing's estimation, the combat power index of these beasts would not be less than 10,000. If bosses were included, no, it was certain that bosses were present, and their attribute values would undoubtedly exceed 20,000. If it were only these, Gong Jing would not feel intimidated. Although her level was suppressed at 50, her attributes exceeded 30,000. Coupled with a squad of elite monsters, each with attributes around 20,000, they could still hold their ground. Yet, herein lay the dilemma. These abominations and death knights were merely the tip of the iceberg of the undead army. Jingjia, is that a bone dragon? It looks somewhat different from the one depicted in books. Just as Gong Jing pondered how to lead Gu Huai out, his voice resonated. A bone dragon? Gong Jing raised her head in bewilderment, drained of color. It was over. 5 bone dragons soared through the air. Yet these were not like the ones Gu Huai had seen in textbooks. The bone dragons in the books were primarily based on the skeletal structure of Western dragons. In contrast, these bone dragons bore resemblance to Eastern divine dragons, adorned with massive bony wings for a more imposing appearance, particularly the one in the center. With wings that likely spanned 200 to 300 meters, was the largest monster Gu Huai had ever encountered. With the emergence of the bone dragons, the surrounding wooden huts collapsed entirely. At this moment, Gu Huai and Gong Jing discerned the situation around them. Swarming around them were countless undead creatures. Skeleton warriors, liches, necromancers. Abominations, bone knights, death knights, soul demons, and over 10 types of undead monsters, each in substantial numbers. Their formations were impeccably organized, as if they had undergone specialized training. They surrounded Gu Huai and the others, leaving no room for escape. Gu Huai estimated that there were at least 10,000 monsters, possibly even 100,000. The sheer volume was overwhelming, seemingly without end. Particularly with 5 bone dragons circling above, the aura they exuded rendered one uncomfortable, diminishing any desire to fight. Gong Jing and the elite squad felt their scalps tingle, nearly losing the will to battle. Gu Huai, when the time comes, we will charge towards the main gate. You and the little Azure Dragon need not worry about anything. Just run in that direction. We will ensure your escape. Gong Jing inhaled deeply, her resolve solidified. She had resigned herself to death. The elite squad shared her sentiment, knowing they were unlikely to escape, yet if they fought fiercely, they might carve a path for Gu Huai. Do not act recklessly. While the undead army here is vast, it may not be entirely disadvantageous. Gu Huai, startled by the madness reflected in Gong Jing's eyes, quickly cautioned against any foolish actions. Gong Jing's confusion deepened. How could this be a good thing? I've observed the combat power index of the nearby monsters, and it is not particularly high. Moreover, their numbers are considerable. When I and the little Azure Dragon level up quickly, even if we cannot eliminate all these monsters, escaping this place should pose no problem. Gu Huai's gaze ignited with fervor. With so many monsters, even if their quality was lower, the experience gained would be sufficient to elevate both himself and the Azure Dragon to level 50. They could even summon a few smaller creatures for additional experience. Gong Jing comprehended each word, yet the collective meaning eluded her. What did he mean by being unable to annihilate all these monsters, yet still managing to escape? Gong Jing looked around in bewilderment, her mind racing to keep up. You all stay back. I am preparing to unleash a massacre. Gu Huai realized that mere words were insufficient compared to tangible action. The elite squad instinctively drew back. Once everyone was positioned, Gu Huai turned his gaze to the Azure Dragon and nodded slightly. The little Azure Dragon joyfully soared, excitement coursing through it at the prospect of battling so many monsters. Yet, they both wondered why these creatures merely surrounded them without launching an attack. Curiosity was not the priority at this moment. The current situation was manageable, but should another horde of bone dragons arrive, it would indeed become problematic. Chapter 077. The Escaping Bone Dragons. A dragon's might raises levels. Thus, seizing the moment before the mastermind behind the undead army could react. It was imperative to wreak havoc and elevate their levels. Levels were paramount. If the little Azure Dragon were to reach level 50 now, Gu Huai would feel invincible, able to disregard the controlling entity behind them. The Azure Dragon understood Gu Huai's intent and immediately unleashed its full potential. Azure Dragon Mirage. Azure Dragon Rampage. Dragon Blood Surge. Dragon Might. The Azure Dragon Rampage, a skill learned at level 30, activated a state of rampage, amplifying its strength by 122 times. With virtually no energy cost for prolonged activation, while simultaneously enlarging its body by 22 times. Of course, this was the effect at level 2, not level 1. Dragon Might. A mental damage skill, typically would not synergize with the Azure Dragon Rampage, but the latter's ability to enlarge form significantly complemented Dragon Might. This increase in size had a hidden ability, allowing the radius of Dragon Might to expand further. The Azure Dragon's mental power was at 1.43 million, and with the Dragon Blood Surge multiplying it by 22, it surged towards 30,000. The damage coefficient of level 6 Dragon Might was 3 times the mental power, plus an additional 100 from innate enhancement, equating to 6 times the mental damage coefficient. This amounted to nearly 200,000 in damage. All delivered as an indiscriminate area attack, the power was unimaginable. A terrifying pressure erupted from the Azure Dragon, radiating outward. Instantly, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Countless undead forces, under the might of the dragon, lost their ability to resist, instantly transforming into nourishment for Gu Huai and the Azure Dragon. Whether they were ordinary skeleton warriors or formidable abominations and death knights, they were rendered indistinguishable in the face of this dragon might. Gong Jing and the elite squad gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide open, as this spectacle surpassed their comprehension. Even the most astute genius, Gong Jing, could never have imagined such an extraordinary occurrence. It was utterly preposterous, a level of absurdity that surpassed comprehension. Even the 5 spectral dragons soaring through the air were affected. Otherwise, given their formidable power and the inherent majesty of their draconic essence, they would likely have been compelled to yield to this overwhelming dragon might. Perched atop the largest of the skeletal dragons, the delicate figure of the skeletal Xiao Yi, dressed in a pale yellow gown, rose to her feet as the bones creaked ominously. Her eyes flickered with a kaleidoscope of ethereal flames, dancing restlessly. This creature was undeniably outrageous. Xiao Yi had initially intended to descend and engage with these playthings, but upon sensing the terrifying strength of the little Azure Dragon, she was seized by trepidation. Such power could only be countered by a general. A sense of retreat welled up within her. She had no desire to perish, having already tasted death once before. Black Dragon Guard, we must depart. With that thought, Xiao Yi promptly turned on her heel, utterly indifferent to the legion of undead below. Within the bounds of the city of the dead, the abundance of the undead army mattered little to her. Death, as long as it did not claim a being with a soul, was of no concern. Xiao Yi fled. Gu Huai soared through the skies. Total experience gained, 500,000. You received 250,000 experience, and the little Azure Dragon receives 250,000. Experience is maxed out. Current level increased to level 40, and your attributes have been enhanced. Upon reaching level 40, just as at level 30, Gu Huai found himself bereft of new skills or skill slots. He had grown despondent regarding skills, resigning himself to the notion that his class was perhaps unrelated to them. Nonetheless, he accepted this reality. The Dragon Master was such a formidable vocation, even without skills. Even as merely a tool, he remained an invincible force. However, upon glimpsing the little Azure Dragon's information, Gu Huai's eyes widened with envy. Little Azure Dragon's experience is maxed out. Current level increased to level 40, and attributes have been enhanced. Little Azure Dragon has comprehended a new skill. Doubling LV1. Active skill, allowing the body to enlarge or shrink by a factor of 2. When enlarged, strength and constitution are doubled, agility is reduced by 50, and consumption is doubled. When shrunk, strength and constitution are reduced by 50, agility is doubled, and consumption and recovery capabilities are enhanced by 100. Bloodline Awakening LV1. Passive skill, the Azure Dragon's bloodline undergoes its first stage of excavation, granting a base attribute bonus of 120. Azure Dragon's Bite LV1. Active skill, summoning 2 massive Azure Dragon phantoms to attack. Each phantom can inflict damage with a combat power index of 3. All 3 skills were exceedingly formidable. Doubling was a skill typically acquired at level 50, yet it had been attained prematurely. Bloodline Awakening, a passive skill, directly augmented base attributes by 120, truly remarkable. Coupled with Azure Dragon's Bite, which summoned 2 phantoms, each capable of dealing damage with a combat power index of 3. This surpassed the little Azure Dragon's previous most potent single-target attack skill. Moreover, Azure Dragon's Bite seemed to offer more than mere single-target assault capabilities. Acquiring these 3 skills could only be described as a remarkable ascension. Yet, this ascent appeared to be genuinely soaring. Experience is maxed out, current level increased to level 43, and your attributes have been enhanced. Little Azure Dragon's experience is maxed out, current level increased to level 43, and attributes have been enhanced. A wave of dragon might descended, obliterating a significant portion of the undead creatures. Gu Huai was unaware of the exact number slain, but both he and the little Azure Dragon experienced a leap from level 39 to level 43, a 4-level increase. However, Gu Huai's experience at level 39 was nearing half completion, approximately equivalent to 3.5 levels of experience. Together, Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon were approaching 30 million experience points. One wave of dragon might have swept away 30 million experience points. Of course, this immense accumulation of experience was entirely due to the concentration of elite undead and bosses within this area. Had it been merely the previous skeletal soldiers, such a feat would have been utterly impossible. Each high-quality skeletal soldier yielded only 750 points of experience, necessitating the annihilation of nearly 40,000 skeleton warriors to achieve this. Although the little Azure Dragon's recent display of dragon might was fierce, clearing a substantial area, it had merely removed less than 1/10 of the vast horde of undead. The little Azure Dragon's level remained somewhat low. To truly annihilate all, it would likely require reaching level 70 to possess such a wide-ranging attack capability. Sister Jing, you stay here. I will return shortly. Gu Huai noted the 5 skeletal dragons taking flight, but chose not to pursue. There was still an abundance of experience to claim. That was his priority. As for those skeletal dragons, they might escape the monk, but they could not evade the temple. Once he had slain this horde of undead and elevated his level to 50, he would easily be able to manage them. Perhaps he could even summon the little thunder dragon for a show of bravado. Gu Huai's spirits soared with delight. Chapter 078, Level 50. Enhanced Dragon Mastery. The Azure Dragon enters the sea. This was the true manifestation of the Azure Dragon entering the sea, albeit into the ocean of the undead army. The little Azure Dragon plunged into the midst of the undead horde, immediately activating the doubling skill. The Azure Dragon's form swelled once more, doubling in size. Azure Dragon's Bite. Two phantoms of nearly 100 meters appeared, intertwining in the air, infused with formidable power. The tumult was akin to a raging tide. The undead monsters were tossed about like mere ripples on the water, floating chaotically. Experience surged. Even the formidable bosses among the top-tier troops, boasting combat indices exceeding 20,000, were regarded by the little Azure Dragon as nothing more than ants, easily dispatched. The pace of level advancement could only be described as a rocket ascent. Within a mere 10 minutes of diving into the sea of undead, Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon ascended directly to level 50. Experience is maxed out. Current level increased to level 50, attributes have been enhanced, and you have gained a skill enhancement point. At level 50, Gu Huai also received no new skills. But he did acquire a skill enhancement point, a small consolation for his previously diminished spirit. The changes for the little Azure Dragon were far more significant. Upon reaching level 50, the little Azure Dragon did not gain a skill, but instead received 2 skill enhancement points. Currently, Gu Huai possessed 2 skill enhancement points, while the little Azure Dragon had 3. With both Gu Huai and the little Azure Dragon attaining level 50, they reached the first transformation level cap. In this context, skill enhancement points could only be utilized now, as they would not be available after the second transformation. The little Azure Dragon continued its rampage, and Gu Huai effortlessly summoned the little Thunder Dragon, little Silver Dragon, and little Wasteland Dragon to partake in the experience feast. While the little Azure Dragon was occupied, Gu Huai had little to do. He opened his panel to contemplate how best to allocate his points. Name: Gu Huai. Class: Dragon Master, Unique Hidden. Level: LV 50. Talent: Dragon Mastery, Unique Mythical Talent. Strength: 12, 677. Spirit: 11, 118. Constitution: 10, 155. Agility: 10, 233. Skills: Dragon Mastery, LV 41. Bloodline Connection, LV 4. Shared Suffering, LV 4. Dragon Taming Technique, LV 41. Upon activation, it enables the establishment of an equitable pact with dragon-type creatures, currently allowing for the contract of up to 3 dragons. An additional passive effect grants a 15-point increase to all attributes of dragon-type creatures. Bloodline Connection, LV 4 passive skill. Establishing a pact with dragon-type creatures allows for a bloodline connection, resulting in a 16-point attribute gain from the dragon-type creature. Shared Suffering, LV 4 active skill. Enables a connection with any contracted dragon-type creature, mitigating 26 points of damage. Upon connection, 3 modes are available. The first mode allows for mutual sharing of pain. The second mode ensures that the user incurs no damage, with the dragon-type creature bearing the full brunt. The third mode transfers all damage to the user while the dragon-type creature remains unharmed. The 3 modes can be adjusted freely. Number of contractable dragon species, 6. Skill enhancement points, 2. Reset after second transfer. Combat Power Index, 4, 41 million. To his astonishment, Gu Huai's combat power index had soared to over 40,000. As he gazed at his newfound strength, which had increased by over 10,000 compared to his previous level 39, he felt a surge of elation. However, this was merely the beginning. Once the other 3 little companions reached level 50, his statistics would become even more formidable. The current boost of just over 10,000 was primarily provided by the little Azure Dragon, whose battle index had already reached an astounding 90,000. Perhaps it was time to allocate some skill points, hoping that it would be as potent as Sister Jing had claimed. In truth, Gu Huai was reluctant to enhance his skills so early. He preferred to elevate them to level 5 first. Yet, upon realizing how arduous it was to level up these 3 skills, stagnating at level 4, he felt powerless. He surmised that he would soon begin his second transfer, and thus resolved to activate the enhancements now. He decided to start with the dragon taming technique, the cornerstone of his profession. Gu Huai was acutely aware of his needs. Both bloodline connection and shared suffering felt insubstantial. Only by contracting more dragons and augmenting their base attributes could he truly solidify his power. Enhanced Dragon Taming Technique. Enhancement successful. Dragon Taming Technique has been enhanced and is now Strong Dragon Taming Technique, with remarkably improved effects at level 2. Strong Dragon Taming Technique, LV 61. Upon activation, it enables the establishment of an equitable pact with dragon-type creatures, currently allowing for the contract of up to 5 dragons. An additional passive effect grants a 70-point increase to all attributes of dragon-type creatures. Gu Huai's pupils constricted slightly as he beheld the enhanced dragon taming technique. At level 2, the number of dragon-type creatures he could contract had increased by 2. This, combined with his innate talent, meant he could now contract up to 10 dragon-type creatures. Gu Huai felt a bit dazed. He had initially thought he was limited to 6 and would need to carefully consider the next 2 dragons to contract. Elder Long shared this sentiment, believing that Gu Huai's contracting capacity would likely not exceed that of the beast tamers. Similar to the capabilities of an esteemed 80-level beast tamer whose skill enhancement points had been allocated to increasing the number of beasts under his command. Capping his limit at just 6, Gu Huai's talent could potentially double that number. Elder Long estimated the cap to be around 12, necessitating careful deliberation for each dragon species. Better to be selective than hasty. Gu Huai's peak potential was anticipated at level 80 or even beyond, and there was no need to squander his future for the sake of immediate combat power. Yet here he was at level 50, poised to contract 10 dragon-type creatures before even undergoing his second transfer. By the time he reached level 80, could he not contract 20 or even more? Moreover, the 70-point increase to the attributes of dragon-type creatures was formidable. The little Azure Dragon, engaged in battle within the Sea of the Undead, paused, sensing a significant boost in her power. If Gu Huai had been monitoring the little Azure Dragon's combat index, he would have witnessed it surge to an alarming 11.07 million, an extraordinarily terrifying figure. With another skill enhancement point at his disposal, he was eager to further enhance this skill. Gu Huai chuckled, affirming that indeed, the dragon taming technique was paramount. He was curious, however, about the strength of the technique after another enhancement. Cannot enhance. Current level permits only a single enhancement per skill. Yet, his reverie was swiftly shattered by a notification. Just once. Faced with this limitation, Gu Huai found himself torn over which skill to enhance. Bloodline Connection merely augmented his own attributes passively, while Shared Suffering could bolster the damage mitigation for the little Azure Dragons. He pondered what changes the enhancements might bring to these 2 skills. After some contemplation, he resolved to enhance Shared Suffering. Aside from preserving life, it could also amplify the overall strength of the little Azure Dragons, making it a more fitting choice. Chapter 079. Enhancing the Little Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon version of Susanoo. With this decision made, Gu Huai proceeded to enhance Shared Suffering. Enhancement successful. Shared Suffering has been enhanced and is now Strong Shared Suffering, with remarkably improved effects. At level 2, Strong Shared Suffering, LV6 active skill, allows connection with any of the 12 contracted dragon-type creatures, mitigating 45 points of damage. Upon connection, 2 modes can be selected. 1. Jointly endure damage, gaining an additional 12 points of damage reduction. 2. The dragon-type creature bears all damage, granting an additional 24 points of damage reduction to the dragon-type creature. Upon witnessing the upgraded version of Shared Suffering, Gu Huai's delight was rekindled. Though the enhanced version introduced 2 modes, their efficacy surpassed the previous iteration significantly. This meant he could now once again employ the Shared Suffering skill. Gu Huai had already utilized it previously, given that it offered a 26-point damage reduction. Why not use it? He re-established a connection, targeting the little Azure Dragon, and activated the second mode. Moreover, the number of targetable creatures had increased from 1 to 2, a highly beneficial feature. Connection successful. The little Azure Dragon felt her defensive capabilities significantly enhanced. Previously, she had only a 26-point damage reduction from Shared Suffering, but following the enhancement, her damage mitigation had surged to 79. This remarkable reduction greatly augmented the little Azure Dragon's resilience. Notification: the maximum value of damage reduction cannot exceed 100. When damage reduction reaches 99, any excess will be diminished by a factor of 100. When this reduced value again reaches 100, it will also be reduced by a factor of 100, and so forth. Gu Huai initially pondered how a level 6 Strong Shared Suffering could offer a 79-point damage reduction. If the little Azure Dragon were to learn a damage reduction skill herself, would it not quickly stack to 100, rendering her invulnerable? Wouldn't that be a bug? However, a notification soon clarified the matter. This meant that a 99-point reduction equated to exactly that, but a 100-point reduction would translate to 99,001. Thus, a 9,901 reduction? This meant that a 198-point reduction would convert into a 999-point reduction, and so on. This indeed offered a more reasonable interpretation. Gu Huai nodded in understanding, then directed his gaze to the little Azure Dragon's panel. Compared to his own, the little Azure Dragon's panel was resplendent, particularly in the skills section, which was exceptionally striking, prompting Gu Huai to involuntarily drool. Species: Little Azure Dragon, first transfer. Name: Gu Qingmao, responding to the calls of the charming readers, has indeed chosen a name. Level: LV 50. Strength: 340,000. Spirit: 3, 170,000. Agility: 340,000. Constitution: 3, 170,000. Talent: Power of the Azure Dragon contains the essence of the Azure Dragon within, inflicting an additional 100 final damage upon attack. Skills: Azure Dragon Sky-Rending Claw, LV7. Power of the Green Wood, LV5. Breath of the Azure Dragon, LV7. Dragon Might, LV7. Dragon S Blood Boiling, LV3. Azure Dragon S Tail, LV5. Regret of the Overbearing Dragon, LV2. Azure Dragon S Dominance, LV2. Dragon S Journey, LV2. Doubling, LV1. Azure Dragon S Bite, LV1. Bloodline Awakening, LV1. Azure Dragon S Blood, LV3. Azure Dragon S Body, LV3. Skill Enhancement Points, 3 points. Reset after second transformation. Combat Power Index, 13, 170, 000. 16 skills. Gu Huai's envy was palpable. However, with only 3 enhancement points available, Gu Huai faced the dilemma of selecting 3 skills from this extensive repertoire for enhancement, which proved to be quite a conundrum. In terms of practicality, Dragon Might and Breath of the Azure Dragon were Gu Huai's most frequently utilized skills, specifically designed for monster extermination. Yet, as both skills serve the same purpose of monster clearing, merely enhancing these two would not significantly augment the overall prowess of the little Azure Dragon. It would only expedite its monster clearing efficiency. Thus, he decided to forego enhancing these two for the time being, as their current capabilities sufficed. He could effortlessly annihilate monsters of the same level. What was more pressing was to bolster the little Azure Dragon's single-target killing power. After a brief contemplation, Gu Huai swiftly devised a plan. Naturally, higher-level skills exhibited superior effects. As the higher the skill level, the more arduous it became to elevate it further. The Azure Dragon Sky-Rending Claw and Azure Dragon S Illusion were commendable choices, owing to their elevated levels. Especially the Azure Dragon S Illusion, which was quite impressive. However, upon considering the skill's effects, Gu Huai decided to prioritize enhancing the Azure Dragon S Illusion. Enhancement successful. The Azure Dragon S Illusion has been enhanced. Now transformed into the powerful Azure Dragon S Illusion, with a perfect enhancement effect, now at level 3. Powerful Azure Dragon S Illusion LV9, active skill. Conjures a phantom of the Azure Dragon, 81 times the size of the original body, capable of ignoring damage from entities with a constitution of up to 18. With contact attacks inflicting an additional damage of 9 to the combat power index. What? This can enhance perfectly and directly elevate by 3 levels? This is preferential treatment. Moreover, the enhanced Azure Dragon S Illusion seems excessively formidable. Gu Huai's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing the enhanced Azure Dragon S Illusion. If he were to possess such a skill, it would be nothing short of magnificent. A dragon-type version of Susanoo, and with a size 81 times greater. It disregards damage from entities with a constitution of up to 18. This is overwhelmingly powerful, particularly the final effect, inflicting damage equivalent to 9 in combat power index. This is truly invincible. Gu Huai unabashedly admitted to feeling envious, but soon his excitement surged even higher. For no matter how formidable the little Azure Dragon became, it belonged solely to him. Continuing with the enhancements, with 2 enhancement points remaining, the enhancement would undoubtedly catalyze a qualitative transformation in Gu Qingma's power. How exhilarating. And this is before the second transformation. Gu Huai was elated. The stronger Gu Qingma became, the stronger he himself would be. Next, he chose the Azure Dragon's tail. Given the limited number of enhancement points, Gu Huai believed it prudent to focus on enhancing one specific skill line. Although the Azure Dragon's tail was not the most potent attack, it was the most powerful contact-type skill, and when combined with the Azure Dragon S Illusion, it could unleash its maximum potential. Furthermore, with a level of 5, the Azure Dragon's tail was perfectly suited for enhancement. Choosing to enhance the Azure Dragon's tail. Enhancement successful. The Azure Dragon's tail has been enhanced, now transformed into the strong Azure Dragon's tail, with a perfect enhancement effect, now at level 3. Strong Azure Dragon's tail LV8. Active skill, harnesses terrifying power within its tail, with an incapacitating effect, causing enemies to enter a brief state of stupor. The stronger the enemy's power, the shorter the stupor duration, with damage equating to 34 times the strength. Invincible. Gu Huai's eyes turned red upon witnessing the effects of the Azure Dragon's tail. This is genuine invincibility. Damage equating to 34 times strength. Coupled with the damage from the Azure Dragon S Illusion, Gu Huai could hardly fathom who at the same level could withstand the might of Gu Qingma's tail. With this strike, even a 50-level Xuanwu would have its shell shattered. Continuing onward. Next, Dragon S Blood Boiling. Gu Huai had resolved to pursue this path to its fullest, aiming to maximize the power of this technique. The next step would naturally involve augmenting his own attributes, as elevating his attributes would allow the effects of the Azure Dragon S Illusion and Azure Dragon's Tail to fully manifest. Dragon S Blood Boiling was the optimal choice for this purpose. If additional skill points were available, Gu Huai intended to enhance other skills that boost attribute values, further amplifying Gu Qingma's explosive potential. Enhancement successful. Dragon S Blood Boiling has been enhanced, now transformed into the strong Dragon S Blood Boiling, with a perfect enhancement effect, now at level 3. Strong Dragon S Blood Boiling LV6. Active skill, causes one's blood to boil, providing a total attribute boost of 750, lasting for 30 minutes. A total attribute boost of 750? Gu Huai's face radiated an exuberant smile upon witnessing this enhancement. This boost is simply invincible, although it may seem modest at 750. The little Azure Dragon possesses its own enhancements, so it does not amount to quite that much. However, if the little Azure Dragon were to unleash its full power, how much combat power damage could it inflict? Gu Huai calculated and was astonished by the figure that emerged. Strength index at 340,000, combat power index at 13,170,000. With the addition of this 750 boost, the strength index would soar to 10,50,000, while the combat power index would reach an astonishing 41,550,000. This translates to a staggering damage output of over 7.3 million in combat power index, and with the final 100 boost from the Azure Dragon S power talent, it amounts to a staggering damage of over 14.6 million in combat power index. Contemplating this, Gu Huai's hand trembled involuntarily. It appeared that even the combat index of Old Man Li barely exceeded 80 million. Of course, this figure only represents the combat index, not necessarily indicative of the ultimate power Old Man Li could unleash. Yet, to think that Gu Qingma, at merely level 50, could unleash such terrifying might, what would it be like at level 80? Gu Huai dared not imagine. Gu Qingma, let us test the power of these two skills. Gu Huai conveyed his thoughts with anticipation. He and the young dragons could communicate directly through mental telepathy, though Gu Huai seldom utilized this ability. Now, he merely wished to ascertain just how terrifying the enhanced Azure Dragon S illusion and Azure Dragon's tail truly were. As for Dragon S Blood Boiling, he decided against using it. The consumption was significant, and Gu Huai preferred to keep a few trump cards in reserve, just in case. The City of the Dead had already claimed the likes of the world's strongest Dragon Elder, so who knew what other horrors lay within? Additionally, given Gu Qingma's current strength, there was no need to employ Dragon S Blood Boiling against these feeble foes. Yeah, no problem. As Gu Huai honed her skills, Qing Mo also perceived the transformation of these abilities. Intrigued by the potency of these enhanced skills, she was eager to test their might. Thus, upon receiving Gu Huai's telepathic summons, Qing Mo readily acquiesced. Azure Dragon Illusion. Roar. A tremendous roar reverberated through the air. The sound of the colossal dragon's bellow sent a tremor through the hearts of Gong Jing and her companions. Were it not for Gong Jing activating the national mode, she would have doubted her ability to withstand such a roar without sustaining internal injuries. Following this, Gong Jing and her companions gaped in exaggerated awe. Before them appeared a massive Azure Dragon-like phantasm, stretching an impressive length of 1,000 meters. At level 50, Qing Mo was already quite substantial, with her own length exceeding 10 meters. Coupled with an 81-fold enhancement, her size soared beyond 1,000 meters. Truly, she radiated like a divine dragon. Gong Jing and her companions felt their bodies tremble, enveloped by this Azure apparition, rendered entirely incapable of resistance. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves at Gu Huai's side. Sister Jing, remain within this shield. Qing Mo shall protect you, significantly enhancing your safety. The three little ones nestled within the phantasm, reveling in the experience gain, felt utterly at ease. Gong Jing and her companions swallowed hard, realizing that they had never before encountered such staggering phenomena in their lifetimes. The feats of Gu Huai and the young Azure Dragon were indeed extraordinary. The elite squad finally comprehended why Elder Long insisted they safeguard this boy. Initially dismissing Elder Long's warning as an overreaction, they believed it unnecessary to mobilize so many for the protection of a mere prodigy. They thought a mere dozen individuals could suffice for monster slaying at the ancient city gate, deeming the deployment of so many a waste of resources. However, they now understood Elder Long's rationale. This boy was worthy of such national investment. As this realization dawned upon them, their gazes ignited with fervor. This boy was astonishingly formidable. Should he ascend to level 80, who could possibly stand against Dragon Country? No one. While they were still in awe, Qing Mo's assault did not falter. Azure Dragon S tail. The immense dragon, with its gigantic tail, unleashed an unparalleled tempest within the ancient city. Visible cracks formed in the surroundings, raising concerns of a spatial rupture. This cataclysmic power erupted. The very atmosphere shifted ominously. The emotionless, fearsome undead army quaked at this manifestation of might. This force instilled dread, rendering the undead hopeless. In that instant, the entire undead legion turned to flee, desperate to escape this ominous locale. Yet, as they turned to retreat, a terrifying pressure descended upon them, leaving them utterly powerless to flee, forced to endure Qing Mo's onslaught in despair. The Azure Dragon's tail descended. Boom. The undead caught in its wrath were obliterated without a trace. The remaining forces were also decimated in the aftermath, suffering countless casualties. The earth itself was rent asunder, a gaping fissure stretching for thousands of meters, its depths unfathomable. Chapter 081. The Level 50 Thunder God Dragon. The general preparing to flee. Within the inner city, the chambers differed significantly from those outside, reminiscent of ancient palaces, exuding an aura of grandeur. However, with a cataclysmic roar, the ancient city trembled violently. Even this opulent palace cracked in two, as countless structures collapsed. Xiao Yi, who had just soared into the inner city atop a skeletal dragon, trembled at the sight of the palace, her skeletal hand shaking uncontrollably. It was over. Just then, a figure appeared behind Xiao Yi, atop the back of the skeletal dragon. "You've sullied my suit." Experience surged. This time it surged significantly, witnessing the three little ones' experience skyrocketing visibly, leveling up successively. Gu Huai's eyes widened in astonishment. The impact of the dragon's tail, augmented by the Azure Dragon illusion, was truly formidable. Although the direct hits on the undead were few, the residual force had consumed countless souls. Almost half of the undead perished beneath the aftershocks of the Azure Dragon's tail. Millions of experience points flooded in. The Little Thunder Dragon and its companions thrived from this surge. Originally at level 35, the Little Thunder Dragon, level 17 for the Little Silver Dragon, and level 3 for the Little Ruined Dragon, all experienced meteoric rises in their levels due to this one strike. Especially the Little Thunder Dragon, who truly flourished from this encounter. The experience of the Thunder God Dragon is full, level increased, now at level 50. The Thunder God Dragon has comprehended a new skill. Thunderous Resonance LV1. Active skill, capable of summoning lightning within 10 minutes anew, enhancing its damage by 20. Bloodline Awakening LV1. Passive skill, the bloodline within the Thunder God Dragon awakens, boosting base attributes by 10. Seeing the Thunder God Dragon reach level 50, Gu Huai took a moment to glance at its status panel. Race, Thunder God Dragon, first transformation. Name, Gu Huai. Level, 50. Strength, 9666. Mentality, 14180. Agility, 10917. Constitution, 10917. Talent, Whirlwind Thunder, can evolve into Divine Thunder, growing stronger with the individual S power. When utilizing lightning-based abilities, an additional 66 damage is added from mentality. Skills, Thunder Burst, LV6, Thunder S Might, LV5, Thunder Armor, LV5, Thunder Sphere, LV4, Dragon S Roar, LV3, Dragon S Form, LV3, Thunder Charge, LV2, Electric Body, LV2, Thunder Heart, LV2, Thunder Mastery, LV2, Thunder Arc, LV1, Mentality Boost, LV1, Thunderous Resonance, LV1, Bloodline Awakening, LV1. Combat Power Index, 4, 560,000. Is this truly so low? Upon seeing Gu Huai's statistics, Gu Huai was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly realized that it was not Gu Huai's strength that was lacking, but rather Qing Mo's prowess that was extraordinarily overwhelming. The fact that Lei Mo, at level 50, possessed such formidable stats was more than sufficient to annihilate Gong Jing at the same level. And even the Luo Xiao she mentioned would not stand a chance against Lei Mo at level 50. Moreover, without skill enhancement points, these skills paled in comparison to Qing Mo's. Gu Huai murmured to himself, but as he observed Lei Mo, now exceeding 10 meters in length, soaring excitedly towards him, he felt a surge of joy. This strength was indeed impressive. The other two little ones also flew to Gu Huai's side, their faces alight with exhilaration. Particularly the Little Ruined Dragon, who felt her mind still reeling. Mere seconds prior, she had been a diminutive creature at level 3, yet within moments, her form had multiplied in size exponentially. Her level had surged from 3 to 42, completing a magnificent transformation. However, little Yinglong was not happy. She did not wish to grow up so quickly. With such a large physique, she could no longer hide within her father's sleeves, nor could she burrow into his embrace. Contemplating this, a look of grievance appeared upon the little dragon's face. Unbeknownst to her, this was merely the beginning. The frenzied Gu Qingma had already set his sights on the fleeing undead army, and with his current experience points insufficient, he needed to slay more. Presently, the Little Silver Dragon was at level 43, while Little Yinglong was at level 42. The gap between them was a mere 7 million experience points. A small difference indeed. Together, they still required over 60 million experience points, and by annihilating a portion of the remaining undead army, they could elevate everyone to level 50, thereby completing their task ahead of schedule. Gu Huai himself had not anticipated that in less than 2 hours since arriving in this place, he would be close to fulfilling his mission. No wonder it was a location recommended by Old Dragon. It was truly exhilarating. Unfortunately, once everyone's levels reached 50, this place would hold little value. As for returning to the City of the Dead to grind for levels after reaching level 50, that would be akin to searching for death with a lantern in a toilet. Outside, one would encounter monsters of level 80, among which were formidable bosses. Gu Huai dared not act recklessly in such a place. However, if Old Dragon were aware of Gu Huai's thoughts, he would likely be perplexed. Although he had recommended this location to Gu Huai, he truly had not expected Gu Huai to elevate his level to 50 in just over an hour. Had he known, his astonishment would not have been lesser than that of Gong Jing and the others, perhaps even greater. General, Xiao Yi's voice trembled. Everyone knew what the general valued most: his suit, which did not quite match his own demeanor. It was a gift from the master, and the general held it in utmost regard, even considering it more important than his own life. Rest assured, I am fine. That fellow is stronger than anticipated. And he has brought the Azure Dragon. The general's vacant eyes gazed skyward, the colorful flames of soul flickering within his eye sockets, as if he had seen Gu Huai and Qingma from over 10 kilometers away. Azure Dragon. Xiao Yi was perplexed, clearly unaware of its significance. You don't know? Well, that makes sense. Your level is still too low. The general tapped his own head, while Xiao Yi looked at him, awaiting further explanation. However, the general showed no intention of continuing, instead diverting the topic. That fellow will be entering shortly. Given that we are restricted to level 50, we cannot possibly contend with the Azure Dragon. Therefore, we should make haste and escape. Escape? Xiao Yi was even more confused. In her impression, the general was nearly invincible. Of course, this invincibility pertained to the master. Even after witnessing the terrifying power that had instilled despair in the skeletons, she believed the general could still hold his ground. Indeed, should we not flee and await death here? The general patted the massive bone dragon, and it immediately took flight. But did not the master order us to guard the ancient city until he fully awakens? The general did not respond to Xiao Yi's inquiry. Instead, he reached into the void, and a black portal appeared, through which he stepped without a second thought. Chapter 082. Can bone dragons lay eggs? Eggs formed from souls. Ghost dragon eggs. Xiao Yi was evidently taken aback. Having lived in this place for many years, she had no idea such a locale existed. Watching the general's disappearing figure, she pondered briefly before deciding to follow him inside. The interior space was not large, and soon she caught up with the general. Where's this? Xiao Yi surveyed the surroundings, where the flames of souls flickered. Had she still been alive, she would undoubtedly have displayed an expression of profound shock. Before her lay a black pool, pure black, capable of swallowing even the light. Yet what astonished her most was the egg floating in the center of this pool. No, there were two. One was a solid egg, terrifyingly black, belonging to the extreme end of darkness. The other was colorless and transparent, as if it did not exist in this world, resembling something formed from souls. What is the general's intention? That black egg is the bone dragon's egg. Upon hearing this, countless question marks appeared above Xiao Yi's head. The bone dragon's egg? If the speaker were not the general whom I idolize, I would consider them a fool. How could a bone dragon lay eggs? What could possibly give rise to such an egg? The general was well aware of Xiao Yi's thoughts. He too had been bewildered upon first encountering the bone dragon's egg. This egg was not laid by the bone dragon. It is impossible for a bone dragon to do so. Xiao Yi nodded, as this made sense. And this is the master's masterpiece. The master took the corpse of the once apocalyptic evil dragon and, after infusing it with boundless dark energy and refining it, he condensed it into a dragon egg, the bone dragon's egg. It is actually the master's masterpiece. Xiao Yi's voice became sharp with astonishment. The other egg was forged from the soul of that apocalyptic evil dragon, supplemented by countless rare materials, resulting in the ghost dragon's egg. Naturally, due to the exceptional quality of their foundational materials, they are not ordinary bone dragon and ghost dragon eggs, but rather those of the bone dragon king and ghost dragon king, special, top-tier ones. The master himself refers to them as his most outstanding creations. The general's tone was infused with fervor, revealing his admiration for the master. Then we must quickly take them and leave. Xiao Yi's voice was filled with excitement as she prepared to approach and retrieve the two dragon eggs, intending to exit this perilous place. While leaving was indeed imperative, I plan to leave these two dragon eggs behind. What? This is the master's will. Now, I will open this entrance. As long as they are not foolish, they will surely be able to locate these two dragon eggs. Our mission is complete, and it is time for us to depart from this place. Listening to the general's words, Xiao Yi's forehead was now laden with question marks. Do not ask so much. Your level is insufficient. Just know that even if the master has died once, these people of the Dragon Kingdom remain his subjects. Forever his subjects. And the one who possesses the Azure Dragon is. The general's voice gradually diminished, while Xiao Yi strained her ears, eager to hear this secret. However, thereafter, the general fell silent. Yeah, father, in that direction, there is something with strength not much inferior to mine watching us. Gu Huai felt nothing of the general's gaze. Yet the little Azure Dragon sensed it. Upon detecting that probing gaze, Qingma immediately retracted her previous disdainful attitude. In truth, after reaching level 50 and enhancing her 3 skills, Qingma had begun to feel somewhat invincible. In her eyes, monsters of the same level were hardly worth worrying about. Even 100,000-strong army seemed insignificant. Yet, it was precisely because of that scrutinizing gaze that Qingma tucked away her arrogance. Not inferior to you? Gu Huai was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. The ancient city imposed a level restriction of 50, and according to Qingma's words, it implied that there were those at level 50 whose strength was not much weaker than hers. Yeah, almost there, yet not quite at the brink of a life-and-death struggle. I remain uncertain. Qingmo's tone was laden with intensity. Is that so? Gu Huai exhaled, realizing that this realm of the deceased was indeed far more terrifying than he had previously imagined. No wonder it nearly claimed Long Lao, truly fearsome. Once everyone's level reaches 50, we shall venture inside. Eek. All right. Qing Mo did not decline. Although the owner of that gaze possessed formidable strength, she was no pushover herself. Upon learning of the powerful adversaries within, her eyes ignited with fierce combat spirit. Her attacks intensified, as she eagerly prepared to confront this equally matched opponent. In such circumstances, the despair in the little wild dragon's eyes deepened. There was no turning back, no way to return. Whoa! The little wild dragon watched as her form continuously enlarged, her strength escalating, tears streaming from her eyes. It was unbearable. She longed to weep. Gu Huai, upon witnessing the little wild dragon's tears, mistakenly assumed they were tears of joy and gently patted her, smiling. You're happy, right? Don't worry. Soon you will be even happier. It won't be long before you undergo your second transformation. Whoa! The tears in the little wild dragon's eyes multiplied. Soon, under Qing Mo's overwhelming assault, both the little wild dragon and the little silver dragon attained level 50. Gu Huai simultaneously opened their panels, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Race: Elemental Dragon, first transformation. Name: Gu Yuan, level, LV 50, strength, 4,670, mentality, 2. 94 million, agility, 9,711, constitution, 11,653, talent, child of elements, enhances affinity to elements by 100 times, rapid comprehension of elemental skills, allowing swift elevation of elemental skill levels. When using elemental skills, inflicts an additional 18 times final damage. When receiving elemental damage, mitigates 80 damage. Skills: Elemental Mastery, LV 8, Elemental Sphere, LV 7, Elemental Storm, LV 5. Heart of Elements, LV 5, Advanced Meditation, LV 1, Elemental Body, LV 1, Elemental Soul, LV 1, Elemental Light, LV 1, Elemental God, LV 1, Elemental Healing, LV 1, Elemental Forbidden Spell, LV 1, Fire Element Mastery, LV 1, Water Element Mastery, LV 1, Bloodline Awakening, LV 1, Combat Index, 5, 54 million. First, Yuan Yin's panel displayed a strength surpassing Lei Mo's. Particularly, Yuan Yin's mentality was astonishing, comprising over half of the combat index. Furthermore, most of her skills bore the term element. Many were not standalone abilities. For instance, Elemental Storm could directly summon the powers of various elements, water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and more, to unleash a tempestuous assault. It could manifest as a singular attribute or a confluence of multiple attributes into one storm. Everything depended on Yuan Yin's whims, showcasing an array of possibilities. Chapter 083, The Pure Power of the Little Wild Dragon. Combat Index surpasses 100,000. Yuan Yin's skills resembled a grand platform, perpetually augmenting her command over elements and the damage dealt by elemental skills, yet the specifics of her approach rested solely with her. It bore a resemblance to a free mode, albeit with an intimidating enhancement, potentially exceeding 1 billion. Gazing at Yuan Yin's skills, Gu Huai pondered the cumulative damage from such an array. Additionally, how would one wield this composite type of magic? Gu Huai felt a headache brewing, primarily due to the multitude of additions and effects. Yuan Yin's rapid level advancement meant many levels were barely mastered, necessitating time for her to properly harness these skills. After completing her second transformation, she would need to further hone her own strength, as reliance solely on external assistance would yield subpar results. While this method indeed expedited her growth, Yuan Yin and her companions still required accumulation. Lei Mo fared somewhat better, having engaged in battles previously, thus possessing a degree of command over her skills. But Yuan Yin? Yuan Yin had scarcely fought. Her early skill levels had risen solely due to her innate talent with elemental skills. She persistently trained in the dragon space, barely managing to elevate her skill levels to 5. Reflecting on this, Gu Huai's gaze shifted to the final little wild dragon. Yuan Yin at least had time to refine her skills, yet the little wild dragon had only recently been born, soaring from level 3 to 50 at an astonishing rate. Gu Huai clicked on the little wild dragon's panel. Race: Ancient Wild Dragon. First transformation. Name: Gu Yin. Level: LV 50. Strength: 6. 66 million. Mentality: 1. 26 million. Agility: 1. 56 million. Constitution: 1. 56 million. Talent: Power of the Great Wasteland. Possessing the power of the Great Wasteland, it automatically activates during combat, siphoning the opponent's life force upon contact, inflicting extra damage. The Great Wasteland's power also seeps into the opponent's body, causing prolonged, cumulative damage. The damage coefficient scales with the Ancient Wild Dragon's strength. Skills: Wasteland Claw, LV1. Great Wasteland Sutra, LV1. Wild Dragon Tail, LV1. Wasteland Palm, LV1. Wasteland Body, LV1. Wasteland Body 2, LV1. Wasteland Body 3, LV1. 8 Wasteland Pillars, LV1. Wasteland Body 4, LV1. Wasteland Body 5, LV1. Multiplication, LV1. Wasteland Body 6, LV1. Wasteland Body 7, LV1. Bloodline Awakening, LV1. 8 Wasteland 6 Harmonies, LV1. Bloodline Awakening 2. Skill Enhancement Points, 2 points. Combat Index, 11.06 million. By the heavens. What is this? Gu Yan's initial attributes far surpassed those of Lei Mo and Yuan Yin, and Gu Huai had anticipated her combat index would eclipse theirs. Yet, upon viewing Gu Yan's panel, he was utterly astounded. A combat index of 11.06 million. This was simply outrageous. How extraordinary. To think that all of Gu Yan's skills were at level 1, yet her attributes could be so elevated? If her skill levels were to increase, wouldn't her combat index surpass Qing Mo's? While the combat index does not denote absolute strength, it certainly appeared formidable. Gu Huai swallowed hard, hastily examining Gu Yan's skills, and was left both amused and bewildered. It seemed that all her attributes had been funneled into strength. And this Wasteland Body 17. I am truly at a loss for words. Gu Huai found himself both amused and perplexed, primarily due to Gu Yan's skills. This truly represented a relentless pursuit toward an extreme, utterly absurd. The active skills were few, predominantly passive, along with Bloodline Awakening 1 and 2. No wonder her combat index soared so high. However, the concentrated approach also bore its advantages. A handful of combat skills sufficed, while the remainder functioned as passive attributes. To be honest, Gu Huai was quite satisfied with Gu Yan's skills. Many formidable individuals adopt this strategy, possessing a handful of powerful skills while transforming the remainder into attribute enhancements or passive damage boosts, thereby elevating their combat efficacy. Conversely, some boast an array of flamboyant abilities that prove largely ineffectual. Of course, Gu Huai's 4 dragons do not fall into this category. Enhancing combat prowess extends beyond mere attribute augmentation. For instance, Yuan Yin's multitude of skills significantly amplifies damage and effects, which is equally valuable in practical scenarios. Gu Yin still has 2 skill enhancement points available. Gu Huai's gaze fell upon the skill enhancement points, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Skill enhancement points are indeed treasures of substantial worth, capable of instigating transformative changes in skills. Which 2 skills should he enhance? Gu Huai felt a twinge of vexation. He was genuinely unfamiliar with Gu Yin and shared the shallowest emotional connection with her. After all, the time spent with Gu Yin has been brief, and their bond has yet to deepen, albeit this lack of depth is relative to Qing Mo rather than an absolute deficit. After all, Gu Yin was birthed from Gu Huai's own blood essence, and with his 1,000 dragon affinity, their relationship remains rather amicable. Yay, Daddy, let us go. Upon receiving Gu Huai's telepathic message that she had reached level 50, Qing Mo ceased her attacks. Slaying monsters, in her opinion, held no merit unless it served the purpose of gaining experience. At least, that was her perspective. Alright, but before we set off, there's the matter of this equipment. Gu Huai indeed wished to depart, yet gazed at the gears scattered on the ground, deciding to stall for a moment longer. In this realm, the drop rates for monsters are particularly low, especially within dungeons, where equipment is primarily dropped. Outside in the wilderness, the drop rates improve slightly, but remain low. The little Azure Dragon had just obliterated 70 to 80,000 monsters, along with a plethora of bosses, yet only yielded a mere 300 pieces of equipment. I'll have the spirits assist you. They're quite swift in their movements, Gong Jing promptly interjected, observing the impressive display of the little Azure Dragon. That would be much appreciated, Sister Jing. It's no trouble at all. With a wave of her hand, Gong Jing summoned over 100 spirits, who swiftly retrieved all the equipment in under 2 minutes. Altogether, they amassed more than 380 pieces of level 50 gear, the majority being orange, epic, or higher. With 14 pieces classified as golden legendary, Gong Jing stored the equipment in a spatial ring and presented it to Gu Huai. Is there truly this much? Gu Huai could not help but express his astonishment. Chapter 084. Activating the Battle Pet function, enhancing Gu Yan's skills. Although Gu Huai was not well versed in prices, having never purchased anything from a shop, he knew that even the level 30 golden set he wore was obtained through Gong Jing's application to the state. Yet, golden equipment, especially at level 50, was of immense value. Those 14 pieces alone could easily be worth several billion. Besides those 14 golden pieces, the quantity of heavenly gifts and epic gear was also considerable, potentially worth billions altogether. This was truly a windfall. Gu Huai's ability to acquire such a vast amount of equipment stemmed from the high quality of the monsters, with numerous bosses present. Otherwise, amassing such a collection would have been exceedingly challenging. In fact, Gu Huai had underestimated the value of level 50 equipment. Level 50 gear is quite expensive. Even level 60 equipment pales in comparison in terms of value, primarily because level 50 gear coincides with the transition to the second job. The difficulty of the second job transition quests is significant, and without sufficient strength, one cannot succeed. Consequently, many individuals are willing to pay a premium for high-quality level 50 equipment to clear the second job dungeons. Thus, level 50 equipment is anything but cheap. According to market prices, a complete set of level 50 epic gear is valued at 8 million, a set of heavenly gift gear at 50 million, and a legendary set at 500 million. These figures represent retail prices. With a bit of influence, one could typically secure a 10 discount. But resale often yields only an 80 return. Therefore, a piece of level 50 epic gear generally fetches around 1 million, level 50 heavenly gift gear approximately 6 million, and level 50 legendary gear around 60 million. Gu Huai now possessed 14 pieces of legendary gear, 132 pieces of heavenly gift gear, and 161 pieces of epic gear, cumulatively amounting to no less than 1.8 billion. Coupled with Gu Huai's membership card for the dungeon building, he could easily store and sell this equipment for over 2 billion. By the way, Sister Jing, don't you receive an additional battle pet slot upon reaching level 50? Gu Huai inquired after stowing away the level 50 equipment. He had been so awed by Qing Mo's attributes upon reaching level 50 that he had nearly forgotten about it. That requires you to actively complete the activation quest for the battle pet slot. Once you finish the quest, you can unlock the additional slot. How do I proceed? Simply access the panel and select the option to activate the battle pet function. Understood. Hearing this, Gu Huai promptly accessed the panel. Activate battle pet function. Activating battle pet function. Commencing activation quest. Battle pet activation quest. Complete the battle pet dungeon. Simultaneously, a button for the battle pet dungeon appeared on Gu Huai's panel. By successfully clearing this dungeon, he would be able to contract a battle pet. The battle pet dungeon features various difficulty levels and can be attempted multiple times, but only the first completion yields rewards. Thus, many choose a difficulty they are confident in for a single clear. Gong Jing continued to elaborate, to which Gu Huai nodded in understanding. Then I shall refrain from attempting it for now. We'll discuss it upon our return. Let us first explore the inner city. Qing Mo. Yay. Gu Huai was also curious about the creature that Qing Mo held in such high regard. Qing Mo did not dispel the illusion of the Azure Dragon. In this form, her speed was somewhat affected, yet still swift. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Huai carefully examined Gu Yan's skills, aiming to select the two most suitable for enhancement. After thorough consideration, Gu Huai reached a decision. Enhance the Great Desolation Sutra. The first choice was naturally the core skill of Gu Yan, the most pivotal and capable of inflicting significant damage. Enhancement successful. The Great Desolation Sutra has been enhanced, now transforming into the powerful Great Desolation Sutra. Enhancement effect is perfect. Powerful Great Desolation Sutra is now level 3. Powerful Great Desolation Sutra LV4, active skill, upon use, will unleash 26 strands of Great Desolation Force surrounding the user, capable of detonating the Great Desolation Force within enemies at will. Each strand of Great Desolation Force inflicts a damage coefficient of 65 strength. Additionally, a set of Desolation armor forms on the surface of the ancient Desolate Dragon, providing a defense of 130 strength. Remarkable. Gu Huai's eyes sparkled with delight. The powerful Great Desolation Sutra exhibited notable changes compared to its predecessor, yet overall, it had significantly strengthened. Particularly, the 26 strands of Great Desolation force, if fully unleashed into the enemy, would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow. The defensive capabilities of this desolate armor are indeed astonishing. With a strength rating of 130, when paired with the absurdly high power value of Gu Huai estimates that even against monsters of the same tier, it would take an extensive amount of time to wear down this desolate armor. However, the second skill presents a bit of a conundrum. Passive skills are currently not within Gu Huai's considerations. Beyond the grand desolate scripture, Gu Huai possesses 6 active skills: Desolate Claw, Desolate Dragon Tail, Desolate God Palm, 8 Desolate Pillars, Doubling, and 8 Desolate 6 Harmonies. Each of these skills has its own merits, making it quite challenging to choose. The Desolate Claw and Desolate God Palm are somewhat similar, sharing the same damage coefficient, and can serve as practical normal attacks. The Desolate Dragon Tail, while possessing greater power and a wider attack range, certainly has a lower attack frequency compared to the claws and palms. After all, one cannot continuously lash out with a tail, as that image alone is rather comical. The 8 Desolate Pillars inflict even higher damage, summoning 8 pillars that can attack, defend, and even entrap foes, which is quite formidable. Doubling seems exceptionally suitable for Gu as well. The final skill, 8 Desolate 6 Harmonies, is an explosive technique. At level 1, 8 Desolate 6 Harmonies can absorb a strand of great desolate power, thereby increasing strength by 10. If enhanced further, combined with the initial 26 strands from the Great Desolate Scripture, it could lead to extraordinary results. Nonetheless, Gu Huai soon decides to set aside 8 Desolate 6 Harmonies for now, as the additional 10 is included in the bonus calculations. And Gu strength bonus is already a staggering 750. Even with the addition of those 26 strands, the numerical increase would be limited. For dealing with ordinary opponents, a casual attack would suffice. The 8 Desolate Pillars, however, seem to be more reliable, particularly against formidable foes. Ultimately, Gu Huai resolves to enhance the 8 Desolate Pillars. Although its usage frequency may not be high, it should prove more valuable in confrontations with powerful adversaries. Enhancement successful. The 8 Desolate Pillars have been enhanced. Now transformed into the strong 8 Desolate Pillars, with a perfect enhancement effect, currently at level 3. Strong 8 Desolate Pillars LV4, active skill, channels all of 1's power to form 8 pillars imbued with great desolate power, creating the 8 Desolate Formation, which ensnares enemies within. Every minute, a strand of great desolate power will manifest, inflicting continuous damage to those trapped inside, with a damage coefficient of 103 times the strength value per second. The 8 Desolate Pillars can also be commanded to attack. Each pillar possesses immense power, but while in motion, they do not deal damage to enemies, only generating great desolate power. Chapter 085, A New Discovery, 2 Mythical Dragon Eggs. Upon witnessing the enhanced 8 Desolate Pillars, Gu Huai's eyes widened in astonishment. The sheer potency of this effect is truly overwhelming. Of course, the practical efficacy can only be ascertained in battle, and Gu Huai is currently filled with curiosity about the 8 Desolate Pillars. If they encounter a formidable enemy, it would be the perfect opportunity for Gu Huai to showcase her prowess. Unfortunately, Gu Huai's plans are destined to be thwarted. As they journeyed to the inner city, all the undead along the way were repelled by the terrifying aura emitted by Qing, and they encountered not a single monster. Upon reaching the palace, they found not even a shadow of a creature. Where's that fellow Qing? A look of confusion appeared in Gu Huai's eyes. Why? The aura is right here. Why is it missing? Why? Found it. Qing's eyes sparkled, and with a flick of her tail, the space suddenly tore open, revealing a black door. It turns out there was another entrance here. Upon seeing the ominous black door, Gu Huai realized why they couldn't find anyone. It was because they were hiding inside. The entrance is small, and the space within may not be vast. Sister Jiaolong, you all wait outside for a moment. I'll go in with Qing to take a look. All right. Jiaolong and the others understood they would be a hindrance. However, Jiaolong felt a twinge of bitterness. She never expected that as a member of the national second team, she would end up being a burden. LimUnyn, Gyn. I leave everything outside to you. The 3 little ones nodded in agreement. With them around, Gu Huai felt reassured. Qing, let us proceed. Why? Taking the lead, Gu Huai stepped through the black door. He was now emboldened by his formidable skills and had no fear. After all, his current strength was truly extraordinary. Name, Gu Huai. Occupation, Dragon Master, Unique Hidden. Level, LV50. Talent, Dragon Mastery, Unique Mythical Talent. Strength, 2. 25 million. Mentality 1. 92 million. Constitution 160,000. Agility 1. 64 million. Skills: Strong Dragon Mastery, LV 61. Bloodline Connection, LV 4. Strong Pain Sharing, LV 4. Battle Pet. Not yet activated. To be unlocked after completing the Battle Pet dungeon. Contractable Dragon Species Quantity, 12. Skill Enhancement Points, 0. Combat Power Index, 7. 42 million. With a Combat Power Index of 7. 42 million, and possessing the extraordinary skill of Pain Sharing, Gu Huai indeed had no reason to fear anything. His Undying Great Sword had also been elevated to level 50. Gu Huai had long prepared the materials needed for this enhancement. All that was required was to slay enough monsters to facilitate the upgrade. Fortunately, the number of monsters QM had dispatched was sufficient to push it directly to level 50. The effects of the level 50 Undying Great Sword were rather mundane. The only improvement was an increase in attributes, which did not concern Gu Huai greatly, with Gu Huai leading the way and QM following closely. The duo soon ventured deeper into the ominous space. An evil aura permeated the air. Upon entering, Gu Huai felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. QM frowned slightly, sharing in the unease. It seemed that the strength of the monsters here was indeed formidable. A hard battle was likely ahead. As they pressed on, they encountered not a single creature, yet they remained vigilant. It felt akin to the calm before a storm. Soon, they reached the end, discovering a pool of pure, profound darkness. Above the pool hovered a pitch-black egg, remarkably pure in its darkness. What is this? They had not encountered any monsters. Not even at the very end, leaving both Gu Huai and QM perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. With QM's strength, she would certainly sense any monsters nearby, especially at such close proximity. Let us take a look. Gu Huai inspected the dark egg and was immediately taken aback. Item: Bone Dragon Egg. Quality: Mythical. Description: Indeed, this is a bone dragon egg, but do not be mistaken, it was not laid by a bone dragon. It was crafted by a great being using the flesh and bones of a world-destroying evil dragon, amalgamated with countless treasures, and nurtured in the black sacred pool for hundreds of years to produce this bone dragon egg. A mythical egg. Initially, upon seeing the bone dragon egg, Gu Huai was momentarily stunned, but quickly, his attention was captivated by the egg's extraordinary quality. Mythical. Gu Huai possessed 4 dragons. Yet he estimated that only Qing Mo and Gu Yin were of mythical caliber. As for Lei Mo and Yuan Yin, they likely only reached the threshold of semi-mythical status. Moreover, they were even bone dragons. Gu Huai had never heard of the world-destroying evil dragon and was uncertain of its nature. However, this detail was inconsequential. What mattered was that this egg was of mythical quality. Yet, he pondered whether the bone dragon that would hatch from this egg could truly be considered a part of the dragon lineage. Abandonment was out of the question. With mythical-grade quality, even if it were not a dragon, Gu Huai could not possibly relinquish it. Even if it turned out otherwise, once he completed his battle pet quest, he could still forge a contract. With a determined thought, Gu Huai waved his hand, temporarily stowing the bone dragon egg in his backpack. Objects like eggs could indeed be stored within such confines. Gu Huai had no intention of hatching it in this unfamiliar place. Who could tell if terrifying entities might suddenly appear? For safety's sake, he decided to wait until he returned to the imperial capital before making further plans. What is that? Just as Gu Huai and Qing Mo were scanning their surroundings for any life forms, Gu Huai noticed something peculiar beside where the bone dragon egg had once rested. He leaped over, but found nothing tangible. Furrowing his brow, he activated his dragon mastery. This time, he did indeed feel something solid. Simultaneously, relevant information materialized before his eyes. Item: Ghost Dragon Egg. Quality: Mythical. Description: This ghost dragon egg was nurtured over centuries within the Black Holy Pool, crafted by a powerful being using the soul of the world-destroying evil dragon, amalgamated with countless treasures. The description bore a striking resemblance to that of the previous bone dragon egg, both mentioning the world-destroying evil dragon. Again, another mythical item. Gu Huai's pupils constricted in astonishment. When did mythical-grade eggs become so readily available? The appearance of one was surprising enough, yet 2 appeared simultaneously? Gu Huai could scarcely believe his eyes. What manner of dragon was this world-destroying evil dragon, such that both its corporeal form and soul had attained mythical status? Gu Huai was filled with curiosity regarding this world-destroying evil dragon. The very name evoked a sense of dread. Furthermore, the capabilities of this powerful being were extraordinary, able to produce mythical dragon eggs in such a manner. Chapter 086. Gu Huai. I am now level 28. The esteem of Dragon Elder. Lost in contemplation, Gu Huai stored the ghost dragon egg as well. After securing it, he surveyed his surroundings once more, but still found nothing unusual, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Could it be that they fled upon realizing Qing Mo's formidable strength? Yet, if they had fled, surely they would have taken such a precious item with them. Did they not recognize its value? Or perhaps Gu Huai sensed that there was undoubtedly something he did not comprehend lurking behind this occurrence, or a great secret remained undisclosed. However, he could not fathom it. Lacking any clues or leads, he had no basis for speculation or deduction. Never mind, since he could not unravel the mystery. He would set it aside for now and return later when he had strengthened his abilities, perhaps to encounter that emperor in the city of the dead. For the moment, it was prudent to leave this place rife with potential peril. 2 hours later, Gu Huai's figure appeared at the entrance of the National Team Center. He had returned. Upon the return of the elite teams, they immediately proceeded to debrief their missions. After Gong Jing departed, she had her own matters to report to Dragon Elder, leaving Gu Huai as the sole occupant. Presenting his identification at the entrance, he was granted access following a thorough examination. As soon as he entered, Gu Huai heard someone calling his name and turned to look. Gu Huai, it's really you. But why did you come back alone? Where is your instructor? The speaker was Qian Boyong, his gaze burning with intensity. I see. You must have gone out to train. Perfect timing, as I intend to head out as well. Beside Qian Boyong stood a middle-aged man in military attire, whom Gu Huai recognized as Qian Boyong's instructor. Gu Huai, although I lost to you in yesterday's instance, I will never concede defeat. I will strive even harder to surpass you. Qian Boyong spoke with fervor, revealing his earnestness and commitment to improvement. Good luck. Gu Huai, hearing his words, felt little impact but sincerely encouraged him. I mean it. Qian Boyong insisted. Do you know what level I am now? His face gleamed with pride. After returning from that place yesterday, he had rested briefly to regain his energy before diving into instance runs, determined to level up swiftly. What level? Gu Huai inquired cooperatively. I am now level 28. Qian Boyong declared proudly, quickly adding, although I am still 4 levels behind your 32. I will exert myself to catch up in the coming days. In the written exam in 3 days, I will not lose to you. Upon hearing that Qian Boyong had only reached level 28, Gu Huai's expression turned peculiar. Was his progress so slow? However, seeing Qian Boyong's spirited demeanor, Gu Huai chose not to dampen his enthusiasm. Good luck, he reiterated, preparing to take his leave. His focus had long shifted away from his peers. Gu Huai was solely intent on enhancing his own strength to become a top-tier powerhouse for the nation, perhaps even a member of the first team. Wait a moment. Qian Boyong felt as though his declaration had landed softly against cotton. Gu Huai's response was merely a supportive cheer. Gu Huai's gaze shifted back to Qian Boyong. What level are you now? Qian Boyong was still curious about Gu Huai's level. Me? Well, Gu Huai hesitated. Although Old Li had instructed him to teach these brash youngsters a lesson, there was a reasonable limit to such teachings, providing them with motivation to catch up. But if he revealed his actual level 50, would it be too disheartening? I know. You must have leveled up by 2 levels to reach 34. Qian Boyong beamed. Truly worthy of my recognition. Gu Huai. Who needs your recognition? But if you think I am level 34, then so be it. He preferred to avoid any future accountability should Old Li come to him claiming he had crushed the morale of the aspiring members. Qian Boyong's instructor nodded at Gu Huai before leading him away. Gu Huai returned directly to his dormitory, preparing to embark on the battle pet instance. As for the hatching of the bone dragon and ghost dragon eggs, he would discuss it further when Dragon Elder arrived. Earlier, Gu Huai had contacted Dragon Elder, who mentioned he would come as soon as he finished his current tasks. Seizing this moment, Gu Huai was keen to make efficient use of his time. Dragon Elder. The Sun Never Sets Empire has also cleared the level 75 instance, and once someone reaches level 80, the level 80 instance will be unlocked. Now only the Romantic Nation remains, but they should clear it within a couple of days. The esteemed conference of the Dragon Nation convened, attended by a multitude of prominent figures, predominantly individuals of considerable renown. The ascent from level 75 to 80 necessitates a duration of several months. Even for those of their caliber, which implies we have a month to prepare. Elder Long cast a serious glance over the assembly, declaring, in a month, when all nations enter the level 80 dungeon, the prelude to national warfare shall commence. According to the regulations, participants must be individuals who have been class changers for no more than 3 years. During this month, I implore everyone to invest additional resources into these individuals. The meeting is adjourned. Soon enough, the attendees dispersed. The progression of the latest dungeon has consistently been one of the nation's paramount concerns. Only by gaining an edge in the new dungeon can we maintain our superiority. A swift advance leads to successive advantages. When the time for national warfare truly arrives, the Dragon Nation must possess an undeniable advantage to vanquish the nations led by the United States. Although the Dragon Nation currently stands as the world's foremost power, its superiority over the United States is rather limited. Moreover, the sun never sets empire and the romantic nation have continuously trailed in the wake of the United States, leaving the Dragon Nation with only Bear Nation as an ally, making it exceedingly challenging to alter the situation. In the realm of youth, the Dragon Nation does not hold a significant advantage. The rules governing this domain remain uncertain, rendering many aspects reactive. Fortunately, the only discernible regulation thus far is that the prelude to national warfare will commence when all 5 nations unlock the level 80 dungeon, with only those who have been class changers for less than 3 years eligible to participate. The specifics regarding the number of participants from each nation and the mechanics of national warfare remain unknown. This time, it falls upon you, Gu Huai, Elder Long stated. As long as this national warfare is not a swift resolution, we shall strive to secure ample time for you. Elder Long placed his hopes squarely upon Gu Huai, as he believed Gu Huai possessed the greatest potential to disrupt the current equilibrium. Chapter 087, The Startled Yinglong. The Battle Pet Dungeon is unlocked. A month may be insufficient, so let us endeavor to secure 2 months, 3 months, or even half a year. After 30 years of waiting, what is a little more time? The previous cohort's rapid ascenders are nearing level 70. Elder Long has been vigilant in monitoring these developments. The previous champion, Jiaolong, distinguished himself during the national team's preliminary selection by his outstanding performance, earning him a direct entry into the national reserve team, being the only member from that cohort to do so from the outset. His leveling speed and prowess have consistently been the pinnacle of the previous generation. During the selection, he elevated his level to 35, clad in golden gear, rendering all challengers powerless against him. Even among the prior cohort, those who had joined the reserve team and maintained their level at 35 were no match for Jiaolong, who dispatched them with ease. He became a legendary figure of his generation, and joining the national team was merely a matter of time. His leveling speed remained impressive, reaching level 35 in 10 days, ascending to level 50 in 28 days, and completing his second class change in 32 days. While his speed may not rival the extraordinary pace of Luoxiao, it is commendably exceptional. However, after his second class change, his leveling speed significantly declined. From level 50 onward, progression becomes particularly arduous. The experience required to level up from 50 to 60 is a staggering 1 million per level. Thus, merely to ascend a single level demands over 50 million experience points. The challenges are evident. A monster of equivalent level yields a mere 500 experience points. Even with quality enhancements, the returns are only in the thousands, necessitating the defeat of tens of thousands of monsters for progression. Post-level 50, monsters possess formidable strength and greatly enhanced attributes. Consequently, elevating one's level demands considerable time investment. Just as Gu Huai's parents have diligently toiled for over 20 years, frequently engaging in dungeon runs, their levels linger around the mid-50s. In a locale like Jiaolong, a level 50 class changer is considered a formidable force. Individuals like Lu Jun, who have reached level 70, are regarded as true powerhouses. Even Jiaolong, upon reaching level 50, experienced a marked slowdown in his leveling pace, taking 99 days to attain level 60. Presently, he is merely at level 69, having just crossed that threshold. As for the reasons behind the sluggish progression, the difficulty of leveling from 60 onward escalates once more, with each level requiring 2 million experience points, which translates to over 100 million experience points for a single level up. The attributes of monsters become increasingly outrageous. Moreover, dungeons accessible post-level 50 no longer feature common white or green monsters. Those capable of reaching level 50 have essentially completed their evolution, with the least formidable being blue-quality monsters. Even in the simplest level 55 dungeons, the monsters predominantly consist of blue and purple qualities, making them exceedingly challenging to defeat. Of course, if one possesses sufficient strength, the leveling speed will not falter. For instance, Luoxiao maintains an astonishing pace, having reached level 70 in under half a year, subsequently investing 2 months to consolidate his strength before embarking on his third class change. The last cohort of prodigies has all ascended to level 60, with Jiaolong leading the charge at level 69. However, time is of the essence. His aspirations to achieve a third class change seem rather improbable. Thus, hope rests upon the previous generation. When the information regarding national warfare was released, he paid special attention to these details. In the last cohort, over 10 individuals completed their third class change, with the highest level reaching 75. We must rely on these individuals. Gu Huai, with your capabilities, is it feasible for you to reach level 70 in a month? Elder Long held great expectations for Gu Huai. Oldly, accompany me to Gu Huai's location shortly. Furthermore, Gu Huai has already attained level 50. I may require your assistance here for a few days while I take Gu Huai to Long Island. Upon hearing Elder Long's words, Li Long nodded slightly, but he soon realized the implication, his eyes widening in astonishment. Elder Long, what did you just say? Gu Huai is at level 50? Li Long was genuinely taken aback. He knew Gu Huai was exceptionally strong, and his leveling speed should be swift. However, just yesterday, Gu Huai was at level 39. Today, Gu Huai had traveled from the imperial capital to the city of the dead. Logically, he should still be grinding levels in the ancient city there, right? Based on Li Long's estimation, even with Gu Huai's formidable strength, it would typically take 2 to 3 days to reach level 50. Indeed, this lad is quite the surprise. Elder Long remarked, equally astounded upon receiving a report from Gongjing. Gu Huai had only been a class changer for a mere 8 days. To elevate his level to 50 in such a brief span is nothing short of extraordinary. Were it not for the evidence before him, Elder Long would have found it difficult to believe. Li Long was even more bewildered. This was beyond mere surprise. It was sheer shock. While Elder Long was convening the meeting, Gu Huai had already entered the Battle Pet Dungeon. Battle Pet Dungeon. Level requirement. Starting from level 50, the monsters within sync to the challenger's level. Difficulty: simple, normal, hard, hell, nightmare, abyss. Description: in the Battle Pet Dungeon, successful challenges will unlock the Battle Pet function, allowing for the contracting of battle pets. This copy can only yield rewards upon the first challenge. Subsequent attempts, regardless of success or failure, will bear no rewards. Indeed, it is only the inaugural challenge that bestows rewards. Gu Huai chuckled softly as he perused this introduction, then proceeded to select the abyss. Difficulty too daunting, please confirm again? Confirmed. Confirmation successful, generating abyss-level battle pet instance. Generation successful. As the final words materialized, a wave of dizziness enveloped Gu Huai, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in an entirely new world. How domineering, to be drawn in so abruptly, Gu Huai murmured, casting his gaze around. He was immediately captivated by an arena, surrounded by numerous spectators, where 2 battle pets were engaged in combat. Task initiated. Task description: challenge the battle pet arena with your physical form and secure victory in 3 matches. Task time limit: 3 hours. Note: under the task's influence, opponents will possess formidable strength. Please prepare mentally. Failure to complete the task within the time limit will result in task failure. Upon completion, the battle pet functionality will be unlocked, and rewards from the battle pet instance will be granted. Challenge the battle pet arena? Upon reading this task information, Gu Huai's eyes once again turned toward the arena, narrowing slightly. If I were to eliminate these individuals, no, my experience is already maxed out. Killing them would yield no benefit. It would be wiser to complete the task diligently. Chapter 088, Semi-Divine Battle Pet. The Elemental Dragon Strikes, a terrifying fireball technique. With no experience requirements, Gu Huai remained quite composed, adhering to the established rules. However, had he chosen to engage these outsiders at that moment, he would have discovered that his attacks could not land on them at all. Following the previous incident involving Gu Huai, the world will had patched itself. Restoring the rules, only designated monsters could be attacked, while targets outside this scope were impervious to harm. Regrettably, Gu Huai was unaware of this. Approaching the arena, Gu Huai observed that the 2 battle pets had already determined a victor, seemingly clearing the way for him. The victor resembled a wolf, predominantly silver in hue. Gu Huai glanced at the wolf's information. Battle pet: Silver Moon Howling Wolf. Level: 50. Quality: Golden Legend. Combat Index: 1, 86 million. The panel information differed from that of monsters and did not display any skills. Gu Huai paid little heed, primarily noting that the Silver Moon Howling Wolf strength was rather lacking. Surely, the abyss-level difficulty would not be so feeble. This must be merely an appetizer, Gu Huai murmured. Stepping forward. Next, I accept your challenge. A rather flamboyant youth boldly declared. Perhaps due to the world's rules, they ignored all of Gu Huai's seemingly unreasonable actions. Gu Huai, as intended, stood atop the arena, and as a referee's voice rang out, the battle commenced. Silver Moon, charge. The Silver Moon Howling Wolf instantly launched its assault. A multitude of silver lights surging toward Gu Huai. Given this strength and speed, even if Long Xinhai were to elevate her level to 50 and don a set of golden legend gear, she would still not rival the Silver Moon Howling Wolf. Yet, before the wolf, Gu Huai's expression remained tranquil. He did not even draw his weapon, delivering a single punch toward the oncoming wolf. A perfectly ordinary punch. However, the force behind it exceeded 220,000, significantly surpassing the battle index of the Silver Moon Howling Wolf. The result was inevitable. A single punch obliterated the Silver Moon Howling Wolf, securing victory in the first match. The flamboyant youth let out a cry of despair, while others erupted in cheers. Gu Huai felt little in response. To him, these characters were merely data, entirely virtual. Your strength is impressive. You have successfully captured my attention. Following the flamboyant youth's defeat, another youth with red hair stepped forth from the crowd, radiating combat intent. "Arise, sky-piercing demon ape!" With the red-haired youth's roar, a giant ape over 5 meters tall materialized. Gu Huai casually glanced at its information, his eyes widening in surprise. Battle pet, sky-piercing demon ape. Level, 50. Quality, semi-divine. Combat index, 301 million. The combat index was still not particularly high, merely reaching 300,000. Gu Huai's astonishment primarily stemmed from the ape's quality. Could a semi-divine creature truly possess only a combat index of 301 million? That seemed rather low. After all, he had 2 semi-divine quality dragon offspring, whose combat indices were evidently superior to that of this ape. However, he mused, perhaps I could let them out to play. The ape's strength was insufficient, making it an ideal opponent for Yuan Yin, who possessed relatively little practical experience. With this thought, Gu Huai promptly summoned Yuan Yin. At level 50, Yuan Yin had grown considerably, now nearly 20 meters long, exuding a dragon's majesty. Upon arrival, Yuan Yin immediately drew gasps from the crowd. A dragon? I never imagined this young man possessed such strength, even summoning a dragon. Impressive. Even the red-haired youth displayed a flicker of surprise, but he swiftly regained his composure. What of a dragon? My sky-piercing demon ape can tear a dragon apart with its bare hands. I will certainly. Fireball technique. Yuan Yin, uninterested in the ramblings of the youth, unleashed a fireball conjured from flames the moment he emerged. This was an application of the elemental sphere. The elemental sphere can transform the power of any element into a spherical form for attack, amplifying the damage and effects of the element by 18 times. The fire's damage coefficient is multiplied by a factor of 2, inflicting an additional 5 seconds of ongoing damage at a rate of 0.2 per second. Under the enhancement of the elemental sphere, this damage was far from negligible, particularly as Yuan Yin possessed numerous enhancement types. As the child of elements, he received an additional 18-fold boost to his final damage. Elemental Heart, a passive skill, allowed for faster elemental condensation when using elemental techniques, additionally increasing damage and effects by 28. Mastery of Fire Elements, another passive skill, enhanced fire magic's damage and effects by 50. With such multiple enhancements, the damage from this seemingly simple fireball technique was astonishing. It amounted to a damage coefficient of 928 times the spiritual value, capable of inflicting continuous damage for 13 seconds at a rate of 0.516 spiritual damage per second. Yuan Yin's spiritual value was exceptionally high, at 294 million, translating to an immediate burst of over 270,000 damage. Beyond that, he would continue to inflict damage at 150,000 per second for 13 seconds. It is worth noting that this was merely a small fireball technique, effortlessly conjured by Yuan Yin. The sky-piercing demon ape immediately sensed an overwhelming threat, hastily channeling its power. Black energy coalescing around its fist as it launched a powerful punch. Boom! In an instant, flames engulfed the sky-piercing demon ape, which emitted a heart-wrenching cry. The red-haired youth breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it had managed to withstand the onslaught. Yet, in the next moment, his complexion paled drastically. For the silver dragon had conjured 3 fireballs, hurling them directly at the sky-piercing demon ape. The red-haired youth hastily conceded defeat. His demon ape had already reached its limit by fending off a single fireball, and it was utterly incapable of withstanding the trio that now approached. With the youth's surrender, Gu Huai noted that the task progress had completed 2 out of 3, leaving only 1 remaining. At that moment, he observed a change on the task panel. Detecting that the challenger possesses formidable strength, the difficulty can be increased. Would you like to elevate the challenge? Please make your decision within 10 seconds. Failure to respond will default to a refusal. Note: elevating the difficulty will significantly enhance the final reward, but should the challenge fail, all rewards will be forfeited. The sudden prompt left Gu Huai momentarily stunned. Was such an option available? It seemed Sister Jing had not mentioned this possibility. According to her, the highest difficulty level was that of the Abyss.